Chapter 1. The Great Mountains, with sheer cliffs and ancient trees towering into the sky. A solitary Taoist temple stood atop the mountain, shrouded in clouds. Before the temple stood two figures, one old, one young. Lin Feng, a decade has passed. You have become invincible in the mortal realm. It is time for you to descend the mountain. The elder's voice was steeped in the weight of years. If you wish to strike me, then just say so. Yet, Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with animosity as he gazed at the old man. After a moment of silence, the elder replied, "In truth, my intent in striking you is for your own good." Huh? Lin Feng scoffed coldly at these words, offering no further reply. Lin Feng, do you harbor great resentment towards me? The elder asked suddenly. I used to harbor quite a bit. And what now? It matters not anymore. A decade has gone by, and discussing this holds no significance. Indeed, it is without meaning. How many decades does one have in life? Time cuts like a blade, severing the extraordinary. Even one as strong as I could not leap across that unattainable shore. The old man sighed heavily. With difficulty, he raised his gaze towards the distant sky. At that moment, the sun dipped low, casting a warm twilight glow. The evening clouds mingled with the sunset, their hues reflecting beautifully upon the vast mountain forests. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, yet it approaches dusk. The elder expressed with a sense of nostalgia, then continued, Lin Feng, may I ask you to call me master? Lin Feng lowered his head, a perpetual cold smile lingering at the corner of his lips. The elder, seemingly accustomed to this, continued to speak. Lin Feng, what do you envision the immortal realm to be like? Lin Feng, I crave dumplings. Lin Feng, my teeth ache. The atmosphere gradually fell into silence. Woo-woo. The evening breeze blew gently, bringing a chill. After a long while, Lin Feng sensed something amiss and looked up at the elder. To his shock, he discovered that the old man had closed his eyes, breathless and devoid of life. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng rushed forward, lifting the elder's lifeless body, his voice cold as ice. Did you not wish to deceive me into descending the mountain, only to find a reason to strike me? Must you resort to such absurdity as feigning death? Yet, no matter how Lin Feng pleaded, the elder offered no response. His complexion was turning an ominous shade of purple, his body growing colder by the moment. The frail figure weighed less than 80 pounds, utterly devoid of the ethereal presence he once possessed. Memories began to resurface. A decade ago, at the tender age of 22, Lin Feng had just graduated from university. To fulfill a promise to his girlfriend, he set out alone to Yunchuan, intending to meet her parents. Little did he know, along the way, he encountered this mysterious elder. The elder proclaimed him a natural spiritual body, a promising candidate for cultivation. Ignoring Lin Feng's protests, he forcibly took him to this remote mountain, and thus began a 10-year confinement. During this decade, the elder subjected him to the most rigorous training known to mankind. Each day, before dawn, he was compelled to rise for practice. At 7, he practiced boxing. At 10, he trained his legs. At noon, he wielded the sword. At 2, he honed his ocular techniques. At 6, he refined formations. At 9, he studied alchemy. After midnight, he began to breathe in and absorb energy. Day after day, year after year. For 10 long years, he had contemplated escape, yearning to return home. Yet each time, he was effortlessly captured and beaten by the elder. On the most severe occasion, he nearly lost half his life. Though cultivating immortality was a tremendous opportunity, Lin Feng was not swayed in the slightest. His girlfriend awaited his proposal, and his aging father, mother, and younger sister were all depending on him to provide for the family. How could he remain here? But regardless of his pleas, the elder remained unmoved. He had once subtly requested to send word to his family, even kneeling in desperation, yet the elder denied him. Instead, he was met with a brutal beating, the elder coldly stating, "Cultivation is an act against heaven. One must sever all ties to the mortal world. Lin Feng, unless I perish, you shall never descend this mountain." From that moment on, Lin Feng's resentment towards the elder deepened intensely. He practiced diligently each day, hoping to surpass the elder and exact his revenge to alleviate his pent-up anger. And thus, a decade slipped by in an instant. He had toiled for 10 years, only to confront this scene. At this moment, Lin Feng felt an emptiness within. There was no joy as he had anticipated, nor was there the fury he envisioned, only a tranquil, undisturbed calm. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as numbness. He felt that the perseverance of these 10 years was rendered utterly ridiculous. The evening wind intensified, and the temperature in the mountains plummeted as if it had suddenly dipped below freezing. Lin Feng remained silent, solemnly burying the elder. Then he turned and stood, his melancholic gaze fixed upon the distant emerald peaks. No one could fathom the depths of his feelings at this moment. After a long while, who would have thought you truly passed away this time? Your body will gradually dissipate, transformed into eternity, much like the grains of sand in a desert. In a sense, this might also be a form of immortality. This farewell is eternal. We shall never meet again. Lin Feng ultimately could not utter the word master. Or perhaps, what significance would it hold to call him now? He summoned his long sword, and in a flash of light, he vanished into the horizon. If there were any cultivators present at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded. It was unimaginable that, in this age of dwindling magic, someone could soar through the skies on a sword. Half an hour later, Lin Feng finally returned to the hometown etched in his memory. His hometown lay on the outskirts of Jinling City in Jiangnan Province. The home he longed for was nothing more than a modest little bungalow. Before the bungalow was a small pond, with willow trees swaying gently by its edge. Everything remains unchanged. Gazing at the familiar scene before him, Lin Feng's deep-set eyes finally glistened with moisture. 10 years apart, he returned to his homeland. Even with his current mindset, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, yearning to shed tears. In the mountains, he had dreamt countless times of such a scene, dreaming of swimming in the pond as a child, dreaming of the warmth of human existence, dreaming of the youthful faces still lingering. During these 10 years, I vanished without a trace. My parents must think I am dead by now. And my sister, when I left, she was only 9. I wonder if she has gone to college. The old man said that cultivation leads to a path of immortality, severing all ties to the mortal realm. But if I were to sever ties with my dearest ones, what purpose would cultivation serve? Lin Feng exhaled deeply, steadying his chaotic emotions. For so many years, had he not awaited this very moment? Just then, a terrified cry erupted from within the bungalow. I was wrong. I no longer want the compensation for the relocation. I was wrong, I understand now. Woo, please no. Slap. Behave yourself. Hearing the panicked voice, Lin Feng's expression shifted drastically. Was that Zaiweo's voice? His sister was being assaulted? Damn it. Lin Feng's demeanor turned icy as bone-chilling rage surged within him. His body surged forward as if teleporting, racing towards the door of the bungalow. Meanwhile, inside the bungalow, 2 bald men, adorned with dragon tattoos, surrounded a GI. Perhaps it was 8 years ago when my parents departed this world that I too should have followed suit. In such a case, the burdens of life would not weigh so heavily upon me. This thought plunged Lin Yunyao into a profound despair, leaving her utterly drained, and she fainted on the spot. Upon witnessing Lin Yunyao's collapse, the 2 bald men erupted into more raucous laughter. At that very moment, bang, the door of the modest dwelling was kicked open with force. Lin Feng burst in like a bolt of lightning. Upon perceiving the scene before him, his heart shattered in an instant, as if it were bleeding profusely. D. Lin Feng bellowed, unleashing a slap through the air. Bang! The 2 men had no time to comprehend the unfolding events before they were reduced to a mist of crimson. Xiao Yao! Lin Feng embraced his unconscious sister tightly, overcome with tears. He could scarcely fathom that upon his return, he would encounter such a harrowing sight. Gazing upon his sister's pitifully scant attire and her swollen cheeks, he felt an unbearable ache in his heart. After a prolonged moment, his emotions gradually stabilized. He then procured a clean garment for his sister to wear and meticulously cleared away the bloodstains in the room before sitting quietly beside her, watching her intently. It seemed that no matter how long he looked, he would never tire of it. 10 years had passed. His sister had transformed remarkably, evolving from a little sprite into a stunning beauty. Just then, Lin Yunyao slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Feng, she scrambled up in fright, her expression wary as she demanded, "Who are you? We're the two men from earlier. I drove them away." Lin Feng refrained from divulging that he had killed them. After all, his sister was merely an ordinary person, and such news would undoubtedly instill fear within her. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. From her reaction, it was evident that she did not recognize him. Yet this was to be expected. 10 years prior, she had been but 9 years old. Moreover, over the past decade, he had grown into a striking figure, his appearance and demeanor having changed significantly. Driven them away? Lin Yunyao regarded Lin Feng with suspicion. After a moment's hesitation, she softly uttered, "Thank you." Though her words conveyed gratitude, her demeanor remained cautious, maintaining a safe distance from him. Seeing his sister's apprehensive demeanor, Lin Feng felt a surge of sorrow. It was unimaginable how she had endured the years without him. What are parents? Where had they gone? Xiao Yao, do you not recognize me? Lin Feng endeavored to keep his composure. You are? Lin Yunyao lifted her gaze, perplexed, as she scrutinized Lin Feng. His face appeared haggard and melancholic, lacking the conventional handsomeness. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a unique charm about him. Moreover, she felt an odd sense of familiarity with the man before her, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. "I am your brother." Lin Feng managed a faint smile. "Brother?" Lin Yunyao faltered momentarily. Then, the visage from her distant memories began to merge with the one before her. Her body visibly trembled, her eyes swiftly glistening as tears welled up at the corners. "Xiao Yao." Lin Feng found it exceedingly difficult to quell the tumult of emotions swirling within him at that moment. He cautiously extended his hand, wishing to ruffle his sister's hair just as he had in their childhood. However, to his astonishment, after a brief moment of distraction, his sister forcefully pushed his hand away. It was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Rubbing her reddened eyes, she declared, "You have mistaken me. I have no brother, Xiao Yao." Lin Feng was taken aback, struggling to fathom that his sister could utter such words. He had anticipated her joy upon learning of his return, envisioning her leaping into his arms as she had done in their younger days. Instead, he was met with a look of utter disdain. "Do not call me Xiao Yao. When our parents passed away, you were nowhere to be found. Now that the house is about to be demolished, you return. Lin Feng, I truly do not wish to harbor ill thoughts about you, but you have been a profound disappointment." A shiver ran through Lin Feng's heart as he hastily inquired, "Wasn't Mom and Dad in good health?" "The moment you left and never returned, our parents spent every last bit of their wealth searching for you, only to be tragically struck by a vehicle on their way. They simply left us." Lin Yunyao's voice trembled, laced with the unmistakable hint of tears. "When did this happen?" "A long, long time ago, in the second year after your departure." She scrutinized Lin Feng once more, letting out a cold laugh. After 10 years of wandering, is this how you have ended up? Have you perhaps been forsaken by that Shani Newell? Now homeless, you think to return? Lin Feng, you truly are not a decent person." Lin Feng stepped forward, grasping Lin Yunyao's arm. "Xiao Yao, please let me explain. You may find it hard to believe, but for the past decade, I've been cultivating immortality. Let go of me. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. I will not release you. You are my sister. Lin Feng, do not push me. Do you wish to drive me to despair as well?" Lin Yunyao's voice was hysterical, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. "I will never forgive you. Not ever. From the moment our parents passed, I have been utterly alone in this world. Do you not think that because you saved me, I would forgive you?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Feng felt as if struck by lightning. Standing there in stunned silence, he allowed his sister to push him away, and with a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut. Xiao Yao." Lin Feng stared blankly at the closed door, his heart aching with each beat. The idyllic reunion he had envisioned had not materialized, but instead given way to this poignant desolation. Perhaps, from the very moment he was taken back to the mountain by that old man a decade ago, it was destined to conclude in tragedy. Lin Feng stood before the door, breathing heavily for what felt like an eternity, gradually regaining his composure. One could not deny the chilling impact of the old man's rigorous training. He felt as if his blood had turned cold, as though he could swiftly recalibrate his emotions regardless of the circumstances. Exhaling a deep breath, he began to explain, "Xiao Yao, I truly did go to cultivate immortality. I was confined in one place for 10 years. Today is the first day I am free." Yet within the confines of the house there was no response. "Xiao Yao, regardless of the circumstances, I have returned. And I shall not leave again. I care not for the demolition funds. You are my sister, and it is my duty to protect you. From this moment forth, it shall be just the two of us. Relying on one another, I will not allow anyone to bully you." The door creaked open. Lin Yao regarded Lin Feng with a complex expression. Naturally, she found it hard to believe his tale of being confined for a decade. "Is all this even meaningful? Xiao Yao, with our parents gone, you must have endured much hardship over the years, haven't you?" Lin Feng spoke with genuine concern. "It is none of your business," Lin Yao retorted, slamming the door once more. She leaned against the door, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, tears streaming down her delicate face. She longed to leap into her brother's embrace as she had in her youth, to weep uncontrollably and seek comfort. Yet, the thought of her brother leaving for a woman after graduating from university, leading to their parents' demise, made forgiveness impossible, especially now, with his unexpected return during such a sensitive time regarding the demolition. It was hard to dismiss the true purpose of his arrival. "Xiao Yao, you should get some rest. I will stay outside, and if anything arises, just call for me." Lin Feng murmured softly. He then found a relatively flat spot outside the door and sat down cross-legged. His mind was tumultuous, requiring clarity. Their parents had perished while searching for him, and his sister had lived alone for so many years. One could only imagine the extent of her suffering and tribulations. "Since I have returned, no one shall ever bully Xiao Yao again." Lin Feng exhaled a heavy sigh. With their parents gone, his sole focus now was to care for his sister and pursue the path of immortality. As for Inuo, Lin Feng sighed once more. Chen Inuo had been his girlfriend from years past. They had spent 7 years together, 3 in high school and 4 in college. Though they had shared a deep connection, it was ultimately a case of star-crossed lovers. But a decade had passed. Chen Inuo was likely 32 now, perhaps even with children of her own. Alas, what significance did such thoughts hold now? Ultimately, it was he who had let her down. Lin Feng chose not to dwell further on the past, settling into a meditative state, focusing on his breath and energy. The breathing technique he practiced was known as the 9 Heavens Immortal Transformation Method. According to the old man's teachings, it was a supreme method derived from an ancient relic, obtained through great peril. Unfortunately, this method could not be practiced by ordinary individuals. Only those with innate spiritual bodies could cultivate it. Thus, when the old man first encountered Lin Feng, his excitement was palpable. Now, Lin Feng could surmise why the old man had been so relentless and harsh with him. The old man had been an extraordinary talent, achieving the tribulation stage in this age of the end of the Dharma. Yet he ultimately could not transcend the barrenness of this realm. In his waning years, he had sought out Lin Feng, imparting all his knowledge, hoping Lin Feng could shatter the shackles of heaven and earth and break the curse of an era that could not attain immortality. Under the old man's grueling training, Lin Feng had indeed excelled. That in just 10 years, he had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The path of cultivation is divided into 10 stages: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation. Each stage further subdivided into several minor stages. For instance, the golden core stage comprises gathering core, core formation, and core transformation. Each breakthrough in a minor stage signifies a significant advancement for a cultivator, resulting in exponential growth in strength. It could be said that in this age of the end of the Dharma, with Lin Feng's peak golden core cultivation, he could nearly sweep the world. Of course, this was merely what the old man had conveyed to him. The specifics remained unclear. As Lin Feng had yet to encounter other cultivators, the night passed swiftly. Lin Feng opened his eyes from his meditation, releasing a deep breath. After breaking through the golden core stage, advancing further would not be an easy task. Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm, Condensing the nascent soul through mere meditation would take an exceedingly long time. To expedite the process, he would need to seek alternative methods. Just then, the door to the modest dwelling swung open. Lin Yunyao emerged, carrying a basin of clothes, ready to wash them in the small pond outside. Lin Feng immediately approached his sister. Xiao Yao, washing clothes? Allow me to assist you. I do not require assistance. Lin Yunyao replied coldly. She had observed Lin Feng sitting outside all night, yet even this could not alleviate her lingering resentment. She firmly believed that her brother's return was most likely tied to the impending demolition. "Oh, not be so formal with me. Brother," Lin Feng insisted, seizing the basin and heading toward the pond. However, as he squatted down, he sensed something was amiss. In the basin lay a collection of women's delicate undergarments. Should he wash them or not? Lin Feng found himself in quite the predicament. Although she was his sister, the distinction between genders remained. Moreover, handling such intimate garments felt rather inappropriate. Yet, as he gazed at the faded lingerie, a pang of discomfort stirred within him. For a young woman, undergarments ought to be replaced regularly. But it seemed his sister S had likely seen years of wear. "What S wrong? Are you actually feeling shy?" Lin Yunyao remarked coldly from the riverbank. "These clothes are far too old. I'll buy you new ones." Lin Feng replied softly while washing. "Stop pretending," Lin Yunyao retorted, turning sharply to enter the house. Lin Feng could only manage a wry smile at her reaction. After finishing the laundry, he intended to step out and earn some money. Just then, a dilapidated gravel path at the entrance of their home was graced by the arrival of a pink Wuling mini car, from which emerged a young woman adorned with light makeup, dressed flamboyantly. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, clad in a white dress and black stockings, her figure youthful and vibrant, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Her name was Li Xiaoku, a high school classmate of Lin Yin. Xiaoku cast a curious glance at Lin Feng, who stood at the door, then called out loudly to the modest dwelling Xiao Yao. "Are you home? Inside?" Lin Yunyao, upon hearing that familiar voice, quickly wiped away her tears and rushed out. "Xiaoku, what brings you here?" she asked Xiao Yao. "Have you been crying?" Li Xiaoku noticed her friend's reddened eyes, instantly sensing something amiss. Then, as if struck by a thought, she eyed Lin Feng warily from a distance. That man looked suspicious. "Has he been bullying you?" "No, I just tripped by accident." Lin Yunyao shook her head, pulling Li Xiaoku into the house. Lin Feng wished to follow, but as he took a couple of steps, the door slammed shut with a decisive thud. She must be with a friend now. Xiao Yao's mood should stabilize considerably. Lin Feng muttered to himself outside. In truth, it mattered little whether he entered or not. With his acute hearing, he could catch every word spoken within. What troubled him was the stark contrast between Li Xiaoku's vibrant attire, resembling that of a little princess, and his sister, who seemed to embody the essence of Cinderella. Although, according to his sister, this place was due for demolition, relying on compensation seemed unrealistic. He needed to earn money swiftly. After contemplating for a moment, he squatted in a corner, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. The cramped room contained only a rickety bed and a table cluttered with books. The two girls sat on the bed, whispering softly, entirely unaware that their words were being overheard by Lin Feng lurking in the shadows. Had they known, Li Xiaoku's fiery temperament would surely have led her to unleash a torrent of curses. "Xiao Yao, who is that creepy guy? He looks scruffy with long hair," Li Xiaoku inquired. "I don't know. Maybe he's just a scavenger," Lin Yunyao replied dismissively. No wonder he's so disheveled. What a disgrace for a grown man to look like that." Lin Feng, overhearing this, raised an eyebrow in bemusement. "Xiaoku, why have you come to see me today?" Lin Yunyao hurriedly asked, wishing to steer the conversation away from her brother. "Well, it's been a month since school started. The counselor asked me when you plan to register that if you don't go soon, they'll consider you voluntarily withdrawing," Li Xiaoku replied rapidly. Lin Yunyao bit her lip, remaining silent. "Is it because of tuition fees?" Li Xiaoku glanced around the room, then added, "You could apply for a student loan. No matter what, getting into Jinling University is no small feat. Would you really give up?" "I want to give up, but my loan application hasn't been approved," Lin Yunyao replied with a bitter smile. "Why not?" "Because my poverty verification documents didn't pass inspection," Lin Yunyao exclaimed. "What? How can that be?" They don't consider you poor? What are those people thinking? That is utterly outrageous. Li Xiaoku's expression turned indignant. Lin Yunyao wore a pained expression, choosing not to respond. She understood that sharing her plight with Li Xiaoku would be futile. After all, her friend came from an ordinary family. Attracting the attention of those in power could spell disaster. She wished to spare Li Xiaoku the same harrowing experiences she had endured the previous night. As for reporting to the police, after filing a report, she had been confronted by two thugs that very night, which she could hardly believe was mere coincidence. Is it due to the demolition? Are they trying to pressure you into selling your land for a pittance? Li Xiaoku's perceptiveness prompted her to ask quietly. Lin Yunyao nodded silently. Seeing this, Li Xiaoku gritted her teeth in anger. Those scoundrels, they only know how to bully a girl like you. That if there were a man in your family, do you think they'd dare to intimidate you? For reasons unknown, Lin Yunyao felt an unsettling sensation in her heart upon hearing those words. Truth be told, the situation had escalated to a serious level. Even if a male relative were present, resolving it would be difficult. Forget it. I don't plan to attend university anymore. It's meaningless. It's just me. As long as I'm fed, the family won't starve. I'll live my life as it is, and if I can just get through a day peacefully, that'll suffice. No, that won't do. If it comes down to it, I'll talk to the counselor and rally classmates for donations. Li Xiaoku insisted. Xiaoku, I can't rely on others forever. Besides, going to college isn't necessarily a good thing. I plan to work and see the world. That's good too, Lin Yunyao said with a faint smile. Just then, the door was flung open with a loud crash, and Lin Feng strode in confidently. The sight left both girls in stunned silence. No. Xiaoyao, you must go to school. Don't worry about the money. I will take care of it. Lin Feng's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. He never anticipated that his sister would consider foregoing higher education due to financial constraints. The sister of a formidable cultivator in the golden core stage, a seemingly invincible being, could not possibly be unable to afford schooling. Lin Feng felt as though his heart was shattering. Had he not overheard their conversation, he would have remained oblivious to her struggles. And what of the poverty verification documents? Who was obstructing her path? Did they dare to bully his sister? At that moment, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented urge to seek vengeance, envisioning a fate of utter ruin for anyone who dared to harm his sister. Are you insane? Breaking into someone's home is illegal. Li Xiaoku interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Yunyao, her gaze fixed warily on the unkempt Lin Feng. That I am Xiaoyao as brother. Lin Feng replied calmly. Brother? Li Xiaoku looked skeptical, turning her questioning gaze toward Lin Yunyao. Didn't you just say he is a scavenger? Lin Yunyao responded with a blank expression. My brother died 10 years ago. This must be some lunatic. Did you hear that? You're a lunatic. Leave now, or I'll call the police. Li Xiaoku declared defiantly, believing in her friend's words. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, his voice steady. Xiaoyao, whether you acknowledge me or not, you will attend university. And Xiaoku, I'm going out to earn money for tuition that I should be back before dark. So please look after Xiaoyao. I fear she may do something foolish. With that, he turned and exited, quickly disappearing from their view. This scene left Li Xiaoku utterly bewildered, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. The tuition for Jinling University was over 5,000 a year. Could this man, who hesitated to replace his faded clothes, possibly earn such an amount in just a few hours? He truly seemed deranged. Rumor had it that the insane were not held accountable for murder. Thankfully, he had chosen to leave. Xiaoku patted his ample chest and, with a lingering sense of trepidation, spoke. Lin Yunyao wore a complex expression, remaining silent. She initially believed he had returned to claim a share of the relocation compensation, but upon seeing his demeanor, she began to doubt that notion. Could it be that he truly had no choice in the matter back then? If he had indeed brought back over 5,000 yuan for her tuition, should she accept it? Lost in such thoughts, Lin Yunxiao's pupils gradually lost focus as she drifted into memories of her childhood. After leaving home, Lin Feng swiftly made his way to the urban district of Jinling. With his speed, covering the 40-kilometer distance was merely a matter of minutes. If he had chosen to fly on his sword, he could have arrived in less than a minute. However, given the crowded nature of the urban area, he opted against that method, for earning money. For Lin Feng, the avenues to acquire wealth were numerous. He was adept in array formation, alchemy, talisman crafting, medical practice, and feng shui. Any one of these skills could easily yield substantial profits. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng arrived at a marketplace in the northern part of the city. This marketplace, known as Jiangning General Merchandise Trading Market, was not the largest in Jinling, but it was undoubtedly the most eclectic. Here, one could find everything from daily necessities and folk remedies to gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade. A few fortune tellers and exorcists could also be spotted among the crowd. This chaotic composition inevitably led to the disorder of Jiangning General Merchandise Trading Market, a veritable den of mixed fortunes, where even the city management would exclaim in astonishment at the scene. Finding an empty spot, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out a red brick, writing a line of text on the ground before him. Rent me for 2 hours. All-powerful. All-knowing, price negotiable. After preparing everything, Lin Feng closed his eyes, patiently awaiting a fated visitor. Within the bustling market, the crowd swarmed around. Soon, news of Lin Feng's stall spread, drawing many onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Yet not a single person approached to inquire. His claim was simply too extravagant. All-powerful, all-knowing. Did he consider himself a deity? Even a god would hesitate to make such bold assertions. A charlatan, he must be a fraud. A crowd gathered around Lin Feng, pointing and whispering. Some individuals approached with a teasing demeanor, deliberately posing bizarre questions. Can you cure impotence? Can you extend my height by 5 cm? Lin Feng, recognizing their intent to mock, chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, in a black Hummer parked at the roadside, a group of burly men observed Lin Feng through the windows. One of the men leaned towards the middle-aged gentleman in the back seat and whispered, "Boss, this person is far too young. Clearly a braggart. We should look elsewhere. We can't waste any more time. If we don't find solutions soon, serious trouble could arise on the construction site." However, finding an adept capable of exorcising demons was no easy feat. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. His name was Wang Chong, the chairman of a large construction conglomerate in Jinling. Recently, strange occurrences had plagued the construction sites under his company's purview. Workers often heard the cries of children in the dead of night, only to find nothing upon investigation. After returning to their dormitories, the cries would resume. Just last night, a worker claimed to have seen a weasel smiling at him, asking, "Young man, do I look like a human or a celestial being?" The worker, having never encountered such bizarre happenings, fled back to his dormitory, only to fall gravely ill with no discernible ailment upon examination at the hospital, where he still lay. Wang Chong was thoroughly exasperated by this situation. Taking it upon himself to seek out an adept at the Jiangning General Merchandise Trading Market, he encountered several individuals who seemed to possess impressive capabilities, but ultimately, they proved to be useless charlatans. Contemplating this, Wang Chong rubbed his temples, fatigue etched across his face. That project was valued at over 2 billion. He stood to gain 1 billion from it. If the matter remained unresolved, it would result in a significant financial loss. "Boss, I've heard there's a master in the southern district." One of his men piped up. "That old man is nothing but a fraud." "I know better than you," Wang Chong retorted. "Then what should we do? I support you all, and yet you come to me for answers?" Useless bunch. With his keen hearing, Lin Feng had already caught wind of the conversation within the Hummer. An idea sparked in his mind, and he called out loudly, "All-powerful, all-knowing, particularly skilled in exorcising demons and dispelling evil spirits. Those with such matters at home need not hesitate to come forth." After making his proclamation, Lin Feng began to pack up his stall. Feigning an intention to leave the tea that moment, a middle-aged man rushed out of the Hummer, calling out, "Young brother, wait." "Aha, he took the bait." Lin Feng smirked slightly, halting his steps to size up the man. The middle-aged man had a square face and a single brow, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. Such a person was likely either involved in the underworld or held a significant position of power. Regardless, he was no ordinary individual. Most notably, a dark aura emanated from the man's forehead, a sign of what is colloquially referred to as a darkened hall. This dark energy was invisible to most, only perceptible to those with awakened spiritual sight. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Chong." The man stated that my time is limited, so I will get straight to the point. Lin Feng assumed a demeanor befitting a master. Wang Chong, upon hearing this, scrutinized Lin Feng closely before recounting the troubling incidents at the construction site. "Where is your construction site located?" Lin Feng inquired. "It is situated about 50 kilometers from the eastern suburb, at the foot of Taihu Mountain," Wang Chong replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng grasped the situation. Although this may be the end of an era, the world still harbored spiritual energy, which inevitably birthed various spirits and demons. The workers' encounters were likely with the so-called yellow weasel seeking to seal their lips. This did not imply that the weasel aimed to become immortal. Rather, it had lived long enough to gain intelligence, indulging its primal desires through mischief. To be honest, such minor spirits would likely tremble in fear at the sight of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng feigned curiosity, asking, "I see that there are quite a few skilled individuals in this market. Why did you choose to approach me?" "Enough of that. The individuals in this market are merely pretenders. All worthless frauds." Wang Chong's expression turned icy. "I understand your intent. If you can assist me in resolving this matter, I will offer you 20,000 yuan. What do you say?" "Boss Wang, the situation is not as simple as you think. It is quite troublesome," Lin Feng stated candidly. "I must be frank. If this matter is not resolved quickly, it will not only jeopardize your construction site, but you could also find yourself in a perilous situation. Have you been sleeping soundly these past few nights?" Lin Feng regarded Wang Chong with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chong felt a jolt in his heart. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. The construction site had been shut down for several days, resulting in losses of hundreds of thousands each day. If this issue persisted, he would face ruin. Moreover, he had sensed a pair of eyes watching him intently during the night. Yet upon turning on the lights, he found nothing. This unsettling feeling had plagued him greatly. To be honest, he had initially looked down on Lin Feng, treating this encounter as a last-ditch effort. However, hearing Lin Feng's words now left him somewhat stunned. Could it be that this seemingly stoic young man was indeed a master? "Young brother, what do you propose?" "My proposal entails an increase in payment." Wang Chong cast a glance at Lin Feng, not feeling anger, but rather relief. An increase in payment indicated that this individual might indeed possess genuine abilities. Otherwise, he would not have made such a suggestion. "Then how much do you require?" 100,000 yuan, and I guarantee I will resolve your issue," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Wang Chong's eyes narrowed upon hearing this point. 100,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum for him. But for an ordinary person, it represented a fortune, likely more than an entire family could earn in a year. The highest offer he had received from the Taoist priests and monks he had consulted was merely 15,000 yuan. "Little brother, are you certain you can resolve this matter? If you can, money is no object, but should you dare deceive me, I must tell you, eliminating someone like you would be as effortless as crushing an ant." Wang Chong spoke calmly. "Rest assured, I will not deceive you, of course. Even if I did, you would have no means to retaliate." Lin Feng was aware that Wang Chong was no ordinary individual. However, to him, Wang Chong was insignificant. "You have spirit." Wang Chong chuckled upon hearing this. It had been long since he encountered a young man who dared to disregard him. "If that is the case, come with me to the construction site." He turned toward the Hummer parked nearby. "And no need to go to the site." Lin Feng shook his head, spending the last few coins he had to purchase the cheapest writing materials at the market. He then scrawled a few characters on the paper and handed it to Wang Chong. Wang Chong stared at the incomprehensible symbols in his hand, looking bewildered, and then his expression darkened. "You cannot be serious. Are you telling me this piece of paper will resolve everything?" "Indeed, you guessed correctly. Just hang this paper at the entrance of the construction site on your way back. Remember to ensure it is protected from rain and theft. Do not let it be damaged. After hanging it for a while, all will be well," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. This was no ordinary paper. It bore runes inscribed with spiritual energy, as long as that weasel was not utterly foolish. It would certainly flee upon seeing the rune. However, if the weasel were indeed foolish enough to invade the site, it would be courting its own demise. Wang Chong glanced at Lin Feng and then at the paper in his hand, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and frustration. "Did you not just say this was a troublesome matter, and now you expect me to believe that this scrawled piece of paper is worth 100,000? I seriously suspect I have been conned. Yet, seeing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, he wondered if perhaps it was indeed genuine. All right, I shall trust you this once that if you dare deceive me, I assure you that your entire family will pay the price. Wang Chong replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the temperature in the vicinity seemed to drop to 0. Repeat what you just said, Lin Feng said, his expression unwavering as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chong. Faced with Lin Feng's penetrating stare, Wang Chong felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, as if he could meet his demise at any moment. Did you not understand my words? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Little brother, please calm down, Wang Chong said nervously. He knew not why he felt this fear, but his instincts urged him to relent. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. This instinct had saved him countless times. There are things one can say and things one cannot. Do you understand? Lin Feng spoke coldly, adding now, pay me 100,000 in full, no debts. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong exhaled a breath of frustration. He gestured towards the nearby Hummer, and two men in black swiftly approached carrying a box. Upon opening it, a stack of 100 yuan bills was revealed, likely totaling 50 to 60,000. The Wang Chong extracted 100,000 and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback that Wang Chong carried such a large sum of cash. After receiving the money, he pondered for a moment and said, actually, one rune may not be sufficient. Perhaps I should draw you a couple more? No need. Wang Chong's lips twitched. Did he truly consider himself a fool? For such a trivial item, he felt somewhat foolish parting with 100,000. How could he possibly buy more? If he wished to purchase again in the future, it would not be at this price. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Chong. Pocketing the money and turning to leave, he felt quite satisfied with this transaction. With the 100,000, he could at least address his immediate needs. As he watched Lin Feng depart, Wang Chong's gaze flickered. This young man exuded an aura of danger. Merely a few words had instilled fear within him. It is worth noting that, given his status, few dared to offend him in the entire city of Jinling. Contemplating this, Wang Chong instructed one of his subordinates, Xiaolong, follow him and ascertain where he resides and who lives with him. I must uncover who this person is. Yes, boss. The man named Xiaolong nodded, quickly and cautiously following behind. After leaving the Jiangning market, Lin Feng headed straight to a nearby commercial street. He had promised to buy his sister some new undergarments that morning. Additionally, he needed to purchase 2 mobile phones. In today's society, a mobile phone was essential. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to communicate with his sister. He also wished to teach his sister cultivation, but the 9 heavens divine transformation technique could only be practiced by those with innate spiritual bodies. Currently, he had no other breathing techniques, so he would have to postpone this matter for now. As for the sneaky Xiaolong following him, Lin Feng was well aware, but he paid it no mind. Welcome to Victoria's Secret. Upon entering the lingerie store, a charming saleswoman greeted him with a bright smile. According to size 32C, please bring me one of every style from your latest collection, Lin Feng instructed. With his keen eye, he immediately recognized that his sister's current size was 32C. As for the styles of lingerie, he was less knowledgeable, so he let the saleswoman select them all. Sir, your wife must be very fortunate. The saleswoman beamed at the sight of such a significant customer. Lin Feng understood her misunderstanding, but refrained from explaining. After spending over 20,000 on dozens of lingerie pieces, Lin Feng proceeded to a mobile phone store, purchasing 2 of the latest Huawei P70 models. Following that, he visited a supermarket and bought a substantial amount of snacks, meat, eggs, and vegetables. Adding it all up, he realized these items had cost over 40,000. 10 years had passed, and inflation had severely impacted the prices, which had become a burden for ordinary citizens. Lin Feng sighed. Although he was now quite affluent, he had once been merely a child from an ordinary family. At that moment, he noticed Xiaolong still trailing behind him. Lin Feng smirked, walking to a secluded corner before suddenly soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Wait, what? Xiaolong rubbed his eyes, thinking he was imagining things. It wasn't until he realized Lin Feng had truly vanished that he felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground and hastily dialing Wang Chong's number. How did it go? Boss, I've lost him. You lost him? Did you grow up eating shit? Really, I followed him all the way that he took the money, then bought a ton of women's lingerie, followed by 2 Huawei phones and a bunch of fruits, vegetables, and snacks. And then what? And then he just flew away. Did a helicopter come to pick him up? No, he flew away on his own. At a large construction site, Wang Chong hung up the phone, his expression shifting unpredictably. Flew away? How is that possible? How could anyone fly in this world? This is utter nonsense. Just then, a foreman wearing a red hat approached, glancing skeptically at the white paper hanging at the entrance. Boss, can this paper truly ward off evil spirits? It looks no better than something my first-grade son could draw to IT must work, whether it does or not. Wang Chong replied coldly, feeling a surge of inexplicable anger. He decided he needed to return and vent his frustrations with a few celebrities. Otherwise, he might burst. However, just as he turned, a dull thud echoed behind him, akin to a thunderclap striking down. Wang Chong turned around in terror. To his astonishment, the seemingly mundane white paper was now emanating a purple glow. Beneath it lay the charred corpse of a small animal. It was unmistakably a weasel. The foreman stood frozen, mouth agape. Unable to utter a single word, he had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. A bolt of lightning struck from the paper, killing an old weasel. Incredibly impressive. Wang Chong was filled with exhilaration, realizing he had truly encountered a person of extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, deep within a cavern approximately 8 or 9 kilometers from the construction site, an elderly man with grizzled hair suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. Huang is in trouble. Who dares to touch my Huang? The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted with rage, and hastily made his way towards the construction site. The distance of several dozen kilometers was traversed in but a minute. To avoid complications, Lin Feng landed approximately 300 to 400 meters from home, leisurely carrying his bags towards his residence. However, after only a few steps, he was alarmed to hear the unmistakable sound of roaring engines approaching from the direction of his home. Is that the sound of excavators? Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. From the earlier conversation between his sister and Li Xiaoke, it was evident that the matter of the demolition was far more complicated than he had anticipated. This indicated the strong possibility that someone had come to forcibly demolish. Moreover, his sister and Li Xiaoke were still inside the house. Just 2 young girls in that moment, Lin Feng's demeanor turned icy, and the murderous intent surging within him seemed to darken the very skies of that region. Very well. I had yet to seek you out, and you dare to come knocking at my door. Truly, you are ignorant of the meaning of death. A dragon's reverse scale, when touched, brings certain demise, and for Lin Feng, his sister Xiao Yao represented that very scale, at the same time, in front of a dilapidated small house. 2 yellow excavators stood idling. A dozen burly men loitered by the machines, their faces twisted into mocking grins as they leered at the 2 naive girls blocking their path, spewing forth a torrent of lewd remarks. Youthful and radiant, with slender waists, brimming with collagen, these 2 girls were quite the catch. Ha! One of this caliber wouldn't go for less than 3 or 4,000. 3 or 4,000. You must be dreaming. If she is a virgin, it should start at least at 10,000. I hear she is a university student. Tiske, university life is grand, upon hearing the lewd words of the ruffians. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke felt their faces flush with anger, yet they were rendered powerless. They dared not retort, fearing to provoke their aggressors further. You 2 little girls, step aside quickly. Otherwise, if the house collapses and crushes your delicate bodies, your brother will surely be heartbroken, the leading middle-aged man said in a mocking tone. His eyes roamed over Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, desire evident in his gaze, akin to a ravenous wolf. No way. The demolition price has not been negotiated. This constitutes illegal forced demolition. I have already called the police. Just wait and see, Li Xiaoke declared, spreading her arms protectively around Lin Yunyao, her teeth clenched in anger. Oh dear, calling the police? I'm so frightened. The middle-aged man pretended to clutch his chest, feigning fear. He then turned to his subordinates, exaggerating his tone. Did you hear that? She claims she's called the police. Ha! Calling the police. That is truly terrifying. Several of his lackeys wore a mocking grin, their derision obvious to anyone. You too. Li Xiaoka's face flushed, wanting to say something but at a loss for words. As a young girl, how could she stand against such thugs? Just then, Lin Yunyao exhaled sharply, her face pale as she said, Xiaoku, this matter is not your concern. You should leave quickly. No way. If I leave, what will happen to you alone? Li Xiaoka shook her head vigorously, worry etched upon her face. Xiaoku, your presence here is futile. It will only bring you trouble. Lin Yunyao forced a smile. Hearing this, Li Xiaoka clenched her teeth, a sense of helplessness washing over her. These men were clearly prepared, and their connections were undoubtedly well established. She had never imagined she would encounter a forced demolition, a situation she had only ever seen on the news. That I have no time to waste on you two. Glancing at the time, the leading middle-aged man's patience had evidently worn thin. His tone icy. This is my home, and I will not allow you to touch it, Lin Yunyao declared resolutely. Yet her slightly trembling form betrayed the fear raging within her. Is that so? I've seen countless reckless fools like you, but did I ever care? The middle-aged man sneered, then waved his hand. Get a few men to move these two girls aside, if they dare resist. Beat them. Understood, Brother G. Immediately, two lackeys stepped forward, grinning wickedly as they approached Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. After all, during the process of carrying them away, a little groping would be out of the ordinary. Would it? Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoka instinctively took a step back in fear. Meanwhile, Lin Yunyao's face reflected despair, her entire body chilled. How she wished a heroic figure would appear to rescue her from this dire predicament. Strangely, Lin Feng's image suddenly flashed through her mind. If only her brother were here, would he stand up to save her? Probably not. The number of adversaries was simply overwhelming. Even if her brother were present, he would likely be too afraid to intervene. Besides, he was no saint. If he were a good person, why would he have left home for 10 years over a woman? As the lewd men drew ever closer, Lin Yunyao picked up a brick from the ground, gripping it tightly. Even if it meant death, she would defend her meager dignity. But just then, a cold, detached voice pierced through the air. If you take one more step forward, you will die. The voice was chillingly frigid, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Who had arrived? The crowd, startled, turned to see a young man with long flowing hair, unkempt beard, and a melancholic expression. Brother. Lin Yunyao's gaze went blank. Just moments ago, she had pondered whether her brother would care, and now, he stood before her, unhesitatingly approaching. That filthy one, Li Xiaoka covered her mouth, staring at Lin Feng as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Utterly incredulous, the 7 or 8 ruffians present quickly snapped back to reality, their faces flushing with anger. Not from fear, but from indignation. How dare they, a multitude, be nearly intimidated by a single youth? A long-haired artist? Are you out of your mind? Get lost. I'll leave, but what can you do about it, you idiot? 2 lackeys spat angrily. They were almost upon Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka, ready to act, when Lin Feng's words nearly rendered them soft with fear, igniting their displeasure. Seeing this, Brother G and his men exchanged knowing smirks. Lin Feng approached the 2 lackeys with an expressionless visage. What are you looking at? With your pathetic selves, you think you could be heroes and save the damsels. Get lost and don't interfere with my affairs. But the next moment, crack, the necks of the 2 lackeys were seized simultaneously by Lin Feng's hands, effortlessly lifting them off the ground, and no amount of struggling would avail them. They were as helpless as fledglings. Witnessing this, all present felt their pupils constrict. These were 2 men weighing over 170 or 80 pounds. Yet he lifted one with a single hand. What immense strength that must require! Lin Yunyao's expression was one of complexity. Where had her brother been all these years? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Bang! Lin Feng casually tossed the 2 lackeys, sending them flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, motionless, uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Subsequently, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Brother G and his men nearby, his eyes as cold as the ice of the underworld, instilling a sense of dread in all who met his gaze. Brother G narrowed his eyes. He sensed a hint of danger emanating from Lin Feng. Yet he felt no fear. How could one man, no matter how powerful, stand against a multitude. He had plenty of lackeys, all armed with steel blades. He was confident and assured, with just a single command from himself. This young man before him would be immediately reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. However, prior to that, he needed to ascertain the origins of Lin Feng. Young man, who exactly are you to meddle in the affairs of the San Kotang? San Kotang. Lin Feng searched his mind for any information regarding this faction, but realized he had never heard of it. This was, after all, quite normal, considering he had been entirely ignorant of such matters a decade ago. Yet behind him, Li Xiaoka turned pale upon hearing those 3 words, nervously exclaiming, "Are you people from San Kotang?" "Huh, little girl, you do have some knowledge," Brother Ji sneered. Lin Yunyao, filled with concern, glanced at Li Xiaoka and inquired, "Is San Kotang truly formidable?" "Actually, I'm not entirely sure." Li Xiaoka exhaled a heavy breath, her anxiety evident. "I learned about San Kotang from a dorm mate. It is said that our student council president, Tan Ziming, is the son of one of the faction's leaders, and that Tan Ziming is quite unfathomable. Hardly anyone dares to provoke him. Even those in authority bow their heads in his presence and greet him as young Master Tan." Upon hearing this, Lin Yunyao instinctively covered her mouth. How could the son of a faction leader wield such power? Just how terrifying must the entire San Kotang be? No wonder the police were reluctant to intervene. Fear gripped her heart. She suddenly felt that her stubborn resistance was nothing but a farce. Most importantly, she did not wish for her brother to come to harm. Her brother had rescued her twice in succession. And despite the icy chill within her heart, it had begun to thaw. "Lin Feng, perhaps we should let it go," Lin Yunyao said anxiously. Lin Feng turned around, astonished at his sister's words. This was the first time she had spoken to him so directly. Although she did not address him as brother, her tone was noticeably warmer, and that last statement clearly expressed concern for him. Reflecting on this, he even found himself somewhat grateful to Brother Ji and his crew. Indeed, even the most seemingly useless individuals possess their own value. Let it go. After you've beaten my 2 subordinates to such a state, do you think I can simply let it go? Unless you offer me 100 or 80,000, this matter will remain unresolved. Brother Ji scoffed at Lin Yunyao's words. Indeed, it was far from over. The fate of those who dared to bully his sister was already sealed. Lin Feng calmly stated, and then, without the slightest hesitation, he crouched low and propelled himself forward with explosive force, charging at Brother Ji and his companions like an arrow released from a bow. In truth, with his strength, a mere flick of his hand would suffice to annihilate this group effortlessly. However, he did not wish to terrify his sister and her friend. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, Brother Ji snorted coldly. Waving his hand, the group of underlings behind him drew their steel knives and charged forward with wicked grins. 8 burly men, all wielding knives. The odds were overwhelmingly in their favor. Yet in the next moment, bang, boom, crack, the 8 knife-wielding brutes proved to be no match for Lin Feng. With an expressionless face, he dispatched them with a single punch, each in the blink of an eye, within a mere 10 seconds. Those fearsome men lay sprawled on the ground, bones undoubtedly broken in multiple places, blood pouring from their mouths. Their faces a gruesome mess that would make anyone's skin crawl. How impressive! Li Xiaoka watched in shock. Utterly astounded, this really not a scene from a movie. Her bright eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, with his scruffy beard and melancholic demeanor, suddenly appeared extraordinarily handsome. Could this possibly be Xiaoyao's brother? Lin Yunyao was equally shocked. After the events of last night, she had already sensed her brother's prowess, but she had never anticipated he would be capable of such feats, taking on 8 opponents with such ease and grace. Such a person couldn't possibly be here to fight her for demolition funds. Could he? Absolutely not. Brother Ji was rendered speechless, his heart racing in terror, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. This was so exaggerated it was almost surreal. Such combat prowess was rare even within the faction. "Now it's your turn," Lin Feng said calmly as he regarded Brother Ji. The latter shuddered and stumbled back several steps, ultimately plopping down onto the ground. Faced with such a terrifying presence, he felt no inclination to resist. Didn't come any closer. Smack! With a swift motion, Lin Feng sent Brother Ji flying, several meters away, knocking out a number of his teeth in the process. Yet Brother G dared not utter a word. Instead, he struggled to his feet, repeatedly kowtowing, trembling as he pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Had I known you were this formidable, I would never have dared to touch your family." Lin Feng remained expressionless, placing his foot firmly on Brother G's face. Could see that moment. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke cried out in terror. "Lin Feng, be careful! Uncle, watch out!" Lin Feng looked up to see the operator of the excavator maneuvering its bucket towards him. Witnessing this, a glint of excitement flickered in Brother G's eyes. If not for being pinned down, he would have jumped for joy. "Aren't you powerful? Let's see whether you or the excavator is mightier." However, in the next moment, Lin Feng calmly extended a hand. That slender, jade-like hand met the excavator's bucket in an instant. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. Then, astonishingly, the excavator, capable of crushing concrete blocks, came to a halt in mid-air. Despite the engine's furious roar and billowing smoke, the bucket remained unmoved, firmly held in place by Lin Feng's hand. At this sight, both the excavator operator and Brother G swallowed hard. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke gasped, covering their mouths, their eyes wide in disbelief. Was this truly happening? Could a mere human accomplish such a feat? "Is this fun?" Lin Feng directed his gaze towards the operator in the cab, asking calmly, "Is it fun?" "No, it's not fun at all. I want to go home." The operator, having never encountered such a situation, began to cry in terror, attempting to flee, only to find his legs trembling so violently he could not move. "Don't cry. I'll take you home." Lin Feng picked up a small stone from the ground and lightly flicked it towards the operator. Bang! The glass of the cab shattered instantly. The operator, trembling as he checked himself for injuries, realized he was unharmed and let out a long sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." Little did he know. His life force had already been shattered by Lin Feng's stone. Death was merely a matter of time. Moreover, due to the fracture of his life force, he would eventually die in excruciating agony due to insufficient blood flow. The reason for this, of course, was that Lin Feng did not wish to kill anyone in front of his sister just yet. Bang! Lin Feng kicked Brother G away once more, coldly stating, "Take your men and get lost." Brother G could hardly believe Lin Feng had let him go so easily. Surprise flooded him as he scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth that a group of men piled onto two excavators and sped off in a flurry. Lin Feng coldly observed this scene. These men were doomed. Their life forces severed. They would perish within a short time. Additionally, he had left a mark on Brother J, and no matter where he went, Lin Feng would be able to track him down. A family must remain whole. He not only sought vengeance against Brother G and his crew, but also against those who orchestrated this, including the infamous San Ko Tang. With that thought, Lin Feng exhaled a heavy breath and turned his gaze to his sister, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Xiao Yao, are you all right?" Lin Yunyao looked at her brother, her expression complex, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoke stepped forward, her face filled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Feng. "Uncle, I never expected you to be this capable. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover." Having said that, she couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Lin Feng's embarking as she did. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Lin Yunyao, exclaiming, "Xiao Yao, he's so strong. Absolutely incredible." Lin Feng gazed at Li Xiaoke, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. If it were anyone else daring to pinch him like that, he would have slapped them across the face long ago. "You can't possibly be Xiao Yao's brother, can you?" Li Xiaoke inquired curiously. "Indeed, I am Xiao Yao's biological brother," Lin Feng declared, casting a glance at his sister, only to find that she did not refute his claim. And his heart swelled with joy. This was the first time in 10 years that he felt such happiness. "Humph, I knew it. If you weren't Xiao Yao's brother, how could you possibly stand up to this gang of ruffians? Xiao Yao even deceived me into thinking you came here to relieve yourself." Li Xiaoke grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Xiaoke, don't speak carelessly," Lin Yunyao quickly interjected. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke playfully stuck out her tongue, falling silent. However, her large, sparkling eyes continued to dart back and forth between Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao, as if pondering something. Seizing the moment while the two were conversing, Lin Feng lifted the items he had purchased that afternoon and said, "Xiao Yao, I bought you a plethora of things today. See if you like them. Lin Yunyao hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out to accept the offerings. Let me see what you bought. Li Xiaoke hastily opened the bag and began rummaging through it. Wow. So many pieces of lingerie. All for Victoria's Secret, their designer. This must have cost a fortune. Xiao Yao, your brother is too good to you, she exclaimed, discovering numerous snacks. Chicken feet, chips, spicy strips, chestnuts, pork floss, seaweed, and cream puffs. Each a personal favorite. No way, Xiao Yao, you have to share some with me. You know I can never resist delicious food, Li Xiaoke continued to exclaim as she sifted through the contents. Watching this scene, Lin Yunyao felt an unexpected sense of pride swell within her. Previously, she had envied Li Xiaoke, who always had endless snacks and an abundance of beautiful clothes. Now, however, the tables had turned, and it was Li Xiaoke who envied her. Xiaoke, if you like them, feel free to indulge, Lin Yunyao said, a rare smile gracing her delicate features, revealing her small canines. Upon seeing his sister smile, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle foolishly beside her. Wow, your brother treats you exceptionally well. I wish I had a brother too, Li Xiaoke said, her face brimming with envy. Lin Yunyao glanced at Lin Feng, but remained silent. As the saying goes, every heart is made of flesh. She realized that her brother seemed to be just as kind as she remembered, not as terrible as she had imagined. Perhaps an accident had indeed occurred back then. Thus, she resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with her brother later. By the way, Xiao Yao, I also bought you a phone, Lin Feng announced, quickly pulling a smartphone from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yunyao. Wow, it's a Huawei P70, the latest model. It costs nearly 10,000. Who knew your brother was a hidden wealthy man? Li Xiaoke gasped in astonishment, unable to find adequate words to express her envy. Her own phone had cost a mere 3,000. This one could buy her 3 of those. Where did you get so much money? Lin Yunyao furrowed her brow and inquired. After all, her brother's attire did not suggest he was affluent, leading her to question how he could procure such extravagant gifts. If it were stolen or ill-gotten, she would never accept it. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying. This afternoon, while I was in the city, I encountered a kind-hearted person who, seeing my plight, gifted me 100,000. Upon hearing this, both Li Xiaoke and Lin Yunyao were momentarily taken aback. A kind-hearted person gifted 100,000. Such things were unheard of. Yet, seeing Lin Feng's earnest expression, both women found themselves believing him. Where is this kind-hearted person? I want to encounter them too, Li Xiaoke exclaimed excitedly. Better not. If you go, they won't give you anything. Why not? Is it because I look like a rich heiress who doesn't need money? No, it's because you wouldn't know how to charm them, with the presence of a lively character like Li Xiaoke. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, especially for Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao. Their relationship had notably softened after recent events. Although his sister still hadn't called him brother, Lin Feng believed that day was not far off. Just then, sensing something, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the east, a flicker of undisguised intent crossing his deep-set eyes. Uncle, what's wrong? Li Xiaoke noticed a shift in his demeanor and asked curiously. It's nothing. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. You two go ahead and prepare dinner. I will return shortly, and we shall have a wonderful gathering tonight, Lin Feng replied with a smile. You better come back soon. You may not know my culinary skills, but I cook quickly, Li Xiaoke said with a hint of pride. Lin Yunyao remained silent, yet her lively eyes were quietly fixed on Lin Feng, clearly hoping for his prompt return. Rest assured, I will be back in no more than half an hour, Lin Feng assured with a slight smile, watching his sister and Li Xiaoke enter the house. His smile gradually faded, as if it only blossomed in his sister's presence. Has the fish bitten? He mused. With that, Lin Feng found a secluded corner and soared into the sky, racing eastward. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jinling City, stood a resplendent villa, surrounded on 3 sides by verdant mountains and nestled against a lush body of water, creating an ideal feng shui locale that moment. In the villa's grand hall, a middle-aged man was engrossed in a card game. Not good. Brother Hu, something's gone awry. Just then, Jigu rushed in, disheveled and breathless. Panic etched across his face. However, Brother Hu appeared unfazed, finishing his hand before exhaling a long, weary sigh as he rose from the sofa. Jigu, what's the matter? Why the rush? Brother Hu inquired leisurely. Taking his time to sit back down and light a cigarette, Jigu glanced at the beautiful woman on the sofa, swallowing hard with a mix of envy and jealousy. However, he knew this was not the time to indulge in distraction. He swiftly relayed the situation. A single person took down your whole crew and even blocked a bulldozer with one hand. Yes, at that moment, I was almost paralyzed with fear. You take me for a fool. Do you know what bulldozers are used for? Not even flesh and blood can withstand them. How could a human body block a bulldozer? Brother Hu stated coldly. If he believed such foolishness, it would be a miracle. Brother Hu, I'm telling the truth. It's true. Jigu insisted anxiously, but Brother Hu remained skeptical, which sent a wave of dread through him. If Brother Hu thought he was lying, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, bang, the villa's front door was kicked open, and Lin Feng entered calmly. It's him. Brother Hu, it's really him. See, we weren't lying. GGE's expression instantly brightened upon seeing Lin Feng enter, as his presence validated their claims. With Brother Hu present, Jigu felt he could finally seek retribution. I never expected someone would dare to come. Brother Hu sat back on the sofa, casually regarding the approaching Lin Feng. A cigarette held between his fingers, he waved his hand, and 50 or so bodyguard clad in black surged from all directions, surrounding Lin Feng. Bring in a bulldozer. I want to see this person block one with their bare hands. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Brother Hu waved his hand again. Yes, Brother Hu. One of the black-clad bodyguards cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng and turned to leave to fetch the bulldozer. However, just as he took a step forward, Lin Feng swiftly struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, lifeless. This sudden turn of events rendered the room silent. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock. They never anticipated Lin Feng would be so audacious as to kill someone even while surrounded. Clearly, he possessed some level of strength. Kid, which path do you walk? Brother Hu stood up and coldly inquired. He would never believe that such a heartless killer could simply be an ordinary resident facing relocation. Moreover, to possess the ability to kill with a single slap undoubtedly indicates rigorous training. Are you from the Sanko Tong? Lin Feng asked. Indeed, I am Zheng Tianhu of the Sanko Tong. Third hall. Brother Hu replied icily. Where is your headquarters located? Lin Feng pressed on. This time, Brother Hu remained silent, instead casting a deep, scrutinizing glance at Lin Feng. What could this young man possibly mean? Did he truly think that he could take on his 50 or so men all by himself? Do you have a grudge against us? Lin Feng calmly repeated. I am asking you, where is the headquarters of the Sanko Tong? Go to hell. What are you pretending for? Seize this brat. I wanted to learn the consequences of showing off in front of me. Zheng Tianhu sneered. Upon hearing this, dozens of bodyguards immediately surrounded Lin Feng, their faces contorted with menace, regarding him as though he were a mere jester. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he formed the supreme sword gesture. A 3-foot-long sword materializing seemingly out of thin air. With neither his sister nor Li Xiaoke present, he felt utterly unrestrained. Magic. Brother Hu was momentarily taken aback, yet in the next instant his eyes widened in horror. Lin Feng merely waved the sword lightly, and an invisible sword chi surged forth, instantly slaying all the bodyguards who had attacked. Blood flowed freely, saturating the ground. The once resplendent villa had now transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Brother Hu, the seductive woman, and the chicken brother collapsed in terror, their mouths emitting cries of sheer panic. With just a single strike, over 50 lives had been extinguished. How could this be possible? Who on earth are you? Brother Hu trembled as he gazed at Lin Feng, as if looking at a demon. I will ask you once more, where is the headquarters of the Sanko Tong? Lin Feng inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. I don't know. Brother Hu stammered. Then with a thud, he knelt down, pleading for mercy. He had never before witnessed such a terrifying scene. He even doubted that the young man before him was human, but rather a celestial being from the heavens. For only a deity could slay so many in the blink of an eye, could they not? Lin Feng ignored Brother Hu's pleas for mercy, stepping forward to place his hand on Brother Hu's forehead. Secret technique. Soul search. This secret technique could forcibly extract memories from an individual's mind, yet it bore severe repercussions. The subject would invariably become an imbecile afterwards. Soon, Brother Hu's eyes turned white, foam spilling from his mouth as he fainted. Subsequently, Lin Feng coldly probed the minds of Chicken Brother and the alluring woman, who was completely unclothed. To his surprise, none of them knew the location of the Sankotong's headquarters. This organization was shrouded in mystery, with commands relayed in layers, and those at the lower levels were merely executors, utterly oblivious to the bigger picture. Situ Hao, Lin Feng muttered to himself. This Situ Hao was the superior of Zheng Tianhu. Perhaps locating him would lead to the complete dismantling of the Sankotong. However, for Lin Feng, this was a trivial matter. He could easily eradicate them at a later time. The pressing concern was to return home and have dinner with his sister. Nothing was more important than that. After exiting the villa, Lin Feng waved his right hand gently towards it, a surge of terrifying power pouring forth from his palm. Bang! The entire villa collapsed, reduced to a heap of rubble. All the corpses and blood were buried beneath the ground. The entire demolition area was engulfed in darkness, with only a small bungalow shining brightly with lights. Through the window, two graceful figures could be faintly seen busily preparing something. Upon witnessing this scene, the malevolent aura surrounding Lin Feng dissipated entirely, replaced by a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. He quickened his pace, pushing open the door to return home, discovering that his sister and Li Xiaoko were covered in dust as they cooked dinner. Ah, how did you come back so quickly? No peeking, no peeking, Li Xiaoko exclaimed in a flustered manner, hurriedly blocking a pot of dark, murky dish with her body. In contrast, Lin Yunyao was poised and graceful, holding a bowl of braised crucian carp, garnished with scallions, exuding a fragrant aroma and steaming invitingly, looking absolutely delectable. Do you need any help? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Go away. Go away. Just don't be a nuisance. Li Xiaoko hastily pushed Lin Feng out. Please bring the fish outside. We'll be ready to eat once the stir-fry is done, Lin Yunyao said, handing Lin Feng the braised fish. Lin Feng accepted the dish, then teasingly glanced at the pot behind Li Xiaoko, asking, should I take that black sesame paste out too? That's braised pork ribs, not some black sesame paste. I still need to reheat it. Just take the fish out first, Li Xiaoko replied in exasperation. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more, carrying the fish out of the kitchen. Soon, dinner was ready. The 3 dishes and 1 soup comprised braised crucian carp, braised pork ribs, stir-fried greens, and seaweed egg soup. These were common home-cooked dishes that Lin Feng had not tasted in a decade. Li Xiaoko, did you add your secret sauce to this pork rib? Lin Feng teased as he picked up a piece of the braised rib. Puffed. Lin Yunyao couldn't help but laugh, then seemed to feel guilty for her outburst, casting an apologetic glance at Li Xiaoko. Li Xiaoko's face turned red, and she indignantly retorted, why are you talking so much while eating? Don't judge my braised ribs by their appearance. They're actually delicious. Is that so? Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully after savoring a piece. It is indeed quite tasty. Really? Li Xiaoko asked instinctively. The flavor is delightful, Lin Feng affirmed. Li Xiaoko looked at him with suspicion, believing he was deliberately saying this to trick her into trying some. Although she claimed the ribs were tasty, she knew deep down that they must be terrible. They are truly delicious. I'm not lying to you, Lin Feng insisted, helping himself to several more pieces of ribs. Witnessing this, Li Xiaoko and Lin Yunyao exchanged glances before simultaneously reaching for a piece of rib. However, after just 1 bite, they couldn't help but spit it out. Tui, you're lying. This is awful, Li Xiaoko exclaimed in anger, convinced Lin Feng had deceived her. Lin Yunyao rolled her eyes in exasperation, wearing a look of grievance. Really? I find it quite tasty, much better than what I had before. Lin Feng chuckled. What did you eat before? Li Xiaoko inquired curiously. Lin Feng pondered, replying, anything edible. I've eaten this. Lin Yunyao's heart trembled, and her eyes began to redden. Yet she said nothing, simply lowering her head to eat her rice. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Li Xiaoko fell silent as well. Later, around 8 o'clock, Li Xiaoko cheerfully said her goodbyes and drove off in her little pink car. Inside the dilapidated bungalow, only the 2 siblings remained. Lin Feng proactively took the bowls and chopsticks to wash in the kitchen, only to find his sister gazing at him intently. He recalled the scene from the previous night and sighed inwardly. Nonetheless, he maintained a smile as he said, Don't worry. I'll wash the dishes and then head out. I want to stay the night without your permission. This is also your home. You needn't leave. Lin Yinyao shook her head, adding, Lin Feng, I think we need to have a serious talk. What do you want to know? 10 years ago, you said you were going to find a girlfriend. And then you never returned. Over the past decade, what have you truly been up to? Have you been with that woman named Chun Inua all this time? Lin Yunxiao inquired. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. I genuinely embarked on the path of immortality, compelled by circumstances. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Lin Yunxiao's face as she exclaimed, Lin Feng, are you still concealing the truth from me? Do you intend to deceive me? I had thought you had some unavoidable hardship. In response, Lin Feng extended his right hand, and a plume of searing flames erupted from his palm. This was spiritual fire, ignited by the essence of qi. With a core temperature soaring to several hundred degrees, the IT could easily incinerate 99% of all substances on Earth. Xiao Yao, I understand that the concept of cultivating immortality is difficult for you to accept. Yet it is indeed real. I shall teach you in the future. 10 years ago, I was taken by a powerful immortal who forced me into cultivation. After a decade, he passed away, allowing me to return. To be honest, I feel quite remorseful towards you and our parents. So, regardless of how much you blame me, I will not take offense, for I know you harbor grievances in your heart. Please, brother, do not say any more. Lin Yunxiao suddenly covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Although the notion of cultivating immortality was astonishing, she ultimately chose to believe him. Perhaps, for her, whether it was real or not was of little consequence. She merely needed a reason, a justification to forgive her brother, and nothing more. Her previous unreasonable behavior stemmed from the profound suffering endured over the years, and upon seeing her brother return, she couldn't help but vent her frustrations. Once the fire in her heart subsided, she realized her brother remained the same, unchanged. What did you just call me? Lin Feng's voice quivered slightly. Brother, I called you brother. I misunderstood you. I was willful and unreasonable. Brother. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Yunxiao dashed into Lin Feng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably in that moment. All her grievances, indignation, sadness, and sorrow poured forth, transforming into tears that soaked Lin Feng's chest. He gently patted her back. His eyes tinged with our it continued like this until deep into the night, when Lin Yunxiao's sobs finally began to quiet. After an emotional outburst, she nestled in her brother's arms, sleeping soundly and peacefully for the first time since their parents' passing 8 years ago. Sleep, my dear sister. From now on, no one shall dare to bully you again. I shall ensure that all who do so will face my wrath. Lin Feng gently laid his sister on the bed. His gaze filled with tenderness. As night deepened, Lin Feng stepped outside alone, gazing at the stars, his expression one of melancholic contemplation. His sister's earlier mention of the woman who haunted his thoughts brought her vividly back to his mind. That smiling face, that adorable girl who would bounce around in front of him, he thought he had found closure. Yet at this moment he realized he had not. Reflecting on this, he could not resist retrieving his newly purchased phone and logging into the account he hadn't accessed in a decade. Upon logging in, a flurry of messages greeted him. Old classmates, friends from yesteryears, and he scrolled through the messages, most of which were sent 10 years prior. Classmates and friends were inquiring about his whereabouts, questioning why, after graduation, he had vanished. Had he become successful and abandoned his old friends? A few had even sought to borrow money, only to be left unanswered and subsequently blocked. Chun Inua had sent numerous messages, asking where he was, if he would ever come back to marry her. Lin Feng, if you don't come soon, my father will marry me off to someone else. Lin Feng, please respond. I'm afraid. The most recent message was from 3 years ago. Lin Feng, I truly regret having met you. Reading these messages filled Lin Feng with profound sorrow. He typed several responses, only to ultimately refrain from sending any. After all these years, what significance would it hold to reply now? It would merely disrupt the tranquil life Chun Inua had fought so hard to maintain. Once he steadied his emotions, Lin Feng stealthily entered Chun Inua's space. Within her profile, he discovered various photos, some of her alone, but more prominently featuring her with a young girl of about 5 or 6 years old. Surely, This girl must be Chun Inua's daughter. In the photographs, Chun Inua appeared considerably aged, her life evidently having been less than ideal, no longer resembling the carefree, innocent girl from years gone by. Huh. Lin Feng clenched his phone tightly, feeling as if he could hardly breathe from the weight of his sorrow. He had loved this woman deeply. But what of it? A decade had passed. A full decade. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? Fortunate enough to have met you, even if tinged with melancholy, it was still love. I hope you find happiness in the days to come. Beneath the moonlight, Lin Feng's silhouette appeared desolate and forlorn. Though the possibility of a future between them had faded, he resolved to arrange for his sister's education before seeking out Chun Inua in Yunchuan City, intending to bestow upon her a sum of money that would last a lifetime, his only means of support. Meanwhile, in front of the destroyed villa, a middle-aged man appeared, with an elongated face and a hawkish nose. He bore an intimidating countenance that suggested he was not to be trifled with. What a formidable display of power! Did they employ explosives? Who dares to harm my kin? The middle-aged man surveyed the scene before him. His expression frigid, he then pulled out his phone and made a call, which was quickly answered. Sir Situ, Zhang Tianhu is dead. His villa was obliterated by explosives. It seems the entire crew has perished. Upon hearing this, there was a long silence on the other end. Ada, I recall that Zhang Tianhu had installed a hidden camera in the banyan tree to the right of the villa. Go check for any clues. At Ada's command, he scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted a banyan tree. Where he located a pinhole camera, he activated the recording, and the screen revealed a young man with long hair and a melancholic expression. The young man waved his hand, and the entire villa collapsed in a thunderous crash. Before stepping out of the camera's range, IT was indeed done with explosives. Ada's eyes narrowed. He could not possibly believe that the young man merely waved his hand to bring down a villa. He assumed the young man held a detonation device and was merely pressing the button with that gesture. What have you discovered? It was a long-haired youth. He planted explosives around Zhang Tianhu's villa and then detonated the entire structure. Excellent. Find out his identity immediately. I wish to see who dares to lay a hand on my people. Yes, Sir Situ. The night swiftly passed. Lin Feng glanced at his sister, still lost in slumber, before quietly rising to head to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror at his disheveled, despondent visage. After a moment's contemplation, he transformed his fingers into a blade, shaving off the stubble on his face and giving his long hair a simple trim. Once finished, he appeared completely rejuvenated, looking far more spirited. If he had previously resembled a melancholic middle-aged man, he now embodied the essence of a mature gentleman. In truth, Lin Feng was only 32, due to his cultivation. His appearance had hardly changed since a decade ago. If anything, he had acquired a touch of refined elegance. With a handsome yet slightly disheveled and sorrowful aura, he would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Becoming a veritable heartthrob, in my youth, I was the campus heartthrob at Jinling University. I was merely a shade less appealing than those who read this book, and a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. Reflecting on the passage of 10 years, he found himself even more handsome now. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. It was Lin Yunxiao, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she approached. Upon seeing her brother, her expression shifted to one of disbelief and astonishment. Brother, what have you done? I hadn't shaved or cut my hair in a long time, so I decided to give myself a simple makeover. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunxiao hurriedly approached, playfully tilting her head to scrutinize her brother. His face was as handsome as a jade statue, with distinct features. Within his pair of melancholic eyes lay a depth and mystery that captivated anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Previously, with his unkempt beard and untrimmed hair, he resembled a vagabond. Little did she expect that with a little grooming, he would appear so strikingly handsome. What's wrong? Lin Feng observed his sister's reaction and felt a twinge of nervousness. Brother, you look so handsome. Even the big stars on television pale in comparison. Lin Yunxiao exclaimed with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What was there to be surprised about? With such a beautiful sister, how could he not be handsome? He affectionately ruffled her hair. You're such a tease. Hurry up and go out. I need to use the restroom, or I might burst. Lin Yunxiao said, pushing him toward the door, yet her bright and clear eyes sparkled with an uncontainable joy. After the siblings finished their breakfast, Li Xiaoke drove up in her little pink car. They had already discussed the arrangement last night. Today, Lin Yao was to report to school, so Li Xiaoke had come early to fetch her. Wow, Xiao Yao, you're hiding a treasure at home. Indulging all by yourself, Li Xiaoke exclaimed, her eyes nearly transforming into heart shapes upon seeing Lin Feng. So handsome. So handsome. I can't help but drool. How could Xiao Yao have such a dashing man at home? Did I not recognize him? Seeing Li Xiaoke's exuberant demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Are you calling me an old man? Li Xiaoke responded in shock. At that moment, Lin Yao approached, chuckling. Didn't he expect my brother to look this dashing after shaving and getting a haircut? Right? Truly an old man. Ah, Li Xiaoke exclaimed, gazing at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes, leaping toward him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. However, Lin Feng swiftly extended his right hand to gently push against her forehead. Li Xiaoke flailed her arms, exclaiming, Old man, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. Lin Feng merely smiled at the playful banter. After a brief commotion, Lin Feng and Lin Yao hopped into Li Xiaoke's little car and set off toward Jinling University. Throughout the drive, Li Xiaoke chattered animatedly about the things to pay attention to upon arriving at school, resembling a little sparrow. Of course, she occasionally interjected comments about wanting to have Lin Feng's babies. Lin Feng simply chuckled, not taking it to heart that he knew Li Xiaoke's playful nature and that her affections were not serious. Approximately 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of Jinling University. As one of the top 5 key universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, the entrance was bustling with activity, teeming with people. Old man, I'll take Xiao Yao to find the counselor for registration. You can wander around for a bit. Once we've completed the enrollment procedures, I'll call you, and we can go eat together, Li Xiaoke said as she parked the car. Please take care of Xiao Yao for me. Lin Feng nodded, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. Remember to keep the money I gave you safe. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to call me. Lin Yao nodded obediently, feeling a profound sense of security with her brother around. At that moment, Li Xiaoke remarked, Hey, please sound so insincere, lacking any genuine sentiment. Lin Feng replied, somewhat speechless, Then what do you suggest? How about you promise to have my babies? As he watched the two girls depart. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. Li Xiaoke's quirky personality was truly something, and he couldn't comprehend how his gentle and serene sister had become such good friends with her. They were clearly from different worlds. Subsequently, Lin Feng began to stroll around Jinling University. 10 years ago, he had gained admission here due to his outstanding grades and spent 4 years of his life on this campus. Now, returning to the alma mater, memories of youthful exuberance flooded back, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia and the fleeting nature of time. Just then, a voice of surprise called out from behind him. Lin Feng, is that you? He halted, turned around, and recognized a familiar face. Yinjing Chu. It's been a while. The acquaintance was merely average, as they had even had a falling out over a basketball game back in the day. However, that was all in the past. After a decade apart, seeing an old classmate stirred up a sense of nostalgia in Lin Feng, and a smile naturally formed on his lips as he waved. It really is you. I thought I had mistaken someone else for you. Yinjing Chu approached with a broad smile. After years apart, it seemed Yinjing Chu had fared quite well, but he donned expensive and luxurious clothing. A white Vans t-shirt paired with black Armani casual pants, and sported a lavish Rolex watch worth hundreds of thousands on his wrist, exuding the air of a successful individual. Where have you been all these years? We couldn't reach you. You missed several class reunions, and we thought you had hit it big and didn't want to associate with us old classmates anymore. Yinjing Chu scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, his smile growing even more pronounced. Lin Feng caught the hint of mockery in Yinjing Chu's gaze but chose to let it slide, responding with a smile, To be honest, these past 10 years have been quite difficult for me. I can tell. Otherwise, you wouldn't have cut off contact with us. Yinjing Chu, in a big brotherly manner, gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder. If you need help, just let me know. I've started a publicly listed company and can arrange a cleaning position for you. You can earn $5,000 a month. It would be more than enough to get by. Thank you, but I don't think I need it at the moment. Lin Feng replied politely. He recognized that Yin Jingchu was merely showing off. But he brushed it off with a smile. After 10 years, everyone had changed, establishing their own families and careers. It was understandable to compare who was doing better upon reuniting. You have to understand. Times are different now. The economic climate isn't what it used to be. Even cleaning positions in my company have countless applicants. I'm only offering because you're my old classmate. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying this. Yin Jingchu threw an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, appearing overly friendly. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, a soft voice came from nearby. Yin Jingchu. Who are you talking to? Lin Feng turned to see a graceful figure approaching. The woman wore an off-shoulder cream-colored dress that accentuated her long, slender legs. With a voluptuous figure, her elegant demeanor radiated the charm of a mature woman, drawing the attention of several male classmates as she walked by. Without a doubt, she was another business elite. Ha! Shuang, come over here. You want to believe who I ran into? Yin Jingchu's handsome face brightened even more as he waved for the woman to join them. Curious, the woman approached, and upon seeing Lin Feng, she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Lin Feng, is that really you? Zhao Shuang, it's been 10 years and I hope you've been well, Lin Feng replied with a smile. This woman, named Zhao Shuang, was also one of his classmates that, in their university days, she had served as the class representative and was a key member of the student council, known for her exquisite beauty, making her the object of many male classmates' dreams. However, there was a secret that no one knew. Zhao Shuang had once harbored feelings for him and pursued him, but he had rejected her as he was in a relationship with Chen Yinhua at the time. Reflecting on those youthful days filled Lin Feng with a myriad of emotions. Wow, where have you been all these years? We couldn't reach you. We thought something might have happened. Zhao Shuang waved her delicate, fair fists and gently tapped Lin Feng's chest, her exquisite face adorned with a radiant smile, two shallow dimples making her irresistibly captivating. An unexpected incident had occurred. Lin Feng maintained a constant, serene smile on his face. Zhao Shuang, upon hearing this, was about to inquire further when Yin Jingchu beside her shook her head and teased. Shuang, there's no need to dig for dirt. Just look at our brother Feng. What sort of mishap could possibly befall him? I was just saying I should introduce him to a job. Alas, he is not interested. These words. Zhao Shuang paused, her expression momentarily stunned, before she began to scrutinize Lin Feng more carefully, observing his melancholic visage and the worn-out clothes he wore. She instantaneously grasped the situation. Her eyes, resembling gentle waters, now carried a hint of complexity. In the past, Lin Feng had been a prominent figure at Jinling University, universally recognized as the campus heartthrob. His handsome and charming features had drawn the attention and favor of numerous teachers, and countless girls, including herself, had idolized him. Back then, even a simple exchange with Lin Feng would leave her blushing. Now, with the passage of time, the once-admired heartthrob had fallen into such disarray, though Lin Feng appeared even more handsome and charismatic now. Zhao Shuang felt no particular sentiment towards him. She was no longer the infatuated girl of yesteryears. After years of navigating the business world, her focus had shifted to connections, wealth, and whether someone could offer her assistance. In other words, her current friendships were primarily founded on mutual benefit. Nevertheless, as old classmates, Zhao Shuang did not exhibit disdain, yet her enthusiasm was notably diminished. Lin Feng, if you're unemployed, you might consider accepting Jingchu's assistance. You know how challenging it is to find a job these days. There's no need to suffer in silence for the sake of pride, that I will consider it, Lin Feng replied, sensing the change in Zhao Shuang. And he sighed inwardly. Some things and some people, once past, are truly gone. To it is impossible to return to the past or to reclaim the feelings of your by the way. What brings you two to campus today? Lin Feng deftly shifted the topic. Isn't it time for the school to select outstanding alumni? The homeroom teacher reached out to me and Shuang to attend as representatives of our class. Yin Jingchu replied with a smile, with a glimmer of pride evident in her eyes. This was indeed a matter worth boasting about. As one of the top 5 key universities nationwide, Jinling University had produced countless exceptional talents across various fields. And to stand out among such brilliance as an exemplary alumnus was no small feat from this. It was clear that Yin Jingchu and Zhao Shuang'er were likely thriving, either as industry leaders or with assets exceeding 100 million. Lin Feng, the homeroom teacher, is waiting for Jingchu and me, so I shall take my leave. We can chat further another time. Zhao Shuang'er waved her hand, preparing to depart. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's current plight, she felt no urge to continue the conversation. Right. The homeroom teacher is still waiting for us. I almost forgot. Huh. Yin Jingchu chuckled. Yes. She watched the two gradually walk away. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. If old classmates were to greet him with genuine warmth, he would not hesitate to offer them an opportunity. However, if they presented themselves with an air of superiority, he would naturally refrain from extending his warmth towards them. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was his sister Lin Yunyao calling. "Brother, my enrollment procedures are all set. Let us go grab a bite." Hearing his sister's gentle voice, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "All right, I'll wait for you at the school gate." Before long, the three gathered at the entrance of the school. As soon as Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke spotted Lin Feng, they eagerly ran towards him, each linking their arms with his. Hey, you don't need to join in the fun." Lin Feng gently pushed Li Xiaoke aside, feeling quite bemused at the school gate. With people bustling about, having two beautiful girls on either arm was indeed a sight that could stir envy. In just that brief moment, Lin Feng had already caught countless envious gazes. "Uncle, why are you so biased? Why can Xiao Yao hold your arm, but I cannot?" Li Xiaoke pouted, her expression filled with grievance. "Because Xiao Yao is my sister," Lin Feng replied seriously. "Then I am your wife. I should bear your children." "Ugh! Can we change the subject?" Lin Feng, weary of the lively and uninhibited Li Xiaoke, shifted his gaze to his sister and asked, "Everything with the enrollment procedures went smoothly, right?" "Yes, the counselor was wonderful. Upon seeing my circumstances, she even offered to help me apply for financial aid," Lin Yunyao replied sweetly. "That's good. However, there's no need for financial aid. Your brother can earn money, and it should be reserved for those in greater need." Lin Feng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Lin Yao nodded with a smile. "Oh dear, uncle, how wonderful. Many people desire financial aid." At that moment, Li Xiaoke took the opportunity to link her arm with Lin Feng again, beaming. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, truly at a loss with Li Xiaoke, and decided to let her be. As the three chatted and laughed, they remained oblivious to the scene across the street, where a woman in her 30s, clad in a white dress, despite her somewhat sickly appearance, possessed exquisitely beautiful features. She held the hand of a little girl, gazing blankly at the trio. "Mommy, what's wrong?" the little girl asked softly. The little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, wore a tattered princess dress and had her hair styled in 2 playful pigtails. Her skin was as delicate as snow, and her features were finely chiseled, resembling a doll. Yet, as she spoke, her expression appeared quite wooden, and her words were somewhat slurred. Her name was Lin Lian. Don't worry. Mommy is just thinking about what to cook for little Lian tonight. Chen Yinhua forced a smile, one hand carrying a shopping bag while the other lifted the little girl, turning to walk away. In that moment of turning, silent tears rolled down her cheeks. For so many years, disregarding her parents' pleas, she had traveled thousands of miles from Yunchuan to Jinling with her daughter, tirelessly searching for the man who had left an indelible mark on her memory. Everyone claimed Lin Feng had vanished, perhaps met with misfortune, but as long as there was no body, she would not give up. Yet now, finally catching sight of him, her heart, once filled with hope, shattered completely. "Lin Feng, so you never disappeared. So you truly did not die. It turns out, you have always only liked 18-year-old girls." In that instant, Chen Yinhua felt utterly disheartened, her resolve crumbling, yearning to flee this city and return to her hometown. Lin Feng, as if sensing something, furrowed his brow. He lifted his gaze and distantly saw a gaunt, unrecognizable woman carrying a little girl disappearing around the corner. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lin Yao noticed her brother's gaze and inquired. "Nothing. That woman holding the child seemed strange. I heard her crying. Though soft, I could still feel her despair and sorrow." Lin Feng shook his head. "Probably just another unfortunate woman," Lin Yunyao replied. That moment, Li Xiaoke, filled with sympathy, remarked, "That woman is quite beautiful. I've noticed her a few times. She truly is quite pitiful. Her daughter suffers from a rare condition known as Ondine's curse. This illness prevents growth, comes with inherent intellectual disabilities, and it seems she may not live past 20. Currently, there is no effective treatment. How tragic, Lin Yunyao gasped, covering her mouth. Lin Feng, however, strove to appear more composed. There are far too many unfortunate souls in this world. Who could possibly take care of them all? He did not dwell on it and said, "It's getting late. Let us head out for dinner." Before long, the three arrived at a restaurant near Jinling University, known as Chuanxiang Pavilion, celebrated for its Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. Not only is the cuisine exquisite, but the ambience is also quite sophisticated, making it one of the more renowned establishments near Jinling University. My friend mentioned that it is rather pricey, averaging over 1,000 per person, Li Xiaoka remarked softly. Although her family is relatively well off, she seldom dines in such places. For her, a venue with an average cost of around 200 yuan is already quite decent. So expensive, why don't we choose another place? After all, dining is merely about the food, Lin Yunyao exclaimed in surprise. And no need. Let us stay here. Today marks your first day at university, and lunch should certainly be a bit more sumptuous. Besides, 1,000 is quite reasonable and not overly extravagant. Lin Feng replied with a smile. In truth, he had dined at Chuanxiang Pavilion a few times during his university days alongside school officials. So he held a fond nostalgia for the dishes served here. As the trio entered the restaurant, a beautiful waitress promptly approached them, guiding them to their seats in the main hall and presenting the menu. Order whatever you wish, there's no need to hold back. Lin Feng offered the menu to his sister and Li Xiaoka. Money was truly not a concern for him. Whenever he desired, he could easily earn a substantial amount. Observing the two women as they contemplated their orders, Lin Feng casually surveyed the surroundings. Compared to the old wooden building of his memories, Chuanxiang Pavilion had evidently undergone renovations, adorned with intricately carved redwood. Exuding a low-key yet luxurious vibe, that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the entrance. To his surprise, a group of school officials entered the restaurant, and beside them, Lin Feng recognized two familiar figures, Yun Jingchu and Zhao Shuang. The group engaged in light-hearted banter, appearing relaxed and at ease. Lin Feng maintained a composed demeanor, recalling the earlier scene, and chose not to approach them. Unexpectedly, Yun Jingchu's eyes brightened as he strode toward him. Lin Feng, what a coincidence. We just parted ways, and here we meet again. Yun Jingchu greeted him with a broad smile. Upon noticing Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka, a flicker of jealousy crossed his gaze. Back in their university days, Lin Feng had been a figure of admiration, the idol of countless girls. To think that after a decade, he had fallen to such a state yet still managed to attract such beautiful companions was irksome to Yun Jingchu. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Yun Jingchu perceived the shift in Lin Feng's attitude, but he remained unfazed. The current disparity between them was vast. They were no longer on the same level. As the chairman of a publicly listed company, did he really need to concern himself with the thoughts of a commoner? Director Yun, may I inquire who this is? One of the school officials approached, directing his attention toward Lin Feng. Following the official was Zhao Shuanger, who regarded Lin Feng with a calm demeanor, as if he were a stranger, devoid of the warmth she had previously shown. Vice Principal Wang, this is my old classmate, Lin Feng, Yun Jingchu introduced with a smile. Old classmate? Is he also a student of Jinling University? Wang Tiangao inquired, astonished. Indeed, his name is Lin Feng. He was quite the prominent figure during our time. Often referred to as the campus heartthrob. Yun Jingchu added with a hint of mockery. Is that so? Wang Tiangao warmly invited, since he is also an alumnus. Why not join us for a meal? Since Principal Wang has extended the invitation, Lin Feng, you should accompany us to the private room for dinner. It will save you a meal. After all, I've heard that the expenses at Chuanxiang Pavilion are quite substantial. Yun Jingchu's lips curled slightly. This move by Principal Wang aligned perfectly with his intentions. At the upcoming gathering, as an esteemed alumnus and donor, he would undoubtedly bask in the glory. Having Lin Feng present would serve to satisfy his vanity. Guarantee you, quite the hotshot back in the day, Lin Feng. And now look at you, just a useless fellow. Yun Jingchu thought to himself while Yun Jingchu am now an elite in society, the object of everyone's admiration. I'd rather not. I have 3 people here, and it's not convenient. Lin Feng shook his head, politely declining that no worries. They can join as well. The private room I booked is spacious enough, Yin Jingxu replied, glancing at Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoko with a smile. These 2 girls possessed clear eyes and exquisite beauty, and crucially, their connection to Lin Feng piqued his interest if he could manage to bring them. A flash of lewdness crossed Yin Jingchu's eyes. Though he concealed it well, Lin Feng still caught the glimmer. His gaze turned icy as he coldly stated, I said it's not convenient. Did you not hear me? Yin Jingchu's eyes narrowed slightly, taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity. In his view, with Lin Feng's current state, his invitation to dinner was an act of benevolence. You dare to turn your nose up at me? Yet he displayed no outward anger, instead adopting a conciliatory tone. Lin Feng, I understand that you're not doing well these days. Seeing my success might evoke some jealousy. But as an old classmate, I genuinely wish to reconnect. You shouldn't still be holding a grudge over past conflicts, should you? Those were merely misunderstandings. Just look at that. Truly the chairman of a publicly listed company. His composure and aura are exceptional. Several officials around expressed their admiration, while Zhao Shuang'er appeared equally impressed. Lin Feng, however, frowned, having fully discerned Yin Jingchu's character as a typical two-faced schemer. He had no desire to engage with such a person, and thus he coldly uttered, Leave. Lin Feng. Yin Jingchu's smile faltered, his anger surging. Indeed, there is a reason for your poverty. With such arrogance, it's no wonder you've fallen to this level. Dear classmate, there is no need for such vulgarity. Wang Tiangao frowned, disapproving of Lin Feng's lack of decorum, while Zhao Shuang'er stepped forward, her brow furrowed. Lin Feng, we are all old classmates. Jingchu is extending a kind invitation. I truly don't understand your reasoning. Shuang'er, am I not being clear enough? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Shuang'er, disappointment evident in his eyes. Once she had been one of his closest friends, unwaveringly by his side. Yet, it seemed that everything had changed. Honestly, you're quite presumptuous. Zhao Shuang'er retorted coldly that, in truth, she likely sensed Yin Jingchu's intentions but chose to support him instead. After all, he was now the chairman of a public company, while Lin Feng was merely an unemployed drifter. A comparison that was hardly favorable. She felt no remorse for her actions. If there was blame to be placed, it could only fall upon Lin Feng for his current lack of power and influence. No one else was at fault. Let it go. Since Lin Feng is unwilling, there is no need to press him. Ultimately, we are from 2 different worlds, Zhao Shuang'er stated, turning to Yin Jingchu. His expression darkened with dissatisfaction. In his mind, he had envisioned Lin Feng groveling before him, acknowledging his wealth and power, rather than telling him to leave in front of so many people. Did he, Yin Jingchu, not deserve respect? Just then, an elderly man with graying hair briskly entered Chuanxiang Pavilion, that he wore gold-rimmed glasses and walked with a steady gait, exuding an air of authority. This man was none other than Lin Feng, as former homeroom teacher. Ouyang Xiao. Upon spotting Ouyang Xiao, Yin Jingchu's expression shifted, and he smiled, waving, Teacher Ouyang, over here. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiao quickly approached, surprised to see Lin Feng. Old classmate. Long time no see. Lin Feng stood, offering his former mentor the respect he deserved. Years ago, this elderly man had taken great care of him, treating him as a cherished disciple. Whenever there was good fortune, he was the first to think of Lin Feng. It was thanks to Ouyang Xiao's guidance that he had thrived at the prestigious Jinling University. Truly, this man was among those Lin Feng respected the most. He had intended to find an opportunity to visit him, yet never expected to encounter him here. Xiao Feng, where have you been all these years? Ouyang Xiao cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Feng, his expression tinged with complexity. How could this student, once regarded as his brightest prodigy, have transformed into the person before him? And why had he chosen to forsake a good girl like Inua? It's a long story, Lin Feng sighed. But now that I'm back, I intend to live well. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in me. Ouyang Xiao refrained from probing further. Instead, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder in a manner reminiscent of their past, offering him ample understanding. Indeed, Lin Feng felt a sudden sting in his nose. Once a student, forever a son. Following the passing of his parents, this elderly gentleman stood as his sole elder, while Lin Feng might disregard the opinions of the masses. He held a deep concern for a select few individuals. And who might these two be? Ouyang Xiao inquired, turning his gaze toward Lin Yunyao and Li Xiao. Lin Feng beamed as he introduced them. This is my younger sister and her classmate, Xiao Yao. This is my former homeroom teacher, my most esteemed mentor. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiao promptly rose, displaying commendable decorum as they greeted, "Hello, teacher Ouyang." "Hello to you both." Ouyang Xiao nodded, his face breaking into a warm, paternal smile. Observing this scene, Yun Jingchu felt a flicker of discontent, perceiving the favoritism towards Lin Feng. Hadn't Ouyang Xiao always looked upon Lin Feng with a discerning eye? Now, despite Lin Feng's current state, his demeanor remained so affable. Why was that? What distinguished Yun Jingchu from Lin Feng? She was now the CEO of a publicly listed company, a distinguished young person of Jinling City, an exemplary alumnus of their school. With nearly $1 billion in assets and countless luxury cars and villas to her name, what did Lin Feng possess? Besides being somewhat handsome, how was he superior to her? Contemplating this, Yun Jingchu exhaled sharply. "Teacher Ouyang, I thought it rare for old classmates to reunite, so I invited Lin Feng to dine with us, though he seemed rather reluctant. Is that so?" Ouyang Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Xiao Feng, it has been a decade since we last met. Let us seize this opportunity to have a proper conversation. I have much to share with you." "Very well." Lin Feng nodded in agreement this time. Declining to refuse soon, the group arrived at a private room named the Emperor's Suite on the top floor of Chuanxiang Pavilion. This exquisite room was indeed the most luxurious in the establishment. Spanning nearly 100 square meters, equipped with various amenities, and staffed by 5 attendants, it was evident that merely reserving such a suite would cost several thousand. Some guests have yet to arrive. "Let us sit and chat for a while," Yun Jingchu declared, assuming the role of host, warmly inviting several school leaders to take their seats. The leaders gathered around her, exchanging pleasantries and compliments from their words. Lin Feng gleaned some information. Jinling University was constructing an independent college in the suburban area, with an estimated cost of over $200 million. However, funds were insufficient, with a shortfall of approximately $30 million. Hence the hope that Yun Jingchu would contribute. What did they mean by contribute a bit? Wasn't that undermining him? As a member of Jinling University, $30 million was a sum Yun Jingchu could easily manage. Yun Jingchu generously remarked, "Director Yun is quite magnanimous." "Haha. I knew once this matter was brought to Director Yun, it would pose no problem. Our school has indeed produced an exceptional student." The school leaders, led by Wang Tiangao, chorused with laughter. Beside them, Zhao Shuanger gazed at Yun Jingchu with admiration. $30 million was no trifling amount. The ability to produce such cash effortlessly showcased Yun Jingchu's formidable prowess. Previously, she had hesitated when he pursued her, planning to observe him further. Yet now, witnessing this scene, she felt inclined to explore a potential relationship with Yun Jingchu. "Please, do not overpraise me. I merely did what I felt was right." Yun Jingchu feigned modesty. As the conversation continued, he subtly glanced at Lin Feng. Upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. "Ah, Lin Feng, now you must recognize the chasm between us. $30 million is merely a casual expenditure for me. And what of you? Surely you cannot even muster 30,000 at this point." The school leaders noticed Yun Jingchu's gaze and briefly glanced at Lin Feng before quickly averting their attention. He was merely an inconsequential figure, hardly worthy of their time. It was only due to Yun Jingchu's invitation that someone of Lin Feng's ordinary status had a seat at this table. How pretentious! Witnessing her brother being belittled, Lin Yunyao felt indignant and whispered, "It's not pretentious. Being able to casually produce $30 million in cash is truly impressive. Moreover, I've heard of this Yun Jingchu. He is one of Jinling's top 10 outstanding youths. The recently rising Tianjin group seems to have been founded by him. Yet so what? He is not as handsome as my brother," Lin Yunyao muttered. "Goodness!" Zhao Shuanger rolled her eyes at this. While her statement held some truth, in today's world, looks mattered little. Wealth was the true currency. "Xiao Ku, if you had to choose between him and my brother, whom would you pick?" Lin Yunyao inquired. I Xiao Ku pondered momentarily before responding. Logically, I should choose Yun Jingchu, but since you're my dear friend, I must stand by your brother. Haha. Lin Yunyao beamed at this response. Meanwhile, Lin Feng overheard the two girls' conversation, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. I Xiao Ko was indeed a delightful character at that moment. Ouyang Xiao, seated nearby, interjected, Xiao Feng, do not take offense. Cloud Jingchu is indeed faring well. Many prominent figures in the city have taken note of his success. Unless something unforeseen occurs, his future prospects are boundless. There's no reason for me to be upset. He has his golden path. And I have my own solitary bridge. Lin Feng shook his head at There's a saying that I am unsure whether to share, Ouyang Xiao began. Please do not hesitate, Lin Feng encouraged. Sometimes one must learn to let go. Only by relinquishing can one gain. If you could secure Yun Jingchu's assistance, your current circumstances could change with ease. I am aware of your talents. You merely lack a suitable platform. You should understand the tale of enduring hardship better than I do. Lin Feng regarded the earnest expression of Ouyang Xiao, pausing for a moment before smiling. Teacher, if I were to follow that path, would I still be Lin Feng? Besides, I am not necessarily inferior to Yun Jingchu at present. Ouyang Xiao sighed upon hearing this, then shifted the conversation. What transpired between you and Inoa? Weren't things going well back then? How could you part ways so abruptly? Perhaps it was fate that kept us apart. Lin Feng replied, his expression revealing a hint of pain. Apart from the grievances he bore towards his parents and sister, his greatest regret was undoubtedly toward Chenu. In those days, she loved him dearly. Indifferent to his lack of wealth or status, she had pledged to marry him without hesitation if he were to propose to her parents in Yunchuan. Even now, Lin Feng vividly recalled their farewell. That night, before Jinling railway station, under the shimmering neon lights, Chenua adjusted his collar while softly saying, Lin Feng, I will head home now. Remember to come early. I have a big surprise waiting for you. 10 years swiftly passed. A full decade had gone by. Ultimately, she had not been able to wait for his return. In fact, Inua came looking for me not long ago, inquiring if I'd seen you. Ouyang Xiao revealed. Lin Feng's heart jolted. And then, she seems to be struggling. Years apart have changed her entirely, no longer resembling the vibrant girl she once was. I asked her what was wrong, but she refused to elaborate. She merely left a phone number, saying that if I encountered you, I should pass it on and implore you to reach out to her. Ouyang Xiao, in the midst of his conversation, produced a pen and paper, inscribing a phone number and handing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at the number on the slip of paper, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he clutched the note and strode towards the exit of the private room. Lin Feng, where do you think you're going? The event is about to commence. Yun Jingchu, having been observant of Lin Feng's actions, called out loudly that if Lin Feng were to leave, who would he impress tonight? Yet, Lin Feng seemed oblivious, disregarding him entirely as he exited the room. Damn it! Yun Jingchu clenched his fists, seething with anger, wishing to summon a crowd to trample Lin Feng beneath their feet. A parasite of society, a mere insect. How dare he act so arrogantly? Mr. Yun, there's no need to pay him any mind. He is but a minor presence. A school official, sensing the tension, interjected. Jingchu, you and Lin Feng inhabit entirely different worlds. He is not worthy of your concern, Zhao Shuanger added softly. You misunderstand. I'm merely worried about not being a gracious host. Lin Feng may be in a poor state of mind, but I value relationships deeply. He is my old classmate, and I cannot afford to lose face in front of him. Yun Jingchu's smile returned, though a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes. Lin Feng had repeatedly embarrassed him, and he had been thoroughly offended. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his phone and sent a message. Upon exiting the private room, Lin Feng sought a secluded corner, dialing the number inscribed on the paper. It had come to this. He had no choice but to confront the situation. He resolved that if Chan Inua was truly enduring hardship, he would win her back. To love someone is to embrace every facet of them. After all, it was he, Lin Feng, who had wronged her. The call was quickly answered. Hello. Chinua's hoarse voice emanated from the other end. The tone was entirely uncharacteristic of a 30-year-old woman, more akin to that of a weary matron. It's me. Lin Feng's voice trembled. Inua, it's Lin Feng. I have returned. Silence lingered on the line for what felt like an eternity before the call was abruptly terminated. Undeterred, Lin Feng dialed again, but this time the call went unanswered. In awe, he clenched his fists, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, cramped basement, Chen Inoa clutched an old mobile phone, sitting on the bed in a daze, tears streaming silently down her face. Had this been before, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lin Feng, demanding to know where he had vanished to all these years and why he had chosen to disappear. However, after witnessing Lin Feng embracing two young women during the day, her heart had utterly withered. It was not that she no longer trusted Lin Feng. Rather, what reason did she have to believe in him now? Chen Inoa approached the mirror, examining her reflection. Her somewhat sickly visage reflected a sense of despair and melancholy. She pondered the suffering of the past decade, feeling foolish for having allowed herself to be reduced to this state. Once a beautiful and wealthy girl, admired as the campus belle, why had she subjected herself to such torment? The remnants of life lay scattered like refuse, akin to a pile of refuse, all for the sake of a farcical notion of love. Mama. At that moment, a little girl in a pink dress suddenly stirred from her dreams. With her large eyes, long lashes, and delicate features, she resembled a porcelain doll, yet her demeanor appeared rather wooden and expressionless. Mama's here. Mama's here. Chen Inua hastily comforted her, and once the little girl had calmed down, she took out her phone to make a call. When the call connected, her voice was hoarse as she said, "Mama, I was wrong. I want to come home tomorrow." Inua, you've finally come to your senses. Don't blame your father. He sees your suffering and feels it deeply. If he hadn't frozen your card, you would never have given up. A woman's voice comforted from the other end. Inua, do you remember the Jiang family? Yes, in a few days, your brother will be visiting Jinling City. If you are in need, you can seek help from the Jiang family. You can return with your brother afterward, all right? Chinua fell silent for a moment. The Jiang family was a prestigious household in Jinling City. Her mother's previously introduced fiancé was also a scion of the Jiang family. Thus, she understood her mother's intentions. Had this been before, she would never have consented. But now it mattered little. All right, Chen Inor replied. Once the call ended, her weary face hardened into a mask of determination. She vowed that from this day forth, she would never allow anyone to bully herself or her daughter again. Absolutely not. On the other side, Lin Feng quietly returned to the private room. Brother, are you all right? Lin Yunyao, noticing something amiss, inquired with concern that I'm fine. Lin Feng shook his head. In truth, Chen Yinua's reaction was anticipated. After 7 years of acquaintance, he understood her character all too well. Chen Yinua was a woman who took her emotions seriously, since she had married and given birth to a daughter, regardless of how difficult her life had become. She would not acknowledge him again. What perplexed him was why Chen Yinua had left her number for the teacher. What had she said? At that moment, Ouyang Xiao interjected. What did she say? She merely said hello before hanging up. Lin Feng replied with a bitter smile. That can't be true. When she left her number, it was intended for you to call her. Ouyang Xiao furrowed his brow. Perhaps something unexpected occurred. Lin Feng shook his head, sighing, alas, it has come to this. No amount of words can change it. Some matters and some people, once they have passed, are truly gone. Forcing the issue would only harm both parties. Ouyang Xiao nodded, aware that as their teacher, he could offer little assistance, but he understood that matters of the heart could not be resolved by outsiders. As time passed, several individuals arrived in the private room. All school leaders and some officials involved in the new campus construction. Each one greeted Yun Jingchu with enthusiasm and deference, eager to curry favor. Seeing you in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. Mr. Yun is indeed a paragon of talent. Mr. Yun, this time I must trouble you. Mr. Yun, I must treat you to a meal sometime. You must grace me with your presence. You flatter me. It is my honor to contribute to my alma mater. Yun Jingchu held his head high, reveling in the admiration of those around him, especially since they were leaders from his former school, enhancing his sense of accomplishment. Just then, Wang Tiangao cast a glance at Lin Feng, saying lightly, Mr. Yun possesses great magnanimity. Unlike some who are petty and lacking in ability, yet maintain an inflated sense of self. Upon this remark, the crowd turned their attention to Lin Feng, their expressions a mix of curiosity and disdain. Some newcomers, unaware of Wang's antagonism towards Lin Feng, quickly grasped the situation after a brief explanation. Enough, another arrogant fool with a sense of superiority. They had seen enough of such types to know better than to waste time on a self-important insect. What gives you the right to speak about my brother like that? Lin Yunyao could not tolerate anyone disparaging her brother and angrily retorted, Xiaoyao, don't speak out of turn. Nearby, Li Xiaoka quickly restrained Lin Yunyao. Wang Tongao was the vice president of Jinling University, and they were merely students of the same institution that Xiaoyao's words were akin to setting herself ablaze. Are you a student of our school? Wang Tongao cast a dark glance at Lin Yunyao, his expression grim. Before Lin Yunyao could respond, Li Xiaoka hurriedly stood up, forcing a smile as she spoke. Principal Wang, Xiaoyao is still young and inexperienced. Please do not hold it against her. Humph. Youth should embody the spirit of youth. Do not assume that fervor equates to fearlessness. Otherwise, the repercussions may be beyond your capacity to bear. Such a young age. Yet lacking in discretion. If you do not wish to attend school, I can certainly accommodate you. Wang Tiangao snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunyao turned pale. She had not anticipated such unreasonable behavior, with her academic status being used as a threat. Witnessing this scene, Yin Jingchu stood by, arms crossed. As if watching a play unfold, he understood that Wang Tiangao's actions were intentionally aimed at pleasing him, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. Nearby, Zhao Shuanger shook her head slightly, finding the situation laughable. That it was one thing for Lin Feng to be ignorant, but to think his sister was equally foolish. It was evident that like attracts like. How dare a mere commoner without authority question a school leader? Principal Wang, your words seem rather severe. Tonight's gathering should be filled with joy, not escalating in a conflict. Take tea this moment. Ouyang Xiu, sensing the tension, quickly intervened to mediate. Ouyang Laosher, this matter does not concern you. Please refrain from interfering. Wang Tongao dismissed Ouyang Xiu without regard. Although Ouyang Xiu was a senior teacher, he was merely the vice principal. In terms of status and power, he could not compare to Wang Tiangao. Some individuals require a firm lesson to grasp their place in the world. Wang Dong's kind words were merely a courtesy. I, Wang Tiangao, have no obligation to extend such courtesy to someone so incompetent and pretentious. Just a worthless individual. Wang Tiangao directed his scathing remarks at Lin Feng, having found him displeasing ever since their encounter in the lobby. Now merely seeking an excuse to unleash his frustration. Do you believe yourself to be impressive? Lin Feng raised his eyelids, his deep gaze meeting Wang Tiangao's with calm resolve. For reasons unknown, Wang Tiangao felt an unexpected tightening in his chest, as if a demon had locked its gaze upon him. But soon he regained his composure. As the esteemed vice principal of a prestigious university, why should he fear such a minor character? Am I not speaking the truth? Wang Tiangao sneered. Whether you are correct or not is debatable. However, you just shouted at my sister. I once vowed that upon my return, I would not allow anyone to bully her again. Lin Feng stood, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on Wang Tiangao. Now, I offer you a chance to redeem yourself. Apologize to my sister, and I may consider sparing you. Apologize to this little girl? Do you think that is possible? Wang Tiangao's face was one of mockery. So, this is your choice. Lin Feng's face revealed no emotion. In that moment, the atmosphere in the room became intensely oppressive. Some felt a chill run down their spines. Sensing the tension, what does Lin Feng intend to do? Is he truly contemplating violence against the principal? Meanwhile, Yin Jingchu's lips curled into a slight smirk. He recognized that it was his turn to take the stage. With just a casual remark, he could effortlessly diffuse the crisis at hand. Not only would this allow him to showcase his charisma in front of the crowd, but it would also endear Lin Feng to him. With this thought, Yin Jingchu cleared his throat twice, left his seat, and approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. All right. Today I'm hosting. Let us all refrain from escalating the situation. He then turned to Wang Tiangao and said, Principal Wang, grant me this favor, and let us consider this matter settled. Lin Feng is my old classmate, and his sister is like my own. Given that Yin Dong had spoken, Wang Tiangao felt compelled to comply. He had no interest in confronting Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao, viewing them merely as insignificant figures. If it pleased him, he would indulge them. If it displeased him, he would suppress them, a mere game to him. Observing this exchange, the crowd nodded in unison, genuinely impressed by Yun Jingchu's extraordinary demeanor. Despite Lin Feng's previous disregard, he still treated him with sincerity. In today's society, such young individuals are indeed a rarity. No wonder he was named one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Jinling City. There must be a reason for his success. Lin Feng, you ought to thank Jingchu. If it weren't for him intervening today, you'd be in quite a predicament. Zhao Shuanger called out from a distance, and no need. We are old classmates. Yun Jingchu replied with a slight smile. However, his eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, clearly waiting for his gratitude. Just then, bang! Lin Feng struck Yun Jingchu, sending him flying, then coldly turned to Wang Tiangao and declared, I give you 10 seconds to choose. If you do not apologize to my sister, I assure you will not survive the night. That if you think I am jesting, feel free to test it with your life. This sudden turn of events left the entire room in stunned silence. Everyone gaped, dumbfounded. Ouyang Xiao was rendered speechless. Zhao Shuanger was completely taken aback. On the floor, Yun Jingchu clutched his reddened face. Disbelief etched across his features. He dared to strike me. He actually dared to hit me. Yun Jingchu clenched his fists tightly, his voice icy. Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? I spoke on your behalf, and you repay me with violence. Lin Feng ignored him entirely, still coldly fixated on Wang Tiangao as he began the countdown. 3, 2, I apologize, Wang Tiangao blurted out. Panic etched across his face as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Lin Feng's gaze was unervingly penetrating, reminiscent of the cold-blooded assassins depicted on television, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. This fear sent shivers down his spine, as if failing to apologize would indeed lead to his demise. Very well. This Lin Feng is merely a person of the lowest social standing. While I am the vice principal of Jinling University, there is no necessity to stoop to his level. Wang Tiangao consoled himself internally. Upon witnessing Wang Tiangao genuinely apologizing, the crowd displayed expressions of mixed emotions. However, upon further reflection, this was not unexpected. The barefoot have no fear of the shod. Individuals like Lin Feng likely have twisted mindsets. It's not that he is afraid. Rather, confronting someone like him head-on is simply unnecessary. With their status, they could devise 1,000 ways to ensure Lin Feng faces dire consequences. What use is an apology to me? Lin Feng retorted coldly, I sincerely apologize, young lady. I was impolite earlier. Wang Tiangao directed his gaze at Lin Yunyao, forcing a smile. Apologizing to a student was a source of great humiliation for him, akin to swallowing a mouthful of bitter phlegm, yet feeling utterly helpless. It's all right, Lin Yunyao replied, her heart filled with complexity. Although Wang Tiangao apologized now, what would happen next? She could almost foresee her impending fate. Expulsion was nearly certain, yet she bore no resentment toward her brother. Regardless, he was standing up for her. If she were to blame him for his actions, how much would that hurt him? Since you've apologized, let bygones be bygones. I do not wish for this incident to lead to my sister's expulsion. Do you understand? Lin Feng stated coldly. That is only natural. Wang Tiangao nodded earnestly, reassuring himself that as a learned individual, there is no need to bicker with someone of such lowly standing. That I hope you can adhere to this. Otherwise, I guarantee you will meet a fate worse than death. Lin Feng suddenly seized a cup from the table and, in front of everyone, crushed it to powder. Witnessing this display, the crowd's pupils dilated in shock. Such immense strength. Old classmate, it seems our dinner tonight may not come to fruition. That I will treat you another time when the opportunity arises. Lin Feng turned to Ouyang Xiao, his expression apologetic. Sigh. Ouyang Xiao did not respond, merely releasing a long sigh. How fleeting life is. Why does Xiaofeng not comprehend this simple truth? This left him feeling utterly helpless, accompanied by a profound sense of heartbreak. Xiaoyao, let us depart. Lin Feng addressed his sister. Lin Yunyao nodded, obediently trailing behind her brother. Xiaoka hesitated momentarily before choosing to follow suit. That moment. However, a voice rang out, "Stop right there." Yun Jingchu, with a frigid expression, obstructed the trio's path. Having been slapped by Lin Feng in front of so many onlookers, he could not let the matter rest. Since Lin Feng was so ungrateful, he would have to be dealt with accordingly. "Lin Feng, you dare to slap me and think you can just walk away. Do you truly believe that as possible?" Yun Jingchu coldly inquired. "What? Do you think one slap is insufficient and desire to endure a few more?" Lin Feng retorted that this. Yun Jingchu's lips twitched in annoyance. That truly my intention. Leave now. Out of respect for our past as classmates, I have no desire to make you uncomfortable. You would do well not to overestimate your capabilities," Lin Feng asserted. "Overestimate my capabilities? I genuinely wonder where you derive your audacity to speak to me in such a manner." Yun Jingchu scoffed in rage. He clapped his hands, and suddenly 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits surged into the room. These imposing figures, standing tall and muscular, exuded an air of formidable combat prowess. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in shock. "I told you, with Mr. Yun's status, how could he not have bodyguards? They must have been lurking in the shadows all along." They spotted the leading figure, a burly man named Zhao Hu, whom some recognized from television as a retired Special Forces soldier who had ranked among the top 100 in the Jiangnan province's martial arts competition. Goodness, how impressive! The caliber of the 8-city martial arts competition is exceptionally high, featuring numerous martial arts experts. If Zhao Hu can rank within the top 100, taking on 10 opponents would likely pose no challenge for him. People murmured among themselves, acknowledging the wealth it must take to hire such elite bodyguards, estimating their annual fees to be around 600,000 to 700,000. Hearing the chatter, Zhao Hu's expression turned disdainful. "A bunch of unseasoned, feeble scholars. What do you mean by taking on 10 opponents? For ordinary folks like you, I could take on 50 or 60 without breaking a sweat." Of course, he only thought this in his mind. Outwardly, he understood that in today's society, brute strength held little value. Wealth was paramount. "Mr. Yun, what seems to be the problem?" Zhao Hu inquired loudly. His piercing gaze swept disdainfully over the crowd, his eyes resembling embers set ablaze. Those under his scrutiny felt a chill run down their spines, akin to being stalked by a human beast. Even Li Xiaoke and Lin Yunyao felt intimidated, retreating behind Lin Feng. With Zhao Hu's arrival, Yun Jingchu's demeanor shifted dramatically as he crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly eager to detect any hint of panic on his face. Yet to his surprise, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, as if he were oblivious to Zhao Hu and the others. Could it be that he was rendered speechless by fear? What a worthless fool! Yun Jingchu's face twisted with disdain. "Jingchu, he is still a classmate. Exercise some restraint." Zhao Shuanger interjected, hoping to de-escalate the situation despite her reluctance to engage with Lin Feng. She recalled their past friendship and did not wish for matters to spiral out of control. After all, 8 bodyguards attacking in unison could indeed result in serious harm. With that thought, Zhao Shuanger glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with pity. "Lin Feng, do you still think this is 10 years ago? Before Yun Jingchu, you are but an insignificant insect. If he is truly pushed to his limits, he could easily expend 1 million or 2 to take your life. Do you understand? Shuanga, you see, it is not that I seek trouble. In reality, I have been suppressing my anger, striving to avoid conflict with him. But look at how he behaves." Yun Jingchu glared at Lin Feng, coldly stating he had the audacity to slap me without hesitation. "Do you not see that I, Yun Jingchu, am a person of some stature in Jinling City? If I were to let this slide, how could I ever hold my head high again?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu erupted with fury. "What? Mr. Yin, this brat just slapped you. Indeed, you were not here, and he was utterly brazen." Yun Jingchu affirmed with a nod. "Damn it, kid, you have some guts. You dare to strike Mr. Yun. Are you seeking death?" Zhao Hu glared at Lin Feng, cracking his knuckles ominously, the sound sending chills through the crowd. How terrifying. If that punch connected, who could withstand it? Lin Feng quickly apologized to Jingchu. Ouyang Xiao, fearing the situation would escalate, stood up and urged Lin Feng to offer an apology. However, before he could finish, Yun Jingchu interrupted. "Ouyang, it is not that I do not respect you, This matter cannot simply be resolved with an apology today. Then what do you propose? Ouyang Xiao furrowed his brow. It is simple. Let Lin Feng kneel and apologize to me. Then allow me to slap him 10 times, and I shall consider this matter settled. Yun Jingqiu regarded Lin Feng with contempt. Just then, a resounding bang echoed through the room as Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending Yun Jingqiu flying, crashing heavily onto the dining table, shattering dishes and spilling blood from his mouth. Yun Jingqiu groaned in agony, struggling to rise but failing. An insignificant insect dares to provoke me repeatedly. Lin Feng stepped forward, delivering another kick. Bang! Yun Jingqiu's body slid across the floor, blood pooling beneath him. A pitiful sight indeed. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, stunned by Lin Feng's audacity to strike and the severity of his assault on Yun Jingqiu. In that moment, the 8 bodyguards sprang into action, surrounding Lin Feng to prevent his escape. Zhao Hu rushed to assist Yun Jingqiu, anxiously asking, "Mr. Yun, are you all right?" Yun Jingqiu pushed Zhao Hu aside, wiping the blood from his mouth with a cold glare directed at Lin Feng. His expression one of extreme displeasure. "Lin Feng, you are truly courting death. Do you think I am merely a harmless creature? Strike him, beat him mercilessly." With those words, the 7 bodyguards surrounding Lin Feng wasted no time in launching their assault. It was evident that these men were seasoned fighters, their stances firm and their strikes rapid, coming from all directions to corner Lin Feng. Yet, in the face of such a concerted attack, Lin Feng remained motionless, standing still until the instant the fists approached, at which point he unleashed a ferocious kick. The 7 burly bodyguards were sent flying, crashing against the walls of the room, leaving visible cracks in their wake. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers stood frozen, unable to process what had just transpired. Impossible. Yun Jingqiu clenched his fists, his bloodied visage twisted in rage. In his memories, Lin Feng had always been a frail scholar, incapable of fighting. How could he be so formidable now? "Uncle, you look so cool," Li Xiaoke cheered, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Was this truly not a scene from a television drama? Dispatching 7 large men in an instant was something only seen on screen. Lin Yunyao's eyes sparkled with awe. Although she knew her brother was a cultivator, and this was not particularly remarkable, witnessing his prowess stirred a thrill within her. This was her brother, an invincible hero. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turned out he had the skills to back it up. However, she thought to herself, against him, she wouldn't even need 10 moves. At that moment, Zhao Hu unexpectedly uttered a remark. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Jingqiu regained his composure in an instant, exhaling a long breath of stale air, his face once again illuminated by a confident smile. Even if Lin Feng could take on 7 opponents alone. So what? The Zhao Hu beside him was a force to be reckoned with, ranking among the top contenders in the Jiangnan Province Fighting League, effortlessly able to take on 50. Defeating a mere Lin Feng would be a trivial endeavor. The others in the arena also shook their heads slightly, their gazes returning to their usual clarity. Speak candidly. Lin Feng truly astonished them. No one anticipated that his seemingly frail physique could unleash such formidable power. Yet alas, there are always stronger individuals. With Zhao Hu present, it was not Lin Feng's moment to flaunt his prowess. "Lin Feng, have you been training in martial arts these past 10 years? That last move was indeed impressive. But if you think you can bully me with it, I must say you are underestimating the situation," Yun Jingqiu coldly remarked. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, he confidently declared, "Zhao Hu, I pay you 2 million a year. Now you can finally demonstrate your worth." At this declaration, the crowd was taken aback once more. They had assumed that 50 to 60,000 was sufficient to hire Zhao Hu, only to discover it was, in fact, 2 million. This served as testament to Zhao Hu's terrifying prowess. Without the corresponding strength, who could command such a substantial reward? Rest assured, Director Yun, I will show you just how worthwhile your 2 million investment is. Zhao Hu sneered, striding towards Lin Feng with an air of arrogance, launching a powerful punch towards Lin Feng's chest. In his view, there was no way Lin Feng could evade this strike. Years of training had honed his speed to an astonishing degree, beyond the reaction capabilities of an ordinary person. However, to his astonishment, Lin Feng effortlessly dodged his fist and retaliated with a casual kick. Bang! The 200-pound Zhao, who was since sprawling across the floor, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. A pitiful sight indeed. Is this the so-called 2 million bodyguard? Not impressive at all, Lin Feng remarked indifferently, glancing at Yun Jingchu. In that moment, the arena fell eerily silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Zhao who, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, their minds in turmoil, unable to regain composure. One kick, just one kick, and he had knocked out a top competitor from the Jiangnan Province Fighting League. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Lin Feng, how could he be this strong? No, it's impossible. Yun Jingchu roared in fury, his handsome features contorted in a grotesque expression of rage. This was supposed to be his domain. He was meant to trample Lin Feng underfoot. But now, what was this? At this moment, Yun Jingchu could even feel the peculiar gazes of those around him. Even Zhao Shuanger looked at him in confusion, seemingly questioning. Are you really this pathetic, unable to handle Lin Feng? Zhao Shuanger was the object of his current affections. Losing face so drastically in front of the woman he adored sent Yun Jingchu's state of mind spiraling into chaos. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Feng, his voice a sharp rasp. Lin Feng, you could never defeat Zhao Hu. You must have resorted to some underhanded tactics. I am the chairman of a publicly listed company, worth billions, while you're merely a worthless nobody. Lin Feng, back in school, you always overshadowed me. Do you still wish to do so now? 30 years of ups and downs, what do you have to compare with me? By what right do you act so arrogantly? Even if you can fight, so what? In this world, brute strength is of no use. Yun Jingchu continued to vent his pent-up grievances, seemingly attempting to reclaim the dignity he had lost moments before. Lin Feng, observing Yun Jingchu's twisted visage, fell into silence. He suddenly found the situation rather mundane. It was uninteresting. The myriad complexities of life, like the relentless flow of time, rendered past memories ephemeral, leaving no trace of their former significance. Perhaps, the path of enlightenment is the only eternal truth. Enough. There is nothing to discuss with a fool like you. Lin Feng shook his head and calmly stated, then turned to leave with his sister and Li Xiaoke. The crowd watched the trio depart, their expressions a blend of complexity, particularly Zhao Xuan, whose eyes shimmered with unspoken thoughts, her heart in disarray. She could not fathom why Lin Feng, having fallen so low, still exuded such confidence. After a decade of navigating the business world, she was rational, aware of her actions and their consequences. Yet, witnessing Lin Feng in that moment, her once calm heart stirred with unexpected ripples. It felt reminiscent of that basketball game from 10 years prior, when she and Chun Inua cheered for Lin Feng, her heart racing wildly. Alas, it was all in the past, just as Yun Jingchu had asserted. In this society, brute strength holds no value. No matter how capable one is, can they contend with firearms? Wealth and power are the true rulers, and Lin Feng possessed neither. With this realization, Zhao Shuanger gradually calmed her gaze, feeling her earlier emotions were unwarranted. Yet at that moment, Yun Jingchu, unwilling to concede, roared, Lin Feng, I assure you, this matter is far from over. I will make you aware of the vast chasm that separates us. Thud! Lin Feng halted in his tracks. He was not one to invite trouble, always seeking to eliminate potential threats, just as he had eradicated those in the villa without leaving a single survivor. Thus, Yun Jingchu's words stirred a flicker of murderous intent within him. Lin Feng turned to face Yun Jingchu, speaking slowly, Do you truly wish to pursue this? Upon hearing this, Yun Jingchu's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively taking a small step back, Wang Tiangao and the others also changed expressions, inwardly cursing Yun Jingchu's foolishness. Why provoke someone when you cannot contend with them? If someone wishes to leave, let them go, and seek revenge in the shadows later. That would be far more satisfying. Since you are unwilling to let this go, I will grant you one final opportunity. You may call for help. Now, some of the most formidable individuals you can think of, however many, I shall await here. Remember, this chance is singular. Lin Feng stated coolly. Yun Jingchu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of elation, nearly bursting into laughter. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's arrogance reaching such heights. Was this not a self-inflicted humiliation? Did he truly believe himself to be an invincible warrior, a god among men? Is that truly the case? Yun Jingchu asked, suppressing his excitement, feigning calmness. Indeed, it is, Lin Feng replied earnestly. However, you must understand that nothing comes without a price. Should you summon individuals who are unable to handle me, you will face the corresponding consequences. What consequences? Yun Jingchu instinctively inquired. Logically speaking, that consequence should be your life. However, given our history as classmates, I will offer you a discount. I will merely sever your limbs. Lin Feng regarded Yun Jingchu, adding with a hint of concern, honestly, I wish you would simply choose to back down now. I have already afforded you ample opportunity. When one must concede, they ought to concede. The world is a treacherous place, one you cannot navigate. Hearing the initial part of Lin Feng's statement, a flicker of fear crept into Yun Jingchu's heart. After all, severing limbs was no trifling matter. Yet upon hearing the latter part, his rage boiled over. What did Lin Feng mean by saying the world was treacherous and that he could not navigate it? You, a mere drifter from the lowest echelons of society, dare to utter such words. Aside from your inability to defeat me, in terms of vision, experience, qualifications, and social circles, how could you possibly compare? How could a frog in a well comprehend the vastness of the world beyond? Lin Feng, I will now demonstrate to you the vast disparity that exists between us. Yun Jingchu sneered coldly. He then retrieved his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call connected. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Who is this? Wang Dong. It's me. I'm Yun Jingchu from Tianjin Group. We dined together last time. Yun Jingchu replied with a smile. Despite the other party not saving his number, he remained unfazed, even appearing quite respectful. This scene rendered the crowd solemn. Given Yun Jingchu's status, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure within Jinling City. To be treated with such reverence, the identity of the individual on the other end of the phone is truly unimaginable. Chairman Wang, which prominent figure in Jinling possesses the surname Wang? The crowd pondered this in their minds. Suddenly, a thought struck them. Their hearts quivered in trepidation. They glanced again at Lin Feng. Their eyes now held a glimmer of schadenfreude mingled with pity. If their suspicions were indeed correct, then Lin Feng was in grave trouble. After a brief silence on the line, the voice responded. Ah, it turns out to be Mr. Yun, the investor for the Jinling University branch construction project. Is there something you need? The title Mr. Yun is too grand for me. Please, just call me Xiao Yun. In that case, Yun Jingchu, brimming with excitement, hurriedly recounted the troubles he had encountered, hoping the other party could send someone to assist him. Certainly, within his respectful words, he subtly suggested that a reward would be offered as for Chairman Wang. He had inquired about him previously. As long as one was willing to pay, everything could be negotiated. As expected, the voice on the other end replied promptly. Chuanshan Pavilion. Is it? I happen to be nearby and will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. With that, the call was terminated. Yun Jingchu, holding his phone, was engulfed in overwhelming joy, momentarily at a loss for words. Chairman Wang was personally coming. The thought reverberated in his mind. His entire being trembled with excessive excitement. He had anticipated that Chairman Wang would send a few subordinates at most. Never did he imagine that the man himself would descend. One must realize that, given Chairman Wang's status, how many individuals in all of Jinling could warrant his personal appearance? I, Yun Jingchu, am truly a chosen one. Fortunate enough to encounter Chairman Wang in close proximity, a radiant smile blossomed within him. He cast aside his earlier despondence, standing tall and proud, regarding Lin Feng with a disdainful gaze. Just then, Wang Tiangao, with a solemn expression, inquired, Mr. Yun, the Chairman Wang you mentioned, could it be? Indeed, it is Chairman Wang of the Qinglong Construction Group. Yun Jingchu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's pupils constricted, their gazes towards Yun Jingchu markedly altered. They could scarcely fathom that Yun Jingchu's connections had reached such heights that he could associate with titans of Jinling. Even Zhao Shuanger found it difficult to remain composed. The Qinglong Construction Group, valued at over 100 billion, is the leading enterprise in Jinling's construction industry. Its chairman, Wang Chong, is rumored to be the leader of the Qinglong gang, one of the three major factions in Jinling. Although we now live in a society governed by law, the existence of such factions is known only to those who have encountered them. They remain dormant yet influential. Factions wield significant control over various societal aspects. Indeed, some major factions have even allied with distinguished families, maintaining societal order. While Yun Jingchu's Tianjin group has gone public, it pales in comparison to such a leading enterprise. Zhao Shuang'er could hardly believe that Yun Jingchu had befriended a figure like Wang Chong. In truth, my acquaintance with Chairman Wang is a blessing from my alma mater. You all should know who the contractor for the Jinling branch construction project is, right? Yun Jingchu glanced at Lin Feng, deliberately slowing his speech. We are well aware. The bidding process is under my purview, and the winning bidder is Tianhong Engineering Construction Company, Limited. A school leader replied promptly. Haha, correct. But in reality, the actual controlling shareholder of Tianhong is none other than Chairman Wang of the Qinglong Group. Yin Jingchu couldn't help but chuckle, continuing. When you previously contacted me to invest in the campus construction, I took a special trip to the site. To my surprise, I saw Chairman Wang there. At first, I thought I must have mistaken him, as someone of his stature would hardly visit a construction site, so I seized the opportunity to approach him and obtained his mobile number. Upon hearing this, the crowd was both astonished and envious. Such a life. Opportunities are indeed unpredictable. Some individuals encounter them and are able to seize the moment, while others may go a lifetime without such encounters. And even if they do, they let them slip away. Mr. Yun's achievements today are undoubtedly well-deserved. Impressive, impressive. Wang Tiangao's tone was noticeably more respectful. Though he had previously treated Yun Jingchu well, it was merely casual camaraderie. Now, witnessing Yun Jingchu's association with Chairman Wang of the Qinglong Group, the significance had transformed entirely. Mr. Yun is indeed a person of extraordinary caliber. Mr. Yun, do remember to take care of us old folks in the future. Others chimed in with smiles that put it nicely. They were cultivating connections. To put it bluntly, it was nothing short of flattery. Zhao Shuang'er gazed at Yun Jingchu with admiration, her eyes brimming with affection as if she wished to drown him in it. Rest assured, I will not forget those who have supported me, my esteemed mentors. Even if I forget anyone else, I shall never forget you. Yun Jingchu replied with remarkable grace. I could see his words. The smiles on the faces of those present grew even brighter. Indeed, Yun Jingchu is an exceptional individual, talented, humble, and composed, qualities essential for achieving greatness. Yet, witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoke couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. She had certainly heard of the Qinglong Construction Group, a formidable enterprise. It is well known that companies involved in construction often possess a certain hard power. Uncle, perhaps we should leave. This Qinglong Group is truly not to be trifled with, Li Xiaoke whispered. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. You and Xiaoyao should leave first. I will return on my own. He feared that the situation might turn excessively violent, potentially frightening the two young girls. And their presence here seemed futile. Uncle, please don't act rashly. I beg you. Li Xiaoke's face bore a hint of pleading. She glanced at Lin Yunao, hoping she would persuade her brother as well. However, to her surprise, Lin Yunao simply took her hand and led her out of the private room. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? It's nothing. I trust my brother, Lin Yunao replied, pulling Li Xiaoke along as they exited the room. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of concern crossed her clear eyes. Although her brother claimed to be a cultivator, how could she not worry as his sister? Nevertheless, she understood that staying here was of no use. It was better to leave with Xiaoke quickly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that might hinder her brother. Yes, she watched the two girls depart. Yun Jingchu merely sneered without attempting to stop them. As long as Lin Feng remained, he cared not for the others' comings and goings. As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. All present wore grave expressions, silent as they awaited Chairman Wang's arrival. A few individuals, such as Zhao Shuang'er and Wang Tiangao, occasionally glanced at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with pity as though observing a pitiful creature. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to their gazes. He understood that no words could hold more weight than the truth. Soon, he would simply need to incapacitate this so-called Chairman Wang with a single punch and effortlessly break Yun Jingchu's limbs to silence this crowd. Thus, around 20 minutes passed. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the private room. Listening closely, the footsteps were synchronized, crisp yet heavy, reminiscent of a well-drilled military unit. My heavens, how many people have arrived? The crowd tensed, hastily rising to their feet. As they eagerly awaited, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. Following that, a middle-aged man in black attire with a square face strode in confidently. Behind him stood a dense line of bodyguards clad in suits and sunglasses. These bodyguards exuded an aura of bloodlust, as if they had just emerged from a battlefield, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld them. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd collectively swallowed hard, their palms trembling slightly. It was indeed Chairman Wang himself who had arrived. The legendary exploits of the square-faced, middle-aged man flooded their minds. Wang Chong, one of the titans of Jinling, at the tender age of 17, he ventured from a small county town to the bustling city of Jinling. Striving to carve out a place for himself by the age of 20, he found himself under the patronage of a wealthy woman, living off her generosity for a decade. T30, leveraging his connection with the affluent matron, he ascended the social ladder by aligning himself with prestigious families, ultimately establishing the Qinglong Construction Group, which propelled him to unprecedented heights. Under his leadership, the Qinglong Construction Group rapidly emerged as the preeminent enterprise in the construction industry within Jinling in just a few short years. He himself basked in the zenith of success. A mere stamp of his foot could send ripples throughout the city. "Mr. Wang, you have arrived," exclaimed Yun Jingchu. Nearly fainting from excitement, he approached with exaggerated deference. His face plastered with obsequious smiles, embodying the very essence of a sycophant. Yet, despite his groveling demeanor, no one dared to mock him. For if they were in his position, they would likely surpass his fawning by leaps and bounds. In the presence of Jinling's titans, who could possibly maintain their composure? Only Lin Feng wore a peculiar expression, pondering how this could be. Just moments ago, he had sold an enigmatic talisman to a certain proprietor at the Jiangning market. And that very proprietor stood before him now, a middle-aged man with a square jaw. What a coincidence! Lin Feng chuckled, dismissing the thought, for he held no significant relationship with Wang Chong. Theirs was merely a transactional association. Enough with the pleasantries. Wang Chong interrupted Yun Jingchu, his impatience palpable. He was in a foul mood, simmering with a desire to lash out. Previously, he had acquired a demon-restraining talisman from a mysterious figure, successfully vanquishing the troublesome Huang Daxian. He had believed his troubles were behind him, only to be confronted with a series of bizarre occurrences that night that a building at the construction site inexplicably collapsed, claiming the lives of 8 workers. And then, shockingly, their bodies vanished without a trace. Was there a body snatcher at work? Wang Chong's expression darkened as he ordered the surveillance footage to be reviewed. What he witnessed sent chills down his spine. The 8 deceased workers, to his horror, were seen rising from the ground, moving slowly into the depths of the mountains under the cover of darkness. Having navigated through numerous trials and tribulations, Wang Chong felt a shudder of fear at this sinister turn of events. Without hesitation, he returned to the Jiangning market the following morning, desperate to locate the enigmatic figure he had encountered the day before, hoping to acquire another talisman to exorcise the spirits. However, despite waiting all day, he found no trace of the mysterious person. As his frustration grew, he received a call from Yun Jingchu, with a mind set on deriving amusement from the situation. He personally led a group to Chuanxiang Pavilion, seeking to alleviate his pent-up irritation. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed someone like Yun Jingchu altogether. What did it matter that he was one of Jinling's top 10 outstanding youths, or an exemplary alumnus of Jinling University? In Wang Chong's eyes, these were mere trifles devoid of substantial worth. "Who has troubled you? Point them out to me," Wang Chong inquired coldly. Rather than feeling angered, Yun Jingchu's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Wang Chong's tone. It seemed Mr. Wang was in a particularly foul mood today, a volatile temper that thrilled him. In Yun Jingchu's mind, the worse Wang Chong's mood, the more unfortunate Lin Feng would be. He could almost envision Lin Feng wailing for mercy at that moment. The others in the room, recognizing Wang Chang's foul demeanor, cast sympathetic glances toward Lin Feng, silently mourning for him. It is him. It is him, Yun Jingchu declared ominously, pointing a finger at Lin Feng. The crowd hurriedly shifted aside to grant Wang Chang a clearer view of Lin Feng. As Wang Chang's gaze settled upon Lin Feng, who was nestled amidst the crowd, he was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless, overcome with a wave of jubilant recognition. It was as if he had finally found a long-lost son after enduring a world of torment. "Mr. Wang, you struck the wrong person, didn't you?" Yun Jingchu said from the ground, covering his mouth, instinctively voicing his thoughts. Boom! Wang Chang's foot connected forcefully with Yun Jingchu's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. "I meant you wretched creature. Who do you think you are to meddle with the likes of me? High-level figure." Yun Jingchu gasped, struggling against the pain, glancing at Lin Feng in utter confusion. But soon, panic set in, and he babbled incoherently of Mr. Wang. "You must be mistaken. He is Lin Feng, my university classmate, just a penniless fellow, now an unemployed vagabond. How could he possibly be a high-level figure? You must understand this. You imply that I am blind?" Wang Chang's expression darkened ominously. "No, that is not what I meant. I meant he is not who you think he is. He must have deceived you." "Silence," Wang Chang interjected coldly. He had witnessed the talisman in action, slaying a Huang Daxian. How could that possibly be a fabrication? Wang Chang was disinclined to engage further with Yun Jingchu. Before the astonished crowd, he strode forward, grasped Lin Feng's hand, and with tear-filled eyes, exclaimed, "I have finally found you, my master." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of discomfort at Wang Chang's gaze. This behavior hardly befitted a man of his stature. Realizing this, Lin Feng discreetly withdrew his hand and stepped back. "My master, I was wrong. I misjudged you. Your abilities are truly remarkable." Wang Chang continued, his excitement palpable. This proclamation. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. After all, it was rumored that Wang Chang had spent a decade living off a wealthy woman, and such prolonged servitude could warp one's character, leading to a disdain for women. Moreover, Lin Feng's striking appearance, handsome, with chiseled features and a brooding aura, only fueled their speculations. Could it be? They swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the underlying implications. No wonder such a prominent figure as Wang Chang would show such interest in a mere pauper like Lin Feng. He approached Lin Feng, hand extended, tears in his eyes, trembling with unspoken words. And yet, he claimed Lin Feng's abilities were truly remarkable. This was utterly outrageous. Yun Jingchu, too, was struck by the realization, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. Knowing full well he could not compete with Lin Feng's looks, Lin Feng, noticing the peculiar stares from the crowd, furrowed his brow even more, when he saw Wang Chang attempting to draw nearer. He coldly warned, "If you dare come any closer, I will end you." Wang Chang halted, perplexed by the high-level figure's chilling demeanor. Had he not been sufficiently warm in his approach? "Master, are you still upset about yesterday? I didn't mean to look down on you. I thought you were incapable, but after returning home and reflecting, I realize your capabilities are truly extraordinary." Wang Chang wore an expression of deep regret. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd could not help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. This was simply too explosive. "Lin Feng, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Zhao Shuang'er, unable to bear it any longer, coldly uttered a remark before turning to leave. Lin Feng, upon witnessing this, refrained from offering any explanation. After all, the relationship between him and Zhao Shuang'er had already fractured, and there would be no further interactions in the future. Alas, little Feng, there are some matters that even a teacher prefers not to elaborate on. You must navigate them wisely. Life, after all, is a balance of gains and losses, with unchanging principles at its core. Ouyang Xiao patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, letting out a sigh. "Old classmate, things are not as you perceive them," Lin Feng replied, feeling utterly speechless. He could not comprehend why everyone seemed to think along those lines. "This group of old, lecherous men, what I think is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you are still young, with a long road ahead. You must contemplate your future plans. Relying on this is hardly a sustainable strategy." Ouyang Xiao responded with a complex expression before departing from the private room. Observing this scene, The other school leaders within the room also seized the opportunity to leave. After all, matters concerning Wang Chang's privacy were best kept at bay to avoid any potential backlash when the news inevitably spread. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people in the room had departed. As he watched his invited guests leave, Yun Jingchu clenched his fists. How infuriating. Why must I lose? I possess wealth, power, and connections. What does Lin Feng have? He is merely a pretty boy who knows nothing but to sell himself. The thought filled Yun Jingchu with humiliation, and his gaze towards Lin Feng brimmed with resentment. Is it truly the case that being handsome grants one the freedom to act with impunity? Noticing the venomous glare, Lin Feng pushed past Wang Chong and strode directly towards Yun Jingchu. What do you intend to do? Yun Jingchu asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Despite his overwhelming anger, he understood that, given the current situation, resistance was futile. That I believe I've already made myself clear. Have I not? I apologize, but you have lost, Lin Feng stated calmly. Yun Jingchu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he trembled as he pleaded, Lin Feng, you can't do this. We are old classmates, for the sake of our past friendship. Please spare me this once. I was merely caught up in the heat of the moment. I bear you no ill will. Crack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stomped down, breaking Yun Jingchu's right arm. Ugh! Yun Jingchu gasped in pain, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. However, this was merely the beginning. Lin Feng followed up with 3 swift kicks in succession, each strike harder and faster than the last. Crack, crack, crack. The other 3 limbs of Yun Jingchu were rendered a bloody mess, his bones shattered. The excruciating agony contorted Yun Jingchu's face into a mask of torment, his eyes glazing over as he gasped for breath. On the verge of fainting. Yet, Lin Feng showed no trace of compassion. Instead, he appeared utterly indifferent. He had already extended an opportunity. Regrettably, Yun Jingchu failed to cherish it. What does it matter that we were once classmates? A classmate who seeks to step on my head to flaunt himself is nothing but an enemy in Lin Feng's eyes. Especially since just moments ago, Yun Jingchu had cast a predatory glance at his sister. Truly, he was asking for trouble. With a cold demeanor, Lin Feng delivered a fierce kick to Yun Jingchu's abdomen. Bang! Yun Jingchu's body slid across the wooden floor, propelled several meters before crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chang's gaze shifted slightly, casting a deep look at the composed Lin Feng. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. This seemingly melancholic and delicate youth was far more ruthless than he had anticipated. Not only had he shattered limbs, but he had also propelled Yun Jingchu with such force. It was almost certain that Yun Jingchu would spend his next life bound to a wheelchair. However, Wang Chong was unfazed. He had encountered far bloodier affairs and was hardly intimidated by this. To think that an expert not only understood profound arts, but also possessed remarkable skills. Wang Chong. Am truly impressed. Wang Chong approached with a smile, offering flattery. Lin Feng shot him a cold glance before turning to leave. Wang Chong's earlier display had entangled him in a web of emotions. The fact that he had managed to refrain from killing Wang Chong was already a significant concession on his part. Expert, please wait, Wang Chong exclaimed hurriedly, signaling to a group of underlings at the door. They immediately understood his intent and blocked Lin Feng's exit. Lin Feng turned to face Wang Chong, his tone flat. Wang Chong, do you know what happens to those who provoke my wrath? Wang Chong forced a smile, stepping closer to Lin Feng, and apologized. Expert, please don't misunderstand. I truly find myself in a grave predicament and wish to request your assistance as long as you can help resolve this issue. Money is no object. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Though he had no particular interest in money, he still had several tens of thousands on hand, sufficient for himself and his sister. However, he had promised to provide Chun Inua with an inexhaustible sum to compensate for his past shortcomings. Contemplating this, Lin Feng replied, the talisman I gave you last time should suffice to handle the matter of the spirit's resurrection. What further assistance do you require? Well, here's the thing. Wang Chong promptly recounted the events of the previous night. Upon finishing, his face had noticeably paled, and he forced a bitter smile. Expert, I fear you may find this amusing. I, Wang Chong, have traversed the south and north, endured humiliation, and even kissed venomous snakes. Yet the matter of resurrection truly exceeds my understanding. I spent the entire night awake and rushed to Jiangning's market early this morning to find you, only to unexpectedly come across you here. Resurrection, Lin Feng muttered to himself. There were indeed various possibilities. Spiritual disturbances, parasitic worms, or environmental influences. Additionally, in the realm of esoteric practices, there existed a form of corpse control that could animate the deceased. Thus, without witnessing it firsthand, Lin Feng could not ascertain the nature of the occurrence. So, what do you think, expert? Do you have a solution? Wang Chong asked cautiously. Please refrain from calling me expert repeatedly. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. Calling you by name feels too distant. I should be older than you by over a decade. May I call you Lin Laudi instead? Wang Chong sought to bridge the gap between them. In his eyes, Lin Feng was a figure shrouded in mystery. Such talent would undoubtedly be best to keep close, while others believe him to be formidable, with the power to shake the very foundations of Jinling. Only he understood that in the presence of prominent families, Lin Feng was inconsequential. The world is vast and deeply layered, far more complex than it appears. Suit yourself, Lin Feng replied indifferently. Great, then I'll call you Lin Laudi. May I ask if Lin Laudi has any brilliant strategies? Wang Chong inquired eagerly, attempting to grasp Lin Feng's hand once more. What do you think you're doing? Lin Feng shot him a lethal glare. My apologies. Old habits die hard. Wang Chong awkwardly scratched his head. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Wang Chong before stating, regarding this matter, I cannot give you a definitive answer just yet. I must first inspect the site. All right, then let us depart immediately. Wang Chong exclaimed with delight. First, let us discuss the price. Don't accuse me of raising it arbitrarily. I cannot assist you without at least 1 million. Lin Feng stated flatly. Forget 1 million. If Lin Laudi can resolve this issue, I'm willing to offer 5 million. Wang Chong declared, extending 5 fingers with an air of pride. Lin Feng was taken aback by Wang Chong's proposition. The reward had increased 5-fold. To be honest, Wang Chong's actions earned him Lin Feng's respect. It was evident that Wang Chong's rise from obscurity to his current position was no mere coincidence. Very well, I will help you with this matter. Then I shall entrust this to you, Lin Laudi. Wang Chong responded eagerly. Wang Chong let out a sigh of relief. A full 8 elongated Hummer vehicles formed a black convoy, heading toward the eastern outskirts of Jinling City, specifically the majestic Taihun Mountain. Due to the traffic congestion in the urban area, the convoy took over an hour to cover the 50 kilometers to their destination. By now, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The sun gradually descended towards the western hills, painting the sky with hues of crimson on the gravel path. The evening light cast long shadows of the convoy, blending with the few ancient poplar trees by the mountain road, evoking a sense of desolation. Brother Lin, we have arrived at the project site. You may disembark, Wang Chong said in a lowered voice after the vehicle came to a halt. It was evident that upon arriving at the construction site, he had grown somewhat anxious, shedding the earlier demeanor of light-hearted banter. All right. Lin Feng nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out. A casual glance revealed a cluster of 2-story buildings with blue roofs and white walls. Typical of temporary structures on a construction site, there were approximately 500 makeshift houses, which, if calculated at 4 occupants per room, could accommodate over 2,000 people. Such a scale was considered quite grand for a construction site. Additionally, several piles of materials were neatly arranged nearby, while a few workers donned in yellow helmets were listlessly engaged in their tasks. That moment, 2 willow trees in the distance caught Lin Feng's attention. Brother Lin, what do you think? Wang Chong inquired cautiously. The scale of the site is not small, but the feng shui of this place seems rather poor. Lin Feng shook his head. Impossible. This location has been evaluated by a feng shui master. It is undoubtedly a prime site. If the feng shui were unfavorable, Jinling University would not have chosen to build a school here. Wang Chong quickly refuted Lin Feng's statement. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Chong, then pointed at the 2 trees by the stream in the distance, asking, Do you know what kind of trees those are? Those are willows. Wang Chong replied, as if it were obvious, since you recognize them as willows. Do you not find it peculiar? Willows are associated with the yin energy and thrive near water. To find two willows, each with a trunk diameter of nearly a meter, growing beside a mountain stream is quite unusual. Don't you think? Lin Feng scoffed. Wang Chang's expression froze at Lin Feng's words. After a moment's reflection, he too sensed something amiss. Typically, a willow's trunk diameter would be around 30 to 40 centimeters at most. Yet here in the mountains stood such robust specimens. This clearly defied the laws of natural growth. One might say that chi disperses in the presence of wind, halts near water, and is confined by mountains. Look at those two willows dominating the mountain's front, nourished by the yin energy, both thick and tall. And when you gaze upward, the mountain rises several hundred meters high, yet splits in two, forming towering columns that allow little sunlight to penetrate. At night, the mist and humidity create a damp and eerie atmosphere, forming a quintessential mountain concealment of yin. That said, the feng shui here is indeed favorable. However, that holds true for spirits and phantoms. For humans, well, it serves as an excellent burial ground. Buried here, who knows, in a decade or so, one might rise as a zombie. Lin Feng stated indifferently. Gulp. Wang Chong felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead upon hearing those few brief sentences. Could it be that the feng shui here truly posed an issue? But why had the feng shui master failed to notice it earlier? Brother Lin, what do you think we should do now? Wang Chong asked anxiously. I present you with two options. First, we could cut down those two willow trees and flatten the two mountain bodies to disperse the yin energy, and everything would be fine. Lin Feng suggested. That's not feasible. Removing the two willows is manageable, but Taihu Mountain is a 5-rated national forest park. It is utterly impossible to demolish it. Brother Lin, please share the second option. Wang Chong frowned. The second option is for you to select a new site. I can assist you in finding a suitable location, ensuring favorable weather and safety, Lin Feng proposed. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong forced a bitter smile, saying, Brother Lin, you see, the project is nearing completion. Changing locations now would incur losses of over $1 billion. Is there no alternative? Wanting both money and safety, all the good fortune in the world seems to be monopolized by you. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. Wang Chong laughed awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was affluent, losing $10 billion at once would certainly sting. I cannot assist you in altering this site. Any forced changes could affect the residents within a 50-mile radius. The consequences are too significant. Even if you offer me $500 billion, I would not proceed. I can only help you address the issues of restless spirits. As for the rest, you must figure it out yourself. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Just as Wang Chong was about to respond, a group of individuals wearing red safety helmets approached from a distance. Generally, red helmets signify project managers, yellow for ordinary workers, white for supervisory personnel, and blue for safety officers or specialized workers. The individuals approaching were clearly project managers, all adorned in red helmets. Boss, the leading middle-aged man approached Wang Chong and respectfully greeted him. Wang Chong nodded, then smiled as he introduced Lin Feng. Brother Lin, this is Zhang Bin, the project manager for this project and one of my most capable subordinates. Brother Lin. Zhang Bin looked at Lin Feng in surprise. He was well aware of his boss's character. Anyone referred to as little brother by him must possess exceptional qualities. Considering some peculiar events that had occurred recently, Zhang Bin immediately understood and smiled. This must be the esteemed individual who granted the talisman. Right? I am Zhang Bin. If it pleases you, feel free to call me Binzi. Lin Feng nodded, responding, I cannot claim to be esteemed. I am merely slightly more skilled than you. Haha, esteemed individuals certainly speak with wisdom. Zhang Bin replied with a smile. Lin Feng chose not to respond further. Given that Zhang Bin was capable of managing such a large project, he undoubtedly possessed considerable acumen, but their relationship mattered little to him. I shall go take a look around the mountains nearby, Lin Feng said, turning to Wang Chong. I'll accompany you. Wang Chong quickly offered, and no need. Following behind me would be inconvenient. I will return before nightfall. And at that time, I can help you resolve the issues. Lin Feng shook his head and swiftly walked outside. He made no effort to conceal his actions. With a few leaps, he vanished into the vast expanse of the mountains. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd's pupils constricted in astonishment. What incredible speed! Boss, this person is extraordinary. His speed suggests he is certainly a martial artist. Where did you find him? Zhang Bin remarked, visibly alert. Binzi, are you suggesting he is a martial artist? Wang Chong furrowed his brow. Indeed, without a doubt, he is a martial artist. Even the most robust individuals could not match such speed. Only a martial artist with cultivated inner strength could achieve such feats. Zhang Bin affirmed with I could see that moment. A voice from the crowd piped up, Boss, what I told you over the phone was true. Lin Feng can truly fly. I saw him disappear in the blink of an eye. Enough with your nonsense. I'm utterly fed up. Please stop. Wang Chong retorted irritably. Xiaolong, you must have been mistaken. Even a martial artist cannot fly. Do you understand what flying entails? Stop spouting such nonsense. Zhang Bin chimed in earnestly. Since returning yesterday, Xiaolong had been insistent on recounting his encounter with the flying man, yet no one believed him, and if they did, it would simply be a sign of serious delusion, as no one seemed willing to believe him. Xiaolong pouted, beginning to doubt himself. Had he truly imagined it? Who was this Lin Feng, capable of talisman crafting, knowledgeable in feng shui, and now revealed to be a martial artist? Wang Chong pondered to himself. Regarding martial artists, he certainly knew a thing or two. In the grand tapestry of the Xia dynasty's 5,000 years, some unknown traditions have persisted through time. The path of martial artistry is one of them. Cultivating the three flowers at the apex, harmonizing the qi, and attaining inner strength, feats such as splitting stone or cleaving iron are but trifles. However, until now, Wang Chong had merely heard of such things. The true prowess of a warrior remains an enigma, even to himself. He is merely aware that among certain formidable noble families, there exist warriors lurking in the shadows. Boss, this presents an opportunity, Zhang Bin exclaimed. Our Qinglong gang has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, we must seek the protection of a warrior. Furthermore, recent days have been tumultuous, and I suspect matters are far from straightforward. It is highly probable that someone intends to strike against us. He lowered his voice. Wang Chong nodded in understanding. He grasped the rationale perfectly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, after departing from the project apartment, ascended directly to the summit of Taihu Mountain. Standing atop the towering heights, he beheld the entire expanse of Taihu Mountain's landscape. Ancient trees flourished, waterways intertwined, winding and serpentine, resembling dragons and snakes. This mountain connects to the Zijing Mountain of Jinling City, positioned at the tail of the dragon vein, nourished by the essence of the earth dragon. How could it possibly form a mountain hiding the yin energy? With arms crossed and chin resting on his right hand, Lin Feng pondered deeply that moment. A particular parcel of land caught his attention. This plot lay at the edge of the mountain's yin concealment, a place seldom touched by sunlight, thick with lingering yin energy, most conspicuous indeed. The water plays host to dragon pearls. The mountain harbors yin-yang stones. Could it be that this place also conceals an extreme yin stone? Lin Feng mused aloud. What is an extreme yin stone? As the saying goes, the mountain's face basks in sunlight while its rear is shrouded in shadow. When the yang energy on the front reaches a certain threshold, it forms a stone called extreme yang. Conversely, when the yin energy accumulates sufficiently, it gathers and solidifies into a stone known as extreme yin. Such yin-yang stones are rare treasures in the realm of cultivation, primarily utilized for body tempering. Once tempered by an extreme yin stone, one's physique gains resistance to cold. Tempered by an extreme yang stone, it acquires heat resistance. Long ago, the old man sought after these yin-yang stones to aid his breakthrough into the yuaning stage. But regrettably, after searching through hundreds of mountains, he found none. It is unexpected, yet fortuitous, to encounter one here. With a leap, Lin Feng descended over 100 meters down a sheer cliff and arrived before a pitch-black cave. The cave was devoid of light, its depths terrifyingly profound. Additionally, gusts of thick, chilling yin wind emanated from within, sending shivers down one's spine. It could be said that any ordinary person standing here would undoubtedly have their legs turned to jelly, fleeing without hesitation. Yet Lin Feng remained undeterred, striding boldly inside. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that an extreme yin stone resided within. With such a stone, he might finally temper his body with extreme yin energy and step into the long elusive yuaning stage. As Lin Feng ventured deeper into the cave, the energy intensified. The temperature plummeted, nearly reaching -10 degrees. A thin layer of frost coated the cave's surface, exuding a chilling aura. Moreover, scattered across the ground were the bones of unidentified creatures. Some were ancient remains, while others bore traces of fresh blood, evidently from beings that had perished not long ago. Could some creature dwell here? Lin Feng pondered, quickening his pace, although the cave was pitch black. To him, it bore little difference from daylight. Before long, Lin Feng reached the cave's innermost depths at a space of approximately 70 to 80 square meters unfolded before his eyes. The area was spacious. At its center stood a massive stone, dark blue in hue, with a groove about 6 to 7 centimeters in diameter atop it. Lin Feng approached, furrowing his brow. Based on the residual aura, this groove appeared to be the birthplace of the extreme stone. Now conspicuously absent, clearly, someone had beaten him to it. Then, Lin Feng began to inspect the cave further, yet found nothing particularly noteworthy. Just then, a faint thump, thump, thump echoed in the dark space. The sound was soft. Yet in the stillness, it resonated with clarity, an underground chamber. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Following the sound, he discovered it emanated from within a wall. Without hesitation, he struck out with his sword. Bang! The wall crumbled, revealing a hidden chamber. Within the chamber lay a night pearl emanating a faint glow, and there sat a young girl of 17 or 18 years upon a wooden bed. She donned a white dress with black stockings, sporting 2 rabbit ears atop her head. Her skin was as flawless as snow, her features delicate and exquisite, imbued with a hint of allure. Moreover, her figure was undeniably ample, truly impressive. However, this beautiful girl was now engulfed in terror. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she curled up in fright, gazing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. What on earth was happening? In such a place, steeped in energy and seldom trodden by human feet, how could a beautiful girl appear? Furthermore, her attire was both alluring and playful, clearly not that of a reclusive cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng entered the chamber to investigate. Please, don't come any closer, the girl cried, clutching her ample bosom, trembling in fear. Lin Feng, at a loss for words, halted his advance and inquired, Who are you? What are you doing here? Isn't it you who brought me here? The girl asked pitifully. Of course not, Lin Feng replied. The girl paused, cautiously glancing at Lin Feng, and suddenly noticed that he was rather handsome. Instantly, her fear diminished somewhat. My name is Jiang Xining, a freshman at Jinling University. Last night, I went to an internet CAF to play games, and then cut to the chase. Lin Feng interrupted, frowning. Jiang Xining pouted, her eyes brimming with tears once more. Lin Feng felt utterly bemused. What was the situation? He had come seeking opportunities, only to be entangled in complications. Yet looking at this innocent girl who was roughly the same age as Xiao Yao, he felt a twinge of compassion. All right, go on. Lin Feng relented. Oh, Jiang Xining nodded obediently and continued, Then I don't know how, but I suddenly fainted, and when I woke up, I found myself here. Big brother, are you sent by my father to rescue me? No, I'm merely passing by. Lin Feng replied, exasperated. Then, big brother, can you help me? I can pay you, and how much could you offer me? 1,000. 1,000 is hardly enough for me to assist you, 1,300,000. That's my allowance for a month. Lin Feng was taken aback. 0.9 out of 10 Lolas are rich, and the last one is exceptionally wealthy. This girl's background seemed extraordinary. Being kidnapped here must have some significant reason behind it. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. 1,300,000 was sufficient for him to act. Plus, he suspected this incident might relate to Wang Chong in some capacity. All right, follow me. I'll take you out. Lin Feng instructed. Jiang Xining sighed in relief, patting her ample chest, and climbed down from the bed to approach Lin Feng. Yet after just a couple of steps, her eyes widened in terror as she pointed behind Lin Feng. Big brother, look behind you. In truth, Lin Feng had already sensed it. He turned to see 8 grotesque figures, exuding a foul stench, their blood-red eyes fixed hungrily upon him. Zombies? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, then shook his head. They could not be classified as zombies. They were merely animated corpses. There exists a fundamental difference between zombies and animated corpses. Zombies are not decayed, impervious to blades and bullets, with immense strength that in contrast. Animated corpses are merely corpses that can walk. The disparity between the two is vast. At it seems these are the 8 workers that Wang Chong mentioned had risen from the dead. He had not anticipated their appearance here. Big brother, those 8 people are so ugly. They must be the villains who captured me. Jiang Xining cowered behind Lin Feng, her face a picture of fear as she exclaimed, "What kind of logic is this? Just because someone is unattractive, does that mean they must be a villain? Surely that cannot be the case. Of course not. Our physical form is a gift from our parents. It is innate. Appearance bears no relation to one's character. Moreover, those 8 figures before us are not even human. If they're not human, then what are they? They are ghouls. What exactly are ghouls? Is being ugly enough to classify one as a ghoul?" Lin Feng, exasperated, chose to cease the conversation that it was utterly futile, akin to playing a lute to a donkey. Just then, the 8 ghouls charged forward with furious roars, their claws bared and their faces twisted in malevolence. "Ah!" Jiang Xining shrieked and instinctively covered her eyes. Yet, in an instant, tranquility returned. She cautiously removed her hands and discovered that the 8 ghouls had vanished, leaving behind a floor strewn with countless shattered fragments. "Where have the ghouls gone?" Jiang Xining queried, perplexed. "They shattered." "What?" "They went to sleep. Is this the generation gap?" Lin Feng shook his head, opting for silence as he walked towards the exit. Jiang Xining glanced around. A shiver ran down her spine, and she hurriedly followed him. Shortly after their departure, an elderly man with graying hair entered the cave. Upon observing the scene within the dim chamber, his aged face darkened ominously. He had merely stepped out to attend to a brief matter, and upon his return, he found his lair had been compromised. The 8 ghouls he had left behind were reduced to mere fragments. Could it be that a practitioner of profound realms had intervened? Undoubtedly, it was the Jiang family who had dispatched someone to rescue that young girl. Unexpectedly, they had managed to locate this place. The Jiang family indeed possessed some skill, the old man ominously remarked. However, this matter is far from concluded. Before sunset, Lin Feng escorted Jiang Xining back to the project apartment at the base of the mountain. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xining chattered incessantly, her remarks often astonishing and her imagination remarkable. Lin Feng felt a throbbing headache. He noted a resemblance between her character and that of Li Xiaoke. The two would certainly get along splendidly. Wang Chong and others had been anxiously waiting at the entrance of the project apartment. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, a wave of relief washed over them, and they hurriedly approached. "Brother Lin, you have finally returned." After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Xining, a glint of surprise crossing his eyes. They couldn't help but feel that this young girl was truly remarkable, possessing a vast capacity for acceptance. "Brother Lin, who is this young lady?" Before Lin Feng could respond, Jiang Xining introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Jiang Xining. I look forward to your guidance. You are the little princess of the Jiang family." "Jiang Xining?" Wang Chong exclaimed in astonishment. "You know me?" Jiang Xining asked curiously. Upon receiving confirmation, Wang Chong's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Not just acquainted. Your family has been frantically searching for you since you went missing last night." Wang Chong then turned to Lin Feng, inquiring, "Brother Lin, how did you come to be with Miss Jiang?" "She was kidnapped, and I happened to rescue her." Lin Feng replied, "I see. Brother Lin, you are about to strike it rich," Wang Chong exclaimed, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Leaving Lin Feng in contemplative silence, from Wang Chong's reaction, it was evident that the young girl's status was far more remarkable than he had anticipated. The Jiang family? Are they truly that formidable? Lin Feng pondered fruitlessly and chose to dismiss the thought. "Brother Lin, please wait a moment." Wang Chong, brimming with excitement, took out his phone and stepped into a corner to make a call, evidently notifying the Jiang family. After exchanging a few words, Wang Chong returned, stating, "Miss Jiang, I have already informed your family. They will soon send someone to pick you up." "Thank you," Jiang Xining replied with a smile. "I could see that moment." Lin Feng remarked coolly, "Since you are safe now, it is time for you to fulfill your earlier promise. You had better not renege on me. I am a man who values currency over connections. Big brother, I don't have my phone on me right now, so I can't transfer the money. When my family arrives, can I have them do it instead? Jiang Xining replied meekly. That will suffice. Lin Feng nodded. As time ticked by, darkness soon enveloped the surroundings. The night was shrouded in gloom, with thick clouds obscuring the sky. Within the mountains, visibility was virtually non-existent, save for the flickering lights of the project apartment, which lent a fleeting semblance of life to the desolate landscape. Around 7 in the evening, a black SUV belonging to the Jiang family arrived at the project apartment. 3 individuals emerged. A middle-aged man clad in traditional attire and 2 bodyguards in black. It was none other than Yang Tianbao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Chong's pupils constricted, and his demeanor grew noticeably tense. Jiang Xining, however, gleefully rushed forward, linking her arm with the middle-aged man's, sweetly calling out, "Uncle Yang, what brings you here to fetch me?" "Miss, you have caused quite a stir for your family this time," Yang Tianbao sighed. Jiang Xining lowered her head in embarrassment. She quickly raised it again and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Uncle Yang, this big brother saved me. I promised to give him 13 million as a reward. Please help me transfer the money to him." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianbao shifted his gaze to Lin Feng. The young lady had gone missing late last night and was now easily rescued. With a demand for over 10 million in compensation, such circumstances could not help but raise suspicions. "Young man, what is your name? Where did you rescue my family's young lady?" "That is unnecessary. Simply provide me the money, and we shall be even," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Though Yang Tianbao exuded a calm demeanor and moved with the grace of a seasoned fighter, he still seemed far too weak to pique Lin Feng's interest. "You have rescued my family's young lady. Such a favor must be acknowledged. However, it is prudent that we clarify the details." Yang Tianbao spoke coldly. Lin Feng frowned at this. Was he insinuating that he had kidnapped Jiang Xining? Wang Chong, sensing the tension, hurriedly interjected, "Brother Yang, this is a good friend of mine that I just called to notify you about him. I didn't ask you. What gives you the right to butt in?" Yang Tianbao's expression remained indifferent. Wang Chong's face fell, taken aback by Yang Tianbao's blatant disregard. Witnessing this, Jiang Xining quickly interjected, "Uncle Yang, you must be mistaken. It was indeed this big brother who saved me. Miss, the world is not as simple as you perceive. I will handle this matter. You need only observe. Uncle, you cannot repay kindness with malice," Jiang Xining retorted, somewhat incensed. Yang Tianbao remained silent, signaling his bodyguards to restrain the young lady, his gaze fixed coldly on Lin Feng. "If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will have no choice but to take you back to the Jiang family for questioning. I have no time to indulge your inquiries." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before adding, "I can offer you 2 options. First, give me the money, and we part ways without further obligation. Second, I can eliminate your young lady right now, in which case it would not be considered a rescue. Choose between money or life. The decision is yours." Upon this declaration, the atmosphere fell into stunned silence. Everyone present wore expressions of shock and disbelief. What sort of brazen threat was this? To eliminate the young lady and render the rescue moot? After a lengthy pause, Yang Tianbao finally burst into laughter, shaking his head with disdain. "Young man, I shall grant you the opportunity to rephrase your statement. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Cease your bravado before me. I am giving you 10 seconds to decide. After that, there will be no mercy." Lin Feng replied calmly, initiating the countdown. 10, 9. Observing Lin Feng's seemingly serious demeanor, Yang Tianbao's expression suddenly turned cold. What an arrogant young man. It seems he must be taught a lesson. He prepared to act. However, at that moment, from the endless darkness before the construction site gate, a faint sound of footsteps emerged. Shortly thereafter, an old weasel with graying whiskers slowly approached the crowd. The old weasel measured a full meter in length, and its glossy black eyes sparkled with a cunning humanness. With its sinister gaze fixed on everyone, it smiled and inquired, "Do I resemble a human or a celestial being?" This unexpected scene stunned all present, save for Lin Feng. What on earth is happening? There's a rumor in the northeast about the Huang Daxian seeking a title. How could this be possible? Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously dispatched one of these creatures. How could another appear now? "Uncle Yang, what is going on?" Jiang Xining hid behind Yang Tianbao, her bright eyes reflecting a mix of fear and curiosity. If she were alone, she would surely be frightened to tears. However, with so many people present, including Uncle Yang, her trepidation was mitigated by intrigue that it was merely a beast. After all, there was no need for excessive concern. Yang Tianbao offered a word of reassurance, yet his sharp gaze remained fixed coldly on the old weasel. Revealing his thoughts were elsewhere. Oh, Jiang Xining nodded, though her large eyes furtively observed the old weasel with great curiosity. Perhaps noticing her gaze, the old weasel turned its attention to her, its emerald eyes glistening with an otherworldly light in the night. And it mischievously asked, "Little girl, do I look like a human or a celestial being?" "I don't know," Jiang Xining replied, stepping back in fear. I could see that moment. Yang Tianbao snorted coldly and launched a punch at the old weasel. "Stop your tricks, Jijia," the old weasel smirked, sidestepping effortlessly to avoid Yang Tianbao's strike. Once he had heard that some animals could attain intelligence after living long enough. He had not anticipated encountering such a creature today. Yet a mere beast was still just that. A beast, since it dared to provoke him, it would pay with its life. Yang Tianbao's expression turned icy, his face betraying murderous intent. He expanded his body, the air around him crackling with energy as his fists whistled through the air, each movement brimming with formidable strength. Bang! Yang Tianbao unleashed another punch. Although the weasel dodged swiftly, the ground beneath it shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin's expressions shifted dramatically. How powerful! A single punch could easily pulverize concrete. If this were directed at a human, surely their organs would be shattered. "Boss, this Yang Tianbao is undoubtedly a martial artist," Zhang Bin whispered to Wang Chong. Wang Chong nodded gravely. How could someone regarded as an uncle by the Jiang family's young lady be an ordinary individual? However, he had never imagined he was a martial artist. Wang Chong glanced at Lin Feng, not far away, surmising that Lin Feng might also be a martial artist. He wondered who would be stronger between the two. Judging by Lin Feng's calm demeanor, he likely wouldn't be inferior to Yang Tianbao, though he probably wouldn't be much stronger either. Meanwhile, the battle between Yang Tianbao and the old weasel had escalated to a fever pitch. Bang! Boom! Yang Tianbao exuded an astonishing aura, swinging his fists with grandiose movements that exuded an air of dominance. In contrast, the old weasel remained understated, merely sidestepping Yang Tianbao's attacks while occasionally emitting a series of mocking cackles. "Lin, who do you think will win?" Wang Chong approached Lin Feng, asking quietly. From the beginning, the old weasel had merely been toying with them. "Who do you think would win?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Jiang Xining interjected. "Impossible! My Uncle Yang is incredibly formidable, a Huang-level martial artist, known for his thunder fist that reigns supreme in Jinling City. How could a mere beast be a match for my uncle? Look, it has no means of retaliation. It will likely be defeated shortly. A Huang-level martial artist?" Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The old man had always taught him the ways of cultivation, so he wasn't particularly well-versed in martial arts hierarchies. Indeed, the martial arts realm is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, with only those who cultivate internal energy truly entering the martial arts domain. My Uncle Yang is currently a mid-level Huang martial artist. He practices the thunder fist technique, renowned for its ferocity, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Jiang Xining declared proudly, "Is Huang the highest level?" Lin Feng queried with curiosity. Jiang Xining's expression turned somewhat awkward as she replied, "Huang is merely the entry level. Next is Xian, then Di, and finally Tian." "Well, that is not particularly impressive." Lin Feng shook his head. "You know nothing. You have no idea how significant the title of Huang-level martial artist is. Let me illustrate. You must be aware of the martial arts competition in Jiangnan province, right? If my uncle were to participate, he would undoubtedly sweep the competition and claim first place," Jiang Xining boasted. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin gasped in astonishment. The Jiangnan province martial arts competition is indeed of considerable prestige. To dominate there is no small feat. Lin Feng remarked, "Your uncle is indeed significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. However, when compared to such a clever creature, there remains a vast disparity. It seems you truly do not understand." Jiang Xining shook her head, unwilling to continue the discussion with Lin Feng. Her attention shifted back to the battlefield. At that moment, Uncle Yang appeared like a divine weapon, forcing the weasel into a desperate retreat. Given this situation, how could he possibly lose? However, just then, the old weasel suddenly halted. Its round eyes gleamed with two radiant green lights, eerie and captivating. Under the influence of this green light, Yang Tianbao's advancing form faltered, leaving him standing vacantly in place. The old weasel chuckled wickedly, extending its sharp claws towards Yang Tianbao's heart. Not good. Seeing this, the two black-clad bodyguards accompanying Yang Tianbao turned pale and rushed forward to assist. It was evident that these bodyguards also possessed considerable strength, their steps steady and punches powerful, even if they were not martial artists. They were not far off, yet, against their formidable assault, the old weasel merely waved its claws gently. The two bodyguards were immediately gutted, shrieking as they fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. After struggling a few moments, they succumbed. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Tianbao's expression cleared instantly. Gazing at the old weasel, now so close, his face changed dramatically as he hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. The old weasel casually swiped its claws. Pooh! Yang Tianbao let out a wail as his entire left arm was severed. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound, saturating the air with a rich metallic scent. Hiss! The pain of his severed arm made Yang Tianbao gasp sharply. While retreating to create distance, he pressed his right hand against his shoulder to temporarily staunch the bleeding. Only then did he stare in horror at the old weasel, which was now grinning enigmatically at him. His mind was in turmoil. Enchantment. The eyes of this beast possessed the power of seduction. It was precisely because he had gazed into its eyes that his mind had been shattered. What a formidable creature! Wang Chong, Zhang Bin, and the others were horrified. In an instant, the tide had turned. Among the Jiang family trio, two lay dead, one injured. The sharp claws of this beast were excessively lethal, effortlessly severing the arm of a Huang-level martial artist like Yang Tianbao. Uncle Yang, are you all right? Jiang Xining rushed to support Yang Tianbao after a brief moment of shock, her delicate face as pale as snow, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her heart, Uncle Yang was an invincible entity. She could never have imagined that he would be so severely injured by an old weasel. Yang Tianbao was on the verge of speaking when, unexpectedly, the old weasel charged forward once again, its limbs scuttling rapidly across the ground. The green light in its eyes transformed into a chilling red, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Miss, step aside quickly. Yang Tianbao's pupils constricted as he forcefully pushed Jiang Xining away. He then concentrated his internal energy into his right hand, preparing to strike at the old weasel. Jia. The old weasel cackled wickedly, effortlessly evading the punch, and then swiped its claws. 3 dazzling beams of white light flashed through the darkness. Yang Tianbao let out a horrific scream as his entire right arm was severed cleanly. The force of the collision sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. A far cry from his earlier spirited demeanor. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in horror, chilled to the bone. This was a Huangjing warrior. How could he be so grievously injured? Lin, what shall we do now? Wang Chong asked nervously. What do we do? Naturally, we continue to watch the show, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, displaying no intention of offering assistance. Had Yang Tianbao directly handed over the money at the outset, Lin Feng might have considered intervening for the sake of the reward. Alas, some opportunities, once missed, are truly lost. As for the 13 million bill, he could still demand it from the Jiang family after these two perished. So there was no rush. Uncle Yang, Jiang Xining exclaimed in alarm as she hurried over to staunch Yang Tianbao's bleeding, her voice trembling with fear. Uncle, are you all right? Miss, this beast is formidable. I fear we shall meet our end here tonight. Yang Tianbao's face was pale, his eyes filled with guilt. He loathed himself for his arrogance. Had he not been so conceited, he could have held off the old weasel while allowing his two subordinates to escort the young lady to safety. But now, it was too late to lament. Wang Chong, if you can protect my niece today, the Jiang family will surely reward you. Yang Tianbao pleaded, casting a desperate gaze toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong's expression shifted slightly, hesitating to respond. Under normal circumstances, he would have gone to great lengths to befriend a prestigious family like the Jiangs. However, at this moment, merely suppressing his fear and not fleeing was already commendable. He dared not confront the old weasel. Yang Tianbao seemed to sense Wang Chong's reluctance, and his gaze dimmed entirely. He struggled to position Jiang Xining behind him, fiercely staring down the old weasel. Even in death, he would shield the young lady. Yet, unexpectedly, the old weasel diverted its gaze from him, turning instead to fix its emerald eyes upon Lin Feng, grinning eerily. "Young man, do I resemble a human or a celestial being?" "Damn!" Wang Chong and Zhang Bin, standing beside Lin Feng, felt a shiver run through them, instinctively stepping back. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had no desire to intervene, yet he never anticipated that this creature would dare to provoke him. "Young man, I am asking you a question. Do I look like a human or a celestial being?" The old weasel advanced closer, standing barely a meter from Lin Feng, its piercing green eyes locked onto him. A peculiar smile plastered across its face. "I see you as a fool," Lin Feng retorted coldly. "Jia, your courage is commendable," the old weasel cackled, its green eyes slowly beginning to swirl. Two streams of strange green light pierced into Lin Feng's gaze. He could distinctly feel a feeble, pitiful mental force attempting to invade his mind, seeking to control his thoughts. Jia, the old weasel believed it had succeeded, grinning eerily as it extended its claws to extract Lin Feng's heart. Witnessing this, Yang Tianbao's complexion turned ashen. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin clenched their fists, contemplating rushing to save Lin Feng, but the memory of the two black-clad bodyguard from the Jiang family flashed before them, and they hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Jiang Xining, horrified, covered her mouth, her wide eyes brimming with terror. It was over, truly over. Just moments ago, Uncle Yang had suffered a similar fate and lost his left arm. However, the next moment, what unfolded before them caused the onlookers' scalps to tingle with shock. Lin Feng swiftly extended his right hand, effortlessly seizing the weasel by the neck and lifting it off the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The old weasel's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as it struggled violently. But it was utterly futile. No matter how it writhed, it could not escape Lin Feng's grip, which was as unyielding as steel. "Is the piece of extreme stone on you?" Lin Feng inquired indifferently. Realizing that the old weasel could manipulate minds, he deduced that the 8 corpses had been under its control, and thus, he suspected that the extreme stone had been taken by the weasel. Squeak, squeak, the old weasel offered no reply, yet its green eyes shone even brighter as it sought to shatter Lin Feng's consciousness. "You insignificant insect, do not overestimate yourself," Lin Feng scoffed, directly employing his soul-searching technique against it. However, to his disappointment, he could not uncover any useful information within the weasel's consciousness. Casting a glance at the weasel, which was rolling its eyes, he exerted a slight pressure. Crack! The old weasel's neck snapped with a sickening sound, and it lay dead upon the spot. In that instant, the atmosphere grew eerily still. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Disbelief etched across their faces. How could this be? Such a powerful Huangjing warrior had been so easily dispatched by Lin Feng, as if he had merely wrung the neck of a chick. Lin Feng surveyed the crowd before turning his gaze to Wang Chong. "Wang Chong, the bodies of those 8 workers were controlled by this old weasel, which is why they could move. Now that I have destroyed the corpses and eliminated the weasel, your project may proceed as planned. However, the feng shui of this location is unfavorable. It will surely bring about future troubles, so do take heed." "Thank you, Lin." Wang Chong came to his senses. Speaking respectfully, he had witnessed Lin Feng's capabilities. The old weasel, which had been impervious to a Huangjing warrior, was no match for Lin Feng. Could it be that he had already reached the Xianjing realm? A chill ran down Wang Chong's spine at that thought. He resolved to spare no effort in befriending Lin Feng. A person of such formidable strength, who also possessed knowledge of feng shui, was a rare find, and no need for thanks, just a simple transaction. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Lin, you are indeed a person of character. I shall transfer the funds to you now." Wang Chong chuckled awkwardly, hastily pulling out his phone to complete the transfer. "Ding! Your bank card has received a deposit of 5 0.00 yuan. Viewing the text message on his phone, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that Wang Chong proved to be quite reliable when it came to financial matters, unlike some others. Lin Feng then turned his cold gaze toward the distant Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining. You owe me 13 million as well, don't you? Before Yang Tianbao could respond, Jiang Xining, visibly irritated, interjected, if you were capable of defeating that beast. Why didn't you act sooner? If you had intervened earlier, Uncle Yang and the two bodyguards wouldn't have suffered. Then why should I have intervened to save you? Do I owe you anything? Lin Feng sneered. Stepping forward, he coldly declared, whether you are a young lady or not, in my eyes, you are all mere insects, and no one in this world can evade the debts owed to Lin Feng. If you refuse to pay, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Why are you threatening me? As the daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Xining had never encountered such a situation. Her expression was one of panic, tears shimmering in her eyes as she appeared utterly at a loss. Young man, 13 million is but a trifling sum for my Jiang family. However, in my current state, I fear I cannot manage it. Why not return to the Jiang family with me, and I shall offer you double the amount. What do you say? At this moment, Yang Tianbao spoke weakly. Although warriors possess great physical strength, his arms had been severed, and he had lost an excessive amount of blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. If it were not for his formidable willpower, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. Lin Feng cast a cold gaze at Yang Tianbao. Even now, he remains undeterred. My young brother, if you seek money, you must trust me. If you are willing to escort me and the young lady back home, my Jiang family will certainly offer you double the reward. Yang Tianbao explained. The young lady was inexplicably abducted to this place, only to be confronted by a terrifying Huang Daxian, intent on exterminating them. There must be a connection to it. Is highly probable that there are other unknown powerful figures lurking in the shadows. Initially, he suspected Lin Feng. However, after witnessing Lin Feng's actions, he dismissed his doubts. Furthermore, in his current state, he could not possibly ensure the safe escort of the young lady. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Lin Feng's assistance. You wish for me to escort you home? Lin Feng discerned Yang Tianbao's thoughts. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. 26 million, provided you safely deliver me and the young lady back to the Jiang family. Yang Tianbao nodded in agreement. Lin Feng did not respond, but turned to Wang Chong beside him and inquired, is the Jiang family quite wealthy? Wang Chong instinctively nodded and replied, the Jiang family is among the most prestigious families in the entirety of Jinling City, undoubtedly possessing immense wealth, likely exceeding 10 trillion in assets. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and addressed Yang Tianbao. I am amenable to escorting you back, but the price for this escort must increase 1,000-fold. I demand cash, not assets or securities. As soon as these words escaped his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin gasped in shock. Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining's pupils contracted, both thinking Lin Feng had lost his mind. 1,000-fold? That amounts to 26 billion. And to demand cash, such an enormous sum of liquid capital, even the Jiang family would find it challenging to produce. My young brother, do you not think you are being rather unreasonable? Yang Tianbao's complexion darkened. Unreasonable. You are requesting my assistance, and I am merely stating my terms. If you are amenable, we can proceed. If not, then so be it. Is this not a perfectly normal transaction? Furthermore, with the Jiang family's assets in the trillions, requesting a few hundred billion is hardly excessive. Lin Feng stated calmly. Hardly excessive. Do you comprehend what 26 billion in cash signifies? Your demands are outrageous. To voice such a request would surely invite ridicule. Yang Tianbao's expression darkened profoundly. If you find it excessive, then let it be. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, if it cannot be, then so be it. I am merely seeking peace of mind. Do you truly take this matter to heart? Yang Tianbao's chest heaved with anger, and his wounds began to bleed a new 26 billion, such an astronomical figure. It was utterly impossible. To raise such a vast sum of cash on short notice would necessitate the liquidation of countless assets, with their actual value needing to reach around 40 billion. Once given, the entire Jiang family would suffer severe repercussions. Moreover, Even if he agreed, the Jiang family would undoubtedly refuse to pay. Frankly, even if he and the young lady were to perish here, the Jiang family would never amass such a sum to save them. This fool was truly living in a fantasy, utterly lacking in awareness and sensibility. With that thought, Yang Tianbao turned to Jiang Xining and said, "Miss, use my phone in my pocket to notify the family, instructing them to send a helicopter immediately to not forget to bring my money. If they fail to provide the funds, I will indeed resort to violence." Lin Feng interjected coolly, "Money, money, money. That is all you think about." Jiang Xining was utterly disillusioned with Lin Feng. Initially, when he had saved her, she had felt a strong affinity for him, believing this older brother was handsome and kind-hearted. However, after the recent events, she realized Lin Feng was merely a cold-hearted, selfish individual. 2 lives to be extinguished before you, and yet you remain indifferent, capable of saving them, but choosing not to. Is your heart made of iron? Jiang Xining's eyes reddened. Lin Feng chuckled softly, offering no reply. Seeing this, Jiang Xining ceased her futile attempts at conversation, taking out her phone to make a call. After a few brief exchanges, she hung up and excitedly announced, "Uncle Yang, the family will arrive in no more than half an hour. They will be able to reattach your arm in time." "Excellent. Then we shall wait for half an hour." Yang Tianbao exhaled a sigh of relief. He then turned to Lin Feng, his eyes filled with derision. "My young brother, do you now regret your decision? You had the chance to earn over 10 million, yet you squandered it. Greed is a serpent that swallows an elephant. One must learn to be content." Lin Feng prepared to respond, but at that moment, he sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the encroaching darkness. Observing this, Yang Tianbao furrowed his brow and followed Lin Feng's line of sight. In that pitch-black void, a shadowy figure slowly approached. Step by step, the figure's movements appeared languid, yet it closed a nearly 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. As it drew nearer, the onlookers could finally discern its features. What met their gaze was a visage reminiscent of a parched riverbed, an aged face with wrinkled skin that seemed to pile upon itself, exuding an aura of dread in the dim light. The figure's hair was snow white, and its emaciated form radiated an unmistakable sense of death, as though it had just clawed its way out of a coffin. Upon witnessing this individual, Yang Tianbao, Wang Chong, Jiang Xining, and Zhang Bin felt a chill creeping up their spines, an unsettling sensation washing over them. This figure did not resemble a human. Could it possibly be a ghost? "Who might you be?" Yang Tianbao managed to suppress his trepidation and asked first. The old man ignored Yang Tianbao, fixating his murky gaze upon Lin Feng, and stated, "Indeed, true talent emerges in youth, at such a tender age. You have attained the mid-late stage of the Xian realm, which is quite remarkable. Mid-late stage of the Xian realm." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Not deny it. The 2 Huang Paises I trained perished at your hands. Only someone at the mid-late stage of the Xian realm could achieve such a feat. Moreover, that talisman was also crafted by you, was it not? Your talisman-making skills are quite impressive. May I inquire which branch of the Tao you hail from? The old man regarded Lin Feng with an expression of having seen through everything. This old fellow is truly a remarkable individual. Lin Feng smirked, momentarily at a loss for words. "A disciple of the Tao. He is actually a disciple of the Tao. How could this be?" Yang Tianbao wore a look of astonishment, while Wang Chong and Zhang Bin exchanged glances, their hearts tumultuous. Although they had previously suspected this, the confirmation was still hard to believe. A master of the Xian realm. Lin Feng is indeed a master of the Xian realm. Furthermore, he is a disciple of the Tao. This is truly akin to a cow growing wings, soaring to greatness. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, the old man continued, "In light of your affiliation with your master, I shall not hold the matter of you slaying my 2 pets against you. However, from this moment forth, I hope you will refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, understood?" "Understood. I fully comprehend." Lin Feng nodded, retreating a few steps. He had never intended to intervene. Now, with the old man's words, he naturally acquiesced. Otherwise, he might be coerced into rescuing someone, which would be absurd. "Very well." The old man nodded in satisfaction. He had been observing discreetly for quite some time. Frankly, he found Lin Feng to be inscrutable. The unknown equated to unpredictability. Thus, the cautious old man was disinclined to provoke Lin Feng. After all, his primary focus remained on the Jiang family. The issues regarding this project were merely a result of the excessive noise disrupting his peace. He was only delivering a minor lesson, not intending to escalate matters. With this thought, the old man shifted his ominous gaze toward Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining. Yang Tianbao felt a jolt in his heart. Striving to maintain his composure, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed identity? Yi Tianxin, have you ever heard of this name?" The old man replied coolly. "You are the infamous blood-handed butcher, Yi Tianxin." Yang Tianbao gasped in shock. "Gg, I did not expect this young one to possess some knowledge. Indeed, I am the Yi Tianxin known in the martial world as the blood-handed butcher." Why, Yi Tianxin let out a chilling laugh. Upon hearing these words, Yang Tianbao's heart raced with trepidation. He never anticipated that the identity of the elder before him would be so astonishing. "Uncle Yang, is Bloodhand Butcher truly formidable?" Jiang Xining inquired nervously. Bloodhand Butcher was one of the most notorious figures in the martial arts world of Jiangnan Province 20 years ago. He practiced a malevolent and sinister technique known as the blood-sucking technique, which relied on killing and draining blood to enhance his own internal power. In just a year of his emergence in the martial world, the death toll at his hands reached over 1,000, including many martial arts masters of the Yellow Realm. Subsequently, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance formed an encirclement team led by a master of the Earth Realm to eliminate Bloodhand Butcher, but unexpectedly, he managed to escape. Since that incident, Bloodhand Butcher seemed to have vanished in a thin air, eluding the public gaze. Despite Yang Tianbao's efforts to maintain composure, his voice quivered slightly. He was merely a practitioner of the Yellow Realm. While Bloodhand Butcher had already achieved fame 2 decades ago, naturally he felt a surge of fear when confronted by such a notorious killer. Hearing Yang Tianbao's words, Jiang Xining, Wang Chong, and Zhang Bin felt a chill run down their spines. After all, it was the 21st century. The existence of such an old demon, as one might see on television, especially one with 1,000 kills, was rather terrifying. Only Lin Feng observed with intriguing interest. Bloodhand Butcher, that title is indeed intimidating. However, martial arts ultimately pales in comparison to the path of cultivation. Senior, if my Jiang family has ever wronged you, you may speak freely that I can represent the Jiang family to offer an apology. Yang Tianbao asked nervously that no, your Jiang family has not offended me. Bloodhand Butcher replied with a sinister smile. Then why do you act this way, senior? Yang Tianbao questioned, puzzled. Though your Jiang family has not wronged me. You have offended others, Bloodhand Butcher cackled. Yang Tianbao's heart sank. It turned out that Bloodhand Butcher had been invited by someone else. But who could it be? In the entire Jiangnan martial arts world, who possessed the capability to summon such a monstrous figure? Could be the Qin family. Yang Tianbao's expression shifted slightly. Among the prominent families in Jinling City, only the Qin family dared to oppose the Jiang family at every turn. Contemplating this, Yang Tianbao forced a smile and asked, could it be that it was someone from the Qin family who summoned you, senior? What does a dying man know so clearly? Bloodhand Butcher sneered. Although he appeared frail, his speed was astonishing as he lunged forward, reaching for Yang Tianbao's head. At this moment, Yang Tianbao was gravely injured and could not evade. He could only watch helplessly as the attack approached. Stop! Just then, a sharp voice suddenly erupted in everyone's ears. From the shadows not far away, an elder clad in gray rushed forward. The elder's physique was robust and powerful, akin to a tiger or leopard, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, launching a punch at Bloodhand Butcher. Sensing this, Bloodhand Butcher leaped back, effortlessly evading the blow by several meters. Uncle Master, upon seeing the newcomer. Yang Tianbao's face lit up with joy. Jiang Xining also exclaimed excitedly, Great uncle, what brings you here? I was visiting an old friend and happened to pass by, receiving a call from your father, so I rushed over immediately. The gray-clad elder steadied himself, a kind smile gracing his aged face as he asked, Xining, are you unharmed? I'm fine, great uncle. Your timing is impeccable. We were just bullied. Jiang Xining replied, her eyes reddened. The gray-clad elder's expression turned cold as he directed a gaze filled with murderous intent toward Bloodhand Butcher. Coldly stating you, Bloodhand Butcher, Managed to escape with luck back then, and now you dare to appear and target my granddaughter. Who gave you the audacity? Jiang Qianhe, there's no need for such bravado. Do you think I fear you? Bloodhand Butcher replied, his expression calm, though internally he was extremely agitated. How incredibly unfortunate. He never expected Jiang Qianhe to arrive at such a critical moment. Humph. After so many years apart, I shall see if your skills have improved. Jiang Qianhe scoffed lightly, launching his attack without hesitation. His legs were strong, and his punches and kicks were fierce. Each move was infused with absolute power. Seeking death, Bloodhand Butcher sneered, undeterred, as he charged forward to counterattack. He clearly understood that at this point, any further words would be meaningless. Bang! Boom! The two formidable warriors clashed in an instant. They exchanged blows, and in a matter of moments, dozens of strikes were exchanged. Each punch landed with a resounding thud, causing the onlookers to feel their hearts race in fear. Truly, Bloodhand Butcher was no ordinary opponent. Even the Uncle Master found it difficult to subdue him. It is worth noting that the Uncle Master was a powerful figure of the Earth realm. Yang Tianbao observed with a grave expression, "Oh what? My great-uncle is invincible. It's only a matter of time before he subdues him." Jiang Xining declared, shaking her small fists, her eyes filled with indignation as they shifted toward Lin Feng, still fuming over the earlier incident. Noticing Jiang Xining's gaze, Wang Chong and others felt a twinge of fear. She was a young lady of the Jiang family. Once back in Jinling City, she would undoubtedly be a dazzling presence, a little devil in the eyes of countless wealthy young men, who wouldn't be afraid. Lin, this Jiang Qianhe is a core figure in the Jiang family. Even the current head must address him as second uncle. Shouldn't you consider apologizing to them later? Wang Chong whispered. Although Lin Feng was a formidable figure of the Xian realm and suspected to be a disciple of the Taoist sect, he was still limited in the face of immediate danger. If the Jiang family pursued the matter, trouble would surely follow. Lin Feng remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixed calmly on the battlefield. It must be said that Jiang Qianhe indeed possessed considerable skill, managing to keep Bloodhand Butcher at bay. However, the gap between them was not significant, and Jiang Qianhe would find it impossible to defeat Bloodhand Butcher in a short time. Yet in his eyes, their skirmish was merely child's play, failing to stir any inner turmoil. Just as the two were locked in their fierce confrontation, a sudden roar of engines echoed from the distant sky, startling everyone. They quickly looked up to see a helicopter racing through the horizon. "Wow, fantastic! It's reinforcements from the family," Jiang Xining exclaimed joyfully, waving her small hands. "Miss, it appears that the family head holds you in high regard. I never expected them to arrive so swiftly." Yang Tianbao sighed in relief. Smiling that, "Of course, my father treats me well." Jiang Xining nodded, her head bobbing in pride. Meanwhile, Bloodhand Butcher's expression darkened ominously. Damn! What a disaster! How could such a favorable situation have devolved into chaos? He realized he could no longer linger. If another expert from the Jiang family appeared on that helicopter, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. With this thought, Bloodhand Butcher concentrated all his internal energy into his palm, delivering a powerful strike toward Jiang Qianhe. Sensing the strength of the blow, Jiang Qianhe's pupils contracted as he opted for a strategic retreat. Seizing this moment, Bloodhand Butcher swiftly retreated, disappearing into the vast darkness after a few leaps. What just happened? Did he escape? The onlookers were left bewildered. Lin Feng observed the direction in which Bloodhand Butcher fled, lightly flicking his thumb and index finger. A barely visible speck of light shot forth. This was a minor tracking technique. Since the old weasel was Bloodhand Butcher's pet, the extremine stone might very well be in Bloodhand Butcher's possession. He certainly would not let it slip away. Moreover, there was also the matter of the 13 million from the Jiang family. He intended to claim both the money and the extreme stone. Great uncle, pursue him. He must not escape, Jiang Xining exclaimed, regaining her senses. Xining, it's not that your great uncle doesn't pursue him, but rather that Yi Tianxin's strength is nearly on par with mine. Even if I catch up, I cannot do anything. Furthermore, this man is a wanted criminal of the Martial Alliance. Once we return, we can let the Martial Alliance deal with him. Jiang Qianhe shook his head. Very well. Jiang Xining obediently nodded her head. Approximately 1 minute later, A helicopter gradually descended before the eyes of the assembled crowd. The helicopter's enormous rotor blades whirred rapidly, stirring up a considerable amount of dust and debris, causing the clothing of those present to flutter chaotically, their hair flying wildly. Then, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, 6 individuals emerged from the helicopter. Leading them were a man and a woman. The man was clad in white, standing a towering height of approximately 185 centimeters, with strikingly handsome features and a remarkable demeanor. The woman wore a long black dress, her oval face framed by willow-like brows, adorned with minimal makeup that accentuated her exquisitely delicate features, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Yet her eyes radiated an icy coldness, evoking an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Upon the sight of this woman in the black dress, Lin Feng, who had previously appeared quite composed, suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Inu, why is she here? A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Feng, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Simultaneously, Chininu also caught sight of Lin Feng. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Jiang Xinling, filled with excitement, dashed over and leaped into the embrace of the man in white, her curiosity evident as she inquired, "How could I not come after such a major incident?" The man in white affectionately ruffled Jiang Xinling's hair, speaking softly. Witnessing this scene, Wang Cheng felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively clenching his fists as cold sweat beaded on his palms. "Who is this man in white?" Lin Feng noticed Wang Cheng's reaction and quietly asked. He need not concern himself with the man's identity, but rather the fact that Chunyi Nua was nestled beside him. 10 years had passed since their last meeting. Although the beauty remained unchanged, she was now accompanied by another man. The emotions swirling within Lin Feng were naturally complex and inexpressible. In truth, he longed to approach her, to inquire how Inua had fared over the past decade. To ask who the man beside her was, he even wished to apologize sincerely. I'm sorry, but upon reflection, what right did he have to utter such words now? Emotionally charged, he yearned to cast aside all reason and recklessly throw himself into the fray. Yet, rationality anchored him firmly in place, compelling him to observe silently. This man is Jiang Junlin, the legitimate heir of the Jiang family, destined to take control of the Jiang clan, Wang Cheng whispered, despite being the leader of the Qinglong gang and the chairman of Qinglong Construction Group. He could only bow in deference to someone like Jiang Junlin. Even the affluent women he had previously served could not compete with Jiang Junlin. Jiang Junlin, Lin Feng repeated, then asked, "Is the woman in the black dress his wife?" "Perhaps she is his fiancée." Indeed. As far as I know, Jiang Junlin is yet to be married. Lin Feng's heart stirred at this revelation. He was aware that Inua had been married and had given birth to a daughter. How had she now become Jiang Junlin's fiancée? Could it be that Inua had divorced? Lin Feng's gaze flickered. Regardless, he had indeed wronged Inua back then. If given the chance to make amends, he would spare no effort. While the two conversed, Jiang Junlin had learned from Yang Tianbao about the recent events. He gestured for several subordinates to take Yang Tianbao back in a helicopter for medical treatment, to prevent any delay in addressing his injuries. Only then did he turn his attention to Lin Feng, regarding him with keen interest. His gaze was calm, his presence extraordinary, and every movement exuded an air of nobility, akin to an emperor surveying his subjects. It was as if nothing in the world could stir his inner tranquility. Without a doubt, he was a genuine second-generation heir, not the frivolous type who indulged in ostentation, debauchery, and vice. To encapsulate him in the simplest of terms, he was a man of profound depth. Such individuals are notoriously difficult to gauge from mere appearances. Even Lin Feng had to concede that Jiang Junlin indeed appeared exceptional. The sort of person who would naturally draw attention in a crowd. My apologies. This young man was overlooked by my Jiang family. This card contains 20 million as a token of my regrets. Contrary to expectations, no accusations or reprimands were forthcoming. Jiang Junlin's demeanor was remarkably humble as he produced a golden bank card and handed it to Lin Feng. The smile upon his face was as refreshing as a spring breeze, naturally evoking a measure of goodwill. He then turned to Wang Cheng. smiling as he remarked. And you, I have heard of your Qinglong construction group. It's impressive. We should explore the possibility of collaboration with the Jiang family. Ah, young Master Jiang is too kind. Wang Cheng stammered, taken aback. He had anticipated that Jiang Junlin would express displeasure. Never did he expect that not only was there no blame, but an apology was also offered. Moreover, he was suggesting collaboration. This was not merely an invitation. It was a clear indication of protection. Wang Cheng's heart raced with excitement. What are you doing, brother? He clearly let you down in your time of need. Why is he being offered money? Jiang Xinling queried in confusion from a distance. Sing Sing. If it weren't for this young man, would you have made it this far? Furthermore, he is not obligated to come to your aid. What have I always taught you? One must understand gratitude and not be presumptuous. No one will act kindly without reason. Jiang Junlin admonished earnestly. Jiang Junlin's words hold merit. Jiang Qian nodded in approval. Jiang Xinling, upon hearing this, pouted, casting a glance at Lin Feng, and let out a soft huff, yet remained silent. Young man, please accept the money, Jiang Junlin continued, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng regarded the proffered bank card without responding. This man was Inua's fiancé. If he accepted it, what would that signify? With that thought, he shifted his gaze toward Chun Inua, his eyes brimming with tenderness, as if he had 1,000 words to share. Yet found himself at a loss for how to begin. Chun Inua was also watching him, but in stark contrast, her eyes were filled with indifference, her smile laced with scorn, her expression akin to that of a foe. This scene was instantly perceived by those present. Wang Cheng's scalp prickled, and his heart raced as he recalled Lin Feng's earlier inquiry. Goodness, Lin Feng isn't harboring feelings for young Master Zhang's fiancé, is he? He mustn't act recklessly. Wang Cheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, yet dared not interject. What a lecher! Jiang Xinling muttered, her expression clearly displeased. How scandalous to gaze so lecherously at my future sister-in-law. Allow me to introduce her. This is my fiancée, Chun Inua. Jiang Junlin remained unfazed, still smiling as he made the introduction. His words bore significant weight, subtly warning Lin Feng that this woman was his fiancée, urging him to refrain from harboring any untoward thoughts. Yes, that's so. Your fiancée, is quite beautiful. I find her quite appealing. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly to these words. Wang Cheng nearly collapsed in shock. Goodness, I implore you, Lin Feng, just be reasonable. Wishing to court such a person is one thing, but one must consider the circumstances. This is Jiang Junlin, the legitimate heir destined to control a prominent family. If you seek a woman, I can help you find 10 or 8 young models. Take your pick. My apologies, young Master Jiang. My brother simply enjoys jesting. Wang Cheng forced a smile, hastily attempting to diffuse the tension. There's no need for such formalities. Everyone appreciates beauty, and his remarks merely attest to my fiancée's stunning allure. Jiang Junlin waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Indeed, young Master Jiang possesses great composure. Wang Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow. Lin Feng's deep-set gaze remained steady upon Jiang Junlin. This man was undeniably extraordinary. His thoughts were intricate, his emotions concealed. Were a common individual to face someone as inscrutable as Jiang Junlin, they would undoubtedly be easily manipulated. At least on the surface, Jiang Junlin appeared impressive, cultured, graceful, and exuding charm, leaving no room for criticism. Yet Lin Feng understood that no one is flawless. Often, those who seem perfect harbor the deepest flaws. Young Master Jiang. There is something you are unaware of. Your fiancée, is my former girlfriend. Lin Feng's face rarely revealed a hint of a smile. That ex-girlfriend, Jiang Junlin's expression froze in surprise. Wang Cheng, Jiang Xinling, and others gaped in astonishment. Even Jiang Qianhe furrowed her brow. Lin Feng turned to Chun Inua, exhaling a sigh of frustration, and smiled. It's been a long time. Indeed, it's been 10 years, quite a long while. Chun Inua stepped forward. Her tone indifferent, interesting. So this man is the father of that little girl? Observing this, Jiang Junlin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Lin Feng, gazing at Chun Inua's icy demeanor, felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Inua, may we speak privately? After a moment of internal struggle, he stepped forward, hoping to pull Chun Inua aside for a solitary explanation. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? Chun Inua evaded his grasp, her delicate face frozen with coldness as she admonished him, "If you're sick, then stay away. Don't disgust me. Little brother, I don't care what your relationship with my fiancée you was, but from now on, you are nothing more than a stranger to her. If you dare to lay a hand on her, don't blame me for being rude." Jiang Junlin interjected coldly from the side. Even with his usual composure, he could not tolerate such a scene. Lin Feng disregarded Jiang Junlin's words, looking at Chun Inua with a complex expression. After a heavy sigh, he said, "Inua, actually, 10 years ago, I had an accident. Stop right there. I'm not interested in your matters, nor do I wish to know." Chun Inua interrupted him coldly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, momentarily at a loss for words. What more could he say to explain that he had missed their meeting because he was forcibly taken away to cultivate immortality? To confess that he still loved her and yearned to rekindle their past? In truth, when I came to your home that year, I encountered an accident along the way. I have never forgotten you. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Feng chose to explain himself, hoping to avoid leaving regrets in his heart. Let bygones be bygones. I am living well now, so please do not disturb me. Chun Inua's expression remained unchanged, her tone indifferent. Hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry. Chun Inua looked at Lin Feng, whose face bore a hint of pain, with mockery and scorn. "Is this the kind of man I have waited for 10 years? Enduring hardship for a decade? How laughable it is now. Junlin, let's go back," Chun Inua said, turning toward the nearby black SUV. "Sister-in-law, wait for me." Jiang Xining hurriedly followed. Jiang Qianhe cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, remaining silent as she approached the SUV. Although Yang Tianbao mentioned that Lin Feng might be a disciple of the Daoist sect, not every disciple of the Daoist sect is worthy of the Jiang family's attention, especially since this Lin Feng dared to covet the soon-to-be bride of the Jiang family. The fact that he wasn't slapped down was already generous of them. "Lin Feng, you have seen Inua's attitude." Once everyone was in the vehicle, Jiang Junlin smiled at Lin Feng. "What is in the past is in the past. You failed to cherish her, and that is your fault. From now on, I shall cherish her well. I believe I possess the ability to bring her happiness." This statement was delivered with such grace that Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Jiang Junlin on the spot. But then what? He had already hurt Chun Inua. Must he inflict further pain upon her now? Lin Feng, you surely do not know that Chun Inua is the legitimate daughter of the Yun Chuanchen family. Jiang Junlin suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with a tone of amusement. Lin Feng frowned. He was not well acquainted with Inua's family background. Whenever he inquired during their time together, Inua would always evade the question, saying, "You will know when you come to my house to propose." Now, it was evident from Jiang Junlin's words that Inua's family might be quite formidable. "Oh, you married her for her status?" Lin Feng's face darkened. "What do you think?" Jiang Junlin smiled slightly. "If Inua suffers even a slight grievance, I guarantee you will meet your end, and even your Jiang family will pay the price." Lin Feng replied coldly. Jiang Junlin chuckled at this, and a man displaying impotent rage at such a moment was somewhat understandable. Moreover, would you feel angered by an ant prancing before you, flaunting its might? Hence, he found it amusing rather than infuriating. "Lin Feng, October 1st is the day of my wedding with Inua, so be sure to come and toast to our union. It will serve as a tribute to the youth you once lost." Jiang Junlin chuckled lightly, tossing a 20 million yuan bank card onto the ground before turning to enter the black SUV. Soon, the SUV sped away like a wild stallion, its headlights piercing through the vast darkness. Lin Feng stood silently in place, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance. As he gazed, his deep-set eyes began to glisten with moisture. 10 years. Back then, he had endured torment on the mountain without shedding a tear. Yet now, inexplicably, his nose felt a sudden sting. He felt a sense of unwillingness within him. But alas, it was all too late. Even if he were powerful now, unrivaled in the world, some things, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. When you turn back in pursuit, you find that everything has changed irreversibly. Sigh. Wang Chong, observing this, shook his head slightly. Why go through all this? He approached Lin Feng, offering comfort. "Brother Lin, she's just a woman. Not worth this. Just say the word, and I can arrange for dozens of women who are no worse than her. Any one of them would suffice, and you could change them daily if you wished. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his once moist gaze was now clear. What exactly was the Jiang family's background? It was indeed formidable. Wang Cheng wore a serious expression as he spoke. Jinling City is traditionally known for its 3 families and 4 halls. Among the 3 families, they control 90% of Jinling's economy, and the Jiang family is one of them. This is an ancient family that has endured for several centuries, reportedly existing since the Ming dynasty. The Jiang family is filled with experts, their depth unfathomable. So, Brother Lin, I know you are formidable, but it is unnecessary to oppose the Jiang family over a woman. There is simply no need. Wang Chang's tone was quite tactful. The underlying message was clear. Lin Feng could not contend with the Jiang family. He must refrain from engaging in such foolish actions. All right, I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Cheng sighed in relief. Thinking Lin Feng had taken his words to heart, he then picked up the bank card from the ground and offered it to Lin Feng, saying, Brother Lin, take this card. It's worth 2 million. It would be a waste not to accept it. Consider it a gift. Lin Feng shook his head. Wang Cheng was taken aback by this response. In his momentary distraction, Lin Feng took several strides and vanished into the enveloping darkness. Lin Feng's character was indeed somewhat peculiar. He had been so fixated on money earlier, yet now he refused the 2 million. Wang Cheng shook his head in bewilderment. Boss, do you think he lacks money? Zhang Bin interjected from the side. That's true, but what do you think he lacks? It was evident. He lacked women. At this, Wang Cheng's eyes lit up. As if struck by a revelation, he patted Zhang Bin on the shoulder, praising him. Binzi, you truly are my great strategist. Instruct the others to gather a group of attractive girls. I want to select a few to send to Brother Lin. On the other side, along a rugged mountain road, a black SUV glided steadily forward. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was relatively calm. Jiang Junlin occupied the passenger seat, his fingers gently tapping on the window frame, producing a soft, rhythmic sound that if you wish to unleash your anger, then do so. There's no need to suppress it. Chen Inua's tone was frigid. No, misunderstand me. How could I bear to be angry with you? Jiang Junlin replied with a docile smile. Then why adopt such a demeanor? For whom are you putting on this act? Indeed, you guessed correctly. Lian is Lin Feng's daughter. What do you think? If it bothers you, I shall move out of the Jiang residence tonight. Chen Inua retorted coldly. What? The little girl is Lin Feng's daughter. Jiang Xining and Jiang Qianhe exchanged glances, their expressions shifting noticeably. The driver in the front seat seemed eager to cover his ears to avoid hearing what he shouldn't. Yet, Jiang Junlin remained unfazed, gazing at Chen Inua with profound affection, his eyes soft as if they were about to drown the woman before him in tenderness. Inua, please refrain from saying such things in the future. I love you for who you are. Your past holds no significance for me. I care not whose child Lian is. All that matters is that she is your daughter. Chen Inua, upon hearing this, turned her head to gaze out the window, her cool facade betraying a swirl of complex emotions. Even with a heart hardened by past experiences, she could not ignite her anger in the presence of Jiang Junlin. Moreover, Jiang Junlin was genuinely kind to her, flawless in every conceivable aspect. He was cultured and elegant, handsome, indifferent to his past, and treated Lian with utmost care. Yet, she felt no attraction toward this man before her, or rather, since Lin Feng, her interest in all men had waned. In any case, the past is behind us. You must learn to let go. It's not that I speak ill of others, but Lin Feng is no simple character. His martial prowess is formidable. His return now may very well be for ulterior motives. Jiang Junlin continued earnestly. What do you mean? Chen Inua frowned, inquiring. Haha, I merely speculate. To elaborate further would make me appear petty, so let us leave it at that, Jiang Junlin said, smiling as he shook his head. He was adept at navigating conversations, knowing precisely which topics to broach and which to avoid. He understood the importance of discretion, realizing that some discussions, if pursued too far, could yield counterproductive results. A gentle nudge from him would suffice. The rest was for Chen to ponder, as expected. After listening, Chen Inua's expression shifted dramatically. Yes, Lin Feng had vanished for a decade. Why had he suddenly reappeared? What was the purpose of his previous call? Did he know her identity and intend to use her to approach the Chen family? The thought plunged Chen Inua into profound anguish. When Lin Feng had disappeared so abruptly, she had assumed something terrible had occurred and had willingly waited for 10 years. Throughout that decade, she defied her parents to give birth to Lin, enduring endless suffering. Yet what awaited her in the end was such a conclusion. Lin Feng had not only survived, but had also mastered martial arts. Moreover, she had witnessed him embracing two 18-year-old girls. This only underscored that Lin Feng had thrived during those years. Why? Lin Feng, why have you treated me this way? Chen Inua clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood without her realizing it. Observing Chen Inua's expression, Jiang Junlin knew he had achieved his objective. All that remained was time to allow the situation to simmer. The relationship between Chen Inua and Lin Feng would inevitably deteriorate, reaching an irretrievable state. However, there was a minor complication to address. Inua, if Lin Feng has ulterior motives for his return, we must ensure he remains unaware of Lian's identity. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly threaten you with her, Jiang Junlin kindly cautioned. Regardless, Lin is mine. No one can take her away. Chen Inua replied coldly. Haha, I was merely offering a reminder. Should Lin Feng dare to entertain any thoughts regarding Lin, I, Jiang Junlin, will be the first to confront him. Additionally, I have found a skilled physician who may be able to treat Lian's Kabuki syndrome, Jiang Junlin added with a smile. Chen Inua felt a pang of gratitude at his words. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unaffected, in comparison to the shameless Lin Feng. Jiang Junlin's actions were commendable. How wonderful it would have been had she encountered Jiang Junlin during her first bloom of affection. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Her heart had been shattered, making it nearly impossible to love another man. She softly replied, Thank you, and no need for such formality. Soon, we shall be wed. Jiang Junlin turned to reach for Chen Inua's hand. But she instinctively recoiled. This elicited a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. After all that had transpired, why maintain such reserve? Yet he chose not to display his feelings, awkwardly retracting his hand. Please grant me some time, Chen Inua said calmly. That is only fitting. I was too abrupt. You are a wonderful woman, unfortunate to have encountered a scoundrel. Jiang Junlin spoke gently. Chen offered no further reply, instead shifting her gaze to the vast night sky outside. Lost in thought at that moment, Jiang Junlin seemed to recall something, turning to Jiang Qianhe and saying, Second grandfather, Uncle Yang mentioned that it is possible Lin Feng is behind the kidnapping of Ning. What do you think? There is a likelihood. Old Master Qin is on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly realm, and the Qin family is currently quite inflated. It would not be surprising for them to engage in some underhanded tactics at this time. Jiang Qianhe nodded in agreement. In that case, we must send a warning to the Qin family. Otherwise, they might truly believe the Jiang family is easy prey. Junlin, what do you suggest we do? We can retaliate in kind. Perhaps we should allow the San Kuetang to take the lead in testing the waters. Indeed, the Jiang family has been covertly supporting the San Kuetang for many years. It is time for them to reciprocate. In the lush forests of the Taihu Mountains, the Blood Hand Butcher leaned against an ancient tree, pulling out his phone to make a call. How is the situation progressing? A deep voice resonated from the other end. It failed. At a critical moment, that old coot Jiang Qianhe arrived. Sensing the situation was amiss, I retreated. Yi Qianxin, I do not wish to inquire about the details. I care only for the outcome. Do you understand? Please do not be harsh. I do not comprehend why you are so intent on capturing a little girl. That is not for you to know. As for the extreme Yang stone, you shall receive it only upon the successful completion of your task. Until then, do not even think about it. The voice on the other end coldly concluded before hanging up. The Blood Hand Butcher clenched his phone, his expression darkening to an extreme. He had dominated the martial arts world for over 2 decades. To be so contemptuously berated by another, regardless of their status, was intolerable. Yet the thought of the extreme Yang stone allowed him to regain his composure. It was well known that his blood-sucking technique was formidable. capable of enhancing one's martial prowess through the consumption of blood, but it came with significant drawbacks that it would corrode his bloodline and deplete his life force. After all, he was barely in his 50s. It was only because of this practice that he appeared to be over 100. Fortunately, he had received guidance from a master who indicated that by refining his body with yin and yang energies, he could eliminate these drawbacks. He had already acquired the extreme yin stone. Only the extreme yang stone remained. At that point, by refining his body with the dual energies, he might seize the opportunity to break through to the mid or even late stages of the earth realm. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. The blood-hand butcher's heart raced, but upon realizing the newcomer was Lin Feng, he exhaled in relief, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "You little rascal. You truly have some nerve. You dare to chase me all the way here. Do you really think your identity as a disciple of the Taoist sect makes me wary?" Lin Feng glanced at the blood-hand butcher and asked, "Who were you just speaking to? Where is the extreme yang stone?" "So, you heard everything I just said?" The blood-handed butcher narrowed his eyes. "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the blood-handed butcher's expression turned icy, and the murderous intent radiating from him was unmistakable. "Little brat, I had initially planned to spare your life, but since you have overheard words that should not have reached your ears, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you today." With that, the blood-handed butcher propelled himself off the ground with a single kick, moving with the swiftness of lightning. His right hand clawed toward Lin Feng's neck with tremendous force, as if intending to rip his head clean off. However, at that moment, Lin Feng merely waved his hand. Before the butcher could react, he felt a tremendous impact in his abdomen as if struck by a powerful force. Bang! The blood-handed butcher was sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree trunk, blood spewing from his mouth in a pitiful manner. If this scene were witnessed by Jiang Qianhe and the others, they would undoubtedly be horrified. The blood-handed butcher, a formidable figure of the early Earth realm, had been defeated by a single strike. "Who on earth are you?" The blood-handed butcher struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face filled with terror as he gazed at Lin Feng. Internal energy projection. It could only be the skill of a celestial realm master. This meant that this young man before him was indeed a celestial realm expert. In that instant, the blood-handed butcher felt a chill run down his spine. And no matter how confident or arrogant he was, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of a celestial power. "The extreme yin stone, is it with you?" Lin Feng inquired calmly. "Predecessor, you jest. I do not know what you are referring to." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the blood-handed butcher was sent flying once more. This time even farther and with greater injury, crashing through trees along the way. "Predecessor." The blood-handed butcher struggled to rise, his eyes now filled with dread. Pitiful, weak, and utterly helpless in the presence of this young man. He felt as fragile as a chick. No, he was even less than a chick. Lin Feng approached the blood-handed butcher, refraining from further words, and directly extended his right hand, intending to employ the soul-searching technique. This sight terrified the blood-handed butcher. He thought Lin Feng was going to kill him, to crush his skull. Thud! The blood-handed butcher immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head, trembling as he pleaded, "Predecessor, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please spare my life. If you let me go, I will be your dog from now on, willing to do whatever you command." He was clever, aware that he could not resist. He immediately knelt and begged for mercy. This was his only chance to survive. Lin Feng's gaze was deep and inscrutable. This old fellow was indeed capable of bending and yielding, decisively and efficiently. "Now, produce the extreme yin stone," Lin Feng said indifferently. Though reluctant, the blood-handed butcher dared not hesitate any longer. He hastily retrieved a small stone from his bosom. The stone, measuring about 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter, was entirely black, resembling a small piece of coal, yet it felt extremely cold to the touch. Additionally, a faint aura of yin energy emanated from the stone. This the extreme yin stone. The chill seeps through to the bone. "How intriguing," Lin Feng murmured to himself. "Predecessor, I have given you the extreme yin stone. Please spare my life." The blood-handed butcher smiled obsequiously. "I have a few more questions for you, and you must answer truthfully." If I sense any dissatisfaction, I will not grant you a second chance, Lin Feng instructed. Yes, yes, predecessor, please ask. I would never dare to conceal anything. The blood-handed butcher wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking nervously. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although the blood-handed butcher was no virtuous man, often such villains understood the wisdom of recognizing the powerful. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, dealing with such individuals could be rather comfortable. Why did you target that construction site? Because the noise from the construction was too bothersome, so I decided to make some covert moves. I had no other malicious intent, the blood-handed butcher replied hurriedly. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. The old devil was indeed an old devil. Just because others were making too much noise, he harmed 8 workers. He was much more composed now than in his youthful days, filled with righteous indignation. Otherwise, he would have likely dealt a few heavy blows in response. Who instructed you to kidnap the young princess of the Jiang family? Lin Feng continued to inquire. It was the Qin family. That old scoundrel Qin Tianzhu ordered me to do it. The blood-handed butcher immediately betrayed his employer. That extreme yang stone, is it in the hands of the Qin family? Yes, it is with that old scoundrel Qin Tianzhu. I was serving him in exchange for the extreme yang stone. What do you need the yin and yang extreme stones for? Because the blood-handed butcher went on to reveal the repercussions of his martial arts. In a bid for survival, he was as compliant as a little rabbit, speaking without a hint of hesitation. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, surprised to discover that this seemingly decrepit old man was actually only in his 50s. How pitiful indeed, predecessor. I have shared everything I needed to say. Can you let me go now? The blood-handed butcher's face was as cheerful as a blooming chrysanthemum. Help me lure out that Qin Tianzhu, and once I obtain the extreme yang stone, you may leave, Lin Feng stated. Without hesitation, the blood-handed butcher pulled out his phone and called Qin Tianzhu. After all, as long as he survived, the fate of others was of little concern to him. Moreover, Qin Tianzhu's earlier attitude had displeased him, and he was quite pleased at the prospect of bringing him down as well. The call was quickly connected. The blood-handed butcher spoke in a sinister tone. I've captured the person again. I'm currently at Taihu Mountain. You can come over for the exchange. Did you not just say you failed? I went for another ambush and succeeded. Do you want this girl or not? Why all the unnecessary talk? Fine. I'm on my way now. Don't forget to bring the extreme yang stone. After a brief exchange, the call ended. The blood-handed butcher turned to Lin Feng, a sycophantic smile on his face. Predecessor, I have lured him here. Well done. Once the extreme yang stone is in hand, I will let you go. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Time flew by, and half an hour later, the moon hung high in the sky, and the forest was eerily silent. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Lin Feng and the blood-handed butcher turned to look, and they saw a middle-aged man clad in gray rushing toward them with great speed. This man exuded a steady aura, his gaze piercing. He was indeed a strong figure of the early Earth realm. As Qin Tianzhu approached, he scanned the surroundings. Upon seeing Lin Feng, his expression momentarily faltered. But he quickly averted his gaze. A mere young man was hardly worthy of his attention. Where is the person? Did you bring the extreme yang stone? Naturally, I have. Qin Tianzhu produced a small stone. The stone, also about 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter, was blood red, resembling molten lava, radiating intense heat. The blood-handed butcher's eyes gleamed with desire. This was precisely the item he had long coveted. The combination of yin and yang was profoundly mysterious. However, recalling Lin Feng's presence, he quickly regained his composure and laughed heartily. Qin Tianzhu, you fool. How could you trust me so easily? Yet, to his surprise, Qin Tianzhu remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he replied, Yi Tianxin, how could I not understand your nature? You simply wished to deceive me into coming over to seize the extreme yang stone. This was all within my expectations. The blood-handed butcher furrowed his brow and asked, since you anticipated this, why did you still come? Because I realized relying on someone like you to get things done is simply a waste of time. I have come tonight for the extreme yin stone in your possession. If you are wise, hand it over obediently, lest you suffer. How cunning of you! The blood-handed butcher sneered. Likewise, Qin Tianzhu scoffed disdainfully before clapping his hands. From the depths of the forest emerged an elderly man clad in gray robes. Yi Tianxin, it has been quite a while, the gray-robed elder greeted with a smile as he stepped forward. Qin Kun, the blood-handed butcher's pupils constricted in shock, followed by a wave of relief. Fortunately, Lin Feng was by his side tonight. Senior, this person is named Qin Kun, a formidable figure from the previous generation of the Qin family. His current strength is likely at the later stage of the Earth realm. The blood-handed butcher respectfully addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging the information. Upon witnessing this scene, both Qin Kun and Qin Tianju narrowed their eyes. What was happening? The renowned blood-handed butcher was showing such deference to a mere youth. The two scrutinized Lin Feng closely, yet could discern nothing extraordinary about him. Yi Tianxin, you truly are regressing with age, bowing so low to a junior. Qin Tianju expressed his disdain at a junior. The blood-handed butcher chuckled at the remark, but chose not to elaborate. Lin Feng, unwilling to waste time, stepped forward decisively and stated, "Since you have come, hand over the extreme yang stone. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. It would be futile. Are you out of your mind?" Even the blood-handed butcher would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Qin Tianju sneered coldly. Lin Feng merely shook his head, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. His speed was astonishing. In the next moment, he stood merely a meter away from Qin Tianju, extending his right hand to seize him. Qin Tianju's pupils constricted, and the instincts of a martial artist urged him to retaliate immediately. Yet, it was utterly useless. Lin Feng effortlessly grasped his throat. Subsequently, he swiftly reached into Qin Tianju's clothing to retrieve the extreme yang stone, only to toss Qin Tianju aside afterward. Bang! The early-stage Earth Realm Qin Tianju was hurled over 10 meters away, crashing heavily against a tree, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire event transpired so swiftly that only after Qin Tianju collided with the tree did the blood-handed butcher and Qin Kun react. The blood-handed butcher wore a look of schadenfreude, while Qin Kun's expression shifted drastically. With a leap, he closed the distance to Qin Tianju's side, helping him to his feet. "Zhuzi, are you all right?" I'm fine. Qin Tianju wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a dark look at Lin Feng. At this point, he could no longer deny that the young man before him was anything but ordinary. However, he felt no excessive fear. In his view, Lin Feng had merely taken him by surprise with his agile movements. Once he took the matter seriously, it would not be so easy for the other party to repel him. "Who on earth are you to dare assist the blood-handed butcher in stealing from the Qin family? Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused?" Qin Tianju coldly inquired. Lin Feng stowed the extreme yang stone away and replied nonchalantly, "Is the Qin family truly that formidable? My Qin family ranks among the 3 great families of Jinling City, boasting countless masters within the clan. What do you think?" Qin Tianju snorted derisively. "How does the Qin family compare to the Jiang family? Did you come at their behest?" "No." Qin Tianju sighed in relief upon hearing this. He then discreetly signaled Qin Kun with his eyes. Understanding the cue, the 2 formidable figures from the Qin family moved into position, flanking Lin Feng and watching him coldly, preventing him from escaping with the stone, using his superior agility. Be sensible and hand over the extreme yang stone at once. Now that I am prepared, your agility will be of no use," Qin Tianju stated coldly. "You little brat, you do possess some skills, but there are always greater powers beyond your own. The Qin family is not something you can provoke." Qin Kun also sneered. "An ignorant fool is often fearless." Lin Feng, already somewhat irritated due to matters concerning Chen Inoa, found himself even more incensed at the lack of insight displayed by the 2 members of the Qin family. He raised his hand and casually waved it twice. Qin Tianju and Qin Kun were instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing down heavily and creating a crater in the ground. Witnessing this scene, the blood-handed butcher could not help but swallow hard. Although he had experienced that sweeping gesture himself moments ago, seeing it again was still astonishing. This was truly absurd. With a mere wave of his hand, he could send 2 Earth Realm powerhouses flying. A heavenly realm expert was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Qin Tianju and Qin Kun, supporting each other, struggled to rise, bloodied and aghast as they gazed at Lin Feng. They had initially thought him to be insignificant, only to discover he was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, You possess inner strength that can manifest externally. You are a heavenly realm master. Do you still desire the extreme yang stone? Lin Feng responded evasively. Qin Tianju's heart tightened as he quickly replied, No, I do not want it. It is a gift for the senior. He and the blood-handed butcher shared the same thought. Upon realizing Lin Feng was a heavenly realm master, they immediately ceased their struggle, appearing quite compliant. In the martial arts world, there exists an unwritten rule. Beneath the heavenly realm, all are but ants. The divide between the earth and heavenly realms is a significant threshold. Once one reaches the heavenly realm, not only can they project their inner strength externally, but they can also harness the power of the heavens and earth to combat foes. To his knowledge, only one person in all of Jinling City had broken through to the heavenly realm, one from the Martial Alliance. Now, a second individual had emerged, and he was so remarkably young. Contemplating this, Qin Tianju could not help but feel a sense of despair. What a predicament! Ha! Qin Tianju, today is your day of reckoning. At that moment, the blood-handed butcher mocked with glee. He had just been on the receiving end of Lin Feng's might. And now, witnessing Qin Tianju suffer a similar fate brought him a sense of inexplicable comfort. Qin Tianju cast a cold glance at Yi Tianxin. The blood-handed butcher must know Lin Feng's power. He had deliberately lured him here to set him up? Damn it! The Qin family, will not let you off the hook. Qin Tianju's expression darkened to an extreme. Noticing Qin Tianju's countenance, the blood-handed butcher felt a pang of anxiety and fell silent. Are you certain you do not want it? I am quite democratic and dislike forcing others that if you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Lin Feng inquired once more that I do not want it. I do not. Qin Tianju obediently replied, though internally he was filled with scorn. How hypocritical. In that case, I shall take my leave. Lin Feng said coolly before turning to depart. He was not a bloodthirsty man who would kill just to steal from others. Such actions were beneath him. Senior, wait for me. The blood-handed butcher felt a pang of urgency in his heart and hurriedly followed. Once the two had left, Qin Tianju could no longer contain himself and smashed his fist into the nearby tree trunk. Damn it! How could such a young heavenly realm master suddenly appear? Zhuzi, calm yourself for a moment, Qin Kuan frowned. Third uncle, how can you expect me to remain calm? I rushed over in the dead of night, only to be beaten up and have the extreme yang stone snatched away. Why must I suffer such misfortune? Qin Tianju gritted his teeth in frustration. At this point, your anger is of no use. Moreover, this person is a young heavenly realm master, and the force behind him is likely far beyond our imagination. Being beaten by him is not a disgrace. Qin Kuan shook his head, after some contemplation. Qin Tianju recognized the truth in this, and gradually calmed down. In fact, had they known earlier that Lin Feng was a heavenly realm warrior, they should have proactively offered the extreme yang stone. Perhaps they could have forged a connection. Qin Kuan sighed again. He looked in the direction Lin Feng had departed and said, now that the Jiang family has allied with the Yunchuan family, which is one of the most formidable forces in Yunchuan with no less than a handful of heavenly realm experts within, if we do not devise a strategy soon, once the Jiang family weds their legitimate daughter to the Chun family, it will be the end of the Qin family. Qin Tianju's expression grew solemn upon hearing this. The Qin and Jiang families had always been at odds, like fire and water. Their recent kidnapping of Jiang Xining was merely a pawn in their scheme against the Jiang family. Yet they had not anticipated the ineffectiveness of the infamous blood-hand butcher. According to investigations, Chun Inua had given birth to an illegitimate daughter, who suffered from exceedingly rare illness known as Kabuki syndrome. The Jiang family had found a miraculous healer who might be able to cure this affliction. Hence, Chun Inua had agreed to marry into the Jiang family. If we can leverage this situation, perhaps we can alter the course of events, Qin Kuan said slowly. Uncle, are you suggesting? Indeed, the miraculous healer is a modern-day Hua Ta and owes a favor to our Qin family. We can seek him out for assistance. If we can bring the Chun family into our fold, the Jiang family will pose no threat. If all else fails, we may have to discreetly eliminate Chun Inua to ensure she does not marry into the Jiang family. In the vast, silent night, Lin Feng walked while contemplating the yin-yang extreme stones in his hands. The two stones, when placed together, exhibited a profound mystery. The fusion of yin and yang energies intertwined to form a faint Tai Chi diagram in the palm of his hand. Within the diagram, two fish representing yin and yang gracefully swirled, emanating a subtle, wondrous aura. Life is yang, and death is yin. The cycle of life and death is unceasing. Truly, this is the essence of the universe's origin. By integrating yin and yang energies within myself, I can refine my body while also infusing it into my golden core, aiding me in breaking barriers and stepping into the nascent soul realm. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. However, his expression soon returned to calm. Had this been in the past, he would have felt elated. Yet now, thoughts of Chun Inua clouded his mind, making it difficult to find joy. All right, you've followed me for long enough. We've reached a safe area. You may leave now. Lin Feng turned to the blood-hand butcher behind him. The butcher, lost in thought, suddenly realized he had followed for over 20 miles upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Senior, he began, hesitating, do not entertain any tricks. If you follow me further, I shall not be so courteous. Lin Feng said coolly before turning to walk away. The blood-hand butcher gritted his teeth and followed him nonetheless. Senior, Buzz! Lin Feng whipped around, grabbing the blood-hand butcher by the throat and lifting him off the ground, coldly stating, Do you not understand my words? Senior, I wish to make a deal with you, the butcher gasped, his face turning red. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, casually tossing him to the ground and responding, A deal? What could you possibly offer me? The blood-hand butcher got to his feet, taking a deep breath, and nervously replied, Senior, in my current state, without the yin-yang extreme stones, I estimate I will not survive more than 3 months. Therefore, if you would grant me the stones, i.e. Tianxin would owe you my life. I will do whatever you ask of me. Unfortunately, your life holds little value in my eyes. Lin Feng scoffed. I understand my life may not be worth much to you, but in the mortal realm, I am a top-tier existence. I am intimately familiar with all the major forces in the martial arts world of Jiangnan City. For the past 20 years, even the martial alliance has failed to capture me. That alone proves my worth, the blood-hand butcher boasted without a hint of shame. Lin Feng fell into contemplation. He currently had no subordinates, making his actions inconvenient, and this butcher, being an early-stage martial artist and a seasoned veteran in the martial arts realm, could indeed serve as a useful aid. Seeing Lin Feng's contemplative expression, the blood-hand butcher's heart leaped with joy, and he hastily added, Senior, take me with you. You can entrust any inconvenient tasks to me from now on. Very well, you may follow me, Lin Feng replied indifferently. The blood-hand butcher's heart soared with delight. He mused to himself that although this young man was powerful, he was still somewhat naive in his dealings. With the example of the Qin family in mind, he dared to trust his words. Does he not realize that my words are as empty as air? Tiske. How adorably foolish. What about the yin-yang extreme stones? The butcher cautiously inquired, suppressing his excitement. The stones are out of the question. However, I can assist you in recovering, Lin Feng stated. After 10 years on the mountain, he had not only perfected his cultivation, but had also mastered the art of alchemy. The after-effects of mere martial arts techniques were trivial to him. Upon hearing this, the blood-hand butcher's pupils constricted, and he stammered, really? Of course, return with me, and I shall provide you with a prescription. Follow it, and within half a day, you shall be healed, Lin Feng assured him with a nod. Bang, bang. The blood-hand butcher knelt, fervently bowing 3 times, exclaiming, As long as you can help me recover, you shall be like a second parent to Yi Tianxin. Even if you ask me to eat excrement, I will comply. Rest assured, I will not make you eat excrement, Lin Feng replied calmly. The blood-hand butcher was well aware of his own nature, but he was unfazed. Under absolute power, all schemes are in vain. He had countless ways to ensure the butcher's unwavering loyalty. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. His sister Xiao Yao's exclusive ringtone. Upon answering, her panicked voice reached his ears. Brother, don't come. There's so many of them. Don't worry about me. Lin Feng's heart sank. Before he could respond, a chilling male voice came through the line. Is this Lin Feng? You heard your sister's voice. Didn't you? I don't care who you are, nor do I wish to know your motives for kidnapping my sister. Lin Feng interrupted, his tone devoid of emotion, eerily calm. Let me make myself clear. I'm not someone you can provoke. Right now, at this very moment, return my sister unharmed, and I will pretend nothing has happened. Otherwise, I guarantee I will arrive at your location within 10 minutes, and I will break every bone in your body before twisting your neck and killing you. Furthermore, everyone associated with you will suffer the same fate, leaving no trace behind. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a fit of maniacal laughter erupted. Haha, Lin Feng, you truly are audacious. I had intended to disclose the location to you, so you could come, but I've changed my mind. I want to see how you will manage to reach me in 10 minutes. Arrogance comes with a price. If you do not arrive within that time, be prepared to collect your sister's corpse. Best of luck. With that, without waiting for Lin Feng's reply, the call was abruptly ended. Lin Feng's expression darkened, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked ominously that a dragon has its reverse scale, and touching it means certain death. His sister Xiao Yao was his reverse scale. However, he quickly regained his composure. He had long left a trace of his spiritual energy on his sister. If she were to be in any danger, the mark would react. As of now, he felt no disturbance from the mark, indicating that his sister was at least safe. Senior, what's wrong? The bloodhand butcher asked cautiously from his side. My sister has been kidnapped. Lin Feng replied, his face expressionless. What? Who dares to kidnap the senior's sister? I, bloodhand butcher, will be the first to object. The bloodhand butcher's countenance was icy, exuding a palpable aura of menace, as if he were about to rend the very heavens. Lin Feng remained silent, closing his eyes to sense the location of his spiritual mark. Discovering that his sister was not far from his home, it appeared that the group who had abducted her had not ventured in the outskirts of Lin family village. There is a bungalow. Wait for me there, Lin Feng instructed. Senior, what about you? Do you need me to accompany you to rescue her? The bloodhand butcher inquired. Lin Feng remained unresponsive, launching himself into the air and vanishing into the vast night sky in an instant, leaving old Tai astonished. Flying? The bloodhand butcher knelt, his heart tumultuous and far from calm. His knowledge, even those of the celestial realm, could not achieve such aerial prowess. Could it be that this individual surpassed the celestial realm? A chill ran down the bloodhand butcher's spine. Initially, he had planned to distance himself after curing his hidden ailment. What a jest! A notorious killer, who treated human life as trivial as drinking water, would willingly become another's lackey. However, witnessing this scene, he suddenly found the prospect of servitude rather appealing. With such a formidable figure shielding him, what was the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance worth? Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Jinling, within an abandoned factory, Ada, a practitioner of the early Yellow Realm, set down his phone, his eyes filled with derision. Across from him stood a middle-aged man clad in gray robes. The man exuded a robust aura, his gaze piercing. He too was a Yellow Realm practitioner, but of the late stage. Besides these two formidable Yellow Realm warriors, there were also 30 to 40 brawny men in black standing rigidly within the spacious factory. Concealed in the shadows, dozens of black machine guns were subtly aimed, their dark muzzles radiating a foreboding chill. This time, in order to deal with Lin Feng, the second hall of the San Quatang had mobilized its elite forces. Such was the operational style of the San Quatang. Meticulous, cautious, and ever vigilant, sparing no opportunity for their adversary to escape unscathed. What did he say, Ada? The gray-robed man asked languidly. This kid is quite arrogant, daring to threaten me, insisting I return his sister, or he would arrive within 10 minutes to kill us all. Ada scoffed. The gray-robed man paused in surprise, then could not help but laugh. This Lin Feng possesses some courage. No wonder he dared to annihilate Zheng Tianhu and the others. For one of his character to survive this long is quite the miracle. Merely a useless fool, relying on explosives to dispatch Zheng Tianhu. Thinking himself formidable, little does he know, Zheng Tianhu was but a minor player in our second hall. Ada sneered, adding, in my opinion, Lord Situ is far too cautious to have sent you to assist me. Such a worthless individual. I could handle him alone. That is indeed the case. After a brief exchange, both Yellow Realm practitioners turned their attention to a corner of the factory. In that corner, Lin Yun Yao crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, her complexion pale and her body slightly trembling. She was merely a frail university student, unaccustomed to such scenes. I can forego the compensation for the demolition. Can you spare me? Lin Yao mustered her courage to ask nervously. In her mind, these individuals were merely from the demolition office, and her abduction was a tactic to coerce her into submission for a meager price on her family's land. Compensation? Little sister, your naivety is quite amusing. Ada approached Lin Yao, looking down at her, a glimmer of lust flickering in his eyes. It must be said, university life was delightful. This young lady was strikingly beautiful, akin to a flower poised to bloom. Faced with such youthful vigor, 99% of men would entertain impure thoughts, and he was no exception. Are you not here for the demolition? Lin Yao questioned, puzzled. Certainly not. Your brother has killed over 50 of our men. We are here to exact revenge. Ada replied coldly. Impossible. My brother could never kill so many. This must be a misunderstanding. Lin Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Ultimately, her mind remained quite innocent to her. Murder was a crime punishable by death, let alone the exaggerated notion of killing 50 or 60 people. Hasn't your brother informed you of this matter? Ada said mockingly. Your brother is quite ruthless. Just moments ago, he claimed he would come and eliminate us all. Lin Yao's heart quivered at his words. On one hand, she could not believe her brother could be so cruel, treating lives as mere trifles. On the other hand, she feared for his safety, especially with so many people and guns around. Even if her brother was a cultivator, could he possibly contend with them? Can you let us go? Lin Yao bit her lip, speaking with a tremor in her voice. Truly a Navi girl. Such foolishness escapes your lips? Ada chuckled. Then his eyes began to roam over Lin Yao's curvaceous form with a predatory glint. I might consider sparing your brother, but it will require sacrifice on your part. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I wish to indulge. And no, you can't. Lin Yao clutched her chest, her face a mask of terror. Ada's expression darkened, a sneer escaping his lips. That is not your decision. From the looks of it, you appear to be untouched, yes? If your brother claims he can arrive in 10 minutes, that will be more than enough time for me to enjoy myself. And no, you mustn't. Lin Yao panicked, scrambling to her feet and attempting to flee. Ada leisurely followed her, greedily fixating on her voluptuous form, much like a cat toying with a mouse. Witnessing this scene, the group of black-clad men hurriedly turned away, not daring to look. The gray-robed man merely shook his head, knowing Ada's character well enough not to intervene. After all, she was merely an ordinary girl. Playing with her was hardly a concern to that moment. However, the door of the abandoned factory was kicked open with a resounding crash. Lin Feng strode in, his expression stormy, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The gray-robed man glanced at Lin Feng and nonchalantly waved his hand. With a flurry of motion, dozens of bodyguards swiftly surrounded Lin Feng, their dark guns trained on him, the sound of bullets chambering echoing in the expansive factory. You arrived rather swiftly, not even taking 10 minutes. Ada halted his pursuit of Lin Yao, shifting his mocking gaze to Lin Feng. What perfect timing! I was just preparing to engage in a little fun with your sister. Now that you're here, you can observe and learn from my superior techniques. Lin Feng shot a cold glance at Ada, immediately recognizing him as the individual he had just spoken with, adhering to a principle of wasting no words on someone about to meet their end. Lin Feng turned his attention to his sister, softly saying, I apologize for being late. Brother, you shouldn't have come. There are so many of them, and they have many guns. Foolish girl, even if it means facing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. I would come for you, let alone these few ruffians. Have you forgotten what I do? He continued, this is my oversight. I thought as long as your life was not in jeopardy, you would be safe. I never anticipated you would be kidnapped. Brother, you are so good to me that don't cry. I will take you home soon. Upon witnessing this scene, a group of individuals in the arena could no longer maintain their composure. Especially Ada and the middle-aged man in the gray robe, whose skin was covered in goosebumps. Damn it! Who do they think they're disgusting here? And they dare to call them ugly. It was simply unbearable. A situation where patience had run out. Lin Feng, you are truly ignorant and repugnant. To dare slay Zheng Tianhu and offend our San Kotong. Today marks your demise. In a fit of rage, Ada waved his hand, and dozens of burly bodyguards immediately charged at Lin Feng. Armed with clubs and wearing sinister smiles, they appeared exceedingly menacing. Any ordinary person who beheld this scene would undoubtedly be terrified. Yet Lin Feng remained unfazed, standing motionless in his place. Only when the throng approached did he casually unleash a few slaps that, in the blink of an eye, the advancing bodyguards were all sent sprawling to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths as they wailed in agony. Observing this spectacle, Ada and the gray-robed man exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. And no wonder this brat is so arrogant. His strength is indeed commendable. However, that is merely the extent of it. Faced with the two of us, both masters of the Yellow Realm, along with dozens of hidden machine guns, even a master of the Xian Realm would meet a bitter end here. Wow. Lin Yao covered her mouth. Although she was aware that her brother was a cultivator, as an ordinary person, she had no idea of the weight those 3 words carried. Witnessing this scene now, her heart was in turmoil, shocked beyond measure. A single spinning kick had dispatched dozens of hulking men. Her brother was truly formidable. If sheer numbers were effective, Zhang Tianhu would not have perished. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Ada and the gray-robed man, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "You think you're invincible, don't you?" Ada chuckled coldly. "I'm actually quite curious. How did you find out that I was the one who eliminated Zhang Tianhu? There exists something known as a pinhole camera. Are you aware of it?" Ada replied calmly. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this, but he had believed that by eliminating everyone in the villa and destroying the entire premises, he had left no traces. Little did he know, it had all been captured by hidden cameras, that it seemed he would need to proceed with greater caution in the future. He didn't mind for himself, but it could endanger those around him. After all, his Juqian Xinian method could only be cultivated by those with innate spiritual bodies. Now that you've witnessed my actions, you dare come seeking vengeance? Lin Feng inquired again. What is there to fear? Do you think a mere bit of explosives can intimidate us at San Kotong? You are truly naive, Ada scoffed. Explosives? Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze. Then realization dawned upon him, and a smirk crept onto his lips. What a bunch of fools. They actually thought the villa had been blown up with explosives. Well, I said all that needs to be said. Despite your bluster, it would only take a single punch for me to take you down. Ada snorted disdainfully. With a powerful push off the ground, his body propelled forward, showcasing the fierce prowess of a practitioner in the early Yellow Realm. His punch whistled through the air, creating a gale that was nothing short of astonishing. Witnessing this, everyone present turned their heads in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. That punch was terrifying. It was even more fearsome than the spinning kick from earlier. Of course, Master Ada is a practitioner of the early Yellow Realm. He has cultivated internal energy. With a single punch, he could slay a bull. Haha, let's see how this brat remains arrogant now. Even the gray-robed man nodded in approval, recognizing that Ada's strength had indeed increased, and he was on the cusp of breaking into the mid-Yellow Realm. Such power in the martial arts world of Jinling City was already considered second-rate. Die, you ant! Ada quickly closed the distance, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lin Feng's chest. Bang! Lin Feng extended his right hand and effortlessly caught Ada's fist. Then, with a slight exertion, crack! Ada's arm shattered into countless pieces, his entire limb collapsing limply to the side. Da-da! The excruciating pain prompted a piercing scream from him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hiss! The onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Master Ada was a practitioner of the early Yellow Realm, an existence capable of killing a bull with a single punch. Yet now, he had been taken down by an unknown junior. Do you recall what I told you on the phone? Lin Feng said calmly, fixing his gaze on Ada. Ada's heart sank at this moment. He realized that this youth was beyond his capabilities to contend with. He was in the early Yellow Realm, while Lin Feng was likely already in the mid or even late stages. As for going beyond that, he dared not even consider it. Achoo, save me. This brat is not what he seems. Ada shouted desperately toward the gray-robed man, not far away. In truth. Even if Ada hadn't called for help, the gray-robed man was already preparing to intervene. He could not idly stand by and watch Ada get killed. If I'm not mistaken, you must have already reached the mid-Yellow Realm, right? Achieving such a level at your young age is indeed impressive. You might even be on par with our young master. However, you are too reckless. You fail to understand that those who are overly ambitious often meet their downfall. Today, you have encountered me, Achio. This is your fate. Achio coldly stated. As soon as his words fell, an aura belonging to a practitioner of the late Yellow Realm surged forth from his body. Buzz, the crowd felt an immense pressure, causing their breaths to quicken. Powerful, so powerful. Master Achio is truly formidable. Even a ferocious tiger would only submit before Master Achio, wouldn't it? The members of Sankotong were filled with excitement. In their admiring gazes, Achio leaped forward, covering 7 or 8 meters in a single stride, and unleashed a ferocious palm strike at Lin Feng. The invincible Thunder Palm. Faced with this fierce attack, Lin Feng remained unruffled, even feeling a bit amused. The skill may not be impressive, but the name is certainly formidable. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly. Bang! Achio came swiftly and left even faster. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into a steel pillar of the factory, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground, motionless, his body limp like a puddle of mud, devoid of any sign of life. This scene astonished everyone present. How could this be possible? Master Achio was a super powerhouse of the late Yellow Realm, and yet he was defeated in a single move by Lin Feng. You are a master of the Xian realm, Ada exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. I am not a master of the Xian realm, Lin Feng replied, while casually pinching Ada's body. The crisp sounds of cracking bones filled the air, making it seem as though Lin Feng were merely giving Ada a massage. The speed of his strikes was so rapid that Ada had no idea that over a dozen of his bones had been broken in an instant. By the time he realized it, an overwhelming wave of pain swept through his body, twisting his expression and causing him to convulse uncontrollably. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and save me. Ada's eyes turned crimson as he roared at the hidden gunman. The gunman quickly realized that since Lin Feng and Ada were so close, it was difficult to aim. Thus, they redirected their weapons toward Lin Yunyao. Lin Feng, you stop this at once. Otherwise, my men will turn your sister into a sieve. Ada managed to utter with great difficulty, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have likely fainted from the pain by now. You can let them try shooting, Lin Feng replied, his expression unchanged, showing no intention of halting his actions. Fire for heaven's sake, fire! Ada shouted in a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The group of gunmen hesitated not for a moment, pulling the triggers aimed at Lin Yunyao. Countless bullets flew like fiery serpents toward Lin Yunyao, who paled, believing her death was imminent. In the next moment, a translucent shield unexpectedly materialized on her body, deflecting all the bullets that were shot at her. The dozens of machine gunners were caught off guard, their own bullets ricocheting back and shattering their heads. What on earth is happening? Lin Yunyao was momentarily stunned by this scene. Then, as if a thought struck her, she turned her astonished gaze towards Lin Feng. It must be my brother. He is certainly protecting me. Brother, he truly is both powerful and formidable. A look of admiration filled Lin Yunyao's face. No, this is impossible. Ada screamed, disbelief etched across his features. How could the bullets rebound? This is simply too bizarre. Nothing is impossible. I warned you not to provoke me. Yet you not only ignore my warning, but even wish me good luck? You really are a little cow flying in the sky. Utterly ridiculous. Lin Feng casually discarded Ada's body onto the ground. Speaking with an indifferent tone in a brief span of time, he had shattered every bone in Ada's body, leaving only the cervical vertebrae and skull intact. This was the strength of a martial artist's physique. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have fainted from the pain. Even so, Ada lay crumpled on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word due to the agony that moment. A ringtone suddenly emanated from Ada's body. Son, your father is calling, son. Your father is calling. His body writhed as he attempted to answer the call, but with both his arms bones crushed, he was utterly immobilized. Let me assist you. Lin Feng retrieved the phone from Ada's pocket. The caller ID read Lord Situ. Upon answering, a cultured voice resonated through the line. How is it? Have you resolved the matter? You must be Situ Hao, right? The individuals you sent are utterly incompetent, each one more foolish than the last. Lin Feng replied flatly, but a silence fell on the other end. Just then, Ada screamed with all his might, Lord Situ, save me. This man is a Xianjing martial artist, and even with the Chiao and I teaming up, we are no match for him. The Chiao has already been killed. After his desperate cry, he collapsed, exhausted and panting heavily. Upon hearing Ada's words, the voice on the other end calmly stated, Release Ada, and then come over to bow before me. I might consider sparing your life. A confident man is truly delightful. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He then abruptly turned around, delivering a swift kick that crushed Ada's skull, and remarked with a light laugh, Did you hear that sound just now? It was the sound of Ada's skull fracturing. Would you like me to send you a photo? Xianjing does not equate to invincibility. You will come to regret this? Oh, is that so? Rest assured, I will find you soon and eliminate you in 01 in the 9 heavens and 10 earth can save you. Click! The call abruptly ended. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh and crushed the phone in his hand. I could see that moment. Lin Yinyao hurried over and threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Brother, you scared me to death. With you here, nothing will happen. Lin Feng gently patted his sister's back, offering her comfort. What was that protective shield you used just now? It's a small spell I left on you previously. It activates automatically whenever you are in life-threatening danger. So that's how it is. That is truly amazing. I will teach you in the future. Really? Of course it's true. I will find a most suitable breathing technique for you. And then you will become as formidable as me. Brother, you are so good to me. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Jinling City, Situ Hao could no longer contain himself. He forcefully smashed his phone onto the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. His face contorted with rage, trembling with fury. How could a confident man be so delightful? As the second hall master of the San Quatang, he had never been humiliated like this. Furthermore, Chiao, Ada, and Zheng Tianhu were all his capable subordinates. Now, they had all perished at the hands of this Lin Feng. This had crossed his absolute bottom line. If I do not avenge this grudge, I, Situ Hao, shall not consider myself a man. Do they truly believe that Xianjing makes them invincible? How naive. Lin Feng, I will ensure you are torn to shreds. Situ Hao spoke coldly. Just then, a man dressed in black hurried in, respectfully stating, Lord Situ, young Master Jiang wishes to see you. Quickly invite him in. Yes. Watching the bodyguard leave, Situ Hao exhaled a breath of frustration, his emotions gradually calming. How strange. What could Jiang Junlin want at this hour? Although the Jiang family had been covertly supporting the San Quatang, the San Quatang was not a vassal of the Jiang family, but rather a superpower independent of the 3 major clans. Soon, Jiang Junlin, dressed in white, strolled in leisurely. He immediately noticed the shattered phone on the floor and chuckled. Master Situ, who has offended you so late at night? It's just my subordinate's incompetence that vexes me. Naturally, Situ Hao could not reveal the disgrace he had suffered, so he fabricated a reason to deflect. Young Master Jiang, what brings you here at such an hour? Situ Hao asked with a smile, while gesturing for Jiang Junlin to take a seat. I assume Master Situ is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. The old man of the Qin family has not made an appearance for over half a year, and their information is tightly guarded. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help in investigating the Qin family situation. Jiang Junlin stated his purpose directly. Situ Hao was taken aback, but maintained a smile. Responding, young Master Jiang, I cannot make such decisions. You must consult my elder brother. The 3 hall masters of the San Quatang are disconnected in spirit. I have come to seek you out. Does Master Situ not understand the meaning of my Jiang family's request? Jiang Junlin said with a hint of significance. Upon hearing this, Situ Hao scrutinized Jiang Junlin closely, and after a moment of silence, he replied, Very well. I will go to the Qin family and investigate for you. Master Situ is indeed a wise man. The day the Qin family perishes will be the day you thoroughly control the San Quatang. Jiang Junlin stood up, pausing before adding, By the way, I have a personal matter I would like to ask Master Situ for assistance with. Young Master Jiang, please feel free to speak. There's a young man named Lin Feng in Jinling City, and his martial arts realm is likely at Xianjing. I would like to request Master Situ to teach him a lesson. Young Master, Do you have a grudge against this Lin Feng? Sidhu Hao's heart stirred. Not particularly, but this brat is my fiancé's ex-boyfriend, which annoys me greatly. I see. I understand now. I will keep a close eye on this person. Thank you, Master Sidhu. Jiang Junlin left with a cheerful smile. Sidhu Hao resumed his seat on the sofa, his gaze flickering with contemplation, in the entire Jinling city, who was unaware that the Jiang family was about to form an alliance with the Yun Chuanchen family. Since Lin Feng was the ex-boyfriend of Jiang Junlin's fiancée, it implied that the young girl afflicted with Kabuki syndrome could very well be Lin Feng's daughter. If that were the case, then Lin Feng must not die just yet. He could potentially serve as a trump card for balancing the Jiang family. As for Jiang Junlin's earlier words, he certainly would not take them at face value. If he were truly that naive, he would have met his demise many years ago. After pondering for a while, Sidhu Hao coldly instructed the bodyguard outside. Go, summon Yun Sanshui to see me. Around 10 o'clock at night, Lin Feng and his sister returned home. The bloodhand butcher, who had been waiting for a long time, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. He rushed out from the shadows, respectfully saying, Senior, you have finally returned. Lin Feng nodded absent-mindedly. Brother, who is this old grandpa? Lin Yunyao wore a curious expression. Bloodhand Butcher turned his gaze towards her, his aged face breaking into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. You must be the younger sister of the esteemed elder, correct? Truly, you are as beautiful as a flower, with an innate grace and unparalleled charm. Innocent and endearing, he showered her with a torrent of compliments, causing Lin Yunyao's cheeks to flush with a hint of bashfulness. All right. Have you exhausted your vocabulary? Lin Feng remarked, somewhat speechless. This old demon truly embodied shamelessness to the utmost degree. Elder, you jest that I speak only from the heart. Bloodhand Butcher replied with a candid smile, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if it were they who should feel awkward. Grandfather, who are you? Do you know my brother? Lin Yunyao inquired amiably. I'm called Bloodhand, he began, but Lin Feng interrupted. His name is Yi Tianxin. Bloodhand Butcher's proud demeanor faltered momentarily. Yi Tianxin. That is a fine name. Henceforth, I shall call you Grandfather Tianxin. You should refer to him as Uncle Tianxin. He is only around 50 years of age, though illness has made him appear older. How unfortunate! Lin Yunyao exclaimed, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Bloodhand Butcher, encouraging Uncle Tianxin, do not lose heart. Your illness will surely be cured. Bloodhand Butcher glanced at Lin Yunyao. Speechless, since the tragic murder of his family over 2 decades ago, no one had shown concern for him. Hearing such words of kindness now left him bewildered and unaccustomed. After a moment's thought, Lin Yunyao pulled out a red origami crane from her pocket and handed it to Bloodhand Butcher. What is this? This is a red origami crane I folded, symbolizing good fortune. I hope Uncle Tianxin's future will be filled with blessings. Thank you. Bloodhand Butcher accepted the crane with a forced smile. All right, little Yao, you should go wash up and rest in your room. You have to officially report to school tomorrow. I need to speak with Uncle Tianxin for a moment. Lin Feng wished to limit his sister's interaction with such an old demon. Okay, Lin Yunyao replied cheerfully. Skipping into the house, Bloodhand Butcher watched her depart, his expression somewhat complex. What is wrong? Are you an old demon, actually moved? Lin Feng said lightly. Elder, you jest that in comparison, I find Bloodhand Butcher aligns more with my temperament. Bloodhand Butcher chuckled awkwardly. Lin Feng ceased speaking and entered the room to retrieve paper and pen, composing a lengthy list of medicinal herbs. Follow this prescription to gather the herbs, procure them, and return to me. Thank you, Elder, Bloodhand Butcher exclaimed, his emotions stirred as he gazed at the prescription. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, Are you aware of San Kotong? It was members of San Kotong who abducted the elder's sister. Bloodhand Butcher deduced instantly. Lin Feng nodded subtly. After a brief contemplation, Bloodhand Butcher stated, San Kotong consists of 3 branches, each overseen by a mid-stage Earth Realm leader. In addition, there are 7 or 8 experts in the Mystic Realm and over a dozen in the Yellow Realm. Such strength is only rivaled by the 3 great families of Jinling, Jiang, Qin, and Li. Given the Elder's power, annihilating a mere San Kotong would be an effortless task. However, I believe it would be wise for the elder to refrain from such actions unless absolutely necessary. Oh, why is that? Lin Feng asked, astonished. The three leaders of Sankotong are rumored to have connections with forces from the mountains, Bloodhand Butcher whispered. Forces from the mountains? Indeed, various secular powers have more or less ties to the sects residing in the mountains. These sects, having endured the passage of time, represent the pinnacle of the martial world in the Great Xia Kingdom. Typically, they do not descend from their heights, yet they require certain supplies from the mortal realm. Thus, some secular forces willingly provide them with wealth and resources in exchange for protection. Bloodhand Butcher continued, piqued with curiosity. With your formidable strength, Elder, you must surely hail from one of those mountain powers. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, Lin Feng replied coolly. Bloodhand Butcher felt a pang of apprehension and quickly lowered his head. Enough, go procure the herbs. Yes, Elder, Bloodhand Butcher departed. Lin Feng remained in place. Deep in thought, it seemed this world was far more intriguing than he had imagined. The existence of hidden sects in the mountains? It was reminiscent of the tales found in urban, ancient martial novels. He wondered if there were others like him, practitioners of the path of cultivation. After resolving the matters at hand, perhaps he could seek out these sects for a visit. The pressing concern was still to absorb the Yin-Yang Extreme Stone and attempt to break through to the Yuan-Ing stage. As for his sister's safety, he merely needed to craft some protective talismans for her. Lin Feng found a spacious area and sat cross-legged. The moment he retrieved the Yin-Yang Extreme Stone, the words spoken by the old man before his passing echoed in his mind. The path of cultivation begins with absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, generating 9 spirals in the Dantian. Known as the Qi refinement stage, point 9 returns to 1, transforming into the Tao platform, which is the foundation establishment stage. Beyond foundation establishment, 1 yields the golden core, reaching the golden core stage. When the golden core breaks, it nurtures the spirit infant, leading to the Yuan-Ing stage. Now, having achieved the peak of the golden core stage, he only needed a catalyst to coalesce the spirit infant. The Yin-Yang Extreme Stone was undoubtedly the finest catalyst. Who would have thought that despite the twists and turns of his journey to Taihu Mountain, he gained such an opportunity? Lin Feng chuckled softly. He gently tossed the Yin-Yang Extreme Stone upward, and the 2 peculiar stones floated above his head. Visible to the naked eye, tendrils of black and white Yin-Yang energy began to merge into his Dantian. As the Yin-Yang energy entered his body, Lin Feng's aura became increasingly unfathomable that a soft moonlight cascaded down, illuminating him and enveloping his form in a faint white glow, as if he were a celestial being descended to earth. Brother, you look so ethereal. At that moment, Lin Yunyao emerged from her bath, her clear eyes filled with admiration upon witnessing the scene. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, and Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes from his meditation. An inexplicable aura of the Tao emanated from him, radiating outward. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees swayed gently, as if greeting him, as expected. He had successfully broken through to the Yuaning stage. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. He then turned his internal gaze toward his Dantian, that on the elevated foundation platform. A small spirit infant sat cross-legged. The spirit infant's form was not yet fully developed. He was merely at the initial stage of spirit infant cultivation, with further stages to follow. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with challenges. Just then, Lin Feng's expression shifted in surprise, but he noticed that a faint stream of yin-yang energy was flowing around the surface of his spirit infant. He extended his right hand and attempted to channel it. Buzz! The yin-yang energy instantly manifested in his palm, forming a slightly translucent Tai Chi symbol. He had thought that once the yin-yang energy from the extreme stone helped him break through to the Yuaning stage, it would dissipate. To his astonishment, it not only remained but had fused with his spirit infant. He wondered what this would entail. Lin Feng murmured to himself. Regardless, it surely must be a fortuitous development. In the beginning, heaven and earth birthed the yin-yang energy, the essence of a universe, though it may be in limited quantity. Subsequently, Lin Feng picked up a pen and notebook beside him and began to craft talismans. Thus, approximately 20 minutes passed. The notebook was already filled with runes. Each page bore runes that appeared quite ordinary, reminiscent of a child's doodles. However, If a practitioner were present, they would notice the faint spiritual energy swirling above the characters. With such a tome of runes at my disposal, I refused to believe anyone could harm Xiao Yao. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled a heavy breath. Clearly, producing such a multitude of attack runes was quite taxing for him. At that moment, Lin Yunyao emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and remarked, "Brother, you stayed out all night." "Indeed. I was engaged in cultivation," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunyao immediately recalled the scene from the previous night when her brother's body radiated light. Expressing her admiration, "Brother, you are incredible. You can even emit light. Does this mean we won't need to turn on the lights at night anymore? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Feng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair before retrieving the notebook. Lin Yunyao took the notebook, glanced through it, and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What is this?" "These are attack talismans. I prepared them for your protection. If anyone harbors ill intentions towards you, simply tear off a talisman, throw it at them, and utter break." Upon hearing this, Lin Yunyao's curiosity was piqued. She attempted to tear off a talisman from the notebook and hurled it toward a nearby concrete block, shouting, "Break!" Boom! A concrete block over a meter in diameter exploded into countless specks of dust, not fragments. But dust, how absurd! Lin Yunyao was utterly astonished. "Brother, this is utterly unscientific. It's practically a miniature bomb. While I'm cultivating immortality, you dare speak of science," Lin Feng replied. "But that's true." Lin Yunyao nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao carried a suitcase together to Jinling University. From this day forth, Lin Yunyao would reside in the school's dormitory, embarking on 4 splendid years of university life. "Brother, you can leave me here. You're not allowed to go up to the girls' dormitory, and Xiaoke will come help me with my things after class," Lin Yunyao said cheerfully at the foot of the girls' dormitory building. Dressed in a pale beige long dress, her flawless, makeup-free face radiated a playful smile, capturing the attention of many male students on campus. "Just be careful, and if anything happens, tell your brother. Don't keep it to yourself. Also, I just transferred some money into your account. Indulge yourself and don't deprive yourself," Lin Feng advised with care. "I know. I'm not a child anymore." Lin Yunyao mumbled that moment a voice interrupted. "You must be the new student, right?" The siblings turned to see a tall, handsome young man in loose athletic were approaching with a smile. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement as the young master of the Qin family. He certainly did not intend to slog through his studies like those less fortunate students. He was here to relish the university experience. Thus, over the past month, he had been loitering around the girls' dormitory with a few lackeys, seeking exquisite company to entertain himself. Fortune favored the bold. With his striking looks and substantial wealth, he had indeed encountered several attractive young women. However, he was disappointed to find that these female students were merely beautiful on the surface and lacking substance. They presented themselves as innocent and bashful, yet in bed, they were far more uninhibited than he had anticipated. This left him feeling cheated. Today he wandered alone, aimlessly around the girls' dormitory, only to spot Lin Yunyao. Truly a gem. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, neither overly developed nor flat-chested, everything in exquisite balance. Innocent, carefree, and utterly charming, she tugged at his heartstrings, making it difficult for him to resist. Most importantly, he could tell at a glance that Lin Yunyao was still a maiden. "I must have her." With that thought in mind, Qin Feng rushed forward, displaying his signature lewd grin. "Who are you?" Lin Yunyao asked curiously. Lin Feng glanced at Qin Feng, but chose not to comment. After all, it was common for upperclassmen to greet new students carrying luggage. "I'm Qin Feng, a sophomore from the School of Economics and Management. We're direct senior," he declared, straightening his collar and puffing out his chest. "Oh, hello, senior. I'm Lin Yunyao," she replied with a nod, acknowledging him. "What a lovely name. I particularly like names that include Yao. The swaying sensation is delightful. Since it's your first day here, you must be unfamiliar with the campus. Allow me to show you around," Qin Feng offered with enthusiasm. Sensing his intentions, Lin Yunyao politely declined. "No, thank you. I still need to check in with my advisor." Qin Feng's eyes brightened at her words. "Checking in with the advisor? Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to show off?" "Sure. No problem at all. I'm well acquainted with the advisors in the economics department, and no one would dare disrespect me. Qin phoned, I'll ensure you receive a warm welcome. He insisted, that's really not necessary. Lin Yao firmly rejected him. Although this senior was quite handsome and appeared to come from a good family, she was solely focused on her studies. Moreover, if she were to seek a partner, it would have to be someone like her brother. Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly. He had never anticipated that his overt enthusiasm would be met with such disdain. In all of Jinling University, how many dared to rebuff him repeatedly? Junior, you may not be aware of my status to I am. Enough with the nonsense. Did you not hear what my sister said? Hurry up and get lost. Lin Feng impatiently shoved Qin Feng. Stumbling backward, Qin Feng fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. Did he just push me? He actually dared to push me. Meanwhile, onlookers nearby noticed the commotion and gathered around, their faces etched with shock. Isn't that Qin Feng? My goodness, who is this person? How dare he push Qin Feng? Is he seeking death? It was said that Qin Feng had a formidable background, and even the student council president, Tan Ziming, regarded him with caution. He was known to be here for enjoyment. It seemed he was once again attempting to charm a girl, only to provoke her brother. How ungrateful could one be? Qin Feng was both handsome and wealthy. If he pursued me, I would be overjoyed. Hearing the murmurs, Lin Feng finally understood the nature of the individual before him, so he was a spoiled playboy here to enjoy life. Lin Yao's expression turned frosty. She had not expected to be targeted by a lecherous individual upon her arrival at university. She was no longer the fragile girl she once was. After the events of the previous night, she had matured significantly. You dare to push me? Qin Feng suddenly sprang to his feet, glaring icily at Lin Feng. Not only did I push you, but I'll also strike you. Lin Feng lightly kicked Qin Feng, sending him sprawling once more. There was no need to hold back. This was his alma mater, and he feared that kicking too hard might result in serious injury to Qin Feng, which would not be amusing. Wow. The crowd erupted in astonishment, realizing Lin Feng was truly audacious. A mere shove was one thing, but to go so far as to kick him, it was not surprising, considering he was unaware of Qin Feng's background. Indeed, I suspect that once he learns of Qin Feng's connections, his legs will turn to jelly. Ah, youth is indeed reckless. Ouch! Qin Feng clutched his stomach, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. After all, he had not brought his lackeys today, and having been drained of his vitality by a woman, he found himself utterly powerless. However, upon overhearing the conversations of those around him, a newfound confidence surged within him. Indeed, this insufferable brat was merely a reckless youth, sending his own sister to university, completely oblivious to the dangers that surrounded him. Once he revealed his true identity, the other party would surely be frightened into begging for mercy. Do you know, slap? Lin Feng delivered a sharp blow, causing Qin Feng's left cheek to swell rapidly. You dare to hit me again? Qin Feng screamed in a fit of rage. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at such a request. He had never heard anything quite like it in his life. Slap. Without hesitation, another strike left Qin Feng's right cheek red and swollen, achieving a rather symmetrical appearance. Get lost. Lin Feng said impatiently. He found it exceedingly difficult to muster any interest in a second-generation rich kid who only knew how to flaunt his bravado on a woman's physique. Qin Feng, hand shielding his face, glared furiously at Lin Feng. He had never before been struck across the face, especially not in front of such an audience. You wait for me. This isn't over. With that, Qin Feng left in a hasty retreat, having uttered a menacing remark. Lin Feng shook his head in bemusement before turning to his sister. Xiao Yao, don't be polite to such a person in the future. If he dares to bother you again, use the talisman I gave you to deal with him. Don't worry. I've got your back. I understand. Lin Yao nodded obediently, her heart racing. She thought her brother looked incredibly handsome when he stood up for her. Now you go on. Call me if you need anything. Lin Feng ruffled his sister's hair. Goodbye, brother. Lin Yao blew him a kiss and hurried off towards the dormitory with her suitcase in tow. Observing this, Lin Feng shook his head, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. Since his return, his sister had increasingly embraced her freedom. After all, she had suppressed herself for far too long over the years. This was the true essence of Xiao Yao. The incident with Qin Feng was but a minor interlude. and Lin Feng did not dwell on it. After pausing for a moment, he resumed his exploration of the campus. Lover's Slope. The gymnasium, the science building, the grove that as he surveyed the familiar yet foreign scenes, his heart brimmed with nostalgia. A sense of loss washing over him, he then made his way to the street of snacks behind the school. Many shops from his memories had vanished, clearly having closed down, while a few remained open, but with a desolate air, their business nowhere near what it once was that in this age of the internet. Brick-and-mortar stores were increasingly struggling. He recalled the bustling atmosphere of yesteryears when no one was glued to their phones. Groups of friends would roam joyfully, savoring fried snacks, winning plush toys, and singing their hearts out at karaoke until their throats were hoarse with Die for Love. Was it the times that had changed, or were the people? Lin Feng felt a profound sense of melancholy, unable to recapture the feelings of that bygone era. Finally, he arrived at a wonton shop at the street corner. This was once a favored spot for him in Chun Inua. She claimed to love wontons, but Lin Feng knew it was simply because they were affordable. She understood her financial limitations and never asked for more. Reflecting on this brought a wave of bitterness to Lin Feng's heart. Such a wonderful woman had been lost to him. "Young man, is that you?" At that moment, the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman, emerged, her face a mask of astonishment. Years ago, when she first opened the wonton shop, her exquisite beauty had earned her the nickname Wonton Shishir. Yet now, over a decade had passed, and her appearance had clearly aged, with many gray hairs framing her once youthful face. "Boss, I can't believe you still remember me." Lin Feng smiled. "How could I forget? You used to take such good care of my business." The wonton shopkeeper beamed and invited Lin Feng inside. As soon as he sat down, he said, "I'll have a large bowl of wontons, with extra meat and plenty of chili oil." "Coming right up," she responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. Soon a steaming bowl of wontons, generously topped with chili oil, was placed before him. Lin Feng savored each bite, both spicy and savory. It was truly delectable, so delicious that it brought tears to his eyes. "Young man, what about her?" the shopkeeper inquired with a smile as she seated herself beside him. Lin Feng paused, his spoon halting mid-air, before shaking his head sorrowfully. "I lost her. That's so. What a pity." The shopkeeper shook her head in regret and continued, "Do you know why you left such a deep impression on me? It's because of that young lady. She was truly beautiful, with eyes that sparkled. Especially when she looked at you. Those eyes were so bright like stars in the sky. That's a look one only has for their beloved. I thought you two would end up together." Lin Feng felt a deep pang in his heart upon hearing her words. He clenched his fists tightly, then released them in despair. "Unfortunately, even if I regret it now. It's too late. Has she married?" "No, she hasn't." "Then there's still a chance. Young man, don't let your life be filled with too many regrets." The shopkeeper patted Lin Feng's shoulder, adding, in the midst of searching for her 1,000 times, "I turned back only to find her amidst the dim lights. Sometimes, all it takes is a moment of willingness to look back, and you might just see her." Lin Feng was taken aback by her words. After leaving the wonton shop, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He resolved to give himself a chance to win Chun Inua back. Even if he failed, at least he would not have any regrets in his heart. The path of cultivation is about following one's true nature and pursuing one's heart. Only then can one attain enlightenment. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng took out his phone and attempted to call Chun Inua. However, the call was immediately disconnected. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed again. Once, twice, again and again, that on the 9th attempt, a message played. "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off." Lin Feng sighed deeply. The fervent flame he had just kindled was extinguished in an instant. Just then, he noticed his phone ringing. Could it be Inua returning his call? Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, but upon glancing at the caller ID, it read Wang Chong. "What do you want?" Lin Feng answered the call, irritation evident in his voice. "Lin, do you have some time? I have some great things to give you." "What kind of great things?" "You'll find out when you get here. I promise they're truly remarkable." Wang Chong replied mysteriously. After pondering for a moment and realizing he had nothing better to do, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The Jinling Grand Hotel is one of the few 7-star hotels in the Daxiao region, characterized by understated luxury and elegance. Even a standard room can cost 2,000 to 3,000, while the presidential suites can soar to several tens of thousands. Following Wang Chong's address, Lin Feng arrived at the hotel. Upon arrival, he noticed the parking lot was filled with a variety of luxury cars. Hongqi, BYD, Chang'an, Chery, and Geely, among others. The hotel entrance was bustling with people, each exuding an air of confidence and sophistication, unmistakably affluent. After announcing Wang Chong's name, Lin Feng was escorted by a beautiful waitress to a presidential suite number 903 inside the room. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin were engaged in a game of poker. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Chong immediately rose, grinning widely. "Lin, you finally made it?" Lin Feng nodded slightly. He found a sofa to sit down on, casually surveying the room, and then inquired, "What did you mean when you said over the phone that you had something nice to give me?" "Don't be anxious, Lin. It's still early. Let us play some poker past the time," Wang Chong replied with a smile. "Poker? Indeed. We can play three-player landlord. Lin, you should know how to play, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng cast a deep glance at Wang Chong. Could there be some hidden meaning behind this? He could hardly believe that a chairman of a major group would engage in such triviality. "All right, I'll join you for a while." After contemplating, Lin Feng ultimately nodded in agreement. "Haha, Lin, rest assured, I will ensure you're not disappointed." Wang Chong chuckled. Thus, the three of them played an indeterminate number of rounds of landlord in the room. As dusk began to settle, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of frustration, discarding the cards in his hand, and with a displeased expression, said, "What on earth is going on? Hurry up and tell me. I've wasted too much time here." Initially, he thought Wang Chong intended to convey some special significance through the game, but he soon realized that it was merely a simple game of poker. "I actually spent an entire afternoon playing cards with two fools?" Lin Feng found it hard to believe that I must truly be a fool. "Lin, don't be angry. Let me make a quick call," Wang Chong said, taking out his phone to make a call. After a brief conversation, he hung up and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin understood immediately and took out a room card from his black bag, handing it to Lin Feng. "What does this mean?" Lin Feng asked, bewildered. "Lin, this is the room card for the presidential suite 1103 upstairs. The good thing I mentioned is inside the room. You'll see for yourself," Wang Chong said with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression softened somewhat. He accepted the room card and asked, "Could you disclose what it is?" "Ah, Lin, you'll find out for yourself. I can only say that you will absolutely adore it and be unable to part with it." Wang Chong laughed heartily. This piqued Lin Feng's curiosity even more. What could it be that would captivate him so? A magical artifact, a supernatural power, a breathing technique. It shouldn't be, as Wang Chong was unaware of his status as a cultivator. Could it be a room full of money? That seemed unlikely as well. "Lin, stop guessing. It's getting late. You should hurry up and go, that we have matters to attend to and can't keep you any longer." Wang Chong chuckled. "Fine." Holding the room card given by Wang Chong, Lin Feng ascended the stairs with a sense of curiosity. After locating the corresponding royal suite, he opened the door and stepped inside. Instantly, a rich fragrance enveloped him, to his astonishment. For beautiful women came into view, clad in black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, and fishnet stockings. Their long, straight legs and alluring figures presented a scene that could only be described as the most exquisite spectacle for any man, igniting a surge of excitement. Yet, Lin Feng stood there in shock. What was happening? Had he entered the wrong room? Furrowing his brows, he glanced again at the room number and his card. He had made a mistake. Could these four stunning women be the good things Wang Chong spoke of? At this realization, Lin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? I spent an entire afternoon playing cards only to end up with this. Wang Chong is such an idiot. Even with Lin Feng's usually good temperament, he felt his patience fraying. Suppressing his anger, he turned on his heel, intending to confront Wang Chong for clarification. Inside the room, the four alluring women were taken aback to see Lin Feng abruptly leave. Does this man have a problem? Can't he see the four of us, ripe and ready for him? Sisters, Wang provided each of us with $1 million. If we let him walk out, that money is gone. At that moment, one of the women suddenly exclaimed. The four seductive beauties were immediately alarmed. They quickly donned thin layers of clothing and rushed out, blocking Lin Feng at the doorway. "Handsome, you can't leave." "Yes, handsome, if you go, what will we do? Are you even a man? With four of us so stunning, can you really bear to leave? Come on, obediently return to the room with us." They all chimed in unison. Faced with this chorus of enticing voices, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He exhaled sharply and said, "Who sent you? Go find whoever you were meant to serve." "Nonsense. We are here to serve you tonight." "Yes, tonight. We belong to you." "Handsome, you can't be serious." Seeing 4 beauties of this caliber and feeling no impulse at all, we were carefully selected by Wang from over 100 models. One of the women gazed at Lin Feng with a look of disbelief. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the corridor. One of them was Inua, who looked utterly astonished upon seeing him. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as though the ground had fallen away beneath him. Wishing he could leap from the 11th floor window, Inua was in high spirits today, as her elder brother Chen Qianxiu had traveled from Yinchuan to see her. She and Jiang Junlin had just checked him into the hotel and were about to head out for dinner when they stumbled upon this scene. What a play! 1 man against 4, 18 years old, clad in various colorful lingerie, all meticulously arranged. Inua stared at Lin Feng with an impassive expression, her heart aching slightly. She felt utterly ridiculous since returning from Taihu Mountain last night. She had lain awake, pondering the motives behind Lin Feng's return. Was it truly for some ulterior motive, or had she misunderstood him? Perhaps he had returned out of remorse for abandoning her all those years ago. Even during the day, Lin Feng had called her numerous times. Though she did not answer, it did bring her some happiness. After all, women are inherently sentimental beings. Lin Feng was the biological father of Xiao Yinlian. If Lin Feng truly could turn over a new leaf, even if they never ended up together, she could not deny Xiao Yinlian the love of a father. But now, she realized she had been mistaken. How utterly laughable that she could even entertain the thought of trusting a scoundrel. "Is that not Lin?" exclaimed Jiang Junlin, spotting the scene with a glint in his eye as he hurried over to greet him. Lin Feng cast a calm glance at Jiang Junlin, remaining silent. His mind was consumed with one thought. When I return, I must strangle Wang Chong. If it weren't for that fool, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. Truly, this was akin to stuffing yellow mud into one's pants. Neither excrement nor anything else. "Lin, living quite lavishly, I see. I just gave you 20 million last night, and tonight you found 4 young models. They must have cost quite a bit," Jiang Junlin remarked, surveying the 4 alluring models with a teasing tone. Before Lin Feng could respond, the 4 models voiced their discontent, defending him and mocking Jiang Junlin. "Who are you? What business do you have with our master? How ridiculous! Since when is it your turn to speak here? What are you even? We are the women you can never have." Normally, if someone dared to insult him in this manner, Jiang Junlin would have been furious and sought retribution. However, at this moment, he found the entire situation immensely amusing. "Master," he smirked, clearly entertained. "Lin, my brother, I must say, I'm impressed. However, I still believe that such matters should be conducted within the confines of a room. Engaging in these activities in the hotel corridor seems rather indecorous, does it not? Of course, I am merely making a suggestion. Brother Lin, you indulge in such flamboyant displays, whether on the bed, in the kitchen, on the living room sofa, the balcony, or even in a small grove. Wherever you wish to play, you may do so." Jiang Junlin extended his thumb, smiling as he spoke. Lin Feng, disinterested in conversing with someone so foolish, pushed Jiang Junlin aside and approached Chen Yin. Taking a deep breath, he said, "If I were to assert that all of this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Chen Yin remained silent, gazing at Lin Feng with an unsettling calmness that was almost chilling. Lin Feng's expression was complex. He wished for Inua to unleash her fury upon him, to berate him as a beast, a scoundrel. Such reactions would imply that there was still hope for redemption. Yet, Inua's composure was unnerving, as though she were observing a stranger. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to feel. Perhaps this is the truth, regardless of whether you believe me or not. I must insist that it truly is a misunderstanding. I was summoned by Wang Chong of the Qinglong Construction Group, who claimed he had something wonderful for me. I had no inkling that the wonderful thing he referred to was 4 women. Had I known, I certainly would not have come. Lin Feng spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin couldn't help but scoff derisively, replying coolly, "So what? What significance does this have for me? What do you want? And how does it pertain to me?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then forcefully pushed Chen Inua against the wall. He leaned in with one hand braced against the wall, his deep, melancholic eyes gazing intently at Chen Inua. As if he had 1,000 words to share, he realized that at such a time, reasoning with a woman was futile. In extraordinary circumstances, one must employ extraordinary measures. Perhaps a wall-leaning kiss could resolve many issues. Do you see the sincerity in my eyes? Inua, trust me, I have never deceived you. For the past decade, I have endured torment, constantly yearning to return to see you. Do you remember the poetry we read together in university? Tagore once stated that silence is a virtue. Yet, remaining silent in front of the one you cherish is a form of cowardice. Inua, can we start anew? Just say the word, and I shall take you away this very moment. Lin Feng gazed at Chen Inua with deep affection, his words imbued with tenderness and compelling emotion. The four young models were moved to tears, realizing that such genuine love truly exists in the world. Chen Inua stared at Lin Feng, her mind blank. She felt as though she had been transported back to their university days. During their quarrels, Lin Feng would always assertively pin her against the wall, and they would eventually reconcile that it seemed to be the same even now. After all these years, how could one simply forget such feelings? She understood that she still harbored feelings for Lin Feng. Yet, having been bitten by a snake once, she feared the rope for 10 years. She was afraid that Lin Feng might betray her again. If that were to happen, she would be cast into an abyss from which there would be no escape. Indeed, a man must be assertive when necessary. Reasoning with a woman is futile. A friend would not deceive me. Lin Feng, observing Chen Inua's demeanor, felt a surge of joy and then gently lowered his head. Preparing to kiss her, Chen Inua stood rigid, momentarily forgetting to evade. However, at that moment, Jiang Junlin stormed over, his voice filled with fury as he exclaimed, Lin Feng, do you think I am invisible? Kissing my fiancée, in front of me? Are you seeking death? This furious shout instantly jolted Chen Inua back to reality. She hastily pushed Lin Feng away, her mind in turmoil, her expression complex. Lin Feng's countenance darkened, just as success seemed within reach. Jiang Junlin's interruption was intolerable. Yet from the earlier exchange, it was evident that Inua still had feelings for him. This was a promising sign. What does it matter that she is your fiancée? As long as they are not married, everyone has the right to pursue their desires. I advise you not to be too reckless. Angering me will lead to the annihilation of the Jiang family. Lin Feng stated coolly. Jiang Junlin, upon hearing this, laughed in a fit of rage. That moment. Even if he was usually composed and patient, he could no longer contain himself. To publicly wall-lean his fiancée, it was one thing. But to brazenly threaten the entire Jiang family? Lin Feng, I initially regarded you as a mere clown, but you have successfully provoked my ire. You will soon discover the dire consequences of angering Jiang Junlin. Jiang Junlin replied coldly, a powerful aura emanating from him that hinted at his peak martial prowess. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have struck Lin Feng down immediately. Dante, hold back. Come at me. I beg you to attack me. I declare here and now that I will pursue Inua. What can you do about it? Lin Feng wore a defiant smirk. No matter how one viewed it, Jiang Junlin was Inua's fiancé. If he were to take the initiative and eliminate Jiang Junlin, it would undoubtedly incite Inua's disdain. However, if Jiang Junlin were to provoke him, and he were to take necessary defensive measures, retaliating against Jiang Junlin would then seem entirely justified. How shameless. This Lin Feng is truly insufferable. Jiang Junlin could no longer restrain himself, raising his hand to strike Lin Feng. Yet, at that moment, Chen Qinshu, who had remained silent throughout, interjected to stop him. Wait a moment. Qinshu, you see what I must endure? Jiang Junlin's face flushed with anger, nearly losing his composure. This matter must be clarified. Who is this person? Chen Qinshu asked calmly, clad in white, with a handsome visage and eyes like stars. His sharply defined features conveyed an air of sternness. This man is Lin Feng, Inua's ex-boyfriend. Jiang Junlin struggled to suppress his emotions as he revealed Lin Feng's identity. After all, such matters could easily be uncovered by Chen Qinshu, and there was no need for concealment. Ex-boyfriend? Chun Qianqiu furrowed his brow. Subsequently, as if recalling something, his expression turned icy as he gazed at Lin Feng, coldly stating, I do not wish to dwell on the past, but from this moment forth, I hope you will keep your distance from Inua. You are unworthy of her. What business is it of yours? Do you reside in the ocean that you meddle so? Lin Feng scoffed. He could see that this man before him was a peak martial artist. But so what? In his eyes, he remained nothing more than an insignificant insect. I am Inua's brother. What of it? Do I not have the right to say this? Chun Qianqiu retorted coldly. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Inua, only to find her wearing a teasing expression, causing his heart to tighten. So, he is the brother-in-law. What an honor! Lin Feng chuckled lightly. But I am not your brother-in-law, and I have stated that you are unworthy of my sister, if you truly care for her. I suggest you keep your distance, Chun Qianqiu said with a cold snort. What makes me unworthy? Lin Feng questioned. Ask your conscience. How much suffering has my sister endured for you? Do you know how miserable she's been over the years? She dared to defy our parents for you, living in a dark, damp basement with her daughter. Where were you during that time? Chun Qianqiu continued, sneering. Lin Feng, this is not how things work. Were it not for my sister's sake, you would already be a corpse. Brother, stop. At that moment, Chun Inua interjected, interrupting Chun Qianqiu. Sister, stay away from this man. Entangling yourself with him will bring you no good. He will only drain you time and again, plunging you into an endless abyss from which you cannot rise. Chun Qianqiu cautioned. Chun Inua shook her head, remaining silent as she turned towards the elevator. Sister, wait for me. Chun Qianqiu hurriedly followed after her. Lin Feng, cherish the days ahead. Jiang Junlin cast a cold glance at Lin Feng before following suit. Watching the three depart, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What did the earlier words of my brother-in-law imply? What did it mean that she defied our parents for me? Living in a basement with her daughter? Was it not due to an unfortunate previous marriage? Could it be that the little girl is my daughter? Lin Feng felt a sudden jolt of shock in his heart. However, he quickly shook his head. I've been missing for 10 years, and that little girl from the photograph appears to be merely 5 or 6 years old. It is impossible for her to be my daughter. Forget it. Let everything unfold slowly. There is no need to rush, the very least, after what just transpired. It seems that Inua is not as averse to me as before. Lin Feng sighed. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the 4 alluring models in front of him and said irritably, Hurry back and put on your clothes. The payment I promised you will not be lessened. I have no interest in you. You are a good person. The 4 alluring models exchanged complex glances with Lin Feng, who was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and replied, I am certainly not a good person. The number of people I've killed may well exceed the number of men you have slept with. Upon hearing this, the 4 alluring models were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Handsome. You truly have a knack for humor. Meanwhile, in the 903 presidential suite downstairs, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin had just completed their business and were leisurely seated on the sofa, savoring cigars, exuding an air of contentment. Binzi, your keen eye is commendable. Knowing that Lin is fond of women allowed me to cater to his tastes. Wang Chong exhaled a puff of smoke, grinning broadly. But I wonder if Lin's petite frame can handle it? Just 4. For someone of Brother Lin's caliber, it will be a piece of cake. Zhang Bin smiled. Haha, well said, for little calamais are nothing. Wang Chong took another draw from his cigar and said nonchalantly, I wonder how Lin will express his gratitude once he comes down. I believe Brother Lin might even consider making you a sworn brother. Zhang Bin speculated. Wang Chong's eyes brightened at this notion. To be able to forge a brotherhood with a practitioner of the profound realm would undoubtedly bring him numerous benefits. Just then, the door of the room creaked open, and Lin Feng walked in with a calm demeanor. Ah, Brother Lin, have you returned so soon? Did you not want to enjoy yourself a bit longer? Wang Chong quickly stood up, his enthusiasm palpable. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Feng smiled slightly, beckoning Wang Chong with a gesture. Wang Chong's heart leaped with joy. This expression from Brother Lin is quite suggestive. It must have been quite a pleasurable experience. Brother Lin, you really need not thank me. It was merely a few women. It is no trouble at all. As Wang Chong waved his hands, he approached with a beaming smile. Wang Chong felt a surge of delight, contemplating how Brother Lin would show his appreciation. However, just as he stepped forward, Lin Feng suddenly reached out, grasping his collar and lifting him up. "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" Wang Chong's face fell into panic, filled with confusion. Zhang Bin, not far away, also stood up abruptly, his expression one of uncertainty. This scene was clearly unexpected for both of them. "Right now, I could almost strangle you." "Who told you to arrange for 4 women for me?" Lin Feng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's heart sank, and he instinctively questioned, could it be that Brother Lin does not like women? "Nonsense! Of course I do." Lin Feng's words faltered. Out of anger, he tossed Wang Chong onto the sofa, his tone icy. "I absolutely like women. However, I only like one woman. That woman is Chun Inua, whom you met last night. And I was just surrounded by the 4 models you arranged, only to have Chun Inua witness it. So tell me, should I kill you now, or later?" At this revelation, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin exchanged glances, both understanding where the problem lay. Last night, they had observed Lin Feng's enthusiastic demeanor towards Jiang Junlin's fiancée, and they had assumed Lin Feng was fond of beautiful women. Thus, they aimed to curry favor with him, hoping to strengthen their ties. Little did they expect, their flattery had backfired. At this moment, Zhang Bin suddenly picked up the ashtray from the table and struck it against his forehead. Bang! In an instant, blood streamed down Zhang Bin's face. "Brother Lin, this matter has nothing to do with the boss. It was my foolish idea. We only wanted to give you a good time, but unexpectedly we harmed you." Zhang Bin exhaled a breath of exasperation, adding, "Brother Lin, I shall not make further excuses. You may do as you please. If I utter a word, I shall no longer be Zhang Bin." "Binzi." Wang Chong's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled out a tissue to help Zhang Bin wipe the wound on his forehead. Binzi shared a life-and-death bond with him, now witnessing his good brother willing to sacrifice everything for him. His heart was filled with both gratitude and sorrow. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor. "Zhang Bin, you are quite the tough character. Very well. Let this matter be forgotten. Just refrain from such foolishness in the future." Lin Feng waved his hand. After all, both of them were merely trying to please him. There was no need for him to be overly petty. Moreover, he actually appreciated Zhang Bin's character. "Thank you, Brother Lin. I assure you that such an incident will never occur again." Zhang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He was merely human, not a deity. His earlier actions had been driven by impulsiveness. If Lin Feng truly desired his life, he would certainly be afraid. "Brother Lin, this was our oversight. My apologies." Wang Chong also forced a bitter smile, his earlier good mood evaporating instantly. Lin Feng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, preparing to turn and leave. But just then, Zhang Bin suddenly spoke up. "Brother Lin, if you truly care for Chun Inua, I happen to possess some information about her. I wonder if you might be interested." "What is it?" Lin Feng inquired. Zhang Bin took a moment to compose himself before slowly revealing. "Currently, there are whispers circulating in the upper echelons of Jinling City that Chun Inua's background is rather profound. She is the legitimate daughter of a super family in Yunchuan. Although the Jiang family is formidable, marrying into such a prestigious family is not as easy as it seems. I've heard that the reason Chun Inua agreed to Jiang Junlin's proposal is that the Jiang family invited a miraculous doctor who could cure her daughter's illness." Lin Feng's heart stirred at this revelation, and he asked, "What illness afflicts Inua's daughter?" "I cannot say for certain. I only know it is a terminal illness. The entire Western medical community is at a loss regarding this ailment. However, the old miraculous doctor the Jiang family has invited is quite extraordinary. He specializes in traditional Chinese medicine, so he may very well be able to cure her daughter's affliction." I see that a glimmer of insight flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Truly, where there is a mountain, there may also be a path. After years in the mountains, his medical skills have reached an extraordinary level. The yin-yang 13 needles that the old man passed down to him are sufficient to tackle 99.9% of the world's perplexing ailments. Excellent. The information you have provided is immensely beneficial to me, and I owe you a favor," Lin Feng concluded, stepping forward to place his hand on Zhang Bin's injured forehead. As a surge of subtle spiritual energy flowed. The wound on his forehead began to heal slowly. Witnessing this scene, both Wang Chong and Zhang Bin's pupils constricted, their hearts tumultuous. What manner of skill is this? Thank you very much, Brother Lin. Zhang Bin touched the now scabbed wound on his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Lin, could you enlighten me on your current realm? I have heard that practitioners of the celestial realm are the pinnacle of existence. Could it be that celestial realm practitioners possess such miraculous healing abilities like yours? Wang Chong inquired nervously from the side. I am not a practitioner of the celestial realm. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, then seated himself on the sofa, retrieving his phone to call Chen Yinhua. Meanwhile, in a high-end Western restaurant, Chen Qinshu, Chen Yinhua, and Jiang Junlin were seated around a table, partaking in dinner. Perhaps due to the recent events, none of them spoke, maintaining a relatively quiet atmosphere. However, at that moment, Chen Yinhua noticed her phone ringing. It was a call from Lin Feng. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to hang up. Yinhua, who was calling? Jiang Junlin inquired, his sensitivity peaked. N01. Chen Yinhua responded lightly. Jiang Junlin nodded at her words, appearing calm on the surface, yet his heart was shrouded in darkness, as if it were about to overflow with resentment. It was undoubtedly that Lin Feng who had contacted her. This buffoon truly overstepped his bounds, seeking his own demise. At that moment, Chen Yinhua noticed another message had arrived on her phone. That IT was from Lin Feng. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to open it. Yinhua, I am fully confident in curing your daughter's illness. If you are willing to trust me, I will be waiting for you tomorrow night at the same hotel as before. Reading those words, Chen Yinhua's heart quivered. Her daughter was everything to her. She could harbor hatred for Lin Feng, but she could not forsake any hope that could heal her daughter. Jiang Junlin, when will that miraculous doctor you mentioned, who can cure my daughter's illness, arrive? Chen Yinhua suddenly inquired. Jiang Junlin glanced at Chen Yinhua's phone before replying, at the latest, the day after tomorrow. Can that doctor guarantee a 100% cure for my daughter's ailment? Chen Yinhua pressed further. I cannot guarantee 100%. However, Dr. Yao Yun is a master from the revered medical sanctuary, Yao Wang Valley. It was only through great effort and expense that I managed to bring this extraordinary figure down from the mountain. If he cannot cure her, the chances with anyone else are bleak. Jiang Junlin emphasized the words anyone else, subtly reminding Chen Yinhua to refrain from making any foolish decisions that might discomfort him. I understand. Chen Yinhua nodded and returned to her meal, savoring the Western cuisine on her plate. Jiang Junlin's sister, Jiang Xiu, had joined a prestigious sect on the mountain 10 years ago. It was said she had become a true disciple, a status that certainly allowed her to summon a master from Yao Wang Valley. Qin Shu Yinhua, you continue eating. I shall step out for a moment. Jiang Junlin chuckled lightly, rising to head towards the restroom. However, as soon as he entered, his expression turned icy. He took out his phone and dialed Sidhu Hao, speaking in a low, intense tone. Sidhu, I instructed you last night to deal with Lin Feng. Have you sent someone? I have already spoken to Yun Sanshui. Yun Sanshui, the martial artist at the mid-level of the Xian realm from your second hall? Indeed, although Yun Sanshui is at the mid-level of the Xian realm, he possesses the strength to contend with late-stage Xian realm fighters. Lin Feng's strength is estimated to be at the early stage of the Xian realm, making him easily manageable. Excellent. Additionally, I have changed my mind. I want Lin Feng to not survive tonight. I want him dead now. Understood. After hanging up, Jiang Junlin felt a wave of comfort wash over him and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Lin Feng, I initially intended to let you live a few more days, but you brought this upon yourself. A worthless fool dares to challenge me. Meanwhile, after sending the message to Chen Yinhua, Lin Feng left the hotel, leisurely walking in the direction of home. However, not long after, he noticed that the once bustling street had suddenly grown eerily quiet. Frowning slightly, he turned to glance behind him that a middle-aged man clad in black was approaching him with deliberate steps. Despite the man's efforts to conceal his aura, Lin Feng could immediately discern his formidable strength. He was a mid-level martial artist of the Xian realm. This man was none other than Yun Sanshui. Soon, Yun Sanshui stood just a meter away from Lin Feng, his expression cold, his piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Feng with interest. Are you stunned into silence? You didn't even attempt to flee upon seeing me? Why should I run? Lin Feng inquired. Because you have offended many. Others have sent me to kill you. Yun Sanshui replied coldly. So, who sent you? Is it San Kotong or to the Jiang family? Lin Feng asked. Yun Sanshui narrowed his eyes. This young man exhibited quite the composure. To remain unfazed in the face of danger was indeed commendable. You are asking too many questions. Leave the details for your encounter with King Yin in hell. He scoffed, extending his hand toward Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng slightly tilted his head, effortlessly evading the strike, and remarked, Your strength is too weak, your speed too slow. Speak, who sent you? I might consider leaving your corpse intact. How pretentious, I return the sentiment. To me, you are merely refuse. Do not overestimate your importance. Yun Sanshui retorted coldly. In that instant, his aura shifted dramatically. His muscles swelled, as if a surge of energy flowed beneath his skin. Thunder Fist! Yun Sanshui unleashed his ultimate martial technique. Lin Feng merely chuckled, showing no inclination to evade. Bang! Yun Sanshui's fist struck Lin Feng's chest with tremendous force. Yet Lin Feng stood unmoving, as if nothing had happened. Not even a ripple in his clothing. Are you tickling me with your punch? Lin Feng queried. Witnessing this, Yun Sanshui's expression shifted drastically as he took 2 steps back, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. Even a late-stage Xian realm fighter would struggle to withstand my punch. You are merely at the early stage of the Xian realm. How could you possibly endure my thunder fist? Who told you I am at the early stage of the Xian realm? Lin Feng replied, then exhaled a breath of spiritual energy towards Yun Sanshui. Bang! Yun Sanshui was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into a camphor tree at the street's edge, causing the trunk to splinter. Lin Feng then leaped forward, arriving beside Yun Sanshui, placing his hand atop his head. Soul search. Already gravely injured, Yun Sanshui's condition worsened, and he instantly began to foam at the mouth, blood spilling forth. His eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at Lin Feng, opening his mouth yet uttering no words before he succumbed to death. So, this Situ Hao is the second hall master of San Kotong. His status is indeed high. No wonder I couldn't uncover his hiding place before. Lin Feng murmured to himself, Situ Hao, since you insist on courting death, I shall grant your wish tonight. Lin Feng gently waved his hand over Yun Sanshui's corpse. Whoosh! Spiritual flames erupted, incinerating Yun Sanshui's body into a cloud of ashes. As the evening breeze blew, the ashes scattered, leaving no trace behind. After completing this, Lin Feng soared into the sky, speeding towards the southern part of the city. Meanwhile, within a luxurious villa in the south of the city, Situ Hao reclined on a genuine leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling the liquid within, a look of utter ease and contentment upon his face, if all went as expected. News of Lin Feng's demise would arrive shortly. Initially, he had planned to spare Lin Feng's life, thinking he might be useful in the future. However, not long ago, Jiang Junlin had called, insisting that Lin Feng must be eliminated. Not wishing to offend Jiang Junlin, he had no choice but to carry out the order. Lin Feng, you little insect, opposing me was one thing, but you even dared to offend the Jiang family. If you don't die, who will? Situ Hao took a sip of his wine, shaking his head with a chuckle. Thinking the hour was still early, he prepared to call for a companion to alleviate the long, lonely night ahead. However, at that moment, a series of loud, crashing sounds erupted outside the villa, as though something had collapsed. Wang Fugui, what on earth are you doing now? Situ Hao called out impatiently to the commotion outside. He thought little of it, for outside the villa gathered 99% of the elite from his second hall, with no fewer than 10 martial artists among them. Wang Fugui, in particular, was a powerful late-stage Xian realm fighter. What could possibly go wrong? It was likely just Wang Fugui and the others having a drink and engaging in some friendly sparring. At that moment, the sounds from outside abruptly ceased. Subsequently, the grand door of the villa swung open, revealing Lin Feng, immaculate and unhurried. As he strolled inside, he cast a cursory glance around the villa's living room, adorned with intricately carved railings, exquisite antiques, and renowned paintings, all exuding a lavish yet understated elegance. One could not help but acknowledge that this young man had a refined appreciation for the finer things in life. Who are you? Situ Hao rose from the sofa, his eagle-like gaze coldly fixated on Lin Feng. You don't recognize me? Lin Feng expressed mild surprise. Upon seeing the look on Lin Feng's face, C2 Hao pondered briefly before frowning and asking, "Are you Lin Feng?" "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. He moved as if he were in his own abode. Retrieving a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet, uncorking it, and leisurely pouring himself a glass. Taking an elegant sip on the sofa, as C2 Hao observed with a frosty demeanor, making no attempt to intervene. The mere presence of Lin Feng implied that Yun Sanshui might have failed in his mission. But how did Lin Feng manage to enter? His second stronghold was guarded by at least 100 elite personnel, including the formidable Wang Fugui, a master at the late stage of the Xian realm. Logically speaking, it was inconceivable for Lin Feng to breach their defenses. Realizing this, C2 Hao bellowed towards the outside. "Fugui! Fugui!" Yet, the silence outside was suffocating, with no response. This unsettling reality weighed heavily on C2 Hao's heart, signaling that something was amiss. "Stop shouting. Everyone outside has already been dealt with." Lin Feng gently swirled the wine in his glass, speaking with a nonchalant tone. "Just you alone?" C2 Hao narrowed his eyes. Disbelief etched on his face. He could not fathom that Lin Feng could silently subdue so many of his subordinates. "Surely, there must be others aiding him. Am I not sufficient?" Lin Feng retorted. Such arrogance was indeed striking. "Yet, your days of bravado are numbered. It was a grave mistake on your part to come here and trouble me," C2 Hao coldly remarked. Even with the knowledge that his subordinates had been annihilated, he displayed no hint of fear. The strength of the Sanko Hall was not merely derived from numbers, but from the terrifying power of their 3 hall masters. The first hall master had recently broken through to the late stage of the Earth realm, while the second and third hall masters were merely a step away from the same achievement. Thus, C2 Hao stood as a formidable peak master of the mid-Earth realm. In the entirety of Jinling City, few could rival his prowess. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, I shall personally see to your demise. Die. With a resounding thud, C2 Hao launched himself off the ground, the sheer force shattering the marble tiles of the living room. He propelled himself forward, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. The wind from his punch howled, an astonishing display of speed that created a sonic boom. However, in the face of this terrifying assault, Lin Feng merely tossed his glass of red wine into the air. The supple, harmonious liquid transformed into a crimson icicle mid-flight, hurtling towards C2 Hao's fist with an almost imperceptible velocity. A crisp crack echoed throughout the spacious living room as time seemed to slow down 100-fold. It began with C2 Hao's fist, followed by his wrist, and then his forearm. In an instant, C2 Hao's entire right arm erupted, bones and flesh disintegrating into a spray of crimson mist, scattered throughout the air. C2 Hao let out a shriek, the excruciating pain forcing him to retreat, ultimately collapsing onto the tiled floor. But he clutched his bloody wound, staring in horror at his now vanished right arm. Ow! How could this be? The wine transformed into a weapon, severing flesh. To what extent had one mastered their internal energy? This was beyond the capabilities of an Earth Realm warrior, a Heavenly Realm master. "You are a being of the Heavenly Realm." C2 Hao gazed incredulously at the young man seated on the sofa, who had remained unfazed throughout their encounter, his mind in turmoil. What kind of monster have I provoked? I'm no Heavenly Realm warrior. Lin Feng rose from his seat, slowly approaching C2 Hao. In order to prevent future complications, he needed to delve into C2 Hao's memories and locate the other 2 hall masters to eliminate them as well. What do you intend to do? C2 Hao's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Given the current situation, what do you think I can do? Naturally, it is your life that I seek. You arrogant fool. Lin Feng replied coolly, "Do not force my hand. Leave now, or if I die, you shall not live either." C2 Hao gritted his teeth, threatening fiercely. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. At this stage, could C2 Hao still possess any hidden trump cards? Nevertheless, he did not halt his advance, for regardless of what cards his opponent held, they were inconsequential to him. "You've pushed me." C2 Hao sneered, retrieving a white stone from his pocket. its surface etched with a myriad of intricate runes that glimmered with a golden light, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Lin Feng halted, astonished at the stone in C2 Hao's hand. It was indeed a spirit stone. What is a spirit stone? In simple terms, it is a vessel for spiritual energy. Each spirit stone harbors a rich reservoir of natural spiritual energy, capable of aiding cultivators in breaking through barriers and cleansing their meridians. Regrettably, since the end of the Law era, spirit stones have become exceedingly rare and nearly extinct. Even during his time on the mountain, the old man possessed very few, with nearly all of them utilized for his own body refinement. Lin Feng was taken aback that a mere warrior like C2 Hao could possess a spirit stone, and moreover, one inscribed with offensive runes. You must recognize what I hold in my hand. Do you not? Now leave, or we shall perish together. C2 Hao spoke coldly. Where did you acquire that spirit stone? Lin Feng inquired. Spirit stone. C2 Hao scoffed, retorting, Do not feign knowledge. I have underestimated you. What I possess is a spirit explosion bomb. Infused with the powers of the heavens, once detonated, its actual might rivals that of 500 kilograms of TNT. At that moment, even if you are a master of the heavenly realm, you shall not escape unscathed. A spirit explosion bomb. Lin Feng felt a mix of disbelief and intrigue. What a peculiar name. Who devised such a term? Yet this revelation ignited a spark of interest within him. This spirit explosion bomb surely could not be a singular instance. If he could uncover the creator of such bombs, would he not be able to acquire a substantial quantity of spirit stones? With this thought in mind, Lin Feng eagerly advanced towards C2 Hao. You. C2 Hao was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity, daring to approach him. In a moment of desperation, he hurled the spirit explosion bomb forward. Die. Lin Feng extended his right hand, effortlessly catching the spirit stone. He then gently stroked its surface, causing the previously flickering runes to settle into stillness. The principle behind this spirit explosion bomb was quite simple, similar to a hand grenade. The difference lay in the contents. While a grenade is filled with explosives, the spirit explosion bomb is filled with spiritual energy, with the runes serving as a catalyst for ignition. You fool! C2 Hao laughed derisively upon witnessing Lin Feng's reckless act of catching the spear explosion bomb barehanded. This was undoubtedly a suicidal endeavor. Even a heavenly realm master would meet their demise at such close range. Yet, after a prolonged moment of anticipation, the spirit explosion bomb exhibited no signs of detonation. Explode! Detonate! C2 Hao's heart raced with panic. IT must have malfunctioned. Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly as he pocketed the spirit stone, intending to research it further upon his return, pondering whether he could erase the runes inscribed upon its surface. To waste spirit stones on such a trivial creation was a gross misallocation, inciting his irritation. Impossible! The spirit explosion bomb cannot fail. C2 Hao's face turned ashen. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something, staring at Lin Feng in shock as he exclaimed, It was you! You can wield such arcane techniques. Hence, you disrupted the runes on the spirit explosion bomb's surface. You know far too much. Lin Feng, disinterested in idle chatter, approached C2 Hao and immediately employed the soul-searching technique. Before long, C2 Hao's eyes glazed over, froth spilling from his mouth as he lay convulsing on the ground. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Feng extinguished his life, reducing his entire body to ashes. From C2 Hao's memories, Lin Feng not only discovered the whereabouts of the other two Hall Masters, but also learned of the origin of the Spirit Explosion Stones, rare treasures in the martial world. Worth their weight in gold, IT was unfortunate indeed. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. Given their scarcity, he had no inclination to search for them now. Subsequently, he set off, intent on eliminating the other two Hall Masters of the San Kuo-Tang, thus eradicating future threats. However, just then, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, a group burst in, led by a man and a woman. The man, appearing to be around 50 years of age, was neither stout nor slender, and surprisingly, was a late-stage Earth Realm warrior. The woman, younger yet still in her 40s, possessed a voluptuous figure exuding the allure and charm of a mature woman. She was a mid-stage Earth Realm warrior. The dozen or so individuals trailing behind them were merely minor practitioners of the mystic and yellow realms, hardly worth concern. Could it be mere coincidence? Lin Feng's expression froze, just as he was preparing to seek out the two hall masters. They had delivered themselves right to his doorstep? Who are you? Where are the others? The first hall master, Tan Tianhong, furrowed his brow. Not long ago, he had received a message from a mysterious figure, alleging that Situ Hao was colluding with the Jiang family to overthrow the San Kuotang's authority. Knowing his younger brother's character, he had no doubt in his mind. Thus, after careful preparations, he had rushed over in the night, intending to strike first. Yet he was taken aback to find the once bustling villa now devoid of life. Only one person remained. Lin Feng replied, "They have all perished." Giggle. The third hall master, Zhou Yunmei, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his words. Her alluring figure swayed enticingly, leaving onlookers dizzy. "Young man, do refrain from fabricating tales. The second hall is brimming with experts. And Situ Hao is a mid-stage Earth Realm warrior. Are you claiming they're all dead?" Upon hearing this, the others erupted into laughter, regarding the young man before them as nothing short of foolish. In response, Lin Feng merely chuckled softly. The two sides continue to share laughter for a while, that if they are indeed dead, where are their bodies? And who are you? What brings you here? Tan Tianhong inquired casually, already dismissing Lin Feng as a simpleton. After all, he discerned no martial aura emanating from Lin Feng, and his brainless remarks only reinforced that perception. Yet, he was curious about the whereabouts of the second hall's members. Why was only this fool left behind? Their bodies have turned to ashes, their remains scattered by the wind. Lin Feng declared, this. Laughter erupted once more. Even Tan Tianhong struggled to contain his amusement, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. This was utterly absurd. Such mindless claims could only elicit laughter. Had the ashes truly been blown away? Did he think this was a crematorium? However, at that moment, Lin Feng gestured towards one of the laughing Yellow Realm warriors, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Buzz. Before the Mystic Realm warriors could react, the man was instantly reduced to a cloud of ashes. Then, a gust of wind swept through the window, scattering his remains across the faces of several warriors nearby. In an instant, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. The smiles on everyone's faces froze, their expressions blank as they stared at Lin Feng. "What is the matter? Why have you all stopped laughing? Please continue. Your laughter pleases me," Lin Feng said with a smile. Yet to the others, his grin resembled that of a devil. No, it was even more terrifying than a devil. What kind of sorcery was this? With a mere wave of his hand, he had incinerated a Yellow Realm expert. "How about that? Was I lying to you?" Lin Feng continued, raising his hand once more. Buzz. This time a peak Yellow Realm warrior met the same fate, turning to ashes. The crowd's pupils constricted in unison, instinctively retreating a few steps, gazing at Lin Feng with trepidation. And oh wonder he, seemingly devoid of martial prowess, dared to act so brazenly. He was evidently a master of some esoteric arts. At this moment, Tan Tianhong exhaled deeply, his voice grave. Beyond the conventional martial artists, there existed many extraordinary individuals. These practitioners of obscure paths, such as sorcery, witchcraft, formation techniques, talismans, and curses, possessed methods that could astound and terrify. In his estimation, Lin Feng's ability to spontaneously incinerate a warrior was likely a manifestation of witchcraft or sorcery. Such practitioners could achieve effects that transcended ordinary logic through unknown means. However, these unorthodox methods were ineffective against genuinely powerful warriors. The elite warriors possessed inner strength akin to an ocean, their vitality robust and impervious to mere sorcery. Upon hearing Tan Tianhong's words, the crowd experienced a sudden epiphany. Fear stemmed from the unknown. But once the principles were understood, the apprehension diminished. They began to circulate their inner strength, fortifying their spirits. Clearly, he would find no opportunity to exploit. Tan Tianhong's expression grew composed. The others responded with laughter, channeling their inner energy, a subtle yet palpable martial aura emanating from them, exuding an aura of intimidation. Lin Feng regarded this collection of dim-witted warriors, his mind deep in contemplation. Currently, he possessed only one loyal subordinate. Bloodhand Butcher. Rather than annihilating the San Kuo-Tang, it might be more prudent to recruit these individuals as his followers. They could prove useful in the future. After all, only Situ Hao had wronged him. He bore no grievances with the others. So, who exactly are you? Where is Situ Hao now? Tan Tianhong inquired coldly. Young man, you would do well to confess quickly and avoid these theatrics. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy, Zhou Yunmei added alluringly. In response, Lin Feng instantly vanished from his position. In the next moment, he reappeared before them, effortlessly grasping their necks and lifting them off the ground. You won't believe my words, yet you will readily concoct your own narratives. This truly puts me in a dilemma. Lin Feng remarked calmly. That moment, the entire assembly was left in shock. The two formidable figures, Tan Tianhong and Zhou Yunmei, felt an icy chill run down their spines. At a loss for how to react, they were not mere pushovers. One was a late-stage Earthrealm warrior, the other a mid-stage, both absolute powerhouses within Jinling City. Yet now, what was this? In an instant, they were effortlessly subdued by this young man, rendered powerless to retaliate. Just how powerful was this youth? Who are you? Tan Tianhong stammered, his voice trembling as the first hall master of the San Kuo-Tang. A late-stage Earthrealm powerhouse. This was the first time he had ever felt fear. Who I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether you wish to live. Lin Feng nonchalantly tossed them to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his seat on the sofa, leisurely pouring himself a glass of red wine. Teleportation? Gulp! The onlookers swallowed hard, their scalps tingling, in the vast expanse of Jinling City. They were undoubtedly fierce individuals, yet now, they found themselves utterly at a loss. Senior, what did you mean by that? Tan Tianhong quickly regained his composure, respectfully inquiring that he now believed wholeheartedly in Lin Feng's assertions. Situ Hao was dead. The elite members of the second hall had been effortlessly extinguished by Lin Feng. Regardless of what transpired next, his only option was to submit. To survive, he must become Lin Feng's subordinate. To resist would mean an immediate descent into the afterlife alongside Situ Hao. Lin Feng took a sip of wine, remarking casually, "If you wish to live, then serve as my subordinate." Upon hearing this, Tan Tianhong and the others fell into silence. To become the subordinate of another. The three words are excessively insulting, completely disregarding their existence. Senior, your demands seem rather excessive, even if your strength is formidable. At this moment, a late-stage practitioner of the Xian realm could no longer contain himself and slowly spoke up. Before he could finish, Lin Feng expelled the red wine from his mouth, which shot through the practitioner's chest at an almost imperceptible speed. Bang! The late-stage practitioner of the Xian realm's gaze instantly dulled, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Is there anyone else with objections? I consider myself quite reasonable and do not enjoy coercing others. You may speak freely. If what you say holds merit, I shall take it into account. As Lin Feng spoke, he rose to admire the antique paintings within the living room, hands clasped behind him, displaying no hint of defensiveness towards the gathered crowd. Tan Tianhong and Zhou Yunmei exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity for a sneak attack. However, they had just been shaken and felt a profound trepidation. Is this golden orb also an antique? Lin Feng casually retrieved a small golden ball from a vase on the counter and turned to ask nonchalantly. Tan Tianhong, perplexed by Lin Feng's actions, chuckled awkwardly, saying, Situ Hao has a penchant for collecting such items. It must be an antique, such a fine item. I shall give it to you. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and smiled, for reasons unknown. A shiver ran through Tan Tianhong upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze. An overwhelming fear surged within him. He intends to kill me. He wants to kill me. Tan Tianhong had a strong premonition that rendered his legs weak, causing him to kneel down. The very moment he knelt, Lin Feng flicked the golden orb from his hand. Whoosh! The small golden ball flew over Tan Tianhong's head, directly exploding the skull of a Huang realm practitioner behind him. Bang! Blood mixed with a white substance splattered onto Zhou Yunmei's face. Zhou Yunyao screamed, her voluptuous body trembling violently as she desperately wiped the blood and brain matter from her face, covered in goosebumps. I apologize. I flicked it carelessly, not expecting such power from this little ball. Lin Feng feigned an expression of regret. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. They were genuinely terrified. This person does not play by the rules. To him, human life seems like a mere toy, manipulated at his will. So, have you all considered what I mentioned earlier? Lin Feng reiterated his previous statement. Senior, from now on, I shall be your loyal subordinate, Tan Tianhong declared without hesitation, beads of cold sweat already forming on his forehead. He was on the verge of soiling himself. Had he not knelt down just now, it would have been his head that was exploded. We are also your loyal subordinates. We are all your loyal subordinates. The others hastily knelt down, trembling as they spoke. Zhou Yunmei wiped the filth from her face, swaying her ample hips towards Lin Feng, placing her hand on his shoulder, her peach blossom face squeezing out a smile. Senior, you are so impressive. I truly admire you. She sought to utilize her advantages, hoping to earn Lin Feng's acceptance and avoid the embarrassment of being a mere subordinate. Bang! Lin Feng slapped Zhou Yunmei away effortlessly. Zhou Yunmei struggled to rise, half kneeling on the ground, gazing at Lin Feng with terror. Utterly at a loss, she had always held immense confidence in her figure and appearance, never expecting that a man could so completely disregard her seduction. A subordinate must possess the awareness of a subordinate. Do not even think of enticing the master. Do you understand? Lin Feng reminded her coolly that I understand. Zhou Yunmei lowered her head, not daring to retort. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, lightly tapping each person's chest a few times. Then stated, I have placed a minor restriction on your life force. Therefore, it is best not to engage in foolish actions. Otherwise, with but a thought, I can take your lives? Yes, senior. Yes, senior. Tan Tianhong and the others responded respectfully. Furthermore, I now require a substantial amount of spear explosion bombs. You will assist me in searching for them. Whoever finds the most will be generously rewarded. Lin Feng declared. Spear explosion bombs? Tan Tianhong, Zhou Yunmei, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, yet did not dare to inquire further, hastily nodding in agreement. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, offering a few simple instructions and leaving a contact method before departing the villa. In truth, subduing the members of the San Kotang was merely a casual endeavor for him, not something he took to heart. Once Lin Feng had left, Tan Tianhong, Zhou Yunmei, and the others finally rose from the ground. Their expressions were grim, almost as if water could drip from them. In the dead of night, they had inexplicably become someone else's subordinates. Who could bear such humiliation? Brother, do you truly believe what he said earlier? That he could so casually place restrictions on our life force with just a few taps? Zhou Yunmei inquired. This person is unfathomable. Not only is he a pinnacle expert, but he also possesses arcane arts. We would do well to believe his words rather than dismiss them. Tan Tianhong replied solemnly, Tea that moment. A late-stage practitioner of the Xian realm spoke in anger. Hall Master, are we truly to accept being his subordinates? It is too humiliating. Even when the three great families, Jiang, Li, and Qin, sought to buy us over, we did not agree. Indeed, if this matter reaches Longmen Tang or the Zhaodian gang, what face will we have left? Hall Master, you must devise a countermeasure. We are martial arts experts. How can we become someone else's dogs? Zhou Yunmei pondered for a moment before adding, Brother, should we report this matter to the Xianling sect? There is no immediate need for that. The Xianling sect is notoriously arrogant. Not much better than this youth. Besides, we are merely leveraging the Xianling sect's name. It would be nearly impossible to have them dispatch experts to assist us. Tan Tianhong exhaled a heavy sigh and continued. Very well. Given the circumstances, there is no point in further anger. For now, you all should obediently search for spirit explosion bombs. It would be best if you find them. But if not, it is of little consequence. Tomorrow, I will seek out the renowned physician Sai Huadahua to examine whether our life force has sustained any issues if it turns out that the young man was merely trying to scare us. Then that would be much easier to handle. Meanwhile, Lin Feng walked along, examining the spirit explosion bombs with keen interest. He discovered that the runes etched upon the bombs were not overly complex. With a simple disruption of the central layout point, the runes could be easily dismantled. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng gently traced his finger over the center of the spirit explosion bomb. Buzz! The spirit stone first emitted a faint glow, which then quickly faded, rendering the runes on its surface ineffective in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smiled. A perfectly intact spirit stone was now in his possession. Judging by the thin aura it emitted, this should be a low-grade spirit stone. Yet even a low-grade spirit stone is exceedingly precious in this era of dwindling spiritual energy. This stone may not serve much purpose for me. However, since Xiao Yao is currently unable to cultivate, I can utilize this spirit stone to cleanse her meridians and enhance her constitution. Lin Feng mused to himself. Approximately a minute later, Lin Feng arrived at his doorstep. It was now past 9 in the evening. The night sky was vast and dim, speckled with a few stars beside the silver moon, creating a sense of haziness. That moment, Lin Feng caught a whiff of a metallic scent. Following the scent, he discovered a pool of blood beneath the apricot tree in his garden. What is happening? There should be no one around here. Could it be the demolition crew? That seems unlikely. I've already dealt with the San Ko Tang. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Adopting an attitude of detachment, he shook his head, preparing to return inside for some much-needed rest. He had been quite busy these past few days and felt exhausted. However, just then, a series of muffled thuds echoed from a distance, resembling gunfire or a fight, approximately 2 kilometers away. Lin Feng reminisced that the location should be a small grove near a water channel. In his recollection, the grove was home to several Japanese ibises. Not only are these birds aesthetically pleasing, but they are also a nationally protected species, attracting numerous visitors each year who come to photograph them. What if someone has come at night to hunt the birds? Lin Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly made his way toward the grove. Within the dark thicket, a group of martial artists was engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides exchanged blows relentlessly, each strike landing with devastating force. With fatal techniques deployed at every turn, in the aftermath of their clash, several nearby poplar trees were snapped in half, their branches and leaves scattered across the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. Bloodhand Butcher, I advise you to surrender quietly. Perhaps you might spare your life. Otherwise, this grove will be your final resting place tonight. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit spoke coldly. The old man, with his white hair and youthful visage, possessed an enigmatic aura of martial prowess. Unmistakably a formidable mid-stage Earth realm expert, he was none other than Yang Dingtian, the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Jinling City. Alongside Yang Dingtian were 4 other members of the Alliance, the weakest among them being a late-stage, profound realm practitioner, while the strongest had already attained the initial stage of the Earth realm. This level of power was nothing short of terrifying. Yang Dingtian, do not speak so sweetly. If I were to accompany you, would I truly survive? Do you take me for a fool? Bloodhand Butcher replied in a deep tone. He had sustained considerable injuries, his aged face marred with blood, his right arm slightly twisted, clearly broken. During the day, he had scoured Jinling City for the herbs listed in the prescription Lin Feng had given him. To his dismay, the Martial Arts Alliance had placed spies in several traditional medicine shops. Upon receiving news of his appearance, Yang Dingtian had immediately led 4 powerful allies to ambush him, relying on his formidable strength. He fought while fleeing, barely escaping to Lin Feng's residence. However, he was devastated to find that no one was home. Could it be that he was truly destined to perish here tonight? I want to shed tears until I see the coffin. Bloodhand Butcher, years ago you practiced your vile blood-sucking techniques, slaughtering 1,000 innocent souls. Such wickedness deserves universal condemnation. Tonight marks the day you pay for those lost souls, proclaimed a mid-stage Earth realm warrior coldly. Haha, what defines righteousness and wickedness? In your eyes, I am a villain. Yet in my eyes, what are you? Bloodhand Butcher could not help but laugh heartily, then mockingly added, if you were so righteous, why did you not intervene when my entire Yi family, over 100 souls, was unjustly slaughtered? Why did you not seek justice for my family? In the end, you were merely a group of bullies, pretending to be virtuous. You, the mid-stage Earth realm warrior's expression changed, wanting to retort, but was interrupted by Yang Dingtian's wave. Enough. Engaging with someone like him is futile. It is getting late. Let us capture him and return to rest. Yang Dingtian stated calmly. The four powerful martial artists nodded in agreement and began to encircle Bloodhand Butcher. Witnessing this, Bloodhand Butcher suppressed his smile, his entire being tensing, yet his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He was merely a mid-stage Earth Realm practitioner. Sustaining himself with sheer inner strength thus far had already been an arduous feat. Now he was weak and feeble, with half an arm broken, utterly incapable of resistance. That critical moment, an impatient voice echoed in their ears. "Why aren't you all asleep at this late hour? What are you doing here?" The group turned to see a young man in white leisurely approaching. "It is the senior." Bloodhand Butcher's previously ashen face suddenly lit up with joy. He could hardly believe that. At such a moment, Lin Feng had descended like a divine being to rescue him from dire straits. This overwhelmed him with emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. "Who are you?" Yang Dingtian scrutinized Lin Feng. Frowning, he sensed not a trace of martial energy emanating from Lin Feng. However, observing the young man's calm demeanor and those profound eyes, he hesitated to jump to conclusions. After all, some martial artists could conceal their aura using techniques such as breath-holding methods. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Dingtian but did not respond. Instead, he walked up to Bloodhand Butcher, furrowing his brow and saying, "What happened to you? You went to buy medicine and returned like this. How could you be so useless?" Bloodhand Butcher's face flushed with embarrassment. If anyone else dared to insult him thus, he might have fought back fiercely. Yet before Lin Feng, he found himself unable to retort. He could only obediently recount the series of events that had transpired. Not far away, the members of the Martial Arts Alliance looked on incredulously, astonished by Bloodhand Butcher's unexpected submissiveness before the young man. Who exactly was this seemingly ordinary youth in white? "Little brother, I do not care who you are. What happened tonight is beyond your control. You should stand aside," Yang Dingtian said in a low voice. "Do you know who this person is?" Lin Feng turned back, speaking nonchalantly. "His name is Yi Tianxin, also known as Bloodhand Butcher, responsible for the deaths of 1,000 people 20 years ago. He is an infamous villain deserving of death. And my Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance has hunted him for 2 decades. Yang Dingtian, fearing Lin Feng was unaware of the situation, recounted Bloodhand Butcher's heinous crimes. Upon hearing this, Bloodhand Butcher's heart sank as he anxiously glanced at Lin Feng. He knew he had committed grave sins, and there was little to argue. His surprise. Lin Feng remained unfazed and replied, "You mentioned it was 20 years ago. What significance does bringing up such old matters hold now? This man is now my subordinate. You have already injured him severely, which can be seen as repaying his sins from 20 years past. I declare that your grievances with him are hereby resolved." At this proclamation, the scene fell silent, all present rendered speechless in astonishment. Bloodhand Butcher looked at Lin Feng, filled with joy. Yang Dingtian, however, exhaled sharply and said coldly, "So, you insist on intervening. Are you out of your mind? As the saying goes, when striking a dog, one must consider its master. You have harmed my subordinate. Is it not appropriate for me to intervene?" Lin Feng scoffed lightly. Yang Dingtian's anger surged, but his cautious nature forced him to suppress his fury. Asking, "Might you be a descendant of a great, ancient martial clan?" "No." "Then you must be a true disciple of a mountain sect?" "No." After a brief exchange, Yang Dingtian could not help but chuckle. Where did this fool come from? Looking at Lin Feng, he disdainfully remarked, "Since you are nothing at all, what gives you the audacity to speak such words? Do you think my martial—" Bang! Before Yang Dingtian could finish, he was inexplicably sent flying, crashing violently against a thick poplar tree, splitting it in two. Witnessing this, the 4 other experts from the Martial Arts Alliance narrowed their eyes in shock. What was happening? Why had the vice leader suddenly been flung away? Thud! Yang Dingtian sprang back to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his expression grave. He had just felt a powerful force slam into his stomach, propelling him away. "Was it you?" Yang Dingtian stared at Lin Feng, confusion clouding his features. But that did not make sense. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had shown no signs of movement. If one were to argue about movement, it had been akin to exhaling a breath. Could a mere breath send a formidable mid-stage Earth Realm warrior flying? That was utterly impossible. I do not wish to repeat myself. Leave now, or you shall all remain here. Lin Feng said impatiently. Arrogant. A powerful warrior at the late stage of the Xian realm let out a cold snort and launched an attack directly at Lin Feng, with a solid stance and astonishing speed. He rushed towards Lin Feng. However, to his surprise, as he reached Lin Feng, he was effortlessly grasped by the neck and tossed aside. Bang! The late-stage Xian realm warrior crashed violently into the ground, letting out a wretched scream, with an unknown number of bones surely broken. Witnessing this scene, several martial artists from the Martial Alliance changed their expressions that it was truly bizarre, for throughout the encounter, they had not sensed even a hint of martial aura emanating from Lin Feng. This young man in white appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary person. Allow me to test this person's true capabilities. A warrior at the early stage of the Earth realm snorted coldly. Preparing to make his move. Come back. Yang Dingtian hastily called out to him. The early-stage Earth realm warrior halted his advance, turning back with a puzzled expression directed at Yang Dingtian, without offering further explanation. Yang Dingtian glanced deeply at Lin Feng and said, Young brother, you truly conceal your depths well. However, by forcibly protecting the likes of the Bloodhand Butcher tonight, you will undoubtedly invite immense trouble upon yourself. Tread carefully. We're leaving, Yang Dingtian said with an unfavorable expression, turning on his heel to depart. The other martial artists from the Martial Alliance furrowed their brows at this turn of events. Yet since the deputy leader had given the order, they said nothing further and hurriedly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the numerous martial experts vanished into the encroaching darkness. Breathing a sigh of relief, the Bloodhand Butcher stepped forward, a faint smile creasing his aged face as he expressed gratitude. Thank you, senior. Bang! Lin Feng sent him flying with a swift motion. The Bloodhand Butcher climbed to his feet, clutching his face, his expression tinged with fear. I took you in to serve me, not to create trouble for me. Do you understand? Lin Feng stated. His words, devoid of any emotional weight, rendered the Bloodhand Butcher pale, causing him to kneel in terror. Senior, I truly do not wish for this. The Martial Alliance has been excessively oppressive. Even after 20 years, they continue to hunt me. Enough, I will assist you with the matters concerning the Martial Alliance. But this is a one-time offer, should you bring any further troubles my way. You shall be the first to perish. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. The Bloodhand Butcher nodded frantically. At this moment, he was filled with a deep-seated dread of Lin Feng. The young man before him exuded an unpredictable aura, making it impossible to discern his true intentions. Have the medicinal ingredients been gathered? Lin Feng inquired once more. They have, the Bloodhand Butcher said cautiously as he produced a bag filled with a variety of herbal ingredients from within his robes. This was his lifeline. Despite having been so brutally beaten moments ago, he clutched it tightly, fearing it might be lost. Lin Feng took the bag, glanced at its contents briefly, then tossed it back to him. Prepare a decoction from these herbs for 2 hours, then soak your body in the resulting liquid for 5 hours. Your hidden ailments will recover. However, from now on, do not recklessly use that blood-sucking technique again. I do not care what you did before, but now that you are my subordinate, if you misbehave again, do not blame my ruthlessness. Yes, senior, the Bloodhand Butcher replied eagerly. Meanwhile, in a speeding car, the deputy leader of the Alliance pondered. Why did we leave just now? That young man, while formidable, is no match for our numbers. I suspect he is a master of the celestial realm. Yang Dingtian replied gravely. The celestial realm? The others in the vehicle exchanged shocked glances. That can't be. Apart from our leader, how could there be another celestial in Jinling City? And he is so young. Deputy leader, could you have misjudged? Do you think I was merely propelled away without reason? If it weren't for the internal energy of a celestial master, it would have been impossible. Yang Dingtian shook his head, continuing, regardless, this individual is not simple. Let us not concern ourselves further. We only need to report the matter up the chain. Let those above make the decisions. The next morning, Lin Feng awoke from a restful slumber and stepped outside to bask in the morning sun, stretching luxuriously. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a comfortable sleep. Leaving him feeling rejuvenated that moment, he noticed the Bloodhand Butcher seated beneath the apricot tree at his doorstep. After soaking in a medicinal bath the previous night, the Bloodhand Butcher appeared significantly younger. having transformed from a 78-year-old man into someone in his 50s. Furthermore, his martial realm had surged, having broken through 2 minor levels, now standing as a peak Earth realm warrior. Lin Feng was not surprised. The Blood and Butcher's foundational strength was already formidable, hindered only by the aftereffects of his martial techniques. The prescription he had provided was a simplified version of the Tong Xiao pill, which could enhance one's vitality and open the meridians. It was only natural for the Bloodhand Butcher to break through. At the same time, the Bloodhand Butcher slowly opened his eyes and noticed Lin Feng emerging. His heart swelled with pride, having suddenly become a peak Earth realm master. He was just a step away from the celestial realm. This gave him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Even when facing Lin Feng, he felt a newfound strength to resist. "Senior," the Bloodhand Butcher greeted with a smile. Rising to his feet, quite impressive, to break through to the peak Earth realm in a single leap. "You must feel quite powerful now," Lin Feng remarked with a faint, elusive smile. The Bloodhand Butcher noticed the hint of a smile and felt a chill run down his spine. He could not discern Lin Feng's realm, yet Lin Feng could see through his facade effortlessly. This realization caused his inflated ego to deflate instantly. "I dare not presume to compare myself with you. Senior, it is good that you understand this. No matter how strong you think you are in my eyes, you remain but an ant," Lin Feng replied coolly. "However, Senior, I currently do not know my own depths. May I request your guidance in honing my skills?" the Bloodhand Butcher asked, gazing at Lin Feng with a glint of eagerness in his eyes. Lin Feng sneered, swiftly sending the Bloodhand Butcher flying with a single strike. The Bloodhand Butcher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, his face etched with astonishment. So swift. He hadn't even seen how his opponent had struck. He had expected to test his strength against Lin Feng after breaking through to the peak Earth realm. Yet the disparity was far greater than he had anticipated. Is this the strength of a celestial master? Must I still test it? Lin Feng inquired. "Senior, I am enlightened," the Bloodhand Butcher replied with utmost respect. "Thoroughly convinced that, why, Tianxin, you are a clever man. I enjoy dealing with those who are intelligent. If you follow me faithfully, I shall not treat you unfairly, including assisting you with your deep-seated grudges. If I am pleased, I may even help you resolve them effortlessly." Lin Feng stated casually. He had indeed overheard the conversation in the small woods point 20 years ago. Yi Tianxin's entire family had been slaughtered, which had undoubtedly angered someone. Moreover, that person must possess considerable power, or the martial alliance would not still be pursuing Yi Tianxin to this day. That's why Yi Tianxin's expression grew complex upon hearing Lin Feng's words that he indeed harbored grievances, deep, blood-soaked grievances. He dreamt of feasting upon the flesh of his enemies, gnawing on their bones, drinking their blood, but he was acutely aware that revenge was an impossibility. Even breaking through to the celestial realm would not suffice. The origins of his enemies were so vast that he could not summon even a shred of resistance. Yet now, hearing Lin Feng's words stirred something within him. He did not believe Lin Feng would aid him in revenge. But a young man who had reached the celestial realm must surely have powerful forces backing him, that if those forces were to intervene, the situation would be entirely different. "Senior, if you can assist me in avenging my family, my life is yours." Just as Lin Feng had surmised, Yi Tianxin was indeed astute. Upon realizing Lin Feng's willingness to aid him in vengeance, he immediately expressed his most sincere intentions. He understood that speaking insincerely before Lin Feng was pointless. The young man could see through any falsehood with a mere glance. "Very well." Lin Feng regarded Yi Tianxin thoughtfully for a moment before stating, "I need you to go to Yinchuan and investigate the Chun family there. I require all pertinent information concerning the Chen family." "Very well." Yi Tianxin did not inquire about the reasons, merely acknowledged it and turned to leave. As she departed, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before retrieving his phone to call Chen Inua. Though he had sent her a message the previous day, she had not responded, prompting him to attempt once more. To his surprise, the call actually connected. "Inua, you have finally decided to answer my call." Lin Feng expressed his delight. "What did you mean by the message you sent yesterday?" Chen Inua inquired. Initially, she had no intention of answering, but recalling Lin Feng's assertion that he could cure her daughter's ailment, she could not resist pressing the answer button. Her daughter was her Achilles heel. For her, she was willing to set aside all prejudices that I can cure your daughter's illness. I assure you, I would never deceive you. Lin Feng stated earnestly that if you trust me, let us meet at a designated place. I can see you right now. No, I cannot meet you alone. You dared to bully me in front of my brother last night. Who knows what you might do if we were alone? Chen Inhua retorted with a cold laugh. Lin Feng, feeling embarrassed, awkwardly touched his nose, at a loss for words, given the urgency of the situation. Had he not acted as he did, a monumental misunderstanding might have ensued. What do you mean, then? Matters between adults should not delay the treatment of the child. Don't you agree? Lin Feng asked. After a moment of silence, Chen Inhua replied, Tomorrow, come to the First People's Hospital. Not only will you be there, but other renowned doctors will also join. You could discuss it together. Lin Feng, if you can cure Xiao Lianlian's illness, I might consider forgiving you. No problem. I guarantee I will accomplish the task. Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Stop with the banter. Let me remind you, Jiang Junlin has set his sights on you. Be cautious. Inhua, are you concerned for my well-being? No. I fear you may not live to see tomorrow. Chen Inhua coldly laughed before abruptly ending the call. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head helplessly, yet his heart swelled with joy. Inhua's attitude towards him had evidently shifted significantly. Not only had she accepted his call, but she also cautioned him to stay safe, which was undoubtedly a positive omen, having been together for so many years. He understood Inhua's character well. She was the type of woman who responded better to kindness than force, a classic example of someone who appeared tough but was soft-hearted. Jiang Junlin, tomorrow, once I cure Xiao Lianlian, your demise shall be at hand. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Feng's eyes. After delving into Situ Hao's memories last night, he was aware that the assassination was also linked to Jiang Junlin. However, time was short, and he had not gotten around to settling the score. Now that Inhua had mentioned it, he did not mind waiting an extra day to that moment. Lin Feng noticed his phone ringing. It was an unfamiliar number from Jinling City. Currently, he had few friends in Jinling. So who could it be? After pondering for a moment, he decided to answer the call. This Lin Feng. A melodious female voice came through the line. Is this about selling tea? Lin Feng responded. The voice on the other end paused momentarily before replying, somewhat irked. What do you mean by selling tea? I am Lin Yuneo's counselor. Your sister has just blown up someone else's sport car worth over 3 million at school. And the owner has already called the police, demanding compensation. I'm on my way. Lin Feng replied immediately after hanging up, feeling somewhat speechless. What had Xiao Yao been up to at school to blow up someone else's car? That was quite reckless. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and hurried toward Jinling University. And no matter the severity of the situation, even if she had blown up the entire school, he would not hold it against his sister. She was his only sister. After all, who else would care for her if not him? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jinling University, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, discussing animatedly. What a pity for such a beautiful Ferrari to be destroyed like that. I heard it was worth over 3 million. This is clearly intentional damage to someone else's property, and the amount is substantial enough for a prison sentence. Is this how today's female college students behave? If someone approaches you and you're not interested, can't you just ignore them? Why resort to blowing up their car? Blowing it up? I thought it was set on fire. In our country, carrying explosives is a serious crime. Hearing the murmurs around her, Lin Yuneo began to feel frightened. She tightly gripped Li Xiaoka's hand, feeling utterly lost. Initially, she had planned to go out for a meal with Xiaoka. But unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped out of the school gate, a brazen young man had emerged from a parked Ferrari and harassed them. Keep your distance. Lin Yuneo firmly rejected him. Come on. I have Red Bull, Sprite, and Wang Laoji on my car roof. Take your pick. Price is not an issue. The young man persisted, not only hurling sleazy comments, but also attempting to put his hands on Li Xiaoka. Enraged, she threw the talisman her brother had given her at the Ferrari, obliterating it into fragments. However, as soon as she saw the destruction, regret flooded her heart. She felt she had acted too impulsively. But it was evidently too late. Xiao Yao, this time you have indeed overstepped. No matter the circumstances, you cannot carry explosives. Li Xiaoka's expression was complex. It was not that she blamed Lin Yuneo. Rather, the gravity of the situation had left her feeling somewhat anxious. Moreover, With the police already involved, this was clearly no longer just a matter of compensation, but a criminal offense. I don't know why I acted that way in the heat of the moment. Tears welled in Lin Yuneo's eyes. In truth, her character was inherently timid. However, she had recently been influenced by her brother and had become somewhat reckless. Additionally, her brother had told her that if someone provoked her, she could blow things up without hesitation. All right, what's done is done. Don't cry, we'll face this together. It'll all be fine. Xiaoka comforted Lin Yuneo and then turned her gaze to a woman nearby. Seeking help, Lujia. What should we do now? The woman appeared to be in her 40s, dressed in a long black dress, somewhat plump, wearing glasses, and with a face dotted with freckles. Her appearance was merely average. She was Chen Lu, their counselor. What could be done? If this were a minor issue, I could find a way to help you. But is this a small issue? Blowing up someone's car worth over 3 million is a serious crime. Chen Lu scoffed. She then turned to Lin Yuneo, her expression grave. Lin Yuneo, you have only just enrolled yesterday, and you've already created such a significant mess. I don't wish to berate you. I just called your brother. He should be here shortly. We will deal with the compensation and whatever prison time may follow. Don't harbor any false hopes. Lujia. Lin Yuneo stammered, feeling utterly lost. And stop calling me Lujia. You will likely be expelled after this to AS for whether you'll face criminal charges. We will see when the police arrive. Chen Lu's words were chilling. Lin Yuneo's heart sank to the depths. She had not anticipated that things had escalated to this extent. Just then, the owner of the Ferrari approached. He was a young man in a white baseball jacket, likely in his 20s, with pierced ears and a mocking expression directed at Lin Yuneo. I don't care about your expulsion. You've blown up my car, which cost me $374,000 when I bought it. You need to compensate me. I don't have that much money. Lin Yuneo replied in a panic. Though her brother had transferred her some funds, it was barely over $100,000, far from sufficient. No money. And you dare to blow up my car? Are you tired of living? The young man sneered. Let me tell you, if you don't compensate me today, there will be no chance for a settlement, and you can prepare to go to jail. Why are you being so aggressive? We can always gather money to pay you back. Li Xiaoka interjected, stepping in front of Lin Yuneo and raising her voice. Gather money? A young man approached and struck Li Xiaoka with considerable force. The blow caused her cheek to swell instantly, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. How dare you hit me? Li Xiaoka exclaimed, her face contorted with rage as she glared at the young man, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Chen Lu. Sister Lu, please don't stop me. I want to confront him. My father has never struck me. Who does he think he is to hit me? You are indeed at fault. And if someone strikes you, it is merely a consequence of your actions. What right do you have to retaliate? Chen Lu replied coldly to Li Xiaoka's expression faltered. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Chen Lu, seemingly incredulous that her mentor would utter such words. Haha, the teacher certainly possesses a higher caliber, unlike these two foolish college girls, who seem utterly devoid of sense. The young man couldn't help but laugh, then spat disdainfully on the ground. Pa, do you really think you are beautiful? None of the women I've been with are inferior to you. You're simply asking for trouble. You. Li Xiaoka clenched her delicate fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at the young man. Lin Yunyao, equally furious, felt an urge to unleash a curse against him. What are you two doing? Who are you making a scene for? Chen Lu frowned and added coldly, It is indeed your fault. Now you must appease others and seek their forgiveness. Do you understand? Sister Lu, how can you say that? You have utterly disappointed me, Li Xiaoka shouted, tears welling in her eyes. Ultimately, despite her strong-willed nature, she was merely an 18-year-old girl. Having been struck and hearing her mentor defend another only fueled her anger, leaving her feeling vulnerable and helpless. Are you blaming me for your mistakes? Someone like you must have cheated to get into Jinling University, right? Chen Lu mocked with a sneer. IT must be cheating. I suggest you thoroughly investigate. Jinling University is a prestigious institution in our great Xian nation. Do not let a few bad apples ruin it. The young man spoke nonchalantly. Both Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka trembled with indignation. Just then, a mocking voice pierced the air. What is going on here? The crowd turned to see the notorious scion of the Qin family, Lin Feng, approaching Dada, its young master Qin. Chun Lu's demeanor instantly shifted to one of subservience upon seeing him. Sister Lu, you are too polite. Just call me a Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Chun Lu nodded, a peculiar smile gracing her freckled face. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? At that moment, the young man greeted him with a grin. Hey, Zhang Xiao, is that you? Back at our school to chase after girls again. Qin Feng feigned surprise, playfully punching the young man's shoulder. Zhang Xiao, unfazed, produced a cigarette and handed it over, grinning. Young Master Qin, I am just relying on your reputation. Without your backing, I wouldn't dare come here to pursue girls. Don't say it like that. Your pursuits have nothing to do with me, Qin Feng replied, casually accepting the cigarette. Zhang Xiao promptly retrieved the lighter, respectfully igniting it for him. As Qin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, he asked, What is the matter? Did you bully my junior? Look at them. Both in tears. Zhang Xiao immediately recounted the unfolding events. Qin Feng smirked dismissively. PFF, I thought it was something serious. Is it just about a broken sports car? What is the fuss? That Ferrari was of no consequence to Qin Feng. But to Zhang Xiao, it was invaluable. As Zhang Xiao flattered him, Lin Yao began to sense something amiss. Just yesterday, when she reported to the school, Qin Feng had harassed her, but was driven off by her brother, who had issued a threatening promise that this would not be forgotten. Now, his sudden appearance felt ominous. That moment. Qin Lu smiled. Young Master Qin, I know of your capabilities. Perhaps you could assist me with these two students? It could be resolved with just a word from you. This minor inconvenience is trivial to me, but why would I help? Qin Feng said, glancing at Lin Yao with mockery as he continued smoking. Chun Lu, sensing the gravity of the situation, pulled Lin Yao aside and sternly warned, This young Master Qin has a formidable background. If you wish to avoid escalating this matter, you must seek his assistance. Otherwise, be prepared for expulsion and legal troubles. Lin Yao bit her lip, reluctant to comply. However, upon seeing the battered Li Xiaoke, her resolve crumbled. She could bear her own suffering, but she could not bear to drag Xiaoke down with her. Xiaoke had done enough for her, and now, having been struck, her guilt was overwhelming. Qin Feng, could you possibly help us? Lin Yao managed to utter through clenched teeth. Help you? Is this how you ask for assistance? Qin Feng smirked. What do you want from me? Lin Yao inquired timidly. I want nothing. Just wait for your impressive brother to arrive, and we shall see if he can still act so arrogantly as he did yesterday. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, his words. Lin Yao felt certain that this incident had been orchestrated by Qin Feng. Not only had she been deceived, but she had also damaged someone else's vehicle, forfeiting her right to an equal dialogue. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her impulsiveness. Why had she provoked such a wealthy heir? Had she simply exercised restraint, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Come here. Qin Feng beckoned Lin Yao with a mocking gesture. She shook her head anxiously, unwilling to approach. What could he possibly do to her? What are you doing? Young Master Qin is calling you. Did you not hear him? Chun Lu threatened coldly. Lin Yao glanced at her mentor, tears pooling in her clear eyes, and in that moment, all became clear. No wonder the previously amiable Chun Lu was now so frigid. She was connected to Qin Feng. Young Master Qin has summoned you, and you should heed his call. Do you wish to meet a grim fate? In Jinling City, Qin Feng has countless ways to make you suffer. Zhang Qiu scoffed. With that, he stepped forward, seizing Li Xiaoke by her hair and throwing her to the ground with a sinister grin. Two filthy whores, pretending to be innocent. You're making me laugh. Li Xiaoke sat on the ground, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain of her scalp being torn. Lin Yao clutched the talisman book tightly, hesitating. Just then, the crowd parted as someone pushed through. Lin Feng rushed in, surveying the scene. Upon seeing his sister, drenched in tears and suffering, and Li Xiaoke, silently weeping on the ground, his expression darkened instantly. Qin Feng, noticing Lin Feng's arrival, smirked and exchanged glances with Chun Lu. Chun Lu understood immediately and approached with an air of arrogance. You must be Lin Yao's brother. Lin Feng did not respond but pushed past her to stand before his sister. Brother, Lin Yao hoarsely called out, her voice cracking. Enough with the words. Regardless of the reasons behind this, no one who has bullied you or Xiaoke will escape today. Lin Feng wiped his sister's tears away. He then knelt before Li Xiaoke, helping her to her feet. "Uncle," Li Xiaoke choked on her words. In Lin Feng's memory, Li Xiaoke was a lively and cheerful girl, yet now she was reduced to a sobbing wreck, her swollen face and the dried blood at the corner of her mouth telling a harrowing tale. "Don't cry. Tell Uncle who hit you," Lin Feng inquired. For some reason, upon hearing this, Li Xiaoke felt a pang in her nose and began to weep even more fiercely. However, she covered her mouth with her hand. Her tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, shaking her head, unwilling to speak. Qin Feng possesses a significant background. He is hardly inferior to the president of the student council, Tan Ziming. She did not wish for Lin Feng to act impulsively on her behalf. Observing Li Xiaoke's tear-streaked face, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly calm, betraying not a trace of emotion. Yet, those who knew him well would understand the terrifying fury that simmered within him at this moment. Who was responsible for her injuries? Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and calmly inquired, "You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you?" Zhang Qiu stepped forward dismissively, a sneer on his face. "So, it was you who struck her?" Lin Feng questioned. "And if I did, what can you do about it? Don't try to intimidate me. It won't work, understand? You're just a pathetic fool." Zhang Qiu scoffed coldly. Beside him, Qin Feng smirked, arms crossed, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Yet in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Lin Feng took a single stride of 7 or 8 meters, swiftly closing the distance to Zhang Qiu, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. In an instant, Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of more than 10 resounding slaps, transforming Zhang Qiu's face into a grotesque mask, blood and teeth spilling forth. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, all onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. They stared at Zhang Qiu, who was now a bloody mess, shivering in shock. It was brutally merciless. It was as if he were being beaten to death. They even suspected that Zhang Qiu's jaw had been shattered. At that moment, the atmosphere felt oppressively tense. This was the 21st century, after all, and the law in the Great Summer Kingdom had been well established. Who would dare to brazenly pummel someone in such a manner under the watchful eyes of the public? A shattered jaw, missing teeth, and bloodied face. This undoubtedly constituted severe injury. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd began to murmur quietly. Who is this person? How can he be so formidable? Didn't you hear? He is the brother of that female university student. He must have been enraged upon seeing his sister being bullied. Alas, if the sister is foolish, what does that say about the brother? What was he thinking to reduce someone to this state? Truly, it seems that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It is rumored that the one who was beaten comes from a wealthy family. He is a notable figure in Jinling City. TSK, this brother and sister are doomed. They will likely never recover from this. The murmurs of the crowd jolted Qin Feng back to reality. This moment, beyond his horror, he felt a surge of excitement. He could hardly contain his laughter. This Lin Feng is truly a fool. He had intended to deliver just a minor lesson. Yet unexpectedly, he became so heated that he brutally beat someone in broad daylight. Is he not courting death? As for Zhang Qiu, who now lay battered, Qin Feng couldn't care less. After all, it wasn't he who was being beaten. Moreover, Zhang Qiu was merely a minor lackey of his. Inconsequential. With this thought, Qin Feng discreetly nudged Chun Lu beside him, signaling her that it was time for her to step in. Chun Lu instantly understood, stepping forward, and raised her voice. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Bang! Lin Feng casually tossed the nearly unconscious Zhang Qiu to the ground, then turned to Chun Lu and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Chun Lu, the advisor to Lin Yunyao." Chun Lu introduced herself, her expression darkening as she continued. "Did I summon you here to beat people? Have you no decency?" Lin Feng looked at her calmly and replied, "I would like to ask you, as an advisor, how can you stand by while your student is assaulted in such a manner?" Chun Lu couldn't help but laugh, scoffing, "No wonder your sister is so foolish. It seems she has a brother equally devoid of sense. Your sister was at fault first. Why should I intervene? In that case, you should refrain from meddling further. Utter another word, and I assure you, you will be the next one lying on the ground." Lin Feng coldly warned. What kind of talk is that? Lin Feng, let me tell you, you've landed yourself in deep trouble today. Do you know who you just hit? Chen Lu replied icily. Oh, do enlighten me about who I struck? What is their background? Lin Feng asked earnestly this time. Chen Lu, mistaking his seriousness for fear, sneered. The person you assaulted is named Zhang Xiao, the son of Zhang Ming. Oh, you know who Zhang Ming is? Zhang Ming is the president of the Qinglong Construction Group, a person of immense influence, with assets amounting to billions, an entity you cannot afford to cross. As soon as these words were uttered, the onlookers gasped in shock. The Qinglong Construction Group was an imposing presence for ordinary citizens, having monopolized the construction industry in Jinling City, frequently featured in news articles and online reports. To assault the son of the president of such a conglomerate, the fate awaiting this young man was all but predictable. The president of the Qinglong Construction Group, Lin Feng, muttered to himself, his expression darkening. Indeed, he is the president of the Qinglong Construction Group. Now you realize the magnitude of the trouble you are in, don't you? Chen Lu mocked. You dare strike me? My father will not let this slide. This moment, Zhang Xiao regained consciousness, his bloodied face contorted with rage as he mumbled incoherently, glaring at Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was reveling in delight within. He admired himself more than ever. It was as if he were orchestrating events from behind the scenes, determining the outcome from afar. Lin Feng, you are nothing but a plaything for my minor lackey. What do you have to challenge me with? I am eager to see you grovel for my assistance later. Qin Feng thought to himself. Coldly chuckling that he merely needed to wait for Lin Feng to sink into despair before he would make his move. At that point, he could not only bask in his superiority, but also thoroughly humiliate Lin Feng. Venting his frustrations, of course, it was merely an outlet for his anger. He had no intention of genuinely aiding Lin Feng in resolving his crisis. He would prefer Lin Feng to meet his demise. Brother, Lin Yanyao tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. Worry etched across her face. Lin Feng shook his head, then took out his phone to call Wang Chong. This situation had escalated severely, to the point that he felt a strong urge for retribution. If Wang Chong could not provide him with an acceptable resolution, then the Qinglong Construction Group would no longer have any reason to exist. Meanwhile, within the Qinglong Construction Group's chairman's office, Wang Chong sat back in his chair, legs crossed, blissfully engrossed in a novel. Suddenly, he received a call from Lin Feng. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he sprang upright from his chair, his expression one of utter shock. What? Lin's younger sister was assaulted by the son of our group's president, Zhang Ming. This Zhang Ming was one of the early lackeys who rose through the ranks due to his commendable business acumen. I never anticipated this would bring such significant trouble. At that moment, Wang Chong felt a surge of panic. After hanging up the phone, he instructed his secretary in black stockings to prepare a vehicle to head to Jinling University, while simultaneously calling Zhang Ming, his tone frigid. Zhang Ming, get to Jinling University immediately. I'll be waiting for you there. Zhang Ming was bewildered. What on earth had happened? The chairman's tone seemed off. Just then, he received a call from his son, Zhang Xiao, who informed him that he had been severely beaten at the entrance of Jinling University. This prompted him to wonder if the chairman had somehow learned in advance that his son had been assaulted and was coming to his aid. The chairman is being surprisingly courteous. Zhang Ming couldn't help but chuckle, then drove towards Jinling University without a second thought. He understood his son's temperament well. While Zhang Xiao often engaged in nefarious activities and bullied others, he had little concern for that. He only had one son, and of course, he would spoil him to no end. At the entrance of Jinling University, as soon as Lin Feng hung up the phone, Chen Lu contemptuously remarked, What? Are you calling someone for help? Look at you, you pathetic wretch. Just stop pretending. Lin Feng gazed at Chen Lu, a slight frown creasing his brow. Regardless of the circumstances, this woman was indeed his sister's counselor. Even if his sister had caused someone else's car to explode, it was unreasonable for her to treat him with such disdain. Yet, Chen Lu's current demeanor felt deliberately aimed at him. At that moment, Lin Feng also noticed Qin Feng, who was watching the spectacle from the crowd, and his frown deepened. What's this? Have my words struck a nerve, leaving you speechless? Chen Lu remarked lightly. Did my sister offend you? Or did I ever wrong you? Lin Feng inquired. You two siblings have not offended me, Chen Lu retorted coldly. If that is the case, why have you been hurling barbs at me since I arrived? Lin Feng pressed. Because I am Lin Yunyao as counselor, and I will not tolerate my student behaving wrongly while appearing self-righteous. Is that reason sufficient? Chen Lu replied matter-of-factly. Indeed, that reason is quite substantial. Lin Feng nodded, his expression suddenly turning icy as he swung his hand with force. Bang! Chen Lu was sent flying over 2 meters, landing hard on the ground, clutching her face in disbelief as she stared at Lin Feng. You dare strike me? And if I do, Lin Feng said coolly. I will not back down. Bang! Chen Lu was again flung away, this time even further, collapsing on the ground with blood trickling from her mouth. Struggling to rise. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt a wave of darkness wash over them. How audacious! This young man seems utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. First, he assaulted the son of the president of the Qinglong construction group. And now he has even struck his sister's counselor. Such recklessness, such impulsiveness. Lin Yunyao and Li Shaoke stood together, though they felt a thrill of excitement. Their eyes were filled with concern. If this continues, the situation will spiral out of control. Don't worry, Xiao Yao. I will find a way. I will ensure that uncle comes to no harm. Li Shaoke wiped away the tears from her eyes, gritted her teeth, and dialed a number. In fact, her background was not simple at all. She was a direct descendant of the Li family, one of the 3 prominent families of Jinling City, or more accurately, a love child. Her mother, a farmer's daughter, was stunningly beautiful, simple yet pure. 20 years ago, when her mother came to Jinling City for work, she caught the attention of the second young master of the Li family, Li Ru Hat. That time, Li Ru Hai was young and wealthy, handsome as well, and with a few flowery words, her Navi mother fell for him. Before long, they had rolled in the sheets and produced a love child. This love child was Li Shaoke. Her mother thought everything was progressing positively, eagerly awaiting Li Ruhai to marry her, only to discover that Li Ruhai was already married and had a son. Xiaohui, I am a member of the Li family, and you are merely a farmer's daughter. You are destined never to marry into my family. However, I can support you, providing you with a life free of worry. Li Ruhai had persuaded. Upon hearing this, Li Shaoke's mother, Lu Xiaohui, furiously stormed out, vowing silently that even without Li Ruhai, she could thrive. And indeed, over the past 18 years, Lu Xiaohui and her daughter Li Shaoke had navigated life's challenges. And now they had accumulated some assets, enough to live comfortably. Not long ago, Li Ruhai sought out Lu Xiaohui again, hoping to rekindle their relationship, but the stubborn Lu Xiaohui refused to engage. Thus, he turned his attention to his daughter Li Shaoke, giving her his number in case she needed him. However, Li Shaoke despised this father. He was irresponsible, having abandoned her mother, neglecting her throughout her life. Yet now, for Lin Feng's sake, she had no choice but to seek help from him. The call was quickly connected. Shaoke, you finally decided to call me. Li Ruhai exclaimed joyfully on the other end. I've been attacked, Li Shaoke murmured. What? Who dares lay a finger on my Li Ruhai's daughter? Shaoke, do not fear. Tell Dad, where are you now? Li Ruhai's fury ignited. I am right outside Jinling University. Good. I will head over immediately. Lin Yunyao, witnessing Li Shaoke hang up the phone, quietly asked, Shaoke, who did you just call? Do you remember me mentioning my irresponsible father? I just called him. He can surely resolve this. Have no worries that... Li Shaoke clutched her phone tightly, forcing a smile on her face. Lin Yunyao felt a surge of emotion. She knew how much Shaoke despised that father. Yet now, for her and her brother, she had set aside her grievances. Shaoke, you need not do this. My brother might handle it himself. Xiao Yao, my best friend, Li Shaoke replied with a smile. Lin Yunyao grasped her hand, overwhelmed with gratitude, her heart wishing that such a wonderful girl could be her sister-in-law. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was preparing to deliver a kick to Chen Lu, commotion erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. Moments later, 2 middle-aged men strode in briskly. Upon seeing them, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief that, my goodness, isn't that Wang Chong, the chairman of Qinglong Construction Group. I often see him in the news. If he is the chairman, then the person beside him must be President Zhang Ming. Wow, even the chairman has come personally. Zhang Ming must have significant influence. This is disastrous. That reckless young man is surely finished. He has provoked the wrong people and will regret it for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao and Chen Lu also spotted the newcomers. Chen Lu's eyes brightened. While Zhang Xiao rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, incoherently saying, "Dad, I've been beaten terribly. All my teeth are gone." Crack. Zhang Ming's expression turned icy, his fists clenched tightly. Although his son had claimed over the phone that he had been brutally beaten, he had dismissed it as an exaggeration, thinking his son was merely trying to incite him to come and resolve the situation, and he never expected it to be genuinely severe. "Who dare strike my son? Zhang Ming? Are they tired of living?" Zhang Ming's eyes scanned the crowd, his voice chilling to the bone. As the president of Qinglong Construction Group and one of the earliest veterans alongside Wang Chong. He had navigated the underbelly of society in his youth, having lost count of how many he had dispatched. Thus, his expression darkened, an aura of unspoken dominance emanating from him, instilling a palpable sense of pressure among the onlookers. "President Zhang, it's him, that's the one." He not only blew up Zhang Xiao's car, but also slapped him repeatedly. Chen Lu, regaining her footing, excitedly pointed at Lin Feng. She had completely shed her facade of pretense. Those two slaps had left her harboring resentment. Now, she longed for Zhang Ming to teach that arrogant young man Lin Feng a lesson to relieve her pent-up frustration. "Is it you who struck my son?" Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously, a hint of menace curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Feng, however, ignored Zhang Ming and directed his icy gaze towards Wang Chong. Upon meeting Lin Feng's seemingly murderous glare, Wang Chong felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body turning cold. He swallowed hard, about to offer an explanation, when Zhang Ming coldly interjected. "Am I speaking to you? Do you see me as the chairman? What is the meaning of that look? What? With that expression, do you wish to strike my chairman?" "You guessed correctly." Lin Feng lifted his eyelids and delivered a kick to Wang Chong. Wang Chong doubled over, clutching his stomach, agony twisting his face, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to scream. He feared that if he cried out, Lin Feng would kick him again. Witnessing this, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Jaws dropped in shock. Then, an overwhelming wave of terror washed over them. Is this person insane? How dare he strike even the chairman of the Qinglong Construction Group? The key point is that the chairman has not uttered a single word since his arrival. This is utterly unfair. How intriguing. Be a little more arrogant, just a tad more arrogant. Lin Feng, the more audacious you become, the worse it will be for you later. Amidst the crowd, Qin Feng chuckled coldly to himself. At this moment, Zhang Ming also realized the gravity of the situation, feeling a chill run down his spine that he never anticipated that the chairman would be struck due to his careless remark. He hurriedly approached to assist Wang Chong in getting up. However, to his astonishment, as soon as Wang Chong stood, he retaliated with a slap. Smack! Get the hell away from me! Chairman, you... Zhang Ming covered his face. Bewildered, the others present were equally taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth is happening? Zhang Ming sought trouble with Lin Feng. Lin Feng kicked Wang Chong, and now Wang Chong retaliates against Zhang Ming. It's all too convoluted. The crowd felt dizzy and somewhat confused. Even Qin Feng, Chen Lu, and Zhang Xiao furrowed their brows, unable to grasp the situation. But in the next moment, clarity dawned upon them, after Wang Chong delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Ming. He immediately bowed to Lin Feng, his expression fraught with anxiety. Lin, my dear brother, this has nothing to do with me. I'm so wronged. Don't call me Brother Lin. We're not that familiar. Lin Feng replied coldly upon hearing this. Wang Chong's face turned ashen that he had finally established a modicum of rapport with Lin Feng, only for it to be shattered by Zhang Ming's foolish son. Zhang Ming, you and your foolish son should kneel down and apologize to young Master Lin. Wang Chong glared icily at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's expression shifted as he began to understand where the problem lay. He never imagined that this young man's background could be so formidable that even the chairman feared him. Chairman, who exactly is this young Master Lin? Zhang Ming inquired cautiously, only to receive a sharp slap from Wang Chong. who coldly retorted, "Is young Master Lin's identity something you can inquire about?" At this declaration, the surrounding crowd felt a jolt of shock. They all began to voice their astonishment. I could tell at a glance that this young man was not an ordinary individual. And now it seems I was right. Great minds think alike. This person comes in like a whirlwind, striking down everyone in his path. Who would dare act so brazenly without sufficient strength? How ridiculous that some people still stand by, insisting others are fools. I suspect the chairman of Qinglong Construction Group is here not to support Zhang Xiao, but rather for young Master Lin. Hearing the murmurs around him, Chen Lu turned pale, casting a fearful glance at Qin Feng amidst the crowd. Qin Feng ignored Chen Lu's gaze, his brow furrowing as he pondered which prominent Lin family resided in Jiangnan province. Upon reflection, he realized there was indeed one. In Jinghang City, Jiangnan province, there exists a prominent Lin family. Could this person be from the Lin family of Jinghang City? Qin Feng squinted, feeling unperturbed. Although the Lin family was strong, his Qin family was no weakling either. Moreover, they were in Jinling City. It was not yet the time for the Lin family to run rampant. Just then, thud! Zhang Ming and his son Zhang Xiao knelt before Lin Feng. Both father and son were pale and visibly anxious. "Young Master Lin, my son has unintentionally offended you. Please show mercy and spare us this once that I acknowledge my mistakes. I will never dare again." Lin Feng regarded Zhang Xiao with icy disdain, asking, "Why did you provoke my sister without cause? Were you incited by someone?" Upon seeing Qin Feng, he had already harbored suspicions. Yet, lacking certainty, he decided to clarify. Zhang Xiao's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. Lin Feng was someone he could not afford to offend. But Qin Feng was even more formidable. I simply thought young Master Lin's sister was beautiful, so I attempted to flirt. I had no other intentions. Zhang Xiao stammered nervously. Qin Feng's expression remained impassive as he continued. "I will give you one more opportunity to explain. Who instigated you?" I. Zhang Xiao's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, mingling with the blood on his face, creating a ghastly sight. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than the father. Witnessing his son's panicked demeanor, Zhang Ming felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Bang! He struck Zhang Xiao across the face, his voice harsh. "You wretched child, still hiding the truth. Hurry and confess to young Master Lin. Who instigated you?" Zhang Xiao, driven by desperation, yelled, "It was Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao instructed me to do this. He said this college girl was disrespectful to him and wanted me to teach her a lesson today. I swear I knew nothing. Had I known Lin Yao was your sister, I wouldn't have dared come. I'm just a nobody. Young Master Lin, please treat me like a speck of dust and let me go." After saying this, he collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Having lived a life of ease and comfort, he had never encountered such a situation. Seeing even his most relied-upon father kneeling before young Master Lin made him feel utterly powerless. His body limp. With Qin Xiao, Zhang Ming's expression darkened. "Young Master Qin Feng of the Qin family," Zhang Xiao replied, trembling. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's face turned ashen, and Wang Chong beside him felt a tightening in his chest. "Qin Feng, isn't he the young master of one of the three great families in Jinling City, a top-tier scion of the city?" At that moment, Qin Feng leisurely stepped forward, wearing a mocking expression of disdain. "Indeed, it was I who incited him. So what? I knew it was you. It seems I was too kind to you yesterday," Lin Feng stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression darkened. It was better not to mention yesterday's events. Bringing them up ignited the flames of his anger. The incident of being publicly shoved down by Lin Feng had been captured on camera and uploaded onto the school forum, causing him immense embarrassment. "Lin Feng, I do not care which grand family you belong to. Offending me, Qin Feng, in Jinling City means your fate is sealed. Yesterday, I let you have your moment of glory all on your own. Do you think I would repeat the same mistake?" Qin Feng said icily, before waving his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, over a dozen burly men, each towering at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds, charged forth from the crowd, exuding a formidable presence. One among them had already reached the Huang realm of martial arts, his eyes radiating a chilling light, his aura imposing. Witnessing this scene, the crowd held their breath in fear. Wang Chong, Zhang Xiao, and Zhang Ming turned pale. Lin Yunyao and Li Shaoke held hands, feeling a sense of dread. Young Master Qin, you should have appeared sooner. Let this kid play the fool for so long. At that moment, the instructor Chun Lu rose from the ground and approached Qin Feng, casting a sinister glance at Lin Feng. Instructor, so you are also aligned with Qin Feng. No wonder you have been favoring Zhang Qiu since your arrival. Lin Yunyao and Li Shaoke exclaimed in anger upon witnessing this. Indeed, who told you to offend young Master Qin? With a standing, how do you expect to fare? Chun Lu sneered. Although it was inappropriate for her to speak like this publicly given her position, she paid it no mind. With Qin Feng backing her, even the principal wouldn't dare dismiss her. With just a word from Qin Feng, she could easily climb the ranks and reach the pinnacle of her career. Haha, Lin Feng. Do you see this? What do you have to compete with me? I can toy with you like a monkey. Qin Feng crossed his arms, sneering continuously. The burly men behind him wore expressions of disdain. Their gazes akin to that of a dead dog. Very well. You have successfully ignited my fury. Not just you. Even your backing Qin family shall pay for your foolishness. Lin Feng replied coldly. With you? Qin Feng sneered. Come at me. Let this kid know what rules are. Beat him severely. If he dies, it's on me. As soon as these words were uttered, aside from the Huang realm warrior, the other dozen burly men immediately clenched their fists. Their faces contorting into menacing, fierce smiles as they surrounded Lin Feng. Kid, your delicate frame is just what I like. One of them laughed heartily. With a face like that, I could lift you with a single hand. Let me take the lead. I want to puncture this brat's throat and send him off with a smile. The group of men clamored, as if they were eyeing a lamb ready for slaughter. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but show signs of distress. Some of the more timid individuals even covered their eyes, fearing the sight of bloodshed. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng, with an impassive expression, took the initiative to strike. He leapt into the midst of the group of burly men, unleashing a flurry of punches in a mere second. Swift, precise, and fierce, each fist landed with tremendous impact, leaving the towering men sprawled on the ground, writhing and howling in agony. Then, Lin Feng reached into an old lady's vegetable basket and pulled out a sticky cucumber. The old woman stared blankly, her cheeks flushing crimson. Without hesitation, Lin Feng thrust the cucumber forcefully into the mouth of one of the burly men. So you want to puncture my throat, do you? The man clearly struggled to adapt, his eyes wide with shock. Blood and various viscous substances smeared the corners of his mouth, evoking nausea. Observing the spectacle, the crowd was left dumbfounded, gasps of astonishment echoing around them. This is too intense. In less than 2 seconds, he has taken down so many muscular men. And what on earth is happening now? The burly man is kneeling on the ground, being relentlessly poked in the throat with a cucumber. It feels oddly peculiar, as if something is amiss. Xiaoyao, your brother's becoming increasingly formidable, Li Shaoke remarked. Her expression one of disbelief. Of course my brother is powerful. He is cultivating. Cultivating what? Lin Yunyao interjected, her mind racing to catch up. Repairing computers, she added hastily, almost letting it slip. How perilous. I almost revealed too much. Although Xiao Ku is her closest friend, matters regarding her brother's cultivation must remain confidential. If such information were to leak, it would be disastrous. Li Shaoke cast a bemused glance at Xiaoyao. Repairing computers? Is that something to be so proud of? She then turned her attention back to Lin Feng, her bright eyes shining with intrigue, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. A bunch of useless fools. Qin Feng seethed, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound. He had come to teach Lin Feng a lesson, not to be humiliated. At that moment, he could even sense the peculiar gazes of the onlookers upon him. No need to concern yourself. This Lin Feng is merely agile and possesses a bit of strength. In my eyes, he is insignificant. At that juncture, the Huang realm mid-stage warrior beside Qin Feng spoke indifferently. He had been observing the battlefield intently. Lin Feng's speed was indeed impressive, and his strikes were undeniably fierce, yet there was not a hint of martial aura emanating from him. This indicated that Lin Feng was not a true warrior. At best, he could only be considered a fighter who had trained for a few years, Such fighters thrive in competitions to showcase their prowess. Yet in the eyes of true warriors, they are nothing. Qin Lu, do you have confidence? Qin Feng's expression softened. With a Huang realm mid-stage warrior by his side, there was no need for panic. Even if Qin Lu were to lose, it mattered not. He had even greater plans in store. Young master, you are insulting me. Against someone like him, I need but a single punch to defeat him effortlessly. Qin Lu replied coolly. Very well. I leave it to you. I do not wish to see him standing and speaking to me afterward. Qin Feng commanded coldly. Qin Lu nodded and stepped forward, positioning himself merely 2 meters away from Lin Feng, his piercing gaze casually fixed upon him. Lin Feng, having pushed aside the burly man beneath him, discarded the remaining half of the cucumber and turned his attention to Qin Lu. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers collectively held their breath, because the conversation between Qin Feng and Qin Lu had been devoid of any pretense. Those with insight had already discerned that Qin Lu was a martial arts master. What does it mean to be a martial arts master? The vast majority of ordinary people had never even heard of such a concept. A select few were aware of it, but their understanding was superficial. They only knew that becoming a warrior signified invincibility. A punch could cleave iron, and a kick could shatter stone. Thus, in their eyes, if Qin Lu was indeed a warrior, then Lin Feng was in grave peril. Kid, your skills are commendable. Unfortunately, without the status of a warrior, you remain but an insignificant insect, Qin Lu remarked with a dispassionate expression. I will grant you the opportunity to strike first. Otherwise, when I make my move, you will no longer have this chance. Navi. Lin Feng shook his head, considering there were too many ordinary people present. He did not wish to appear overly sensational. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach, stepping forward and reaching for Qin Lu's neck. Childish, Qin Lu sneered, swinging his hand to strike at Lin Feng's arm, intending to disrupt his attack. However, upon contact, he felt as if he had struck an impenetrable steel plate. In the next instant, he sensed a sharp pain in his neck as he was forcibly twisted upward. A mid-stage Huang realm warrior has no idea where his confidence comes from. Any one of my subordinates could easily crush you, Lin Feng stated calmly before flinging Qin Lu several meters away, causing him to crash violently into a camphor tree by the roadside, his fate unknown. Witnessing this, the scene fell into a sudden silence. All present gaped in disbelief, their minds swirling in chaos. A warrior was so easily knocked out? Just how powerful is this Lin Xiao? You too are a warrior. Qin Feng exclaimed incredulously. Have overpowered the mid-stage Huang realm Qin Lu. Lin Feng must at least be at the late Huang realm level, if not the Xian realm. This left him feeling a sense of miscalculation. The Qin family boasts an abundance of skilled fighters, with numerous Xian realm warriors. Yet he believed that a single Huang realm warrior would suffice to deal with Lin Feng. Never anticipating the slap in the face he would receive. I am not a warrior. Lin Feng approached Qin Feng and delivered a resounding slap. Bang! Qin Feng's body, weakened by indulgence, could not withstand the blow. Sending him flying several meters away, he landed in a position akin to a dog eating excrement, his skin scraped raw and bleeding profusely. I offered you a chance yesterday. Unfortunately, you are not very wise. Lin Feng continued his advance toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes filled with a hint of panic as he watched Lin Feng approach. That's why you mustn't act rashly. I am the young master of the Qin family. My father is Qin. Even if your father were Qin Shi Huang, I would still strike you, Lin Feng retorted. Bang! Another slap sent Qin Feng flying once more. Although this time he did not travel as far, he collided with a stone pillar at the school entrance. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resonated clearly, sending chills down the spines of those present. Qin Feng clutched his right arm, struggling to rise, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, that he realized that his right arm was broken. Moreover, his internal organs likely had shifted, causing an excruciating pain. He was engulfed in terror, a sensation he had never experienced throughout his life. As a direct descendant of the Qin family, he had only ever been the one to inflict harm. He had never been subjected to such treatment. He thought it was over, but to his dismay, Lin Feng approached him again. Lin Xiao, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Let us speak civilly. I apologize. Whatever conditions you have, I will fulfill. Qin Feng stumbled over his words. Watching Lin Feng's unwavering approach, his psychological defenses crumbled, and he fell to his knees, his voice tinged with a sob. No, Lin Xiao, please don't come any closer. If you hit me again, I will truly die. I was genuinely mistaken. Sob. Though Qin Feng wept, not a soul in attendance found it amusing. From the face of such a scene, even they would not fare much better than Qin Feng. In this world, the most terrifying presence is not that of a person wielding a knife, frantically threatening to strike you down. Rather, it is someone like Lin Feng, expressionless, silent, yet steadily advancing toward you. In essence, the ruthless do not waste words. Gulialu. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, secretly relieved. Thankfully, upon hearing Wang Chang's words, he had not hesitated to kneel down with his son to plead for mercy. Otherwise, his fate would likely be no better than Qin Feng's. Beside him, Zhang Qiu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, observing Qin Feng's beaten state. Rather than feeling sorrow, he found himself reveling in schadenfreude. Had Qin Feng not summoned him, he would not have lost a single tooth. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd's periphery. Shortly thereafter, several uniformed police officers briskly entered, led by a middle-aged man whose imposing presence commanded respect. His gaze was piercing, exuding an aura of authority that demanded attention. He was in fact a peak martial artist of the Xian realm. Finally, the police have arrived. My heavens, I was drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. Thankfully, they came in time, or things might have spiraled out of control. Well, since the police are here, I reckon this dispute should come to an end. I was on the verge of losing my wits. Others might not know, but I thought I was watching a film. The onlookers exhaled in relief, chuckling. Kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy, Qin Feng's countenance brightened upon seeing the newcomers. The leading middle-aged man was not only his distant uncle, but also the ultimate trump card he had laid out. Uncle Yuan, you finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I might have been beaten to death. Qin Feng exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Yuan Tiangong's expression darkened the moment he beheld Qin Feng in such a battered state. As a core figure of the Jinling City Martial Arts Alliance, he had no need to engage in such trivial matters. However, earlier that morning, Qin Feng had called him for a small favor. Being the young master of the Qin family, and with his mother being Yuan's cousin, Qin Feng was effectively his grandnephew. Faced with his grandnephew's plea, he had readily agreed. Yet upon arriving at the scene, he found his grandnephew in such a dire predicament, kneeling on the ground. Xiao Feng, stand up and speak, Yuan Tiangang said, his face grim. His temperament was inherently composed, refraining from thoughtless rage. The most critical factor was that the one who had assaulted Xiao Feng was currently turned away from him. Observing the figure's back, he felt an unsettling familiarity and decided to ascertain the situation before proceeding further. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Qin Feng immediately attempted to rise. However, upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, a chill ran down his spine, and he sobbed, Uncle Yuan, I'm too afraid. With Uncle Yuan here, what do you have to fear? Yuan Tiangang admonished, exasperation evident in his tone. Qin Feng swallowed hard, glancing at his uncle and then at Lin Feng. Feeling his legs weaken, clearly the pressure emanating from Lin Feng was overwhelming. With me here, what could possibly frighten you? Is your knee truly so feeble? Yuan Tiangang shook his head in disappointment. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, had 3 wives on the surface, producing 2 sons and 2 daughters. The other 3 were all endowed with martial prowess and possessed stable temperaments, truly the pride of heaven. Yet his grandnephew was utterly foolish. He squandered his days on indulgence and debauchery, fixated on liquor and lust. While others pursued knowledge in university, he proclaimed that the essence of university life was to chase after girls, a quintessential example of a lost cause. Understanding Qin Feng's character, Yuan Tiangang ceased his attempts at persuasion and shifted his gaze to Lin Feng's back, coldly inquiring, Who are you, sir? Dare to bully my grandnephew? Do you not owe me an explanation? Lin Feng frowned, finding the situation increasingly irksome. Another wave of trouble. Couldn't this family be more orderly? You seek an explanation? Lin Feng replied icily, turning to face him, but it's you. Yuan Tiangong's expression changed dramatically upon recognizing Lin Feng. How could it be him? The previous night, Several core members of the Martial Arts Alliance had joined the deputy leader in an ambush against the Bloodhand Butcher. Midway, a suspected Celestial Realm powerhouse had emerged. The Celestial Realm expert had barely lifted a finger, yet the mid-level Earth Realm deputy leader was sent flying, severely injured. Yuan Tiangang vividly recalled that the Celestial Realm powerhouse was none other than Lin Feng. Later, upon the deputy leader's return, he conveyed information about Lin Feng to the higher-ups, who instructed them to cease all hostilities, advising them never to offend him. Even the assassination order against the Bloodhand Butcher was rescinded due to this celestial expert. His grandnephew had unwittingly crossed paths with a celestial powerhouse. Yuan Tiangang was taken aback. Noticing the murderous intent radiating from Lin Feng, he felt a wave of panic wash over him, his legs turning to jelly. Then, with a thud, he too knelt down. Witnessing this scene, the once raucous environment fell into an immediate hush. Wang Chong, Zhang Xiao, and Zhang Ming were left dumbfounded. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoku wore expressions of shock. Qin Feng was equally bewildered. Even Lin Feng himself felt momentarily disoriented. What was happening? Hadn't he done anything, yet the other party was bowing before him? "Uncle, what are you doing?" Qin Feng stammered, nearly paralyzed with fear. The pain from his shattered arm intensified, rendering him almost unable to bear it. "You fool, you can frolic about recklessly outside, but how dare you offend this esteemed individual? If your father finds out about this, I can only imagine the consequences." Yuan Tiangang roared, his expression one of utter dismay. This was a celestial powerhouse. In all of Jinling City, there was only one celestial martial artist, their alliance leader below the celestial realm. All were mere ants. This was no mere saying. Such a being could unleash internal energy, channeling the powers of heaven and earth, easily defeating thousands. Moreover, as long as they refrained from committing heinous acts, even the state would not intervene. The celestial being, Qin Feng, trembled inwardly, staring blankly at Lin Feng, somewhat at a loss. He was acutely aware of his uncle's status. To have someone of his uncle's stature refer to another as esteemed was a testament to that individual's terrifying power. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang turned his gaze to Lin Feng, respectfully stating, "Esteemed one, it was my grandnephew's ignorance that led to this offense. I sincerely apologize on his behalf." "You know me?" Lin Feng inquired with interest. "I am Yuan Tiangang of the Martial Arts Alliance." "Esteemed one, do you not recall what transpired last night?" Yuan Tiangang replied with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally understood. No wonder this man was so terrified upon seeing him. He was one of the Martial Arts Alliance members from the previous night. However, at that time, his focus had been solely on the deputy leader, paying little heed to the other minor figures. "Your grandnephew is quite audacious, daring to set his sights on my sister. My sister is someone I would never dare to bully," Lin Feng stated calmly. Yuan Tiangang's heart tightened at Lin Feng's words. He understood the implication, that Lin Feng would not simply let this matter go. Yet he could not stand idly by and watch Qin Feng face consequences, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Esteemed one, we were in the wrong. Please state your conditions. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. I have no demands. I only wish for his death," Lin Feng replied with a slight lift of his eyelids. Then continued, "I shall offer you two choices. First, he may take his own life to atone for his sins, and we can consider this matter settled. Second, I will take matters into my own hands, and I shall deliver his head to the Qin family, to see just how formidable this Qin family truly is." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yuan Tiangang felt a chill run through him. He had not anticipated Lin Feng to be so ruthless, insisting on Qin Feng's death, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The surrounding onlookers were equally horrified. Who was this young man in white? His combat prowess was astounding. He feared not even the police, and now audaciously threatened to kill the young master of the Qin family. It was well known that the Qin family was one of the 3 prestigious families in Jinling City, akin to local emperors in the eyes of the populace. "No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Qin Feng was on the verge of losing his mind. The invulnerable persona he usually embodied crumbled as he realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Yuan Tiangang exhaled sharply, addressing Lin Feng. "Esteemed one, he is a member of the Qin family. Could you possibly allow me to notify his family regarding the specifics of this situation? Do you seek rescue? A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. That I dare not. Yuan Tiangong's heart tightened. Indeed, that was precisely what he was contemplating. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. All he could do now was to stall Lin Feng and notify the Qin family. Perhaps the influence of the Qin family could temper Lin Feng's demeanor. Although the Qin family currently lacked a formidable presence in the heavenly realm, they did have a younger member who had joined a sect on the mountain. Very well, summon whomever you wish, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang felt a surge of hope and quickly retrieved his phone to contact the current head of the Qin family. As time ticked away, moments later, several martial artists from the Qin family arrived hurriedly in a BMW X7. Who dares to utter such brazen threats against the Qin family? Qin Tianzhu pushed through the crowd, his expression icy. Lately, he had been vexed. Firstly, he was troubled by the mysterious heavenly realm expert who had seized the yin-yang extreme stone. Secondly, he was troubled by the impending alliance between the Jiang and Qin families. These two matters had caused him considerable distress, and if not resolved properly, the foundation of the Qin family could be shaken, just as he was conferring with several core family members on strategy. A call from Yuan Tiangang informed him that his nephew, Qin Feng, had been assaulted. Moreover, the assailant was said to be formidable, intent on taking Qin Feng's life, urging him to come quickly. Formidable. How strong could he be? Could he surpass the Qin family? What audacity! Even a mere dog dares to provoke the Qin family. He was immediately filled with rage. Furthermore, his elder brother, Qin Wudao, was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the heavenly realm. At present, he was the sole manager of the Qin family. If his brother emerged from seclusion only to find his youngest son had met with misfortune, it would be catastrophic. Thus, he swiftly brought several strong family members to ascertain who had the audacity to be so arrogant within Jinling City. Upon seeing Qin Tianzhu's arrival, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The second master of the Qin family had personally come. The aura he exuded was undeniably powerful. Naturally, the Qin family was not to be trifled with. They were far beyond any mere dog. The young man in white had been so brazen moments ago. It would be intriguing to see how he extricated himself from this predicament. Second uncle. Oh, second uncle, you have finally arrived? Qin Feng cried, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Qin Tianzhu. Yuan Tiangang breathed a sigh of relief, about to speak, when he noticed that the previously imposing Qin Tianzhu suddenly froze in place. Everything changed upon his sighting of Lin Feng. A sense of foreboding crept into Yuan Tiangong's heart. "It is I. What do you desire?" Lin Feng approached Qin Tianzhu. Gazing at him coldly, he found it quite amusing. Was this not the individual who had delivered the extreme yang stone to him that night? At this moment, Qin Tianzhu's thoughts mirrored Lin Feng's. He could scarcely believe that the person his nephew had offended was the very heavenly realm expert from that night. This realization filled him with tension and a profound sense of dread. After a moment of silence, Qin Tianzhu exhaled deeply and stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Elder, it is a pleasure to meet you once more." Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What was happening? The second master of the Qin family, a figure of such stature, was bowing before this young man in white. "Second uncle, what are you doing?" Qin Feng's voice quavered in despair. Why was this happening? Was Lin Feng truly that powerful? First, Uncle Yuan knelt, and now even his second uncle displayed such deference. Qin Tianzhu, observing his nephew's distress, felt a pang of sympathy, but remained helpless. The Qin family was in a precarious situation. They could not afford to offend a heavenly realm expert. Ignoring Qin Feng, he turned to Lin Feng with utmost respect, saying, "Elder, since my nephew has offended you, please state your demands. Whatever you request, I will unconditionally agree. I desire your nephew's life." Lin Feng replied indifferently. Qin Tianzhu's body trembled at these words, and he forced a smile, saying, "Could we perhaps negotiate another request? Perhaps wealth, treasures, or rare artifacts? Just name your price, and the Qin family will fulfill it. What do you think?" Lin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. Qin Tianzhu clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Suddenly, he turned towards Qin Feng. "Second uncle, you must save me. I do not wish to die. I acknowledge my mistakes. I promise to study diligently and will never pursue women again. Qin Feng wailed, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Feng, both your father and I have repeatedly cautioned you against becoming too infatuated, yet you would not heed our words. Qin Tianju's gaze remained icy as he regarded Qin Feng. That I understand now. I will change, second uncle. Please take me home. It is too late, second uncle. What do you mean? Do not frighten me. You know I am timid. Xiao Feng, do not blame your second uncle, even if your father were here. He would act as I do. You can only blame yourself for provoking someone you should not have. Second uncle, no, please. Bang. Without hesitation, Qin Tianju struck Qin Feng down on the spot. In an instant, blood oozed from the floorboards. A gruesome sight. Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Some of the more timid onlookers covered their eyes in horror. No one had anticipated that the second master of the Qin family would personally execute his own nephew. How could one commit such an act? Even Yuan Tiangang was taken aback and bewildered by Qin Tianju's choice. After slaying Qin Feng, Qin Tianju approached Lin Feng once more, forcing a smile as he said, "Elder, are you satisfied?" "Quite so." Lin Feng nodded indifferently. He understood that Qin Tianju must be seething with hatred towards him, but he was unconcerned. The opportunity had been presented. He hoped the Qin family would exercise their wisdom. If they insisted on pursuing a path of self-destruction, akin to that of Sidu Hao, then they had no one but themselves to blame. Moreover, this was all a consequence of Qin Feng's own actions. Had he merely been an ordinary person today, would Qin Feng have shown mercy to him and his sister? It was clear he would not, in a world where the strong prey upon the weak. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the rules. Those who show mercy perish the most miserably. Since that is the case, Elder, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude any longer. Qin Tianju smiled. He then gestured for several subordinates to remove Qin Feng's corpse. Thus, the members of the Qin family came swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. My lord, I too shall take my leave. Yuan Tiangang cast a deep glance at Lin Feng before turning to depart. He needed to report this matter to the deputy leader. The emergence of a heavenly realm martial artist in Jinling City was not inherently alarming. What was truly concerning was that this martial artist disregarded the rules and viewed human life as inconsequential. This bore entirely different implications. With a life lost, the ordinary citizens dared not linger. Scattering in haste, in an instant, the atmosphere grew significantly more desolate. Where do you think you are going? Lin Feng turned to the timidly retreating Chen Lu and said coolly. Thud. It was all a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding. Chen Lu, terrified, knelt down, her face ashen with fear. If even the Qin family dared not offend Lin Feng, and Qin Feng had been slain by his own second uncle, what worth did she have? She immediately abandoned any thought of resistance. Bang! Lin Feng delivered a swift kick, rendering Chen Lu unconscious. There was no need to linger over such a sycophantic character. After this lesson, she would surely think twice in the future. At that moment, Wang Chong approached, accompanied by Zhang Ming and his son, both visibly anxious. At this juncture, Wang Chong had developed a newfound respect for Lin Feng's prowess, feeling an instinctual, Brother Lin, do not speak to me. Speak to Xiao Ku instead. If she forgives you, I have no objections. If she does not, then Zhang Qiu shall join Qin Feng as fate. Lin Feng declared nonchalantly, No, I do not wish to die. Zhang Qiu's voice trembled, his legs turning to jelly. Given the example of Qin Feng, he harbored no doubts about Lin Feng's sincerity. Zhang Qiu hurriedly approached Li Xiaoku, kneeling before her, while slapping his own face. He desperately pleaded, Beautiful lady, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I just struck you, and I will repay you tenfold. As long as you spare me, I would even eat dirt for you. It was evident that he was striking himself with considerable force. In just a few slaps, his already swollen face became bloodied and mangled. Li Xiaoku, merely an 18-year-old girl, felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing this scene. She quickly said, Enough, stop hitting yourself. This time, I'll let it go, but don't come to our school to bully girls again. Upon hearing her words, although his face was in agony, Zhang Qiu felt a tremendous sense of relief in his heart. He excitedly showered her with compliments, exclaiming, "You are a living bodhisattva. Truly, you are a goddess among mortals. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask." Li Shaoke merely rolled her eyes but refrained from further comments. "Why are you not leaving yet?" Lin Feng said coldly, "I am leaving this instant." Zhang Ming felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly took his son away from the scene. Wang Chong wished to say something, but upon seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, he opted for silence. In truth, from the moment he first encountered Lin Feng, he had intended to befriend him, but alas, all his attempts had been in vain. His previous endeavor involving several young models had completely offended Lin Feng. This experience taught him a valuable lesson. Some circles are not easily penetrated. Although he held the position of chairman in a large corporation and wielded some power in the underworld, in the eyes of a top martial artist like Lin Feng, he was merely a slightly larger insect. Resigned, Wang Chong sighed internally and left the scene in a state of melancholy. Lin Feng, aware of Wang Chong's thoughts, paid them no mind. Wang Chong's interest in him stemmed solely from a desire to exploit him for the expansion of his influence. If Lin Feng were an ordinary person, would Wang Chong have approached him in such a manner? As the saying goes, one should treat others with the same sincerity they wish to receive in return if one approaches with ulterior motives. Then it is only fair to say, "I am sorry, I do not lack sycophants around me. You, a mere Wang Chong, do not possess the qualifications." Noticing that most of the crowd had dispersed, Lin Yunyao and Li Shaoke quickly approached. "Brother, you are amazing," Lin Yunyao exclaimed, waving her small fist with glee. "Thank you, Uncle," Li Shaoke added, her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper, the memory of their initial meeting, where Lin Yunyao had joked that her uncle had come to defecate, made her chuckle inwardly. How could he possibly engage in such crude behavior? Yet, he was indeed impressive. Moreover, he was unlike any other man. He bore no foul odor and carried a subtle hint of fragrance. He was both handsome and formidable, instilling fear in everyone while treating her with such kindness. Caught in the throes of youthful infatuation, Li Shaoke's gaze began to drift. Lin Feng, oblivious to her scattered thoughts, observed the two girls' pitiful expressions with a blend of sympathy and exasperation, that he feigned seriousness and said, "Xiao Yao, what did I tell you before? You said that if anyone dared to bully me, you would use the talisman you gave me to retaliate. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, you'll take responsibility." Lin Yunyao, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "But I was afraid it might hurt others. You are simply too soft-hearted. If you do not hurt others, they will surely hurt you." Lin Feng admonished that, "In this dog-eat-dog world, you must learn to be ruthless. Soft-hearted individuals will always be bullied. Do you understand?" "I understand." Lin Yunyao clenched her small fist, clearly agitated by the recent events. "However, given what just happened, I fear I might get expelled." "Stop worrying. With me around, no one dares to expel you. Just enjoy your university life. Academic performance is not what matters. What is important is to be happy." Lin Feng reassured her that, "I'm so glad to have you as my brother," Lin Yunyao said, her eyes reddening as she reflected on her past experiences. Suddenly, she shifted the topic. "Brother, you're already 32. You should find a wife. You can't remain single forever. Our parents would surely be upset if they knew." "Silly girl. Now you're worrying about me." Lin Feng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Though his thoughts drifted to Chun Inua, he anticipated that a resolution would soon be forthcoming. "Brother, why not let Shaoke be your wife?" Lin Yunyao suggested suddenly. "Xiao Yao, what nonsense are you talking about?" Li Shaoke retorted with annoyance, raising her fist as if to punch Lin Yunyao in jest, but her eyes involuntarily flickered towards Lin Feng. Upon realizing that he showed no reaction, a sense of disappointment washed over her. "What nonsense! My brother is wonderful. If you get him, it's a gain," Lin Yunyao replied with a grin. "Humph, keep talking." Li Shaoke pouted, crossing her arms. "All right, you two are still so young. Focus on your studies and stop thinking about such trivial matters." Lin Feng interrupted their playful banter with exasperation, while he found Li Shaoke playful and endearing. He regarded her as he would a sister. He had no intentions towards her, especially since his heart was set on Chun Inu. At that moment, a group of people came rushing in from a distance, around a dozen of them. Each one appeared sharp and capable, parting the crowd with an imposing presence. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire. The man sported a beard, his hair streaked with gray, and his countenance radiated authority even without anger. "Xiao Ku! Who? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I shall have his head." Li Ruhai charged forward with a fierce demeanor. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at this display. The middle-aged man was Li Xiaoke's father? He was a practitioner at the early stage of the Earth realm. "You truly are amusing. Everyone has left, and you arrive now." Li Xiaoke couldn't help but scoff. She had indeed informed this irresponsible father. But she hadn't anticipated his tardiness, which only fueled her frustration further. "Everyone has left?" Li Ruhai's expression faltered. In truth, he had rushed here as quickly as possible. However, the Li family resided 50 kilometers away in the western part of the city, and traffic had delayed him. "Thankfully, the uncle saved me. By the time you arrived, I would have been beaten to death," Li Xiaoke replied coldly. Lin Feng watched this exchange with astonishment. Why was Xiaoke so indifferent toward her father? "So, you are the one who saved my daughter?" Li Ruhai inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Upon hearing this, Li Ruhai signaled one of his subordinates, who promptly retrieved a bank card from his bag. "Thank you for saving my daughter. This card contains 5 million. Consider it a token of my gratitude," Li Ruhai stated. Lin Feng glanced at the bank card but did not accept it. "What's wrong? Do you find it insufficient?" Li Ruhai furrowed his brow. "Not at all. I believe such matters should not be measured in monetary terms. Once you reduce it to money, it loses its essence. Besides, my relationship with Xiaoku is quite good. If she encounters danger, it is only natural for me to help her." Lin Feng shook his head. "From what you're saying, do you have intentions towards my daughter?" Li Ruhai's eyes narrowed. Xiaoku bore the bloodline of the Li family. Given that the family was dwindling in numbers, she was the one the elder had specifically chosen to bring back. And she was certainly not someone of ordinary status who could be trifled with. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, "You are overthinking it. I merely regard Xiaoku as a sister. That is for the best. Let me clarify. My daughter is not someone you can entertain thoughts about," Li Ruhai said calmly. Lin Feng chuckled softly at this, saying with a hint of amusement, "Brother, let us not delve into whether I have any intentions toward Xiaoku. I believe it is best for elders to refrain from interfering in matters such as these. What are your thoughts?" Every individual possesses the right to pursue love, and as Xiaoku's father, your role should be to encourage her rather than to impede her. This is a quintessential example of a narrow-minded mentality. How can there be so much love in the world? You are far too young. Li Ruhai scoffed disdainfully. Li Ruhai, what nonsense are you spouting? My affairs are none of your business, and I will not permit you to insult uncle. Li Xiaoke could no longer contain herself, and exclaimed loudly. Li Ruhai seemed accustomed to his daughter's attitude towards him. He was unfazed and shook his head, saying, "Xiaoku, I spoke with your mother before coming here, and her intention is to reconcile with me. So, you are now essentially the young lady of the Li family. Apart from your brother, you are the sole heir of the younger generation of the Li family. You must understand, your father would never harm you." Li Xiaoke was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously replied, "Mother has agreed to reconcile with you?" "Indeed." Li Ruhai nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoke's emotions suddenly crumbled. "Even if mother is willing to forgive you, I shall never forgive you. You are a callous scoundrel. You are unworthy of being a father." With that, Li Xiaoke covered her face and sobbed as she ran towards the school dormitory. "I will go take care of Xiaoku," Lin Yunyao said, hastily following after her. Watching the two girls depart, Li Ruhai's expression darkened. He turned his gaze towards Lin Feng and said in a solemn tone, "I am a man of reason. You saved my daughter, for which I am immensely grateful. However, should you entertain any other foolish notions, do not blame me for turning against you. I will offer you an additional 5 million, 10 million. This sum is sufficient to purchase a residence in the heart of Jinling City. I have no interest in money, and I find your perspective rather flawed." Lin Feng shook his head and turned to leave. After Lin Feng departed, a martial artist from the Li family approached and whispered, "Second master, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson? Let him have an opportunity. if he dares to entangle himself further. Then we shall see. Li Rahai shook his head. Then, coldly, he commanded, "Investigate for me. I wish to discover who has dared to harm my daughter, and I will ensure they pay with their life." In the great hall of the Qin family, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Qin Tianzhu sat atop a pearwood chair, his countenance dark and silent. Below him stood a multitude of individuals, warriors of various ranks: Earth Realm, Mysterious Realm, and Yellow Realm, numbering at least 30 or 40. Each exuded an impressive aura, instilling a profound sense of pressure. These individuals comprised the very foundation of the Qin family, the elite among the elite. Yet at this moment, this assembly of formidable warriors bore expressions of anger and sorrow. Before them lay a lifeless corpse. It was Lin Feng. His body was stiff and pale, his face a disturbing shade of purple, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had long since congealed, presenting a most sorrowful sight. "Second uncle, I was wrong. I want to go home." Recalling his nephew's final words, Qin Tianzhu clenched his fists, his heart aching fiercely. Lin Feng had been like a son to him. Having watched him grow up, due to his dedication to martial arts, he had never fathered children of his own. Thus, in his eyes, Lin Feng was akin to his own child. Yet now, he had been the one to take Lin Feng's life. It was akin to devouring one's own offspring. This anguish was incomprehensible to anyone else. "Second master, shall we simply let this matter rest? The young master cannot die in vain. Indeed, it is a tremendous humiliation. As one of the 3 prestigious families in Jinling City, how have we endured such indignities? If this grudge is not avenged, how can the Qin family maintain its dignity in Jinling City?" A chorus of warriors spoke in cold tones. "Everyone, calm down. Even if we all attack together, we would not be a match for that heavenly realm expert." Qin Tianzhu replied icily. Upon his words, the hall fell silent. The group of warriors clenched their fists tightly, only to release them in despair, filled with a sense of powerlessness. That was a heavenly realm warrior. No matter how furious or unwilling, who among them could confront him? "Tianzhu, do we need to inform Wu Dao about this matter?" At that moment, an elder of the Qin family, Qin Kuan, who was a mid-level Earth Realm warrior, spoke solemnly. "Third uncle, the elder brother is currently breaking through to the heavenly realm. We cannot disturb him. We will address everything after he succeeds." Qin Tianzhu shook his head and replied, "Xiao Feng was killed by my own hand. I will provide an explanation to my elder brother. Furthermore, Chen Xinxiu, the legitimate son of the Yunchuanshan family, has arrived in Jinling City and is currently residing at the Jinling Grand Hotel under the arrangements of the Zhang family. This is certainly not a good sign. In summary, this is a tumultuous time. The Zhang family keeps a watchful eye on us, harboring intentions of our downfall. We must remain steadfast. Once the elder brother emerges from his retreat, it will be the time for the Qin family to regain its pride. At that point, all the humiliations we have endured will be repaid in kind." Meanwhile, within the Jinling City Martial Arts Alliance, a middle-aged man clad in black stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the bustling streets below. This man was none other than Wang Yuexian, the only known heavenly realm expert in Jinling City. Behind him stood 2 martial arts experts. One was the deputy leader, Yang Ding Tian, a mid-level Earth Realm warrior, and the other was a core member, Yuan Tiangang, a peak mysterious realm warrior. What you are suggesting is that the suddenly appearing heavenly realm expert is not only entangled with the Bloodhand Butcher, but is also indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Wang Yuexian turned to them and spoke in a calm tone. "Indeed, this individual is exceedingly arrogant, viewing human life as insignificant and disregarding everyone." Yuan Tiangang replied respectfully. The deceased was his cousin, so naturally, he seeks to disparage Lin Feng vigorously. "Leader, this person has thrown Jinling City into chaos, showing no regard even for the 3 great families. And according to our intelligence, it seems he has even intimidated the Sanko Hall." After Yang Ding Tian spoke, he shook his head, adding, "This person's origins are shrouded in mystery, as if he appeared out of thin air. With no roots or connections, his brazen actions do not bode well for Jinling City. Currently, the 3 great families in Jinling City are divided in governance, while the 4 major gangs manage the underworld. If this balance is disrupted, chaos will ensue. Wang Yueshuan's expression turned contemplative upon hearing this. After a moment, he inquired, "Have you investigated his identity?" "We have, but all we found were empty records. This individual is named Lin Feng, resides in the outskirts of Lin family village, and grew up in Jinling City. 10 years ago, he graduated from Jinling University. His parents were tragically killed by a dump truck in Yinchuan, and he has a sister who, aside from her beauty, appears to have no distinguishing features." As Yang Tian spoke, he paused before continuing. "What is puzzling is that he vanished for a decade. This period is a complete blank. I have searched every connection, but found nothing." "Vanished for 10 years. Wang Yueshuan's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. It seems that during these 10 years, he encountered a fortuitous event. Could it be that he was taken in by some sect on the mountains? "I believe that to be the case," Yang Tian responded. "This fellow is quite intriguing." Wang Yueshin pondered for a moment before stating, "Seek him out and inform him that I wish to meet him." Yang Tian hesitated for a moment and said, "But what if he refuses and is unwilling to come? Does he have the audacity to refuse?" Wang Yueshin scoffed coldly upon hearing this. Yang Tian and Yuan Tiangong's expressions grew increasingly respectful. The leader is indeed the leader. Even an ordinary heavenly realm warrior is nothing in his eyes. On the other side, Lin Feng left Jinling University and went directly to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Tomorrow marks the day of diagnosis for Bang Inua's daughter. While he is confident in his ability to treat all ailments, preparation is still necessary to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, his primary medical techniques rely on the use of the yin-yang 13 needles. So he must procure some golden needles. In fact, during his earlier training on the mountain, the old man had crafted a set of golden needles for him. This set of golden needles, after enduring countless forges by the old man, is already considered a spiritual artifact. However, driven by a deep-seated resentment towards the old man, he chose not to bring it down the mountain. As for the yin-yang 13 needles, it is an ancient acupuncture technique long lost to the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. According to the old man, it was conceived by a great sage of ancient times who, through profound understanding of the human body, developed this method. The principle primarily involves utilizing spiritual energy to stimulate 52 single points, 309 paired points, 50 extraordinary points outside the meridians, and 36 lethal points, allowing the spiritual energy to flow into the body through these acupoints, facilitating the circulation of both small and large heavenly cycles. Although the human body is intricate and mysterious, this approach simplifies the complexities, unveiling the root causes of various ailments. While the world extols the scientific rationality of Western medicine, it remains oblivious to the fact that some phenomena cannot be elucidated by science alone. Lin Feng shook his head. He entered the herbal medicine store intending to purchase a set of golden needles, only to find them unavailable. Thus, he settled for a set of silver needles instead. For most practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, golden needles are used for reinforcement, while silver needles are for dispersal. However, for Lin Feng, both serve similar purposes, differing only in their capacity to carry spiritual energy. After acquiring the silver needles, Lin Feng planned to call his sister, inviting her and Xiao Ke to dinner. Just then, his phone rang. "Lin Xiao, it's me." A respectful voice emanated from the other end. Lin Feng recognized this voice. It belonged to Tan Tianhong, the head of the Sanquo Tang. However, he was puzzled as to why Tan Tianhong was calling him at this moment, that if there's something to discuss. "Just say it." "Lin Xiao, you previously asked us to keep an eye out for the spirit exploding bombs, right? I have some news now. Are you free?" Tan Tianhong replied respectfully. "Send me the location. I'll head over now." "All right." After hanging up the phone, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Having many people involved certainly expedites matters. He didn't expect Tan Tianhong to have news about the spirit exploding bombs so swiftly. To him, spirit exploding bombs were akin to spiritual stones. More is always better. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Sanquo Tang, several corps members, including the first leader Tan Tianhong and the third leader Zhou Yunmei, were gathered together. "Big brother, what did Lin Xiao say?" Zhou Yunmei inquired. "He'll be here shortly." Tan Tianhong's gaze shifted slightly. After being subdued by Lin Feng the previous night, he sought the renowned physician Sai Huahua to examine his health. To his dismay, he discovered a mysterious energy entwined within his life force, lying dormant. Should it erupt, he would bleed from all 7 orifices and perish instantly. Subsequently, he implored Sai Huahua for assistance, only to find that even a master such as Sai Huahua was powerless to help. This only intensified his reverence for Lin Feng. Upon learning that his subordinates had gathered information regarding the spirit-exploding bombs, he promptly informed Lin Feng, "Boss, are we truly going to submit to him? If he regarded us as equals, it would be one thing. However, in his eyes, we are merely sycophants. This is an affront to my dignity." A warrior at the initial stage of the Earth realm expressed his discontent. Which is more important, dignity or life? If you wish to die, feel free to voice your grievances when he arrives, Tan Tianhong scoffed. The Earth realm warrior chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further complaints, in the presence of such a formidable figure as Lin Feng. Expressing dissatisfaction was tantamount to courting death. Though he felt disgruntled, he was not foolish. He would vent his frustrations, but would not risk his life. Big brother, should we not notify the Xianling sect? If they could assist, even if he's a heavenly realm expert, I believe he would back down. Zhou Yunmei suggested once more. No, informing the Xianling sect would only serve to offend Lin Feng. It would benefit us not in the slightest. And, as I mentioned before, the Xianling sect is far from benevolent. Tan Tianhong firmly refused. Although Zhou Yunmei appeared skeptical, she chose not to press the matter further. Just then, the door swung open with a creak, and Lin Feng stepped inside. The group was taken aback, hastily rising to their feet. "Lin Xiao, how did you arrive so quickly?" Tan Tianhong exclaimed, astonished. "That was remarkably swift. It has barely been 2 minutes since we hung up. I happened to be nearby, so I came over." Lin Feng replied casually, casting a nonchalant glance at Zhou Yunmei. Upon meeting his gaze, Zhou Yunmei quickly lowered her head. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she couldn't help but wonder if Lin Feng had overheard her earlier remarks. If that were the case, she would be in deep trouble, just as she felt utterly flustered. Lin Feng averted his gaze, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. "You mentioned you discovered news about the spirit-exploding bombs?" Lin Feng inquired. "Indeed, tonight, there will be an underground auction on the outskirts of the city. According to the information I received, spirit-exploding bombs will be auctioned there, and not just one," Tan Tianhong replied respectfully. An underground auction. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. This was akin to an auction within a martial arts community, attended by warriors from Jinling City, organized by the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. What is the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce's background? They must possess considerable influence to orchestrate such an event in the martial arts realm, correct? Lin Feng asked curiously. "I'm not entirely sure. The Baiyun Chamber of Commerce is quite enigmatic, with branches all over the country. They seem to sell everything that can be traded in the world. Some say they are backed by the state, while others claim they are supported by a super sect. In any case, opinions vary, and no one has a definitive answer. However, one thing is certain. The Baiyun Chamber of Commerce's connections run deep, and they are certainly not to be underestimated." Tan Tianhong shared all he knew. "In that case, we shall await the commencement of the auction tonight." Lin Feng paused before casually adding, "By the way, I don't have much money on hand. Only a few million. Is that sufficient?" Tan Tianhong's mouth twitched slightly. To a few million. You wouldn't even qualify to enter the auction with that amount. How could you possibly purchase a spirit-exploding bomb? Of course, he dared not voice this sentiment openly. Moreover, he was well aware that Lin Feng must possess more than just a few million. Who would believe that a heavenly realm expert would claim to have only a few million? This statement was merely a ploy to prompt him to cover the expenses. "Lin Xiao, you jest. There's no way I would let you pay for that. A mere spirit-exploding bomb costs several billion. San Quitang can certainly afford it." Tan Tianhong forced a smile. "Your words make me feel somewhat embarrassed." "Thank you." Lin Feng patted Tan Tianhong on the shoulder. "Embarrassed? I see that as precisely what you meant." The others in the room could not help but express their inner thoughts. Around 2 in the afternoon, the group drove towards the outskirts. There were 4 individuals in total, besides Lin Feng and Tan Tianhong. 2 warriors from the profound realm accompanied them. Along the way, Tan Tianhong informed Lin Feng of the auction's protocols. For instance, once inside the auction venue, it is imperative not to create disturbances, as this is strictly prohibited by the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, one must refrain from making arbitrary bids. If one wins an auction without the means to pay, the consequences would be severe. Rest assured, I tend to keep a low profile. I rarely stir up trouble. Lin Feng replied coolly that I'm merely offering a reminder. I trust that with your composed demeanor, Lin Xiao, you would never engage in any outrageous behavior. Tan Tianhong smiled slightly and continued, this auction will feature numerous valuable items. I've heard that the 3 major families, the 4 prominent gangs, and several rogue warriors from around Jinling City will be present. It promises to be quite lively. Lin Feng felt a stir of curiosity and asked, what are the 3 families and 4 gangs within Jinling City? Besides your San Kuotang, which 3 gangs are there? There are the Jia Tian gang, Long Mintang, and Feng Yun gang. How do these 3 factions compare to your San Kuotang? Tan Tianhong's expression suddenly flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly admitted, in terms of strength, we San Kuotang are undoubtedly at the bottom. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. He had assumed that San Kuotang was quite formidable, but it turned out to be the weakest among the 7 factions. Rest assured, just follow my lead, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Then I must extend my gratitude to Lin Xiao. Tan Tianhong let out a dry chuckle. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt on a yellow earth slope. Lin Xiao, the vehicle can only proceed this far. We must disembark and trek up the mountain. Tan Tianhong spoke in a low voice. Lin Feng nodded and descended the car alongside Tan Tianhong. A glance revealed that the slope had evidently been deliberately flattened, covering an area of around 40 to 50 acres. Numerous vehicles were parked atop the yellow slope, predominantly large off-road vehicles, Land Cruisers. Haval H9S, Ford F-150S, and Hummer H1S. Lin Feng even spotted a Mercedes Unimog resembling a truck. These were all formidable vehicles built for the wild, boasting incredible horsepower and torque, capable of traversing rugged terrains with ease. In addition to the vehicles, there were many individuals present, each a martial artist, moving in pairs or small groups, all heading toward the mountain. Lin Feng looked up. The mountain was not particularly high, estimated at around 200 to 300 meters. Its lush vegetation appeared thriving and verdant, lacking any discernible peculiarities. Seemingly aware of Lin Feng's curiosity, Tan Tianhong took the initiative to explain, due to the secretive nature of such auctions, the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce has established a large venue within this mountain, cleverly concealed from external view. He continued, moreover, to participate in this auction, one must possess certain qualifications. Typically, the heads of the Baiyun Chamber extend invitations to various factions a month in advance. Upon hearing Tan Tianhong's words, Lin Feng's intrigue towards the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce deepened. Just then, a mocking voice emanated from behind. Oh, Ison T, this Tan Hall master? What wine brings you here today? Tan Tianhong turned to glance back, and his expression soured upon seeing the speaker. Lin Feng followed suit, observing 8 individuals approaching their direction. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, whose martial prowess was on par with Tan Tianhong's. Both belonging to the late stage of the Earth realm. However, it was not the middle-aged man who had spoken, but rather a 30-something youth beside him. This young man wore black attire and bore an arrogant countenance, exuding an air of invincibility. Simultaneously, the myriad martial artists passing by halted to whisper among themselves. ISNT, that Chung Yun from the Feng Yun gang. Among the 4 great gangs of Jinling, the Senko Hall is at the bottom, with only Tan Tianhong as a late-stage Earth realm martial artist, while both leaders of the Feng Yun gang, Chung Feng and Chung Yun, are also late-stage Earth realm practitioners. Rumor had it that Tan Tianhong and Chung Yun were at odds, and seeing them together confirmed such suspicions. The young man, Chung Kun, was only 34, yet had already reached the pinnacle of the profound realm, with the potential to ascend to the heavenly realm in the future. TSK, for Chung Kun, a junior, to actively provoke Tan Tianhong. It must be under Chung Yun's instigation. Tan Tianhong's reputation is at stake. Junior, have you ever encountered Junior at the pinnacle of the profound realm? I heard Qing Kuan can fight above his level and has defeated an early-stage Earth Realm expert before. Hiss, so formidable. No wonder he is so arrogant. Before long, Cheng Yun and his entourage reached Tan Tianhong. Sporting a playful expression, Cheng Yun, what do you mean by this? Tan Tianhong asked coldly. I mean nothing. It is merely that my cousin has always admired Home Master Tan's esteemed reputation. Upon seeing you, he could not help but greet you. Cheng Yun replied with a slight smile. Cheng Kuan, towering at nearly 2 meters, tilted his head slightly, his nostrils flaring as he mockingly addressed Tan Tianhong. I have heard that Home Master Tan is quite petty. Seeing you today, it appears to be true. A mere greeting from this junior can rile you up. The Sanko Hall has indeed fallen into decline. Perhaps it will be better to merge with my Fengyin gang. Tan Tianhong's eyes narrowed at these words. Just then, a pinnacle profound realm martial artist standing behind Tan Tianhong let out a cold snort. Truly, a dog cannot spit out ivory. If you recognize yourself as a junior, then you ought to possess the awareness of one. Is there a place for you to act so brazenly before our home master? Who are you? Cheng Kuan's smile gradually faded. I am Kai Wan, the first steward of Sanko Hall. What do you wish to do? Kai Wan retorted with a cold laugh. Cheng Kuan, also at the pinnacle of the profound realm, felt no fear that I wish to deal with you. Cheng Kuan replied, smirking, and launched an assault on Kai Wan with a powerful punch. Kai Wan's expression shifted, and he quickly countered. Bang! Boom! The two pinnacle profound realm martial artists clashed fiercely, exchanging blows that left those present in a daze. It was truly a case of enemies meeting, and the confrontation escalated rapidly. Is this your first time attending the auction? In previous years, the Sanko Hall has often been ambushed by members of the Fengyin gang here. And this year is no exception. If the Fengyin gang seeks to humiliate the Sanko Hall, this is the only place they can act, for once inside the auction house, the buy-in chamber will be present. And who would dare to cause trouble? Yet, the question lingered. Who would emerge victorious? Although Kai Wan was also at the pinnacle of the profound realm, he was undoubtedly no match for Cheng Kuan, who was already half a foot into the earth realm. At that moment, Cheng Kuan sneered, Trash, do you think you can stop me? After dodging Kai Wan's punch, he unleashed a vicious sidekick that struck Kai Wan's waist. Crack! Kai Wan let out a pained cry. His body sent flying several meters. He struggled on the ground, attempting to rise, but after several attempts, he failed miserably. On. Witnessing this, Tan Tianhong's expression shifted. With a leap, he reached Kai Wan's side and examined him closely, only to discover that Kai Wan's vertebrae had been completely shattered. In other words, Kai Wan was now crippled and would likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Cheng Kuan, how ruthless! Tan Tianhong turned sharply, his voice laced with fury and murderous intent. Cheng Kuan felt a pang of fear and instinctively took a step back. Although he was arrogant, he was aware that he was certainly no match for Tan Tianhong, a late-stage Earth Realm expert. At that moment, Cheng Yun stepped forward and casually remarked, Tianhong Master, do you intend to intervene in a conflict between juniors? If one is inferior in skill, they can only blame themselves for being worthless. Do not blame others. Grind. Tan Tianhong clenched his fists tightly, his expression darkening to an extreme. However, he could not strike back. Doing so would provide Cheng Yun with an excuse to retaliate, escalating the matter beyond a mere skirmish. If the Sanko Hall could contend against the Fengyin gang, it would be one thing, but the unfortunate reality was that they were indeed outmatched. Hall Master, I am deeply sorry. On has brought you shame. Kai Wan trembled as he spoke, realizing his fate that is I who has wronged you. Tan Tianhong's gaze reddened as he looked at On. On had been among the first to follow him in his endeavors, and now he lay in such a state. Hall Master, I shall avenge On. At that moment, another pinnacle profound realm martial artist from the Sanko Hall clenched his fists, his voice cold. No. Tan Tianhong shook his head, gradually regaining his composure. You are not as strong as On. It would not be appropriate for you to intervene. Tian Bin's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his fists clenched in frustration at his own helplessness. I implore you, can we refrain from such a tragic display? Lin Feng approached calmly. He was not one to welcome trouble. However, given that the Sanko Hall was, after all, his subordinate, he could not turn a blind eye. I will examine his injuries, Lin Feng stated. Lin Xiao, you understand medicine? Tan Tianhong asked, somewhat astonished, to a certain extent. Lin Feng squatted down, placing his hand on Kai Wen's waist, instantly discerning the extent of the injuries. The vertebrae were shattered, and several internal organs had shifted. It could be said that 99% of physicians would find themselves powerless in such a situation. However, for Lin Feng, it was of little consequence. You are fortunate. Just recently, I purchased a set of silver needles. Bear with it. I shall assist you in realigning your bones. Lin Feng produced the silver needles and, without waiting for Kai Wen's response, swiftly began his work. Kai Wen immediately broke into a cold sweat from the pain, feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at his veins. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding martial artists displayed expressions of curiosity. Who is this young man in white? He appears unfamiliar. Such pretentiousness. My kick must have shattered his spine. Even the legendary Hua Tuo would be of no use here. Chang Kun wore a face of disdain. At that moment, a Mercedes GLS 450 sped into view. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the front passenger door swung open, and Jiang Junlin stepped out, smiling at the person in the back seat. In awe. Rest assured, physician Yao Yun has almost discerned the cause of Xiao Lianlian's ailment. We just need one more medicinal catalyst to cure her completely. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus from this auction happens to be that catalyst. No matter the cost, I shall secure it for you. Thank you, Jiang Junlin. Chen Inor replied as she exited the vehicle, nodding slightly. Yet Lin Feng's image suddenly flashed in her mind. She had previously stated that if Lin Feng could heal her daughter's illness, she would forgive him and grant him a chance. But now, that seemed utterly impossible. For not long ago, the renowned physician Yao Yun from the Medicine King Valley arrived in Jinling City. After diagnosing Xiao Lianlian, he immediately identified the cause of her illness and provided a solution. This time, she accompanied Jiang Junlin to the auction precisely because it featured a medicinal catalyst from Yao Yun's prescription. She had promised that if Jiang Junlin could save her daughter, she would marry him. Yet, now that they had reached this juncture, she felt a sense of reluctance. She knew she had no genuine affection for Jiang Junlin. But for her daughter's sake, she had no other choice. Xiao Yao, you must truly thank Junlin for this. He has indeed done a great deal for you. That physician Yao Yun hails from the Medicine King Valley and is not someone just anyone can invite. At that moment, another figure emerged from the car. Chen Yinua's elder brother, the peak martial artist Chun Qianxiu. Chen Yinua nodded but remained silent. Brother Qianxiu, this is all I ought to do. You needn't flatter me. Jiang Junlin smiled slightly. I am not flattering you. You are indeed exceptional, no less than your sister. The Jiang family is fortunate to have both of you. If I am not mistaken, you just broke through to the initial stage of the Earth realm last night. Correct? Chun Qianxiu inquired. Jiang Junlin's expression shifted slightly, and he cast a wary glance at Chen Qianxiu. Truly, he was the foremost of the younger generation from the Yun Chuanchen family. He had not disclosed his breakthrough to anyone. Yet Chun Qianxiu discerned it at a glance. Indeed, by a stroke of luck, I achieved the breakthrough last night. Jiang Junlin replied with a smile that in the realm of martial arts, we cannot attribute it to mere luck. Your ability to break through at such a young age is a testament to your strength. Chen Qianxiu shook his head. Hearing their conversation, Chen Yinua was taken aback, although she lacked martial talent. She understood the significance of Jiang Junlin's breakthrough to the Earth realm. After all, he was only 30 years old. With this breakthrough, he would almost certainly step into the celestial realm in the future. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Junlin noticed the astonishment in Chen Yinua's eyes and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at that moment. He noticed a crowd gathering nearby and expressed his surprise. What are these people doing here instead of going up the mountain? Let us go take a look. Chun Qianxiu strode forward. Soon, the three arrived at the scene and beheld Lin Feng treating Kai Wen. It's him, Chun Qianxiu exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Yinua bit her lip. Her clear eyes silently fixed on Lin Feng, her heart in turmoil. She never expected to encounter Lin Feng here. If Lin Feng were to learn that Xiao Lianlian could indeed be cured, he would likely be displeased. Yet if he were to discover that Xiao Lianlian was actually his daughter, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with emotion. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Chen Yinua felt increasingly disoriented. What on earth is that scoundrel Situ Hao up to? Did he not promise me he would find someone to eliminate Lin Feng? Jiang Junlin's expression was impassive, but his heart boiled with frustration. The previous day, he had specifically called Situ Hao, the second leader of the San Kotong, who had assured him he would eliminate Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng not only remained unharmed, but appeared quite prosperous. At that moment, he noticed Tan Tianhong standing beside Lin Feng, his expression shifting slightly. How could the first leader be with Lin Feng? Could it be? Jiang Junlin stepped aside to call Situ Hao, only to find that the call could not be connected. It seemed something had gone awry. What a useless fool. Jiang Junlin gripped his phone. His demeanor, I see why. In his view, it was clear that Situ Hao's petty maneuvers had been uncovered by Tan Tianhong. Thus, Tan Tianhong must have eliminated Situ Hao while simultaneously rescuing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in gratitude, then became Tan Tianhong's subordinate, quite the sycophant. Yet even Tan Tianhong was insignificant in my eyes. If I wish for your demise, you shall perish, Jiang Junlin coldly contemplated. Meanwhile, after inquiring from those nearby, Chen Qinshu and Chen Ying learned of the events that had just transpired. They were astonished to discover that Lin Feng possessed medical skills. Brother, why not lend him a hand later? After all, Lin Feng is also Xiao Lianlian's biological father, Chen Qinshu remarked with interest. Chen Yinhua gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with concern. Sister, remember this, Xiao Lianlian's biological father is already dead. Once you marry Junlin, he will become her father, Chen Qinshu cautioned, then coldly added, Lin Feng has wronged you for 10 years, leaving you in a state of despair. I have refrained from eliminating him, which is already a show of leniency. Do you expect me to assist him against the Feng Yun gang? Absolutely not. Thus, approximately 3 minutes passed. Lin Feng withdrew the silver needles, stood up, and calmly stated, all done. Just avoid any strenuous activities for a week. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. This was no trivial ailment. It was a case of a shattered spine. He simply inserted a few needles. And after just a few minutes, he had cured it. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, I usually refrain from laughing, but this time I just can't help it. If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. You expect us to believe that in just a few minutes you've mended a shattered spine and that recovery will occur within 7 days? Do you think you're a deity? As the saying goes, 100 days to heal a broken muscle or bone, let alone the fact that Kai, when spine was utterly pulverized, it was simply impossible to heal. This brat knows how to put on a show, yet in reality, he is merely a decorative pillow. Just now, he managed to fool us. Are all the members of the San Kotong merely pretentious fools? At this moment, Chung Kuan also wore a disdainful expression. Kuan, I think you should spare him a little dignity. After all, one should not strike a person in the face, Chung Yun, standing nearby, said with a smile. That's true. Leader Tan is an esteemed elder. He deserves some respect. Chung Kuan pretended to nod in agreement, then deliberately addressed Tan Tianhong, saying, Leader Tan, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I, Chung Kuan, extend my apologies to you. It was primarily due to my ignorance of how incompetent the San Kotong members are. With the conclusion of their banter, the crowd erupted in laughter. One cannot deny that the Feng Yun gang certainly excels in belittling others. Their words effectively shoved the San Kotong's reputation into the dirt. Among the crowd, Chen Qinshu shook his head, a pulverized spine. Even the divine physician Yao Yun from the Medicine King Valley would require considerable effort to mend. To claim it could be healed in a few minutes is simply absurd. Thus, it is evident that Lin Feng lacks any merit, with a personality steeped in pretense. Sister, do you truly think such a person is worth my assistance? Worth your lingering affection? Chen Qinshu remarked coolly. Chen Yinhua fell silent, refraining from further comment. A useless individual remains useless. No amount of pretense can change that. Jiang Junlin merely scoffed, deeming Lin Feng's actions to be utterly foolish. Upon hearing the derisive laughter surrounding him, Tan Tianhong clenched his fists, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from saying much, for even he himself could not believe that Lin Feng could heal a catastrophic fracture in merely 3 minutes. Such a notion was preposterous. Lin Feng was a human, not a deity, and as a human, he must adhere to reason. Lin Xiao, am I truly healed? In stark contrast to the reactions of the crowd. Kaiwan harbored a semblance of belief. After enduring the initial excruciating pain, he realized that he indeed felt fine now. There was no trace of discomfort in his waist. It appeared he was genuinely healed. You may rise and test it, Lin Feng replied with an air of indifference. Even as the throng erupted in laughter and mockery, he remained unperturbed. To him, this group was nothing more than mere ants. An assemblage of ants buzzing in one's ear may provoke a casual stomp, but one would never stoop to engage them in a verbal spat. In truth, with his abilities, he could have restored Kaiwan to full health on the spot. However, such an act would waste considerable spiritual energy, a step he deemed unnecessary. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kaiwan braced himself with his hands and cautiously stood up. In the next moment, he effortlessly rose to his feet. I am truly healed. I feel no pain at all. Kaiwan was astounded. He then jumped on the spot once more. Still no pain. There was hardly any difference from before. In fact, a gentle flow coursed through his abdomen, creating a sensation that was both itchy and pleasant. Overcome with joy, Kaiwan knelt on one knee, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, your medical prowess is extraordinary. Thank you. Given the severity of his previous injuries, had it not been for Lin Feng, he might very well have spent the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. Thus, Lin Feng had bestowed upon him a second chance at life. Just do well by me, Lin Feng replied dismissively. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to command me, Kaiwan said respectfully. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere in the venue fell into an abrupt silence. All present gaped in astonishment. Cheng Yun and Cheng Kuan's mocking expressions gradually stiffened. Chen Qinshu looked on in disbelief, clearly puzzled. Jiang Junlin maintained a stoic demeanor, yet his fists tightened, betraying his inner turmoil. Conversely, Chen Hua appeared quite pleased, remarking, Brother, did you see that? Lin Feng is indeed a capable individual. Mastery of medicine is merely a bonus. A man must possess formidable strength to protect those around him. Chen Qinshu replied coolly. Chen Yinhua pouted, falling silent. She understood her brother meant well. After all, Lin Feng had indeed caused her much suffering in the past, so it was only natural for her brother to harbor animosity towards him. Thank you once again, Lin Xiao. Tan Tianhong suppressed his inner shock, his expression filled with gratitude. He had thought he had regarded Lin Feng highly enough, yet he had not anticipated that he had underestimated him. Lin Feng was a man who concealed his abilities, yet each time he shattered Tan Tianhong's perceptions. This man was unfathomable. Until the very last moment, one could never truly discern the extent of his capabilities. He seemed omnipotent, an entity of boundless prowess. It was genuinely terrifying. At that moment, bang, Cheng Kuan stomped his foot forcefully upon the ground, creating a fissure a centimeter wide beneath his feet. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to him, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude. They had momentarily forgotten. Yes, your medical skills are indeed impressive, but what of it? The martial world reveres strength above all. While you may heal once, others can strike you down a second time, until you are utterly incapacitated. Presently, it was evident that Cheng Kuan of the Fengyun gang was displeased. Kuan, what are you doing? Cheng Yun inquired deliberately. Nothing, merely disliking some despicable cur who pretends to be superior in my presence. Cheng Kuan sneered repeatedly. Cheng Kuan, what do you mean by that? Kaiwan's expression shifted, preparing to rebuke, only to see Lin Feng suddenly stride forth. He approached Cheng Kuan directly, calmly questioning, do you believe yourself to be formidable? Bang! Lin Feng seized Cheng Kuan by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The immense force caused Cheng Kuan's complexion to turn an alarming shade of purple, his legs flailing in the air like a helpless chick. Cheng Kuan struggled violently, roaring in futile anger, attempting to break free, but it was utterly in vain. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. While they could somewhat accept that Lin Feng had just healed Kaiwan, they could not fathom how he could so easily grasp Cheng Kuan by the neck. Cheng Kuan was a paragon of the martial world in Jinling City, though he stood at the pinnacle of the Xian realm. He could contend with even ordinary practitioners at the initial stage of the Earth realm. How could such an entity be rendered powerless before Lin Feng? Insect-like beings are but a single blow away from collapse. Lin Feng remarked apathetically, exerting a slight pressure with his right hand. Crack! Chung Kuen's neck snapped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his body went limp. Wow! The venue erupted into chaos. Just then, Kuener! Chung Yun bellowed in despair. He could scarcely believe that Lin Feng could be so ruthless, so unhesitating in ending his own kin's life. You scoundrel! I will have your life! Chung Yun roared, launching himself at Lin Feng with a powerful kick, seeking vengeance for Chung Kuen. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle, casually tossing Chung Kuen's corpse in Chung Yun's direction. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Chung Yun collided with Chung Kuen's lifeless body. They were both sent hurtling into a nearby Hummer, toppling it over multiple times. The Fengyun gang shall be obliterated. Lin Feng's expression remained impassive as he swiftly approached Chung Yun, who was already gravely injured. Lifting him effortlessly, just as he was preparing to deliver a fatal blow, an individual leaped down from the mountain, coldly commanding, "Stop right there." The crowd returned to their senses, shifting their gazes to the newcomer, gasping in shock upon recognizing them as an executive from the Baiyun Commerce Association. In that instant, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. The crowd's pupils contracted, their hearts in turmoil. They had never anticipated that. At such a critical juncture, a representative from the Baiyun Commerce Association would personally descend from the mountain. What did this signify? It indicated that from a moment the conflict between the Fengyun gang and the San Kotong began. The Baiyun Commerce Association had already taken notice, yet they had chosen to remain uninvolved. After all, this was the foothill, not the auction venue. Moreover, minor skirmishes between two major factions were considered normal. However, once lives were at stake, the implications were entirely different. It must be understood that all attendees of the auction were invited by the Baiyun Commerce Association. Holding their invitation, the guest invited by the Baiyun Commerce Association at their doorstep was tantamount to slapping them in the face. Clearly, the Fengyun gang was acutely aware of this truth. Thus, Chung Kuen's brazen cruelty was merely aimed at incapacitating Kaiwan, not to kill him. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Feng, a person who disregarded all decorum, had appeared. With this thought, the crowd looked at Lin Feng with a glimmer of pity in their eyes. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng's earlier display of strength had astonished them. He had effortlessly killed Chung Kuen and decisively subdued Chung Yun. Yet what of it? Could he possibly rival the might of the vast Baiyun Commerce Association? Although the Baiyun Commerce Association's branch in Jinling City had remained low profile, no one doubted the presence of formidable experts within its ranks. How laughable, such a mindless fool. With a modicum of strength, he forgets his very name. How dare he commit murder at the gates of the Baiyun Commerce Association? Jiang Junlin thought, reveling in schadenfreude. Chen Qinshu turned to his sister, saying, "Sister, I can retract my earlier statement. Lin Feng possesses some degree of skill. Alas, it seems his judgment may be somewhat lacking. Perhaps Lin Feng can avert the crisis." Chen Yinua whispered. Chen Qinshu burst into laughter at her words, replying, "Sister, your lack of martial talent has kept you away from the world of martial arts, so you may be unaware of certain matters. The Baiyun Commerce Association is not to be trifled with. Even our Chun family treads lightly around them." Chen bit her red lips upon hearing this, casting a glance around the arena, her eyes unmistakably betraying a hint of concern. Moments later, a steward from the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce approached the assembly, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe. His gaze was piercing, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. Though his cultivation was merely at the early stage of the Earth realm, he was not a top-tier powerhouse. Yet he instilled an inexplicable sense of oppression among those present. At that moment, Huang Feilong's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. How many years had it been? How many years since anyone dared to act recklessly before the gates of the chamber? The last time someone had the audacity to commit murder at their doorstep was 2 decades ago. 2 decades prior. A peak Earth realm martial artist had abused his power, only to be decisively slain by formidable forces within the chamber. Even the grass atop his grave had been mowed several times over. Do you not understand the rules of the Baiyun Chamber? Huang Feilong approached Lin Feng, standing merely a meter away, and spoke coldly. Quickly release Chang Yun. Lin Feng casually snapped Chang Yun's neck and tossed the lifeless body onto the ground, responding nonchalantly. What rules? I truly have no knowledge of them. Perhaps you might enlighten me. Gasps filled the air as the assembled crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They felt completely stunned. Could this possibly be a dream? The steward of the Baiyun chamber had arrived, yet Lin Feng dared to take a life? His tone was so indifferent and relaxed, as if he held Huang Failong in utter disregard. Did he not know how to write the word death? Tan Tianhong felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His mind blank. He understood Lin Feng's character. Domineering, ruthless, treating human life as insignificant. Yet he never imagined Lin Feng had become so audacious. How could this be? When he had come here, he had specifically advised Lin Xiao to exercise caution. Lin Xiao had agreed, claiming he would generally avoid trouble. And now, what was this? How could they possibly salvage the situation? Tan Tianhong stood frozen, his mind in a daze. Good, excellent, truly excellent. It has been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant young man. Huang Failong, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly, repeating the word excellent thrice. Now you have witnessed it. Lin Feng lazily lifted his eyelids. Tan Tianhong swallowed hard and hastily interjected. No, it is not like that, Steward Huang. You can see that Cheng Yun provoked us. We are merely responding. Tan Tianhong, it is not your place to speak. Huang Failong coldly interrupted him. Hearing this, Tan Tianhong's expression shifted slightly, but he dared not retort. He quickly moved closer to Lin Feng, his voice tinged with anxiety. Lin Xiao, I recognize your strength, but the Baiyun chamber is truly formidable. We cannot afford to provoke them. You are mistaken. Lin Feng raised his eyelids, directing his gaze at Huang Failong, and replied coolly, It is you who cannot afford to provoke me, not the other way around. The Baiyun chamber, in my eyes, is but a collection of insignificant entities. Easily crushed upon uttering these words, an uproar ensued. The crowd was thrown into chaos. Tan Tianhong trembled, his lips quivering but unable to articulate a single word. Huang Failong's face turned ashen, his body radiating a palpable malice. Just then, Lin Feng continued, I'm a man of reason. Since you have mentioned your rules, I too must share mine with you. Huang Failong's expression shifted at Lin Feng's words. He was about to reply when he realized Lin Feng's hand was already reaching towards him. The speed was astonishing. By the time he reacted, Lin Feng had seized his neck and lifted him off the ground. What do you intend to do? Release me at once. Huang Failong's face flushed red as he struggled to speak. Feeling both terrified and incredulous, who would have thought Lin Feng would dare to lay hands on him? What audacity! What are rules? In my view, strength is the only rule, Lin Feng stated indifferently. Then, before the astonished gazes of the crowd, he twisted Huang Failong's neck with a swift motion. Crack! Huang Failong's neck snapped audibly, his eyes dimming as if he were a lifeless dog, discarded by Lin Feng onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, all expressions on the faces of the onlookers vanished, leaving only a dazed silence. Even Jiang Junling, Chun Qinshu, and Chen Yinua appeared utterly lost. As for Tan Tianhong, Kai Wan, and Tian Bin, they were rendered weak-kneed, nearly collapsing to the ground. That it is over, truly over. Does Lin Xiao possess no sense of fear? He has killed not only a member of the Fengyun gang, but even the steward of the Baiyun chamber. Moreover, he executed the deed so decisively, without affording the other party a chance to plead for mercy. Just like that, he killed. In that moment, the arena was engulfed in a deathly silence. No one could maintain their composure. Nor did anyone dare to utter a word, all rendered mute, as if frozen in fear. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. The sound was barely perceptible, yet it carried a unique rhythm, striking the hearts of those present and nearly suffocating them. A master. This was undoubtedly an unimaginable superlative master. The crowd trembled, following the footsteps to discover an elderly man leisurely approaching. No, it was not leisurely. It merely appeared so. In reality, the old man moved swiftly, covering several meters with each step, creating an illusion of shrinking space. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply. A celestial realm expert. Without question, this was a celestial realm powerhouse from the Baiyun chamber. Having witnessed Huang Feilong's demise from afar, he had rushed over. The old man's hair was grizzled, his posture slightly hunched, giving him a frail appearance. Yet his eyes shone with astonishing brightness, as if a flame were blazing within his pupils. Lin Feng observed the elder with keen interest. This is intriguing. Indeed, the divide between the celestial and earth realms is a significant one. He could immediately discern that the elder's inner strength was beginning to transform into spiritual energy. Although the transformation was minimal, roughly 1/3, it was already remarkable for a martial artist. Thus, a celestial realm martial artist at the initial stage is equivalent to a first-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Lin Feng pondered. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. Further verification would be necessary. Young man, which sect do you hail from? The elder entered the arena without launching an immediate attack, instead inquiring with a voice steeped in age, instantly awakening the crowd. In an instant, expressions of uncertainty filled the faces of the onlookers. Indeed, they had only been preoccupied with the shock of Lin Feng's arrogance, failing to consider that he might possess a terrifying background. Furthermore, this background could rival that of the Baiyun chamber. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful at such a young age? Having slain Qingyun of the Fengyun gang, Lin Feng must at least be at the peak of the earth realm, if not on the brink of entering the celestial realm. This could undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy among prodigies. Sister, what exactly is Lin Feng's origin? Chun Qianchu's expression noticeably turned grave from Lin Feng's recent displays. He could sense the formidable strength he possessed. He was not far behind himself. After all, he was the legitimate son of the Chun family, at the peak of the earth realm. His combat prowess ranked him among the absolute leaders of the younger generation in the entire Yunchuan region. I do not know, Chun replied, somewhat bewildered, yet her heart brimmed with joy. She recalled that Lin Feng had been missing for a decade. Could it be that he had truly been taken in as a disciple by a powerful sect? You have been with him for 7 years, and you know nothing of his background? I genuinely do not know. In my recollection, he was just an ordinary person. Chen Qianchu fell silent, gazing at Lin Feng, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Jiang Junling's countenance darkened. He had only just broken through to the early stage of the earth realm the night prior and was reveling in his achievement. Now, he was informed that Lin Feng had already reached the peak of the earth realm and possessed a formidable background. Moreover, he noticed Chun Qianchu's increasingly cordial gaze, clearly shifting his opinion of Lin Feng. This was not a favorable development. In terms of strength, the Jiang family was vastly inferior to the Chun family. The reason the Qin family was willing to marry Chun Yinhua to him was twofold. Firstly, due to her tarnished reputation as an unwed mother, and secondly, because he himself was quite exceptional with a powerful sister who had joined the mountain sect. If the Chun family discovered that Lin Feng was not inferior to him, they would undoubtedly lean towards marrying Chun Yinhua to Lin Feng, considering their little romance. He understood all too well that among prominent families, it was all about interests. Any notions of love or friendship were mere fabrications. However, soon, Jiang Junlin's demeanor softened once again. Due to Xiao Lianlian's illness, only the physician Yin Yuan, whom he had summoned, could cure her. Naturally, Chun Yinhua, a person who cherished her daughter dearly, would not neglect her daughter's well-being. Thus, Chun Yinhua still had to marry him. However, given the circumstances, it would be wise to keep a distance from Lin Feng in the future. There was no need to provoke him. Meanwhile, after pondering for a moment, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly, "You think too much. I am merely an individual without any formidable backing. Without any backing, do you dare to kill members of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce?" the young man retorted. "I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. Do not mistake me for a fool." The elder from the heavenly realm narrowed his eyes at a pressure characteristic of a powerful being emanated from his body, pressing down towards Lin Feng as if to intimidate him. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. Was this pressure meant to be humorous? He merely lifted his eyelids and glanced at the elder from the heavenly realm. Buzz! The elder instantly felt as if his heart had been violently struck by something, His head buzzed, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. "Why you are?" The elder from the heavenly realm gazed at Lin Feng in horror. Just a single glance. Merely a single glance. Not only had it shattered his imposing aura, but had nearly crushed his heart. Such power was simply unfathomable. At that moment, he even began to doubt whether Lin Feng was a being beyond the heavenly realm. But how could that be possible? What the elder did not realize was that Lin Feng had only exerted a millionth of his pressure. He had no intention of killing the elder. Although Lin Feng was formidable, he was not a mindless killer who would slay anyone he encountered. The only reason he had dispatched Huang Feilong was that Huang Feilong's arrogance had irritated him. In contrast, this elder displayed considerable grace. He was evidently a cautious individual who understood when to advance and retreat. Rather than launching a mindless attack, he chose to inquire about Lin Feng's capabilities first. Lin Feng did not resent the elder's approach. This behavior indicated that the elder was a wise man. Dealing with intelligent individuals was always a pleasure. Thus, in Lin Feng's eyes, retaining someone like the elder was far more beneficial than eliminating him. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, the elder from the heavenly realm took a step forward. His expression considerably softened, and said, "This young friend is indeed a remarkable individual. I must admit my earlier rudeness." Hearing the elder's words, Lin Feng replied coolly, "Now that you are aware of your disrespect, you ought to be more cautious in the future. Otherwise, one might truly find themselves at death's door." The elder was taken aback by Lin Feng's words. And a wry smile crept onto his face that he never imagined that one day he would be schooled by a younger generation. What faction did this youth belong to? Truly audacious. He had been rendered speechless. "I am enlightened." The elder from the heavenly realm nodded slightly, unperturbed, for this was the rule of the martial world. As long as one possessed strength, they could act as they pleased. "I am Feng Hai, the third elder of the Jinling branch of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. May I ask for your esteemed surname, young friend?" The elder inquired with a smile. "Lin Feng." Lin Feng replied indifferently, "Young Master Lin. The earlier incident was a lapse on our chamber's part, and to express my apologies, I can arrange a private booth for you. What do you think? That would be acceptable. Then please follow me." Feng Hai sighed in relief and turned to ascend the mountain that he realized that conversing with Lin Feng invoked a peculiar sense of pressure, an experience he had never encountered before. As Lin Feng was about to follow, he noticed Tan Tianhong and the other two looking bewildered, and he frowned. "What are you three dawdling for? Hurry up." "All right." Tan Tianhong, Kai Wan, and Tian Bin snapped back to reality, suppressing their astonishment, and quickly nodded to follow. As the group departed, the previously quiet scene erupted into a cacophony. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. "What? Am I dreaming? This Lin Feng killed a steward of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce, and yet he faces no repercussions. Did you not notice? Elder Feng of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce came in with great fervor, but suddenly changed his attitude. He must have realized Lin Feng's identity. In my view, Lin Feng's background should not be underestimated. He likely hails from a significant sect atop the mountain. Even the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce must tread carefully around this sect. No wonder he is so arrogant. I knew it. At such a young age. He is already at the peak of the earth realm. How could he be an ordinary individual? You fools just mock someone who is clearly formidable. Sigh, I envy the San Ko Tong. They have made the acquaintance of such a significant figure. They are bound to soar to great heights. Did you not notice how handsome Lin Feng is? His nose is quite prominent. One can see that, upon hearing the surrounding chatter, Jiang Junlin clenched his fists. Feeling a tumult of emotions within, that he understood that he could no longer provoke Lin Feng. Otherwise, it could bring calamity upon the Jiang family. It was truly disheartening. Why? When he was merely an insignificant ant. Had he suddenly become someone he could not contend with? Jiang Junlin's expression darkened. I could see that moment. Qin Xinshu suddenly spoke. "Sister, there are still a few hours until the auction begins. Why don't you accompany me to pay a visit to Lin Feng?" Ah, Qin Nuo was taken aback. She knew her brother harbored a strong dislike for Lin Feng. I take back everything I said. This Lin Feng is no ordinary person, able to command respect from the elders of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. I believe it is necessary for us to engage with him. It would benefit the development of our Chun family. Chen Qinshu's gaze shifted slightly. All right. Chen Inua feigned indifference and nodded, though her heart was filled with anxiety. You can go, but I will not accompany you, Jiang Junlin interjected sternly. I never intended to invite you. Chen Qinshu replied calmly, glancing at Jiang Junlin. A flicker of coldness crossed Jiang Junlin's eyes, yet he remained silent. At that moment, a domestically produced off-road vehicle, the Tank 700, rolled up nearby. The Li family had arrived. Li Rahai, accompanied by several Xianjing martial artists, stepped out of the vehicle and was met with a group of people animatedly discussing something, causing him to pause in confusion. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain in such high spirits? What are they chatting about so happily? Li Rahai found an old acquaintance and smiled as he inquired. It is like this. The old friend recounted the recent events in detail. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Li Ruhai's eyes, a mysterious young man who even the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce yielded to. He appeared to be in his 20s, yet had already reached the peak of the Earth realm. This was indeed impressive. His background must exceed his wildest imagination, now that the Li family was in decline. If he could forge a connection with this significant figure, it would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits. Moreover, his daughter Xiaoke was of age and quite beautiful. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to arrange a match. With this thought, Li Rahai made up his mind to pay a visit to this mysterious young man. It was beneficial to at least become familiar. In fact, not only Li Rahai and Chen Qinshu, but the leaders of other factions present also harbored similar intentions. The powerful factions and prominent families sought to advance by continually befriending those who could assist them, especially those in higher echelons. Often, a single word from a significant figure could propel their faction to new heights. Indeed, many attendees at the auction were there for this very purpose. On another note, under Feng Hai's guidance, Lin Feng and his companions entered the interior of the auction house. The entire venue was built within a massive mountain. After descending several meters in an elevator, they arrived at the auction hall. The hall had 2 levels. The upper level featured a cantilevered terrace made of reinforced concrete, with numerous booths constructed upon it, their exteriors adorned with one-way glass. This type of glass allowed those inside the booths to see the outside scenery, while concealing their activities from the outside world. Below the cantilevered terrace were neatly arranged genuine leather sponge seats, facing a display stage that spanned an area of 30 to 40 square meters. At that moment, the hall was already bustling with numerous attendees. The gathering comprised the esteemed figures of Jinling City and its vicinity. Clusters of 2 or 3 engaged in spirited conversations, forging connections and relishing the lively atmosphere as they passed through the bustling hall. Feng Hai led Lin Feng and the others directly to a private room on the 2nd floor. This spacious suite, exceeding 100 square meters, was adorned with an array of opulent items, offering a splendid view of the entire auction venue. A truly magnificent sight. Is this the Tianziho suite? Tan Tianhong remarked, unable to restrain his admiration upon glancing at the lavish interior. Despite having attended numerous auctions, he had only ever been assigned to standard rooms. The thought of a Tianziho suite was beyond his wildest dreams. To his knowledge, only individuals of immense stature, like the esteemed masters from the mountaintop sects or the formidable practitioners of the celestial realm, were granted access here. Indeed, there are 3 Tianziho suites in total, and the other 2 have already been reserved. Fortunately, one remains available. Otherwise, I would have struggled to make arrangements. Feng Hai smiled faintly. Tan Tianhong nodded in response. But internally, a tempest of emotions surged. He recognized that all of this was due to Lin Feng. Otherwise, Feng Hai would never have engaged him in conversation, let alone provide such explanations. A sudden sense of pride welled within him, as if being Lin Xiao's lackey wasn't such a bad deal after all. Ugh, how pathetic of me. Tan Tianhong shook his head, hastily dismissing the thought. Lin Xiao, the auction commences at 7 this evening. You all should take a moment to rest and enjoy some refreshments. I have matters to attend to, so I won't intrude any longer, Feng Hai stated, casting a warm glance at Lin Feng. Wait a moment. I have a few inquiries for you, Lin Feng interjected. Feng Hai's expression momentarily faltered, but he soon nodded. Feel free to ask. What level do you currently belong to within the celestial realm? Lin Feng inquired. Feng Hai did not ponder the question for long. I in the martial world. Unless one actively revealed their full aura, it was usually challenging for others to discern their true capabilities. I am but an unworthy individual, currently at the third level of the acquired realm. Feng Hai replied. The third level of the acquired realm? Isn't that within the celestial realm? Lin Feng asked, somewhat taken aback. Feng Hai shot Lin Feng an incredulous glance. You, who are stronger than I, are unaware of such fundamental knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, what people refer to as the celestial realm is merely a broad concept. The celestial realm is divided into acquired and innate stages, each comprising 9 levels. Each level represents a significant enhancement, a process of transforming internal energy into the energy of the heavens and earth. Thus, the celestial realm serves as a watershed. The earthly realm involves connecting the Ren and Du meridians and cultivating internal energy. Upon reaching the celestial realm, one begins to communicate with the energies of the cosmos and transition their internal power. Feng Hai elaborated in detail for Lin Feng. After listening, Lin Feng appeared contemplative. The so-called energy of the heavens and earth must refer to spiritual energy, given that Feng Hai was at the third level of the acquired realm. It was equivalent to the third level of qi refinement. However, as it evolved from martial arts, his overall strength was likely somewhat inferior to that of a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement. It was unexpected that the pinnacle of martial arts was veering towards the path of cultivation. This was beyond my expectations. Perhaps it was due to the depletion of spiritual energy and the arduous nature of cultivation that ancient practitioners sought alternative paths. With this thought, Lin Feng's interest in martial arts waned. But if I may ask, what level are you currently at? Lin Xiao. Feng Hai suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Curiosity etched across his features. He believed Lin Feng's strength to surpass his own, perhaps even reaching the late stages of the acquired realm, or possibly the innate realm. The 3 companions of Tan Tianhong also perked up, their expressions filled with intrigue. That I am not a martial artist, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Feng Hai's expression froze for a moment. Then he surmised that Lin Feng simply preferred not to divulge his level, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. In that case, I shall take my leave. Please enjoy the refreshments on the table. Lin Xiao. Feng Hai nodded slightly before exiting the private room. Once Feng Hai departed, Lin Feng approached a massage chair, reclined, and began to meditate, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Tan Tianhong immediately stood up, inquiring, It is I, Li Ru Hai from the Li family. Having heard of Lin Xiao's esteemed reputation, I have come to pay my respects, came the respectful voice from outside. I Ru Hai. He is the second in command of one of the 3 prominent families. What brings him here? Tan Tianhong was taken aback. However, he dared not open the door without permission, instead shifting his questioning gaze towards Lin Feng. Tell him to leave, Lin Feng said coldly, his mind drifting back to the incident at the gate of Jinling University not long ago. This Li Ru Hai had been quite pretentious, even offering 2 million to keep himself away from Li Xiaoke. What a fool! Hearing Lin Feng's words, Tan Tianhong was momentarily taken aback but complied, saying, Li Ru Hai, Lin Xiao requests that you leave. Li Ru Hai outside the door was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had come with good intentions to visit, and even if he was not welcomed, he certainly did not expect to be told to leave. No wonder everyone says Lin Xiao is exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, it seems true. Li Ru Hai felt a surge of anger, feeling humiliated, yet he dared not voice his displeasure, merely responding awkwardly. Not far down the corridor stood a group of individuals, those who had accompanied Li Ru Hai, intending to visit Lin Feng and familiarize themselves. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged uncertain glances, wondering if they should proceed. With the Li family patriarch being humiliated, approaching the door now would likely result in an even worse outcome. This Lin Feng seemed quite high-minded. Sister, I will be relying on you soon. Chun Qinshu whispered to Chen Yinhua, casting a glance. Chen Yinhua's expression turned complex upon hearing this, unsure of what to say. She never anticipated that a decade later, such a scene would unfold. Back when she was with Lin Feng, he was merely a minor character. Gaining courage, she approached and knocked on the door. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Feng's cold voice echoed from within, I told you to leave. Do you not understand? Chen was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing as she began to grit her teeth in frustration. That Lin Feng, how dare he scold me? Observing this, the surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude. With Li Ruhai's example in mind, would this woman still dare to approach? This was a classic case of seeking humiliation. However, at that moment, the door to the suite swung open. "And what brings you here?" Lin Feng stepped out, astonished. He had sensed a familiar aura and casually scanned with a spiritual sense, only to discover it was indeed Inua standing outside. "What do you want? Did you not tell me to leave?" Chun Inua retorted, somewhat irked. "Misunderstanding. I was not telling you to leave. I meant for Li Ruhai to leave." Lin Feng replied helplessly. "Damn it. Not far away." Li Ruhai's expression darkened, in front of so many witnesses. Such humiliation. Did he not care about his dignity? But upon seeing Lin Feng's face, he was taken aback. Wasn't this the youth who had saved Xiaoke before? How could he be the one? As Li Ruhai grappled with his confusion, Chun Qinshu stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Lin Xiao, do you remember me? Come in and talk." Lin Feng replied, glancing at Chun Qinshu before firmly taking Chun Inua's hand and pulling her into the suite. Inside, after everyone was seated, Lin Feng expressed his delight, saying, "What brings you to find me? Let go of my hand." Not letting go, Chun Inua felt a twinge of annoyance. She struggled forcefully but found it futile. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced, evoking a long-lost sweetness, as if they had returned to a time 10 years prior, hiding in the school S. Grove, whispering sweet nothings. "Lin Xiao, it may not be appropriate for you to treat my sister this way in my presence." Chun Qinshu's expression darkened considerably. "Though, is that so? Then you may leave, as this will no longer be in your presence." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chun Qinshu's face stiffened, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. Was Lin Feng becoming overly arrogant? Did he think the Chun family was akin to those useless members of the Wind and Cloud gang? "Lin Feng, he is my brother, so watch your tone," Chun Inua remarked, rolling her eyes. "Very well." Lin Feng nodded in resignation. Fearless and indifferent to the world, he regarded life as trivial and humanity as mere ants. Yet he found himself inexplicably soft-hearted towards the woman before him. It was not mere infatuation. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, convinced he owed Ina a great deal. "Speak. What brings you to me?" Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Chun Qinshu. "How do you know I have business with you?" Chun Qinshu narrowed his eyes. "Are you lacking in intellect? You think I approached you for idle chit-chat? If that were the case, Inua may stay, but you can leave. I have no interest in conversing with you." Lin Feng replied coolly. Chun Qinshu clenched his fists. This manner of communication could not continue. Otherwise, she feared she might lose control and strike Lin Feng. "Which faction do you belong to?" Chun Qinshu inquired. "I'm unaffiliated," Lin Feng replied dismissively. "Oh, you truly consider me a fool? Do you think I would believe such words?" Chun Qinshu scoffed. Lin Feng glanced at her and replied calmly, "All right. You are indeed clever. You guessed correctly. I hail from formidable faction. What is it that you truly desire?" Finally speaking the truth, a faint smile graced Chun Qinshu's lips. "I am aware of your relationship with my sister. If you wish to be with her, I can assist you, but I have a condition." Lin Feng's demeanor suddenly turned frosty. "Do you believe yourself to be amusing? If not, let me enlighten you. My sister is already betrothed to the Jiang family, and my parents are quite pleased with Jiang Junlin. Without my presence, you shall never be with my sister." Chun Qinshu reveled in Lin Feng's furious expression, relishing a sense of regaining her ground. "No matter. The Jiang family shall soon meet its demise." Lin Feng's expression returned to calm. "What do you mean?" Chun Qinshu furrowed her brow. "Jiang Junlin attempted to assassinate me before. Therefore, tomorrow, once I cure Xiao Lian, it will mark the downfall of the Jiang family, leaving not a single member alive." Lin Feng's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet they sent shockwaves through those present. After a lengthy pause, Chun Qinshu exhaled a breath of frustration and laughed lightly. "Do you harbor some misconceptions about the Jiang family? They're not as simple as you presume. Whether I am mistaken about the Jiang family, I cannot say, but you certainly harbor misconceptions about me. Lin Feng retorted, grasping a teacup from the table. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the cup, reducing it to a cloud of powder. Witnessing this, Chun Qianchu's pupils constricted as she gasped in astonishment. Inner strength manifested. You are a congenital martial artist?